can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there.
You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Baby,
Asekwa na ife oji abụ anyị si akwụ na-enye ego bụ maka mbọsị ọzọ. Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Akwụ na mụta nwa akwụ na ka ọ ga-abụ.
Ẹni bàbá ilé, bọ́lábọ́lá, ọmọ ìṣúlú ojú, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù, báyìí lábì lúbi, báwa lábì lúbi, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù, àtọ́jú lúbi, àtọ́jú létí, àtọ́jú lẹ́ta, àtọ́jú mẹ́rin, àtọ́jú bàrú, àtọ́jú jẹta.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right wherever you are. And here we are. Here we are. You know, I startle every time this thing starts, and I suspect that will always be the case. But how are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day. I've had I've had an okay day, which is the best day for me. I don't like spikes either up or down. I just like a flat plateaued sort of a state of being. So an okay day is an excellent day for me. I don't like things spiking too high, and I don't like things plummeting too low. So I hope you've had a decent day, whatever metric you use to measure that. So hope you have had a wonderful day. So here we go again. All Matters Nigeria. So what else? That's the one thing that binds us, by the way. The only thing that differs us is I think the one thing that we all want is a better country. But the only space that we differ is how that better country comes about. But I think the one unifier, I hope the one unifier is that we all want a better country. I certainly want a better Nigeria. I've said it oftentimes here enough. My perfect life is to have a sleepy bungalow in Akimon, in my home village. You know, you are laughing, on like an acre of land, just a tiny little bungalow with a garden at the back, potatoes, chicken, whatever. And then let the villagers be calling me Boda Lunyubo. You know, that's really what I want. But what is stopping me is not the funds to do it. It's Fulani headsmen. It's insecurity. It's no light. You know, so all of those things. So I want all of those things. And you, whatever your aspirations towards the Nigerian space is, you want those things too. But how we get it and who takes us there, that is where the divergence is. So let's speak more to what binds us than what divides us. So yeah, good to have you. Here we go again. But certainly, I say let's speak to what binds us rather than what divides us. But there's a lot of divisiveness in some of the conversations that we're going to be having today. Professor Wole Soyinka is up for play again. Is up in play. So for Professor Wole Soyinka, he has been again speaking to that obedient space. And anytime he opens his mouth in that direction, we already know what he thinks about them, and he speaks in that tonality. So he spoke to that tonality in South Africa, and the whole of the obedient space, they're doing their usual banging their heads against the wall and doing somersaults. So a lot of somersaulting in the obedient space. So we'll amuse ourselves with that. Other matters, of course, Nigeria related as well. Lagos State University makes Yoruba language actually, before I go to the headlines, I should really show the headlines on the screen. But let's go through the routines. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You should be doing that. If you usually click on the like button, you should be doing that just as a matter of routine now. So the people being persuaded are the people who don't traditionally do it. So if you don't traditionally do it, start that tradition today. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and share your thoughts. So click on that so that you can come join us on the studio. The link pinned on the comment section your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So that's entirely at your discretion, buying your host cups of coffee, although I push you gently in that direction, but nobody ever does that. But what you must do is click on like, click on subscribe, and you're highly encouraged to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all those. So what are we contending today? I've already hinted at the first headline. Soyinka, Labour Party leadership knew Obi lost 2023 polls, but they want to force lies on Nigerians. Gbajue was the language that Soyinka used in South Africa. It says that the politics of Gbajue, very much the politics that Peter Obi is rolling out this time around. So he used that phrase and explained it then to the South Africans. Soyinka, Labour Party leadership knew Obi lost poll, but they want to force lies on Nigerians. So, yes, I don't think it's only the Labour Party leadership that knows that Peter Obi lost the election. Everybody knows that Peter Obi lost the election. Even the obedient, they know that Peter Obi lost the elections. And they know that he didn't even come second. He didn't even come anywhere close to near winning. I know that. You know that. Every single one of us, we know that. Do you understand? The most ardent, the most fervent, the most fanatical obedient, in the core of his being, he knew that Peter Obi, he did not even come anywhere near winning anything like that. How is that possible? It's not possible, and they know it. We know it. We all know it. So it's pretty much, they call this tautologies. It's just words that need not be uttered, really, because, of course, it's speaking to a truth that is already known. It's like saying if you go out in the rain and you have no protection, you will get wet. No, you don't need to be told that. Soyinka, Labour Party leadership knew Obi lost 2023 polls, but they want to force lies on Nigerians. So we'll spend some time with that, see what we're making of that. So we'll spend some time with that, see what we're making of that. We'll touch base with this one as well. This is more for the more for the nerds than anything else. This is more of a nerdy sort of a headline. Tinubu sacks Nami, appoints Adedeji as FIR boss. So this is for the nerds, but this is highly important. You know, because of course, all of the money spaces and all of the security spaces, Tinubu is trying to bring them completely under his control. So that's the first and most paramount thing that he wants to be doing above everything else. And this is really what this speaks to. Because, of course, very quickly, in fact, almost within the immediate week, he sacked Emefiele and appointed somebody there that he semi-trust. So he did that. He sacked Bauer, put somebody else there, got rid of all of the service chiefs. But this FIR now, that's the Federal Inland Revenue Service for people who are not up to speed with some of these acronyms. So this is the agency essentially that harnesses, you know, all those VATs and all those surcharges, all those government levies, they are portaled through this they are funneled rather through this particular portal. And really, the real surprise is what took him so long. Tinubu sacks Nami, appoints Adedeji as FIRS boss. So let's whiz through this. President Bola Tinubu has sacked Mohammed Nami, the Federal Inland Revenue Service FIRS chairman, appointed by the immediate past president, Muhammadu Buhari. The president subsequently appointed Zacchaeus Adedeji, his special advisor on revenue, as the acting chairman of the tax agency. A tweet by the presidency revealed. So it's just a sign of the times, really, isn't it? It's usually a press conference, a press release. That's usually how governments worldwide announce whatever policy positions they are taking. But now it's just a simple tweet. A tweet by the presidency reveals, and this is where we are now, and this is the way of the future. Adedeji was a former commissioner of finance under the late Governor Abiola Ajimobi of Oyo State, a position he held at the age of 33. So another young Turk, another brilliant young man, it looks as though. And I was just saying the other day, you know, that if we look at the age quotient of the Tinubu administration, I was wondering if it's actually the youngest per average administration we've ever had in Nigeria. You know, because the age bracket, it brackets around about the early 40s. Now we're having somebody in his 30s, and really, very rarely, not too many over 50s. So what is the age, what's the average age, and is it the youngest cabinet so far? Nami, whose tenure was expected to end in December 2023, has been asked to embark on a retirement leave, whilst Adedeji will act as the commission's acting chairman. Adedeji is a certified accountant from the Iwo-Ate area of Ogo-Oluwa local government area in Oyo State. He recently bagged his doctorate from the Obafemi Awolowo University in Osun State. Nami was the latest appointee of former President Buhari that Tinubu would sack in less than 4 months after he resumed office. Last week, President Tinubu sacked Loretta Onoche, the immediate past chairman of the Niger Delta Development Commission. And by the way, Loretta Onoche was actually just appointed into that position no more than 3-4 months ago. It's one of those emergency last-minute cash grab things that they were doing. And very swiftly, Tinubu kicked her out, of course. Last week, President Tinubu sacked Loretta Onoche, the immediate past chairman of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, and dissolved the governing board of the commissions. While sacking Onoche and Nami, whilst the sacking of Onoche and Nami was the latest in October, President Tinubu sacked some big appointees of his predecessor, including the service chiefs. President Tinubu also sacked the National Security Advisor, the Inspector General of Police and Customs boss appointed by Buhari. So, I mean, of course, there's nothing out of sequence in this, of course, because it's a totally new administration who wants to put a particular inflection on administering the nation state, and he needs people that will see his vision, not people that saw the vision of a previous administration. So it's not essentially an anti-Buhari thing. It's more, this is the way I want to do it. This is the way I want to do it. So that's the headline repeats. This is the way I want to do it. So now this is a follow-on from the Peter Obi headline. Labour Party knows Obi lost the election, says Tinubu, says Soyinka. No, there's another headline. Yes, this is the one I wanted to bring you. Because, of course, the Labour Party has clapped back at Soyinka, accusing him of being an ethnophobe. Soyinka, in fact, let's just do the readout. Sorry, let me just get it out of the way. And I'll be playing you an Arise clip as well on this particular topic. Labour Party knows Obi lost 2023 polls. This is Soyinka. So what does the prof has to say? Stellenbosch, South Africa. So this is where the comment was being made. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka yesterday alleged that the leadership of the Labour Party LP knew that its presidential candidate Peter Obi lost the February 25th election. Soyinka accused the leadership of LP of trying to force a lie on Nigerians, especially the youth, that Obi won the election. The Nobel laureate spoke at an event titled The Lives of Wole Soyinka, a Dialogue, organized by Africa in the World. The event took place in Stellenbosch, South Africa. While speaking at the event, Soyinka was asked to react to his comment against the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed, after the general elections. Soyinka said the truth matters to him, noting that many people always look for shortcuts. His words, This recent election, two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is not my favorite movement, and then it became a regional party. So let's just hold on. So let's just pause there for a moment to reflect on that, because essentially a lot of people, a lot of thinking people actually, it's just an easy conclusion that the whole Obi narrative is a Southeastern narrative, and the whole obedient narrative is the engine room of the, you may say is a broad church for all sorts, but the engine room of that movement, go to any platform where the obedience are willing and national to the state, is 80% Southeasterners. Anywhere you go, that the obedience are gathered to wail and gnash at the state is 80% Southeasterners. And this essentially is what Wale Soyinka is saying. His words, this recent election, two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is not my favorite movement, and then it became a regional party. So a regional party, I mean, it's you all understand English. A regional party is completely converse and averse to a national party. Do you understand? Do you understand? It's just there in the words, and I've highlighted it there for you as well. A regional party is a total inflection from a national party. And when it's telling you that they hijacked the labor movement, which is essentially, the Labour Party is essentially the political arm of the wider labor movement. Because, of course, you know, the tussle and the axe or whatever it is, you know, whatever that the moniker of the socialist is. So essentially, the Labour Party is the political arm of a labor movement, which is a far left of the political alignment sort of a party, which is embedded in a sort of socialistic, communistic sort of political leanings. So that's what the Labour Party is. But what just listen to Soyinka's words. His words, this recent election, two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement. So do you understand? So they essentially taking over the Labour Party is taking over the labor movement, which is not my favorite movement. And then it became a regional party. And then they turned it into a Southeastern party. That is what Wale Soyinka is saying. So that is what Wale Soyinka is saying. Whereas it was marvelous to breach into the established two camps, Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. However, he did not win the election. I can say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. The leadership knew it, but they want to do what we call in Yoruba land, Gbajue. That is force of lies. So Gbajue. So let me just give you that paragraph again. I can say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second, and the leadership knew it. But they want to do what we call in Yoruba, Gbajue. That is force of lies. Whilst he alleged that the Labour leadership attempted to mobilize young people to protest against the outcome of the election on the banner of lies and deceit, Soyinka said they were going to send some of the hardliners, proud young people, into the street to demonstrate. So it's just quite a thing, really. Let me just pause it. I'll give you the rest and I'll rush through it. It's just quite a thing. It's quite a thing, you know, because you wonder who exactly Peter Obi is going to govern if he were to be president. So Soyinka rejects him. The Sultan of Sokoto rejects him. The Ooni of Ife, of course, rejects him. I'm not sure even if the Obi of Onitsha is for him. He claims to have this band or bank of young people, but we don't even see, the abundance, the loudest sound is not the majority want. Do you understand? The loudest sound is not the majority want. The fact that some elements are screeching and squealing like trapped banshees, in some snare somewhere, the fact that some people are screeching and squealing like a trapped animal does not then mean they constitute the majority of the want of any demography. Peter Obi is not representative of the voice of the young people. Certainly not. He's not a young man, by the way. He's in his early to mid-60s. He's not a new breeze in the space. He's an establishment figure. He was Atiku Abubakar's running mate barely 4 years ago. He was the corrupt governor of Anambra State that was impeached for cronyism, nepotism, and corruption. He was the one caught with $500 million in cash. So he's not some clean new breeze that has come to sweep out the stench of the space. He's part of the stench that the space needs to cleanse itself off. He's an establishment figure. If you want, the voice of the young people is Omoyele Sowore, is only that he's not able to present to the young people in a manner that draws them in. The voice of the young people in Nigeria is Omoyele Sowore, of course. He speaks their language. He speaks to their politics. He is in tune with where they are. He's digital enough now. He knows the economy of cannabis. He knows digital economy. He knows how to harness the abundance of the land to it talks about an energy mix, using solar energy in the north, using the rain density in the southern areas to use to build dams for electricity. He talks a vast number of things that solves all of Nigeria's problems, and he talks about them in contemporaneous solutions rather than historic. What does Peter Obi say? In China, and dubious statistics. Obi is a crook now. It's not a new thing. So, and this is what Wole Soyinka is saying. Let me just take it. I think I've lost my trend in that tangent. Let me take it a paragraph up. While he alleged that the Labour leadership attempted to pardon me, while he alleged that the Labour Party leadership attempted to mobilize young people to protest against the outcome of the election on the banner of lies and deceit, as Soyinka said, they were going to send some of the hardliners, proud young people, into the street to demonstrate. He, however, said, I am also ready to be amongst such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not lies and deceit. This party, Labour Party, wanted the same thing, referring to 2011 post-election violence, to happen on the basis of a lie. And we find this vice presidential candidate on television boasting, insisting, threatening, and trying to intimidate both the judiciary and the rest. What kind of government? Pardon me, I had not read this before, but I listen to this line now, and that my little diatribe earlier on, and reflect back to that. What kind of government will result? What kind of government will result from that kind of conduct? So that's what Soyinka said, and I swear across my heart, I've never read this before, but this is exactly what I was saying. What sort of a government can Peter Obi form that all of the senior ethnic stocks have rejected him, from the caliphates to the obas and the intellectuals? So who is he then going to govern over? A miscreant, a gargoyle of some yellow garden munchers from the southeast? Is that what it is? This party, Labour Party, wanted the same thing, referring to 2011 post-election violence to happen on the basis of a lie. And we find this vice presidential candidate on television boasting, insisting, threatening, and trying to intimidate both the judiciary and the rest. What kind of government will result from that kind of conduct? In addition, they did not know this, but they were being used. This is the thing, the gullibility of youth, it's like a debutant going to her first ball. This is really how I see these obedient sort of screechers and squealers. It's like a debutant. You know that turn 16, mommy dresses you up in some discounted Gucci that she bought in some funky store, and then you put on some clumpy shoe, and then you go for your first dance. So this is just that's the best analogy for the obedient space. It's like a debutante going to her first ball, but you come back cynical. We know when you are ignored and when you are mocked, or you could go. Well, you only one person comes back victorious, and it's always the pretty girl. The pretty girl in this instance, the looter from Lagos. What kind of government will result from that kind of conduct? In addition, they did not know this, but they were being used. Before the election, there were certain clandestine forces, including some former generals, who were already calling for an interim government before the election began. Some of them were known figures, including a proprietor of a university calling for an interim government before the election took place. So that is Wole Soyinka chapter and verse to the wayward youth from the obedient space. So the wayward youth from the obedient space, if they are noted for one thing, is the swiftness of their response. Very quickly they clap back, and they clap back with this. Soyinka influenced by Emilokon sentiment to say Peter Obi lost presidential election. So there it is right there. And very quickly, the whole thing turns tribal. There it is right there. Very quickly, the whole thing turns tribal. And the one thing that everything turns to within the Nigerian space: love, money, comedy, any and every aspects of human life. The two things that it always degenerates to in Nigeria: tribe, religion. So the whole thing turns tribal, of course, very quickly. Soyinka influenced by Emilokon sentiment to say P to B lost presidential election. So the Labour Party claps back, but how have they worded it? The Labour Party LP has this. The Labour Party SLP has disagreed with Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka on his position on the outcome of the 2023 presidential election as regards its candidate P to B. Let's take that again. The Labour Party LP has disagreed with Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka on his position on the outcome of the 2023 presidential election as regards its candidate P to B. The party, in a statement on Thursday by its National Publicity Secretary, Obiora Ifo, you see, is even, you remember when during the course of that election, some of their party functionaries in even Sokoto were Southeasterners. So it's a real wonder, purports to want to run the nation, presenting an ethnic coloration. The party, in a statement on Thursday by its National Publicity Secretary, Obiora Ifo, condemned the statement by Soyinka and added that the literary giant is speaking based on information given to him by those who shared the Emilokon sentiment. So Emilokon sentiment, of course, is not even a dog whistle, is it? It's just gone tribal. Our correspondents recall Soyinka on Wednesday at an event in South Africa claimed that Peter Obi did not win the February 25th, 2023 presidential election in Nigeria. He further stated that the leadership of the Labour Party LP knows that Obi did not win the election and is trying to force their lies on others. The Nobel laureate stated this while speaking at an event titled XYZ. However, it wasn't titled XYZ, but we read it in the previous article. However, in the response on Thursday, the Labour Party spokesperson said Soyinka, as a human being, has been overtaken by emotions based on what some people told him. So, Wole Soyinka, the first African to win a Nobel laureate, is now incapable of forming his own thoughts, according to the Labour Party spokesperson. You know, he may well write world-renowned essays and literatures and plays, but he cannot. He doesn't have the facilitation to form his own thoughts. This is what the Labour Party spokesperson is telling you. However, in a response on Thursday, the LP spokesperson said Soyinka, as a human being, has been overtaken by emotions based on what some people told him. The statement added that Soyinka was in Lagos, Nigeria, during the election and witnessed the violence that, let's take that again. I'm not quite sure how I'm even reading that. Let me take it from the top. Let me just take it from that paragraph. However, in response on Thursday, the Labour Party spokesperson said Soyinka, as a human being, has been overtaken by emotions based on what some people told him. The statement added that Soyinka was in Lagos, Nigeria, during the election and witnessed the violence that marred the polls in certain locations in the country, even right under his nose, but failed to condemn such action. So this is what they call a straw man narrative right here. This is what they call a logical fallacy, a straw man. This is obfuscation right here. This sort of sightings bear no concurrence with what Wole Soyinka is talking about. What Wole Soyinka, whether the clarity of his thoughts is being questioned or not, the utterances of his words are quite clear. What Wole Soyinka said was that Peter Obi did not win that election. He did not even come anywhere close to second. So that is what he said. So now this narrative of violence in Lagos, etc., this has no bearing on whether Peter Obi won an election or not. There were pockets of violence in certain spaces. I can bring you clips of people being flogged in the Southeast. You've all seen them anyway, for deeming to attempt to vote for the All Progressive Congress. So there were pockets of skirmishes, but this last election now has been the least violent election. And we went to the chart, by the way. There was a table that we presented however long ago that charted electoral violence all the way through Nigeria's history. And this has been the least violent election that we've ever had. You know, this has been probably the most credible election. Some people will argue that it was the Abiola election, but this probably the most credible, and that is why it's being contended so hard even after the ballot has been cast. So this has been the most credible election we've ever had in the history of that country. And this is why they are clutching at straw man type narratives in order to keep the energy going within that space. Because there's no substance. Look at what happened at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. It's the first in the history of that country. It's the first. It is a first in the history of Nigeria, what we witnessed. And let me take a sip of water and then explain. It is the first time in the history of electoral petitioning in Nigeria that the whole bench will be in accord regarding the judgment. Traditionally, and I've never known it not to be the case, there's always been one outlier. There's always been one rogue judge. And it's usually a panel of 5, and it's usually maybe 3-2. It usually weighs in favor of whoever was declared as the winner. So 3-2, in some instances, if you get 4-1, that person will really celebrate. But the totality of the bench, they threw out Obi's case as a totality of nonsense, a farrago of nonsense, just a nonsensical. In fact, I'm pretty sure if the judges were allowed to horsewhip those lawyers, they would have kobokoed them just for deeming to stain their presence with something so ludicrous. So it was a categorical get out from all of the bench. So I'm not quite sure, and this is what Soyinka is. Anyway, let me know. Let me not go off on too much of a tangent. The statement added that Soyinka was in Lagos, Nigeria during the election and witnessed the violence that marred the polls in certain locations in the country, even right under his nose, but failed to condemn such action. So, nevertheless, he still insists that Obi is nowhere. So they're still not arguing that Obi won the election. I want to see how he presents that argument. Obiora added that whilst the Labour Party would not want to join issues with Soyinka too much because of his respected status and the fact that the presidential election outcome is pending in court, it remains important to point out Soyinka's wrong prognosis and the expectation for him to remain a statesman. The party in the statement said, we understand that the literary giant is human and thus susceptible to emotions, and probably said what he said based on information made available to him by those who shared the Emilokon sentiment. So it's unbelievable, actually. There are certain lines that are being crossed in the course of this election that it will be very difficult to come back from. The Labour Party took note of the statement that emanated from the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, who, as an institution, the Labour Party took note of the statement that emanated from the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, who, as an institution, we have the utmost respect for. He is a Nigerian whose accomplishments in the literary world are without doubt intimidating and also without parallel, by the way, at least not in Nigeria anyway. However, we beg to disagree with this prognosis and personal opinion on the performance of our party during the 2023 general elections. The facts are before the court, and out of respect for our judiciary, the obedience have respect for the judiciary now. So that's breaking news right there. So that's breaking news. So a news broke today. The facts are before the courts, and out of respect for our judiciary, we will reserve our comments until the Supreme Court makes a final pronouncement. In Yoruba, Gbajue refers to fraudulent activities like age, name, or certificate forgery, 419, or narcotics trafficking, all of which are issues in the 2023 elections, but not on the Labour Party's part. Gbajue in Yoruba also literally means slap him or her in the face. Have all Nigerians, so now they've latched onto that and they'll make hay. Gbajue in Yoruba also literally means slap him or her in the face. Have all Nigerians not been slapped sufficiently in the face? Thanks to this man of letters for bringing this out, albeit inadvertently. It is rather interesting that the erudite Professor Soyinka, who owned up to having an electoral monitoring unit, conveniently glossed over INEC's legademian, whatever that means, legademian, leading to substantial or non-compliance or erosion of constitutional dictates, such as he conveniently glossed over the INEC's advanced Gbajue then they go on into some sort of tirade. So the usual from the obedience space. the usual from the obedience space. So let's move swiftly on from there to another. And by the way, there's still room in the what's it if for anybody that wants to hop on. So let me just send the link again. If you want to hop on, hop on. So if you want to hop on, hop on. Let's go on to this one. Lagos University makes Yoruba language a compulsory course for all students. Names it GNS 104. So if you ever apply to, whether you're from Maiduguri or Abakaliki or you're Alaafin, if you ever apply to Lagos University, know that one of your modules, GNS 104, you have to learn Yoruba by force. And you can thank Gbadebo Rose Vivo or Chinedu Rose Vivo for that. Lagos University makes Yoruba language a compulsory course for all students. Names it GNS 104. To it, the Lagos State University LASU, in an obvious move to preserve Nigeria's rich cultural heritage, has announced the inclusion of Yoruba language as a compulsory course for all its students. So whether you are studying Yoruba language, whether you are studying advanced mathematics, whether you are studying nuclear physics, or whether you are studying medicine, you are not graduating from that university until you pass in Yoruba language. The Lagos State University LASU, in an obvious move to preserve Nigeria's rich cultural heritage, has announced the inclusion of Yoruba language as a compulsory course for all its students. The new course added to the school's curriculum for the 2023-24 academic session is titled GNS 104, Yoruba Language Studies. LASU's decision to introduce this course aligns with the broader national effort to preserve Nigeria's diverse linguistic and cultural heritage. So I'm not quite sure that you can say that I'm not quite sure you can make that alignment. It says the decision to introduce this course aligns with the broader national effort to preserve Nigeria's diverse linguistic and cultural heritage. So if it's to whatever it is that they said align with diversity, then there should be diversity in that module as well. So they can insist that you learn as a matter of completing your degree course in an indigenous language that is indigenous not to that locality but to the country. So Igbo language, Hausa, Fulani, etc., all of that should be there as well as options. But if you localize it to that regional language, then that is jingoism. That's jingoism right there. LASU's decision to introduce this course aligns with the broader national effort to preserve Nigeria's diverse linguistic and cultural heritage. The course, Yoruba Language Studies, is designed to provide students with a comprehensive understanding of the Yoruba language, one of Nigeria's prominent indigenous languages. It aims to equip students with language skills, cultural knowledge, and historical context, fostering a deeper appreciation for the Yoruba culture. So there's nothing at all about diversity in that. Speaking on the development, Professor T.M. Salisu, the Dean of Lagos State University, Faculty of Arts and Humanity, expressed his enthusiasm for the introduction of the course. He emphasized its potential to strengthen students' connections to their roots and promote cultural diversity. It does none of those things. It's a nonsense. To be honest, how does learning Yoruba language strengthen an Igbo student studying in or let's not even use Igbo as an example. How does learning Yoruba language strengthen a thief from the middle belt, a TIV, TIV student studying in LASU? How does that strengthen their connection with their roots or promote their culture? It does neither of those things. It forces a culture that is alien and foreign to them on them. That's what it does. GNS 104 will not only enhance language proficiency, but also encourage a more profound understanding of the Yoruba people, their custom and traditions. He stated, the Yoruba language studies course will cover various aspects of Yoruba culture, including language structure, literature, history, folklore, and contemporary issues. It will be open to students from all faculties as part of the General Nigerian Studies program, reflecting Lagos State University's commitment to interdisciplinary learning. So let's just leave that there. I think we get the gist of what they're trying to do there. All right, I think we get the gist of that. I think we get the gist of that. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. Do you know what that means? Do you speak Spanish? Una momento, por favor. There's this story making the lines, actually. Let me just bring you this. I had not intended to bring it, but let me bring it anyway. Meghan Markle, the wife of the now former Prince of England, she's now discovered that she's 43% Nigerian. So let me just bring you this, just as a bit of a break from the politics of it all. Meghan Markle can't wait to visit Nigeria after discovering her heritage following genealogy test. An Invictus Games organizer has revealed that Meghan Markle can't wait to visit Nigeria for her mom and the kids after she was said to be cheering for the African team, having discovered her heritage. Recall that the Duchess of Sussex was excited to meet a Nigerian Invictus Games athlete in Germany as she helped to promote the event on Wednesday, September the 12th. So it goes on to tell us that she's Prince Harry revealed at the opening ceremony that his wife would be leading athletes. Let's do that again. Prince Harry revealed at the opening ceremony that his wife will be lending athletes her personal support after finding through a genealogy test that she is 43% Nigerian. So if she is 43% Nigerian, then we can say she is wholly Nigerian, because we don't know the breakdown of the rest of that. So the breakdown of that will be a little bit, I don't know, they always have like one piece, because there was a time that this was the fashion, wasn't it? About a year or so ago, when everybody was doing DNA and they will say, and 1% Bantu, and all of this kind of nonsense. So if she's 43% Nigerian, then that tells you that she's Nigerian, because I don't imagine that any of her mix will be more than maybe 11%, the highest one after that. So apparently, the Duchess of Sussex is a Nigerian. The Duchess of Sussex is a Nigerian. Prince Harry revealed at the opening ceremony that his wife will be lending athletes her personal support after finding through a genealogy test that she is 43% Nigerian. Meghan was also hugging a competitor and described her as my Nigerian sister before being introduced to further members of the team and the defense chief, who gave her the nickname Ngozi Lolo, she could use if she ever visited Nigeria. So now, I would say that name fits, actually. If you ever wanted to know, that's an Ngozi face right there. You know, it's not even an Amaka, certainly not a Shade or anything, not Amina. This is Ngozi. So if we dig into her DNA, we'll see that she probably comes from that cusp. So there it is right there, rebranded and renamed, the Duchess of Sussex, formerly Meghan Markle, now Ngozi Windsor. Ngozi Windsor, there it is. Derek Kobina, who helped coordinate Nigeria's debut in this year's competition, told Hello that the Duchess was deeply touched by the nickname and that she is hoping to organize a family trip to the country. She said she couldn't wait to visit Nigeria for her mom and the kids. He revealed she's always welcome to visit Nigeria and other African countries. So let's see if this gives us anything. There it is. 3 gosa for Ngozi. Now it must be surely. So 3 gosas for Ngozi. So 3 gosas for Ngozi. So let me take a. Let me take a. Let's take the Kegites and then we come back. The room still needs populating, by the way. If you're ever going to have a conversation, so let me send the link again. We got we got an excellent panel, but not sufficient enough yet. So the room needs populating if we're to have a conversation. All right, let me give you the K guides just to take a micro break. So Egbelemo the K guides Enyida only water.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. Water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mudode ojàre o. Erukulele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. So I've always said that the best way to start the platforms is usually when Ayo is around, and he kicks it off by putting a smile on the host face. So that's Ayo with a handsome looking super chart. But I'll see you that and I'll W it, says the James Bond in the bow tie. So that's Ike Ogeme just chiming in the direction of the platform. So thank you, Ayo and Ike. And Prince Daddy, of course, a regular who chimes in as well. So all of those, keep them coming. So keep them coming. That superstar chat space is not the exclusive preserve of just a handful of people. So I'll bring the panel in as we play a little bit of this response to Soyinka's commentaries in South Africa. Actually, let me bring the panelists in so far. We have Ajan Lekoko, of course, our father of the bride. We are here in Ghana. There in Ghana is Vin Maxwell. Good to see you. Good to see you, Maxwell. And we've got the Prime Dot. So the Prime, say something because we've logged in twice, so I can delete one. The Prime. The Prime Dot. All right. Let me play this. Let's play a little bit of this. I'll wait for the room to populate a bit more, and then we kick off the conversation. This is a conversation wrapped around Soyinka's commentaries in South Africa. What's this?
All of them. Rema is doing amazing. Well, let's begin what's trending. In Stellenbosch, South Africa, where Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka made a controversial claim accusing the leadership of the Labour Party of being aware that their party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, lost the February 25th election. The Nobel laureate was speaking at an event titled The Lives of Wole Soyinka, a dialogue organized by Africa in the world. Soyinka used the Yoruba phrase, Gbajue, which means obtaining by deception, to describe the actions of the Labour Party, stating that they are trying to force a lie on Nigerians, especially the youth, that Obi won the election. Let's take a listen.
I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second, and that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Gbajue. That is, you have force of arms. You also have force.
The Yoruba phrase, Gbajue, which means obtaining by deception, to describe the actions of the Labour Party, stating that they are trying to force a lie on Nigerians, especially the youth, that Obi won the election. Let's take a listen.
I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second, and that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Gbajue. That is, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send some of the hardliners, were going to send crowds, young people into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election.
All right, Dr. Abati, that phrase, Gbajue, got me. I mean, you know that Wole Soyinka has always been quite vocal about Peter Obi's, emergence as whether it is a third force or not. But before I come to you, let me take some tweets. This is from Omar, who wrote, "No one can be seen to say categorically that someone didn't win an election if the person cannot show proof of what he asserts. It is on Prof to show us why his assertion is true. Was he in the 36 states monitoring the elections, or his agencies were, or a report affirmed so?" Well, Lawrence also wrote, "Why does Wole Soyinka feel so comfortable saying terrible things against Peter Obi? He claims Peter Obi was mobilizing youth for protest, while in truth, Peter Obi was the one telling the youth to keep away from protest. The youth are blaming Peter Obi for not allowing them protest. Wole Soyinka is saying Peter Obi was mobilizing the youth to protest." I mean, Lawrence's tweet was quite apt. We do know that Peter Obi has been telling everyone to stay calm until Judgment Day. Judgment Day has come and gone, and we have not seen any violence. So, I mean, it is quite worrisome to hear Professor Wole Soyinka make such assertions. Dr.
It's
Abati.
very straightforward.
Yeah.
The obedience,
Yes.
those characters on social media who give Peter Obi a bad name, they finally lost Professor Wole Soyinka. You recall that before now he had complained about this obedience, some people call them some other names, operating on social media and forcing Peter Obi down everybody's throats. And he said, look, at that time, that Peter Obi was even his favorite candidate because he wanted change. in Nigeria, and he thought somebody else, new blood, should provide the leadership. Many of the other people who in fact supported Peter Obi, they backed away from him because of the behavior of these characters, who abuse everybody, who think their own version of the truth is the only version of reality. So that's the evidence you have seen there. And you could see Okendebe, the interviewer, feeling, well, where is Prof going in this matter? That's number one. The second part, of course, is that Professor Wole Soyinka is just expressing an opinion. His opinion does not matter in this matter. The Court of Appeal has ruled, right? The way the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal handled the matter. Mr. Peter Obi himself and the other petitioner,
all right. Let's kick it off. So let's actually kick it off with Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, Gbajue, what does that even mean? Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Gbajue is the professor told us the meaning there, and the professor said it loud and clear the way it is. Peter Obi's election result is actually, to the best of my understanding, and to what I believe too, the election result became third. I believe that is what he got. Nobody cheated him. He was not robbed by any other party or by the system. He got the result of what he worked for. So, and for him to start pursuing election matter, claiming that he won the election, to me, that is the highest of the highest.
Do you think he's smoking Igbo? Maybe is the guy smoking Igbo or something? Are we? Is this where we should be doing? Is this smoking Igbo? Is this smoking weed? You lost an election by nearly 3 million, but you are the winner. I mean, what are we talking about here?
To start pursuing the case that he won the election is the highest of the highest stupidity that I've ever seen in the history of presidential election in our country. A party that does not, how do I say it? A party that does not have agents in all polling booths. Nigerian has how many? Is it not 117 or 170 something polling booths across the country? They had only 39,000 agents, meaning that they have maybe they cover only 39,000 polling booths or even less. You don't have the result from your agents across the country for you to use as a fact to pursue your case, and you went to court asking for the court to give you victory. I think and particularly a party that, as we described it before the election, this is a party that lacks structure. This is when we were saying it back then, that a party without structure cannot win election. Because they don't have that structure, that is why they couldn't have agents in all the polling booths across the country. So it's a party that lack base. They lack that grassroots base. They don't have it. And, for him to come for the first time and perform the way he performed, which I can describe as, a good performance, but to say you won the election, I mean, that is the highest of the highest stupidity that we are saying. And some people believe it, that he won the election. They thought that, what of Atiku that came second? So he defeated Atiku and he defeated Tinubu. It's just unimaginable. So, Professor...
What's even more unimaginable, Ajanle Koko, is how much time we're still spending on this sort of space. March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So can you believe that election has been 7 months ago, and we're still talking about this guy that everybody knows he lost the election. Every human being knows he lost the election. Gbajue, we've been looking for the word though, but I think the prof has found it's Gbajue. Is it Gbajue? Gbajue,
yeah, Gbajue is another way we can describe it as 419, deceitful, and trying to claim what you did not deserve and standing by it. What you knew that you don't deserve it, you are asking for it, and you are fighting hard that, yes, this is mine, give it to me. I mean, that is absolute stupidity. And a lot of young people a lot of them that are obedient rather, believe him. But in the heart of Obi, he knew that he didn't win the election. He knew that he did not win the election. And that is why they can't prove their case at the law court.
Do you think they are just is pushing it as long as the energy is there? Because that energy is still there. You can see them, all the cloud chasers on social media that are using that particular narrative to cash out, and then he's feeding off that. So he will continue to push it as long as that energy is there to see where and how it will land, which I think is a highly irresponsible thing to do. But is it just like the prof said, Gbajue?
It's a real Gbajue. Look, let me tell you, Obi is just one of Nigerian typical politicians that lies to their supporter. They will stand by, asking for election results they did not deserve. And doing that to keep their base. It's just mainly to keep their base. So that at the end of the day, if the court, rule against them, for the fact that they are keeping their base, and they will lie again that, look, they don't want us, they don't like us, they rule against us, they rig against us. So as so doing, that will help them further to keep those supporters till the next election cycle. That is the way it works in Nigeria, and it's playing the game the way they play it. Deceitfulness, lies, misinformation, propaganda, and all the rest of it. That is the way the game is played in Nigerian politics. So he didn't win the election. He cannot. What do I say? He cannot bamboozle us. He cannot use Sakamaje on us that he didn't win the election, and he knew that very well. The inner circle of the party, the leadership, those that are the inner, the core leadership of the party, knew they didn't win, but they have to keep their base by playing it in the public that we won the election. If you win the election, you have a hard this thing. Go and prove it at the court, and overwhelmingly at the tribunal, he was defeated. Their lawyer was defeated. The court ruled with all, with a judgment that proved that they lack nothing to prove their case. So it is right to go to Supreme Court. They are heading there. They are filed, to pursue to Supreme Court. So, and I believe the Supreme Court, they will be disgraced there too. So it's just a show of shame that we know Nigerian politicians for. That is the way they play the game. It's just unfortunate that a lot of our young guys cannot see it, and they don't want to listen. When you're trying to tell them, they don't want to listen. They just want to keep.
Ajale Koko, what I'm keen to say, because I'm so eager for this Supreme Court phase to come and go. So what I'm keen to see is Peter Obi after the Supreme Court. So I'm keen to see Peter Obi after the Supreme Court. I want to see how he continues to position himself. If he's going to go nationalistic, or is going to say, let's smash it up if I can get it. I want to see if he'll do that. And then I want to see what will happen to that energy in that space once the Supreme Court comes in.
Let me tell you, yes, when the Supreme Court ruled against him, he will say definitely that he accepts it, but he still believes that he won the election. He will say it in order not to disrespect the highest court of the land. He will say, well, the Supreme Court has ruled, we have to accept it, but we believe that we won the election. That is what they will say. That is the typical way that, language and languages that they use. We accept it, but we believe we won the election. We will leave it to another time. We will come back another time. That is what they will say. But, it is good for them to face the reality. And I believe many of their people, after the ruling of this appeal court, the tribunal appeal, how did they call it? Is it tribunal or appeal tribunal? So after that ruling, I believe, having listened to the judgment, that remarkable judgment, that historical judgment, that judgment that, is well detailed, is backed with references, or how do I say it? Is backed with past cases that, what is the right word I use for such incident? Is backed up with precedent of cases that,
for all of the applause that the appeal court has been getting, a lot of what they decided on had already been adjudicated upon by the Supreme Court. So They were not even breaking new. Abuja was already settled. Kashim Shettima was already settled. The IREV or no IREV, that was settled at the Adeleke case. So a lot of what they had to judge on was already settled.
The stupidity aspect of it, of their fight for asking for the court to rule in their favor, are all petty nonsense that has nothing to do with election results. They could prove
is a Guinean. He has two passports. What is his real age? What is his real name?
To do with the election result?
They did not upload onto IREV. What has that got to? Whether they uploaded on IREV or not, was the result correct or not? Is really what these people are clowns,
And the funniest aspect of it is that they will say, "Oh, you know what? We don't want them to rule on technical. We want it to go by the rule of law. Let them go by the constitution and not technical." But what you brought to the court too are technical by nature. The what do you call it? The Guinean passport is a technical matter. It has nothing to do with the election result. The what do you call it? The Chicago University that they claim that they did not attend it has nothing to do with election result. It's a technical matter. It's a technical aspect of the matter or of the petition. So a lot of things that they are hanging upon are all technicalities in law. So what are they talking? I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's a particular, even a peculiar sort of madness. A peculiar sort of madness. But Ajale Koko, speaking about peculiar sort of madness, I want to take you to another space. But I'll prefix that space. Bota Konshe Onje Obo. I know you are driving. You may not be able to watch the clip that I'm about to play you. I want to prefix the space I'm taking you to with this. Bota Konshe Onje Obo. For the non-Yoruba speakers, butter, you know, butter that you spread on bread, is not the diet of a monkey. So it's a Yoruba idiom. Butter onshe onje obo. So butter onshe onje obo. Watch this. Actually, that wasn't the one I wanted to show you. Let me show you the one. Hold on. Yes.
That was in Anambra.
No, that wasn't in Anambra. But
it was in Anambra. You are mistaken.
Let me show you the one I want to show you. That wasn't the one I wanted to show you. Let me show you the one I wanted to show you. Yes. Let me show you. All right. Ajale Koko, watch this. Would it not have been better if they left these people on Molues? They give them. It would not have been better if they left them on Molues.
It's always like that. It's the first time. What do you expect them to do?
Look
The
at
majority
that.
of them are LUP
In
people.
your Buruku, you want mine, your love.
Most of them are
leave them on Molues. Leave them on Molues.
What are you doing about Gidile?
What are you doing?
You can't blame them on woman. You can't blame them. Yes, sir.
Adewale, níbo ni ẹ ti tẹ̀lé? Ṣé Èkó nìyẹn àbí Anambra?
That's Anambra straight. Anambra. Maybe somewhere in there. Adamawa, maybe part of it. Adamawa and
was that LUP? Was that LUP?
Majority of those people are LUP. Remember from my 2, right? Who lives in my 2 area?
Is LUP now? LUP.
I've been from Daura to Niger. I've been at Daura railroad. I've been on Niger.
It's unbelievable. Let me play you one more clip and then give us a commentary, and then we move the conversation round. I still want to speak on Yoruba language being made compulsory in LASU, but watch this.
The first cargo movement through the Lagos-Ibadan rail corridor has been inaugurated by the Minister of Transportation, Mr. Saidu Alkali, on his first official tour of the corridor. The minister, who kicked off the tour at the Ebutemeta station before proceeding to Apapa Apapa to perform the official function before traveling to Ibadan using the 157-kilometer rail corridor. 3 coaches of 30 wagons were loaded as the inaugural freight movement kicked off. The Nigeria Railway Corporation says it was starting with 3 coaches per day with the capacity to scale up the numbers as part of efforts to decongest the Apapa ports.
What we saw in Apapa port, we have just launched the inaugural movement of the wagon from Apapa port to Ibadan. We are going to run 3 operational lines. So far we are operating 1. Very soon we are going to start using the 2 lines up to the end of Apapa port. We are going to liaise with the Nigerian Customs Service to remove their building inside Apapa port so that we operate all the 3 lines. Each line we are going to have 3 routes daily. Each wagon will carry 30-40 foot containers. So by the time we evacuated 30, if we achieve all the 3 lines, we have 90 times 3. That we are going to evacuate 270 40-foot containers out of Apapa port to Ibadan. By the time we have fixed the narrow gauge from Lagos to Kano, we will now get locomotives and get some wagons so that once we evacuate containers from Apapa, we use the narrow gauge to move them to Kano. So henceforth is going to be Ibadan, Kano, Lagos, Kano, not Lagos, Ibadan only, on the narrow gauge.
So, Ajale Koko, there's some big infrastructural developments taking place in Nigeria at the moment. And within the next 2-3 years, when we just had a joke and a laugh at a metro system now taking full, because I think this is the second or third line now that they're opening in Lagos. So now they are opening this corridor now from the seaport to a dry dock in Ibadan, and then to cascade all the way to Kano. So this has now been completed and is ready for use. So all these big projects coming together, I think in 2-3-4 years' time, we may well have a different country headed in the direction that we've always aspired to. Ajane Koko.
Yeah, this is this is a welcome development. Infrastructure, as we know, opens the way for development in the country, particularly when it comes to transportation of goods, transportation of people from one place to the other. And with the introduction of rail services into our system, I think we are heading towards productivity. Because when you have infrastructure like this on the ground, and people can move their goods easily from one part of the country to the other, that will ease, businesses. It will ease, make productivity easier. So it is an infrastructure that is capable of stimulating, economic activity and economic growth for the country. And the government particularly will generate revenue from that. And expansion of our economy will be achieved as well. So we are heading towards a good direction. The government have to intensify more effort, put more effort, more resources into this to make sure that they make it work better, efficiently, and if possible.
So long as it doesn't turn into a white elephant project. What usually happens with Nigeria is they commission these things and then go back in 6 months. It's packed up.
Yes. So I hope they can get the private sector involved into it, and hand it over to private sector. It's only private sector that can manage things well, because private sector will manage it in such a way, they will manage it efficiently, and to make profit as well. And all the government will be doing is to tax the private sector that runs this thing. They shouldn't involve, because they don't want to get involved in businesses at all, in running of businesses. They should let private sector.
Baba Jale Koko, sorry for interjecting. The dry seaport in Ibadan, it was they borrowed the money from China. It's 500 million US dollars. I believe, according to what you just said now about the private sector, I think they are going to take care of it because they want to generate those money. I believe so.
Okay. We hope they will give the private sector
500 billion.
Yeah, because
no, 500 million, not billion. I think he said million.
500 million US dollar. 500 million US dollar. Yeah, from the China company.
Okay. That's not a small money. If you convert it to naira, it runs into several billions, if not even trillion. So they should let the private sector run this thing so that they can run it efficiently, to the economic well-being of the country. And only what they will do as government is just to tax them, get their revenue, and they pay their taxes. That is the only thing. And so it is a welcome development, and it is what Nigeria have been looking for, and they should improve better on it and hand it over to private sector to direct it.
All right, brilliant. I was going to go to BQB, but he's disappeared. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let me move the conversation on from you, Ajanle Koko.
What is the third something that we wanted to talk about?
The third one was Lagos University makes Yoruba language compulsory course for all. But I wanted to get others and then bring it around again. But a brief commentary on that, and then yeah.
I think it looks like our leaders are beginning to see that to keep our culture and tradition, we have to keep the language first, because the language drives the culture and tradition. If you don't have your language, you don't have your culture and tradition. So, and to introduce this at the higher institution, I think it's a welcome development. But I would like them to go further down, go to the elementary, introduce it at the elementary and the secondary school, and make it compulsory for all children that live in Lagos State to study, to learn Yoruba in school. That is the only way. Give them that sense of culture right from youth. And that is the only way we can save our culture and tradition. Give them that sense of, the importance of our culture, the language. I mean, it's just unimaginable, woman, that you talk to some of our children in Nigeria, they cannot even speak Yoruba language, and they are children of Yoruba people. What's the problem with you people? Why can't you? I mean, you grew up, you were taught Yoruba. Your parents raised you with Yoruba language. That does not stop you from doing good in your schoolwork or becoming a successful person in life. Why don't you want your children to speak Yoruba language? So it is. I would like them to let it start right from elementary and secondary school, and as well as university. So it's a welcome development. I really praise them, and I hope that some people will not challenge this at the court, because we have seen what some people did in the past, when Lagos State Assembly introduced a similar way of speaking Yoruba to conduct their proceeding at the what do you call it, in the assembly on Friday, just only on Friday. Some people took them to court. Some Igbos in Lagos, they sued them. They took them to court over that. I hope they will not do that, because if some Igbo or some other ethnic group take this matter to court that they don't want, it's illegal, I think they will offend the Yoruba people in their land, and they should not do that, because it is better in every state of the federation, let the language in that state introduce, similar way of speaking their language in the school. That would be better. Thank you, one man. Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. There's conversations to be had around that, but I want to bring others in first, and then when we do it round again, because I don't think I agree with what you just said, but let's bring others into the conversation first, and then as the conversation goes on, we'll revisit that space. But let's acknowledge Vin, who joins us here in Ghana.
Thank you, one man. And good evening to everybody on the platform, those in the comment section, and my elder brother, Ajale Koko. I would like to start with making Yoruba language compulsory.
No, before you start there, I want to play you a clip, but it would not be Vin if we were not hearing crickets in the background. So we can hear the crickets in the background. So Vin, let me play you this clip before you go into that Yoruba space. So I played Ajale Koko a clip just now of a rail service running all the way from the Apapa port into a dry dock in Ibadan, just to decongest that space, and we were talking about progress. But as always the case in Nigeria, Vin, as you well know, is one step forward and two steps backward. Vin, watch this.
One of our main resources is oil. We're the largest oil refinery in the world. So we buy oil from Nigeria and we refine them and we sell it back to Nigeria. Yeah. So that's basically what we do. So we are one of the largest oil refineries in the world. Right? Because we have no natural resources whatsoever. If some...
Did you see that, Vin?
Yes, I saw it, my brother. I saw it.
So that's some Asian country with the largest. They couldn't even help it. They were just laughing at you. That we buy oil at crude from Nigeria and we refine it and sell it back to them. He. So that's just it. We're laughing stock.
What do you expect? You are Nigeria is the sixth or seventh largest producer of crude oil, but there is no active refineries to refine those crude and make it available to the people of Nigeria to use or even dominate African petroleum market. You send it abroad, you pay freight to send it there. And when it is refined over there, then you bring it back to Nigeria on a very high expenses on freight as well to sell to the people. And that is the reason why the price of petroleum products in Nigeria can never come down. Dangote refinery was inaugurated, and I believe by now it should be producing, petroleum products for Nigerian people and to serve the African market. But I don't see that happening.
That Dangote is a scam now. That's a scam. We all know it's Sakama J,
I don't, look, anytime I come here to speak, many people doesn't, like the way I speak. I have the heart of Biafrans in my heart. And anything that supports Biafra, like one man I am on for it. A country that cannot refine their own products, their own God-given natural resource, at least to ease the problem of the citizens and to a well larger extent, the African market. I dare to tell you, I shudder to say to you people that Nigeria has failed. Nigeria has failed the African continent and Nigerians themselves. It is unimaginable, one man, that you, a country, will export raw materials. Look, I always say, if Nigeria
it is so ridiculous. The biggest beneficiaries who are making the most, they're still laughing at you that how stupid are these people? They send us their crude, we'll sell them petroleum. Look how that woman was just laughing, as she was describing it. That they are Africans, they are dumb.
They know you more than you know yourselves. These people know us more than we know ourselves. They know that we are incapable of doing things that can ease the life or the pains, economic pains of our people. Ghana is not also left out. If Nigeria will get it right, I believe that Ghana will get it right, that the rest of African countries will get it right. As we speak today, most of our gold are shipped abroad in bars. Our cocoa beans in Africa, Ghana and the Ivory Coast produce the highest, quantity of cocoa beans. And Switzerland is making over 15 to 20 billion from chocolate. And the raw materials are from Ivory Coast and Ghana. And I think Nigeria as well. That is what is happening. We are not ready to add local contents to what God has blessed African countries with.
But Vin, that conversation is now starting to take place. I know we are having that conversation on this platform. It is the adopted position of this platform that no resource, no material, no mineral should leave the African shores in its raw state. So there has to be one process gone through. Maybe it is washing, maybe it is shelling, maybe it is whatever it is. There has to be a process towards that end product gone through on the African soil, wherever it is. So if they are getting the diamonds, maybe it is the cutting of the diamond before they take it somewhere to finance it. Maybe if they are getting gold, maybe it is melting it into bars before they take it somewhere to turn it into jewelries. If it's cocoa, maybe they should shell it, grind it before, there has to be because that creates job and wealth.
Yes, it creates jobs and wealth, and it, remove most of our people. It is going to remove most of our people from, poverty. The rate of poverty that is going on in Africa. Look at what is happening in Niger. Their uranium is mined and shipped to France. Gold in Ghana and South Africa, Botswana, diamond, and the rest of them is mined and shipped to UK, where you are. UK doesn't have gold deposits on their ground. But why would they be having gold vaults that helps to maintain their currency? These are some of the things. And remember that these people, these stooges of the Western countries that are bent in impoverishing their own people will not allow you to put up such factories that is going to add local content and create jobs for their own people because they are benefiting outrightly from it. If you look at Nigeria, during Obasanjo's time, Bola Ige time, and the reason why Bola Ige was, assassinated, in my own opinion, because I believe that Bola Ige was assassinated. Nigeria spent over $16 billion in order to make electricity common to the Nigerian people. But up to today, what is going on? There is nothing, because what you see now is so much emphasis on the importation of the genset into Nigeria that creates pollution, noise pollution to the people of Nigeria. There is no light. If you tell me where you can get 24 hours light in Nigeria, probably in Abuja, because when I was in Abuja, or in the barracks, when I was serving, we were having a 24-hour supply in the barracks. And if you don't give us light, the soldiers will come after the managing director controlling that particular electricity company in that place. They will go after you. So they have no other option than to give us light, even if you don't have light in your own house. Till today, there is no light in Nigeria. People are benefiting from it to the detriment of the people. And you cannot develop a country in such system. There are people that are milking Nigerians by bringing or importing genset into Nigeria. And that is why you cannot see light in that country. If I want to tell you, irrespective of how poor we are in Ghana here, as I'm speaking to you, if I put up my camera here, I am in my farm. If you can put me on, I am in my farm. I am in my farm. It's about 160.
Hold on. Just for people to know, when Vin comes here to plead poverty, it's a lie. This guy here that you are looking at on your screen, he has about 570 herds of cattle.
258.
Yes, and a head of cattle is about $1,500. So in Ghana, it's a multi-millionaire, and he will come here to be pleading poverty and acting like a Vin. We are on to you.
You see, one man, I would have loved to see a country, because I serve the Nigerian government. I served Nigeria for 18 years. That is why I emphasize so much on the progress of that country. And in a situation where things are not working well, I have to associate myself with such a country. Since independence 1960, they got independence 1960 and a republic 1963. Instead of Nigeria to make progress, that is where my mother comes from. They are retrogressing. As we speak today, the number or hours of electricity that you were getting in the 80s has depreciated. Today, even here that I'm staying, here in my father's land, we have what we call prepaid meters that are given to people. You request and it is given to you. If it is not there, they will give you what they call postpaid. And that postpaid is being calculated based on what you consume. But if you are fortunate to have your prepaid meters, you pay according to what you consume as well. So that is irrespective of how poor we are. We are poor in Ghana, my brother. I don't.
I've always thought it was a bit of an unfair parallel to draw. In terms of land mass, Ghana is no bigger than Ibadan, and in terms of population, it's smaller than Lagos in population size. So it's a more condensed space, easier to manage. Nigeria is the size of a mini continent, and the population of an entire human type. So you are comparing apples with oranges, Vin.
Yeah, you see, God has, God in His mercy, give every country what is going to sustain them. I read an article in Imo State, in a place they call Uguta, where Nigerian government has discovered over 200 trillion cubic of natural gas. In Imo State, Nigeria has everything. Look, if you have good leaders, leaders with conscience, leaders with vision, countries like Ghana will be looking for visa to come to Nigeria. European countries will be looking for visa, queuing to get visa, acquire visas to come to Nigeria. Just like the way Nigerians are queuing in the American embassy in Abuja and Lagos to go to the US. God has given every country on this world what that they can use if actually that they are going to harness it in order to better the lives of their people. But they have failed. They have failed. Imagine in a situation in Nigeria where you have 4 refineries apart from Dangote, but they cannot refine crude oil for their people. What do you think that country will be?
It's a failure in governance. In fact, there is no argument that can justify it. Nigeria is the top 7 oil exporting countries in the world. It has a population of about 200 million people, which is a lie, by the way, but let's go with that. You know, is one of the top 30 largest economies in the world. And we have to go to some random Asian country to refine our own crude oil in order that then they sell it back to us as petrol. It is not a black thing. It is not an African thing. It is not a clever or dumb thing. It is just unfathomable. It's corruption. It's corrupt. That is the ugly face of corruption.
One man. If Nigeria will get it correct today, the rest of the African country will have no option than to queue in.
Is that why you are pinning all your hopes on Jagaban?
No, you see, for me, like I told you before, I am not a proponent of one Nigeria because I have seen a lot of things that are going wrong in Nigeria. Take, for instance, the election that happened. And to correct you, Ghana is 81.2 million. And our landmass is bigger than that of Lagos. I think Lagos is less than 20 or 21 million. And the GDP of Lagos is, I think, about 50 or so. But Ghana is about 70-something, 80-something billion in GDP. And if you compare Ghana with Nigeria,
I thought your economy had collapsed. Did it not collapse last year?
Yeah, our economy has not collapsed. We are still managing, but things are difficult. Look, I want to tell you.
Sorry, Vin.
Our inflation rate is 40. Formerly, it was 42-point-something%. But today, we are under IMF. That is what I'm trying to tell you. It is not Uhuru in Ghana. It is not Uhuru in Ghana. The living standard in Ghana is higher than that of Nigeria, irrespective of what is happening in Nigeria. Ghana, we are suffering because we have government that has refused to think out of the box.
Your inflation is one of the highest in the world.
Yes, that is what I told you. Right now is 40.1 or 2%. Okay, so when you come to
and you are heavily leveraged as well. Your borrowing
indebted. We are heavily indebted. We cannot even pay the amortization. Is it amortization? Yes, the interest on the loan.
In fact, things are so bad. Dangote can probably buy that country.
Dangote cannot even buy our country because Dangote is, if you look at it in the right space, if people, Nigerians, there is a favorable environment for people to operate, Dangote will not be the richest person in Nigeria, because we in the military, we know what Obasanjo did when he came in. We know what Abu Salam and Abacha did to Dangote. Most of the things that you see Dangote is proud of today are, things that those corrupt military, generals invested in that country, in that company. Most of you doesn't know about that. Most of you doesn't know most of the things that happened. He had the monopoly to do everything in that country, into a larger extent to the West African countries. So that is, if you allow a favorable, environment for people to, to do their businesses, Dangote will not be the richest man in Nigeria. He enjoys the Nigerian federal government, what I call what do they call it, sir?
Patronage.
Favors, yes, favors from the federal government, and that is there. Most of us, when we come out to say it, people will say, "Oh, you are just sentimental. You are just this, that." But that is the reality, and that will tell you if you want to go and read.
The same thing go to Peter Obi too. Peter Obi too. All of them, they benefit from the military. Peter Obi too work for this former head of state too. All of them, they're all the same.
Yes, my brother.
Vin, can I ask you a question? Yeah, you see, I want to ask you a question. Is it a bad thing to try and push some of your individuals or companies or industrialists, give them duty waivers? And one man should also bear me witness on this. I think Nigerians had a very bad education as regards some of these things, irrespective of our educational status. This is what they do in other climes. I was on the website of a UK government the other day. I saw a whole lot of waivers that they give to ordinary people, and the ones they give to investors, the ones they give to people that are big time. I mean, there's rich guys, people that are in the private sector. But when it comes to Nigeria, because of the tribal bigotry that has eaten deep into our system and into our body, we see everything as something else. I can tell you for free, America, they don't joke with their Fortune 500 companies. So I should ask you, is it a bad thing if a government gives waiver to an industrialist or a company that they felt could also push the fortune of the country to help the government generate more jobs and some other things? Is it a bad thing to give them waiver, import duties, and some of these things? We should talk about the context. Just stop saying it's because it's not this, is that.
Let me give you my own opinion, my brother. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. It is not a bad thing. You must protect the indigenous business people, SMEs, in the United States. The reason why United States is the food basket of the world is because of the low interest rate they give to their farmers. We can't compete with them. And Nigeria, can you get loan from the banks to invest in agriculture at a lower price, like let's say 2%?
Mr. They gave you 1.1 trillion. Our people have not returned that money. 1.1 trillion naira was given to rice farmers. They only pay 540-something billion. 577 is still lagging.
Yes.
Let me quickly add something. Vin, you said something the other time. I wanted to correct. Well, that Ghana's GDP is bigger than that of Lagos. That's not correct. Lagos is bigger than Ghana in terms of GDP, and it's bigger than Kenya in terms of GDP.
Lagos is the fifth largest economy in Africa. Lagos contributes 30% of Nigeria's GDP.
What is the nominal?
And the GDP of Nigeria is 440 billion as at 2021. So Lagos was contributing $102 billion, why Ghana has 71 point something billion as their GDP. So Lagos is nowhere. Ghana is nowhere close to Lagos in terms of GDP.
I am not in the house to check as I am talking here because the same phone I'm using to make my submission.
Hold on, Vin. We have a man that is like the Kulata of Kenya, so he's a statistician. Yes, Kaizo, are those figures right, Kaizo?
Yes. Lagos.
Don't tell me you've lost connection as well.
We can't hear him.
No, I think he may have been interrupted. Carry on.
Okay. You see, the reason why most of these things are happening, the way things are going on in Africa is because of lack of leadership. That is what I am telling you here. Because I say, and I maintain, I will continue to reiterate, if Nigeria gets it right, the big brother, unquote, Nigeria, gets it right today, the rest of the smaller African countries will follow suit.
All right, I think we have Kaizo. So Kaizo, confirm those figures because it's our belief that Lagos is the 7th to 5th largest economy in Africa, certainly by several $1 billion bigger than Ghana's economy.
Yes, this is 100% correct. Lagos is even bigger than Kenya by $5 billion. So yeah, that is 100% true.
Is Kenya bigger than Ghana in terms of their GDP?
Yes, by quite a lot.
Yes, I think by 20-something $1 billion or so.
And lastly, Kaizo, when I was saying jokingly that Dangote could buy Ghana in its state now, is that a possibility if we were to auction Ghana?
No, I think Dangote's amount of money is not quite there yet, right? But he could definitely buy Accra.
Yes, because we're looking to buy Ghana. Their rascally behavior is getting out of control. Vin.
Okay, you see, some people, most of my friends here.
Vin.
Come again?
Sorry, carry on, Vin.
Okay, you see, so these are some of the things that we are passing through in Africa. So if we cannot get it right, then we don't need to blame anybody because we don't have good leadership that are going to make these things possible for the rest of the citizens in Africa. Africa, irrespective of whatever we say politically, diplomatically, or whatever, the question is this: how has Africa failed? How has the leaders of the African continent failed to their own people? That is the question we need to ask ourselves. Because if you cannot get to your house in order, it is very, very difficult. And that is the reason why when I was in Libya doing my counterterrorism course, you see a lot of people passing through the Agadez Desert, through the Mediterranean Sea in order to get to Europe. And these European countries that most of you are staying today are not endowed with natural resources. The resources that they are benefiting from the corruption that is going on in the African continent, are from Africa. And most of our people are running there because they utilized it and made it possible for their people to benefit. If Africa will get it right today, people like you will not even remain there. You will come back, you will be proud to come back home.
Hold on. Don't interject just yet because I want to move the conversation on. Vin, before I move the conversation from you, give us a brief commentary on the Wole Soyinka commentaries in South Africa. So I've seen a lot of you guys on the Obedient platforms, doing the usual flogging of Wole Soyinka. But what's your take on Soyinka's commentaries that Peter Obi came third? Yeah,
that was where I wanted to go to. You see, I am not an obedient. Fact checked. I am not an obedient. And I've come here in this platform where I see people like Rational Mind, Ajani Koko, World Peace, make their submissions, and I've made my own submissions severally on this platform that I am not pro-Nigerian. That being said, you see, if someone like my great professor, the Nobel laureate of Africa, the first in Africa to make such comment in South Africa, it is bad, in my own opinion. Very, very bad, in my own opinion. And before the election, I told you people here that your votes don't count in Nigeria. Your votes don't count. You will vote, the INEC will select, and they will ask you to go to court, and court will validate. And the tribunal will validate. What tribunal says will not be different from what the Supreme Court would say, because we have a precedent has been set already in Imo State, where a man who came forth was made to be the first, and that man is still here today. They didn't fall. I am questioning the process that validated the vote the Nigerian people cast in that election. What did all of you know? And I believe that one man, you played the video of Festus Okoye and the interview that was granted in Chatham House to the INEC chair. What did he say? The reason why the youth came out to do what they did in that election, presidential election, was because of the assurances they got from the INEC chair that Beavers biometric verification accreditation system is mandatory according to the INEC, the electoral law.
Vin, let's tackle that space for a moment. So now, the Beavers, that's for accreditation, by the way, but we're really talking about the IREV, which is to upload the results onto the portal. So there seems to be a lot of conversation around that although a few days to the election, Mahmoud Yakubu actually withdrew that assurance. But let's leave it at that assurance that they were going to upload the election results in real time. So now they did that for the senatorial elections, they did that for the assembly elections, but they did not do that for the presidential election. So them not, yes, but they subsequently did, but they did not do it in real time. Does that then invalidate the result of that election?
You see, what I'm trying to say is this. When INEC, according to the constitution of that country, says that Beavers is a game changer to avoid this problem that we are talking about today, if INEC lives up to expectation, we will not be saying this. One man, why did the Beavers accredited at the polling stations where votes in Ghana here we say elections are won at the polling station? If the Beavers, and we use Beavers here too, in our elections. If the Beavers were to accredit voters, valid voters, which should be sent or transmitted electronically to the IRF so that everybody will view it irrespective of where you are, why didn't it work in the presidential?
Yes, hold on.
And they worked in the National Assembly.
Vin, we've had that conversation ad infinitum. So we have to progress from that conversation. So yes, they were able to upload Assembly, they were able to upload Senate, but they were not able to upload the presidential. So does that mean then that the votes cast at the presidential election, does that invalidate it by your reckoning?
Yeah, in my own opinion, it invalidates that
because
election.
they were not able to upload it.
Because that was what they promised. They gave Nigerian voters their word. If it works in the other one, why didn't it work in this one? So
Vin, let me ask you a question.
Does that not sound nonsensical to you?
Vin, can I ask you a question, Vin? So
yes, sir.
Yes, you question the process. So for not being able to upload the result in real time, okay, and you are of the position that it should be cancelled. Okay, let me ask you this question. So, why, if Obi and his team are very sure that they rigged the election, where are the election result documents that they have to justify their claim? Why can't they present it at the court?
Yeah. Do you remember, elder brother Jani Koko? Do you remember that INEC refused to give them the papers, accreditation?
No. They are results from the polling units. Everybody gets a form DC something from the polling units. So they have the result anyway.
But the ones were not issued.
Hold on, let Vince. Yeah.
The ones on the papers were not issued to them. You see, INEC is
no. Hold on. They have it anyway. They look, Vin. When the elections take place at a polling unit, all parties have polling agents there. Once the votes have been cast and counted, then the INEC officials then say, this is what was counted, because the votes are counted in front of everybody. So they say, is this a true reflection? And if all of the polling agents agree, they'll sign, and everybody gets a copy. Party 8 gets his copy, Party B gets his copy, Labour Party gets his copy. So Labour Party has copies of all of the votes cast in every polling unit. So why are they not able to make an argument based on the votes cast rather than what time the results were uploaded onto IREV?
You know one man. This what election process in Nigeria is very, very flawed. If you remember what Jerry Ghana said that there is no election in Nigeria that has never been rigged. Yaradua also, may his soul rest in peace, that the election that brought him into power was also rigged. You see, this has
they were not speaking to the 2023 elections. They were speaking to elections past.
There is a foundation. One man, a foundation has been laid. Precedence has been set in the Nigerian electioneering system. These things are there. What was the correction the INEC supposed to do in order to make sure that people's votes are counted?
Hold on, Vin. You are not answering the question. Where are the election result slip that will be got from the polling booth to present at the court to justify? Look, forget about Arab said, just forget about that. The sheet of paper.
It is not when the results were
where
uploaded.
They write, where all the agents sign.
It's the votes cast that matter.
Okay.
It's not when the results were uploaded.
Yes. Where are those ones?
Okay.
I want to hold on. Let me tell you. The governor of Imo State. Yes. Governor of Imo State, that is a governor today. INEC did not declare him as the winner. He gathered all the election results slip. That was what he presented at the court, and the judges saw it and declared him the winner. So why can't Obi do the same thing too?
I heard you, Adali Koko. You are an elder. You remember at that Supreme Court against Ihedi and those of them, the number of voters exceeded the valid votes that were there. It exceeded. Go and check the what Hokus of them are presented. The valid votes exceeded the number of registered voters in Imo State. But he was made the governor of Imo State. They haven't done it for. You see, the problem is this.
If I may come in,
let me land my thought so that I will give other people chance. Please, if you permit me, say. You see, the problem of Nigeria when it comes to election is the INEC. If the INEC get it right, irrespective of who stand, this problem that we are having today wouldn't have been there. It wouldn't have been there. If you look at the history,
we're not actually having a problem. We're having an artificial situation that does not hold water. We're having a coupled together a fictitious problem, a fictitious indignation that does not hold water, because that's what the appeal court told us, that everything lacked merit, that a totality of nonsense. That's what they told us, which is what we think as well. A totally that because results were not uploaded on IREV, then an election in time because they were subsequently uploaded, then an election has to be cancelled. Does that even cohere? How does that cohere with reason and logic or common sense?
I want to say something real quick. I think these people making argument that Mahmoud gave them assurance, that was why they came out to vote. But this election cycle has the lowest turnout despite a very high number of registered voters. So that argument doesn't really add up.
But there was suppression. There was suppression of voters in many places in Nigeria.
Vin, I just want to add something, please.
All right, say that, and then bring it home, Vin, and then we move the conversation on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I think on this platform, I've once stated that I know of some guys that works for Tinubu that he got them, young guys that he got he got a bungalow for them, in a duplex for them in Lekki. And I was told that he has them all over the 36 states like that they strategize for him. Do you know that during this election, those guys were actually used as a situation room? And I believe all parties have their own situation room. So what it means is, as the voters are casting their votes and they are rounding up in every polling unit, their agent takes a copy of what they have, snap it, and send it real time to the situation room so that they can continue to collate their results. And this is how these people collate their results and come when INEC is calling it and they are checking. If you notice, they will check with the figures in that they have written in their own paper, and they will be cross-checking with what INEC will finally tell them was what they scored. So these people know the figures. If you are talking of electoral malpractices, okay, maybe overvoting happened. It happened everywhere. In the East, it happened. In the North, it happened. The West, it happened. But if you want to tell me that there was a change in figure from what INEC declared at the polling unit and finally declared at the end of the day, if there was, these people will have brought it out as proof. But because there was none, that was why they could not prove it. And that's what Baba Janle Koko is saying.
Okay. You see, for me, whatever that happens in Nigeria in their elections happens the way it happens because people want it to happen that way. Whether POB won, Atiku won, Bola Ahmed Tinubu won, is irrelevant now because the court has ruled. And what we have to look at now is the processes that brought these malfeasance, these electoral malfeasance into being. How do you move forward from it? Must Nigerians allow this system to continue the way it is, that people will continue?
What is wrong with the system that it should not be allowed to continue? We've had just the best organized yet elections that we've real quantum leaps in gains we've had in this electoral cycle. To the point that a complete outsider wins a place like Lagos State. To the point that Kano State was lost, that there'll be two states in the middle belt. So that's the sort of it, and that's the process that have facilitated that. So what malfeasance are we talking about? There's a quirks. There be a few glitches in the system, and even they should just abandon that real time completely if it's going to make this much of a mess. But the best election we've had so far.
No, Woman, I disagree with you. The best election Nigerians that ever happened in Nigeria was Abiola, which I...
That's not true.
Yeah, of course it's not true.
Which I, listen now, my brother, which I, during my time in the military, supervised. That was the best election so far in Nigeria.
Can you explain it? Wait, what tool did they use during that election that makes it more credible than this one?
You see, if you go back, I don't know how many, you see, but those of us that were in the field as at that time, even the soldiers, the police, the armed forces voted. We voted, they call it special, we were special voters. And when the result came, you see that the armed forces were in support of Abiola, and a very drastic change in the politics of Nigeria as at that time.
So because armed forces voted for him, that's what makes that election more credible than this one. Was it the same armed forces that changed and reversed the election?
One man, let me go back to this other one. You see, this.
Go back and then bring it home so that we can move the conversation.
I'm rounding up. If we will continue to go back and front in this issue of elections in Nigeria, it is very, very shameful that a country like Nigeria, in the history of Nigeria, has never conducted a free, transparent election. And that is why you see the litigation that is going on. The European community issued statement on the elections, their position on the election that took place. But as Nigerians can have
they did not damn it. They said there were room for improvement, but it was quite a
But what do you expect them to say? What do you expect them to say?
Yes, what did you expect them to say?
They were just being diplomatic on it. So there is.
So you are inferring into what they said, what they did not say.
Oh man, I know you will continue to counter me on this, but let me.
All right, carry on.
What happens in Nigeria remains in Nigeria, and it left for the Nigerian people to enjoy it. You see, for the introduction of Yoruba language, you see, Nigeria is an ethnic diverse nation.
Hello, woman.
The reason why.
Sorry, enigmatic. Let Vin land so that we can.
The reason why. I just want to ask him.
No, don't ask him, because then it will. Because he wants to speak on the Yoruba language, and I'm conscious that people have been waiting. Yeah.
The reason why I speak Fulfude, the Fulani language, and the Hausa language, and some of the Bagi language and Lantan language is because I lived in the north and it wasn't compulsory. And when you look at the curriculum, the curriculum of Nigeria, the educational curriculum of Nigeria, you have 3 languages there. And that is where I have problem with. There is Ijo, one of the 3rd or the 4th largest ethnic group in Nigeria. That has not been recognized, but it is always Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. But the other ones, nobody is paying attention to them. But if a state, if the Nigerian constitution that 1999 constitution I call a military decree, named Constitution of Nigeria, is something to go by, or approves that states or ethnic, the tribes in Nigeria can, do that in their various states, then so be it. So be it. That is what I would say in that case. If, because the 1999 Constitution said that anything that is not in line with the 1999 Constitution is ab initio, must be thrown away.
Charlie.
If the 1999 Constitution, validates the encouragement of, making it compulsory for people to study, like you said it before in your, your readout, that you see it as very, very nonsensical. If the Constitution, validates it, then I have no problem with it. As long as it doesn't go against the ground norm, then I have no problem with it. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put by Vin here in Ghana. So that's Vin there in Ghana. So that's Vin there in Ghana. And somewhere in America, let's go to Joel of Nashville. So Joel, you're up next. Joel.
Yeah, one man. Good evening. How you guys doing?
How's
it going? How's it going, House? How's it going?
We're all good. I knew you couldn't resist the allure of Soyinka whipping you guys. So what's your take then? Labour Party leadership knew Obi lost 2023 elections at polls. So that's Soyinka. A quick reminder, and then you give us commentaries.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also, and then it became a regional party more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Gbajue. That is, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. These recent elections.
So there it is. Sakama J, Gbabima Gbabe, Mariwole Mari, Regun, all of that. Gbajue. So this Gbajue politics that Peter Obi is introducing to the Nigerian lexicon, Joel of Nashville.
Well, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. My name is Joel of Nashville, as usual. Back here again. Well, one man. Soyinka statement was an unfortunate one. I had wanted to ask him what is his obsession with the obedience. We are doing what he could not do, what he and his age mate, or I would say his cadre, could not do. It is quite unfortunate that Soyinka, with every baggage that Tinubu has today, has chosen to pick on Obi. The first time he made a statement, nobody asked him any question. Soyinka from nowhere came up and attacked him, and we went for him. Again, Peter Obi even went, visited him to tell him, hey, dude, it's not like that, blah, 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 which I was against. Because you see, in a country where there is no truth, lies seem to be the order of the day. Never seen Soyinka attack Tinubu. Never seen him attack Atiku. It is the person that made a difference in this election. It's the person you're attacking. Soyinka should tell us where he belongs to.
Just before you carry on, was what he said actually, was it factually true or not?
It was factually lies.
Okay.
Look, one man, whether we like it or not, I know Tinubu is dead today. Tomorrow it could be someone else. We could be receiving the other end of the stick. The truth is the truth. The truth cannot always change with each election, which each tribe, depending on which tribe and all that. The truth is the truth. The truth is that the election was marred with irregularities. I heard some people here saying that, oh, why didn't you present? They did present it. They did present the result, the polling unit results. INEC gave them 10,000. And one man, look, let me tell you, you know, if you have been listening to the news.
So sorry, are you saying they presented polling results given to them by INEC?
The polling results given to them by INEC.
At the polling unit, or that they got from INEC directly?
No, from the IREF, right? Because what actually happened?
No, hold on. What about their copies from the polling units? Where are those?
Okay, this is the thing, right? They had this is the thing, right? One man. It was not all polling units that all political parties, not just Labour Party, all political parties had agents. And secondly, even if they do have agents, it will be very, very, very hard to prove a case of a polling unit irregularities within the time given to them. Now, even with the
did Labour Party have a situation room during that election?
They did have a situation room, one man.
And were their agents sending the results from the field?
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it is not all polling units that
were those results not able to prove that Obi won the election? The results being sent in by the polling agents?
No, the area being contested, right? Some of them, like in a place like River State, for instance, let's take River State for instance. River State was marred with heavy violence, right? So the results, most of those results gotten from River State, was made at the collation center. You were on the election day where elections were being manipulated in Lagos State. It was being manipulated in Lagos State. And some people come out here to say, oh, there was nothing there. In Lagos State.
Hello, you saw it on camera. Please, I have a question, please.
Go ahead. If you have to ask a question, go ahead, madam.
Yes, please, sir. I have two questions concerning this election results. The first question is that those areas that LP got some vote and we are successful, doesn't mean the results were rigged or it was fair. My second question is this: does it mean that the results that was presented showed that Obi won all the states and that qualified him to become the president? Thank you.
Okay, and to your first question, you said if you asked if Obi if the areas where Obi won, that it was whether it was rigged. Now there is no proof to that effect, and I will let you know. I will tell you this for free. That whenever you have a movement like this, you don't need to. We saw the campaign, how it was being run. We saw the matches.
I'm not talking about the campaign. I'm talking about.
Let me add on to Princess's question. Did INEC conduct the elections in the Southeast? Did they conduct it fairly and prudently in the Southeast?
No.
So all those 98% votes, they were rigged. Is that what you're saying?
No, it could have been more.
The rig Obi now. The rig Obi in Southeast.
Right?
No, that one was fair now. That one was fair. It's only
it's supposed to be 110%.
It's only where he lost that is not fair.
One man.
So in areas that Obi won, INEC did well. But the areas that he lost, it was rigging. Is that it?
If you be listening to me, then I'll answer your question very well. Okay. Even in the Southeast, INEC was not fair to the Labour Party. If you check the time the materials landed in Southeast, if you look at the irregularities that even happened in some areas in Imo State, especially the Olu zone, where there was no election, but results emanated from there, there was a whole lot of these things happening.
Who did those results favor?
It was APC. That was done.
Tinubu barely got 1,000 votes in most of the southeastern states.
You said what now?
I said Tinubu barely got 1,000. We can go and bring the results out again. He barely got 1,000 votes in most of the southeastern. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I am not saying that Tinubu should have gotten more or less. All I'm just saying is that the Labour Party.
That's not what you are saying. What you are saying is that they rigged in Imo State for APC. So a party they rigged for did get below 1,000. And you even said LP should have gotten more.
Yes. What I'm saying is this, right? In the Southeast, the LP should have gotten more in the Southeast. There was voter oppression. Remember, there was a pre-election voter oppression where we saw what they call it, voters card everywhere, scattered everywhere. We saw people that went to the to INEC to get their voters card, and they were denied. It is so many things that happened.
APC got 2,516 votes in Imo State. 2,000.
No, man, we are not listening to him. Obi should have gotten 99%. That's what he's saying.
Instead of 90.
Yeah, that is even cheated.
My brother, it's not about the percentage. It is about
when you say it should have been more, what do you mean?
So
for a man who got 95,
if you want to ask me a question, you ask me a question. I'm not here for a fight.
Please, how do you explain those LP people that won without even that Kekena Pep guy that did not even campaign that much and he won some seats? How do you explain some established politicians that were removed and some new ones that got in? So all
that was the forces of the people. So you
mean INEC was fair in some areas?
People are not even ready for settlement.
INEC will not do anything on that.
All right, Joel, navigate yourself back to Soyinka and then carry on.
One man. The issue there is this. That is where I'm coming from. Soyinka should be an elder statesman, or he should just shut up. It's enough of him. We've had enough of him. His generation put this country where we are today. And it is a bad thing when you see an elder lying. So Soyinka should just respect his old age. He has done his bit during his when he was young. And since then, I've not seen any contribution. That man has contributed.
Keep quiet and let LP set the country ablaze.
What?
He should keep quiet and let these obedient people set the country ablaze.
There is nobody setting no country ablaze. You guys should stop the propaganda. Tell me where you see Obi tell his people to go and protest. We are the one that say we want to protest. He said do not protest. So how is it? In every movement there are extremists, but you can't.
Is Soyinka entitled to an opinion on the politics?
No, he's entitled to his own opinion.
Right.
But you see, your own right of swinging your arms stops where my own right of defending my nose begins. He should just stop it. It is becoming
it should stop voicing. This is something he has done all of his life. When we were doing a section on Biafra yesterday, it was part of the people fighting for Biafra.
One man. We have someone we have Tinubu, who is the president.
Yes.
Who is education qualification? I can't imagine if this was Obi, one man every day, we will be on his case.
If what was Obi?
If it was Obi that had this baggage that Tinubu has with the certificate.
What baggage? What baggage does he have with the certificate?
Oh no! If you don't be flowing, it's not for me to tell you now, because you have a way of sidelining issues that have to do with your principle. But it is as serious for me as a citizen of Nigeria and someone that went through the process to see many people out here in the United States, even there in Nigeria, acquiring degrees, certificates that are normal, that the world respects us for, only to be led by someone whose primary, secondary, and university education is questionable. It's a shame. Whether you want to switch it this way or the other way, you want to look at it this way or the other way. It is sad. Something as simple as presentation of certificates is being shrouded in mischief, in I don't know. And all of us are just
in what? No, you are making a lot of vague commentaries, but you're not landing on any point.
One man, I have made my comment. I am saying that Tinubu is a criminal. If you want me to learn,
you can say
please don't say that. Don't call him a criminal. Don't call the president of a nation a criminal. I detest it. I abhor it.
Hold on,
stop
Baba.
it.
Guys, please let her just speak. The president is fair game, so he can say anything. You have been skirting around some certificates. So what are you saying? What are you saying about his certificates? That's really what I want to know.
One man,
right.
You are here.
Yes.
If you have a company and I come to apply for a job, you're going to ask me for my credentials. If you ask me for my credentials and I am running around doing one or two things, not presenting it, you're not going to give me that job. So let's not make Tinubu's own a different case. We have a situation where even the court is coming out to say, even Chicago University is coming out to say, we do not recognize the certificate Tinubu has. You've not been reading the news? Maybe I'm the only one reading it. It is sad.
I think you're speaking from Indian.
Sorry, let him just.
You can say anything you want to say, but I'm just telling you what is out there today, and this is the news. And if you've not seen it,
did you find that you got that offensive immediately I said that?
Which news? Which news? Carry that one.
It's a which news that one. Babaja, this news, what I'm telling you right here, I cannot just go and for Tinubu apart from anything.
Which news? Carry it that the school came out to tell the world that they don't recognize his certificate.
It is there. Go and
one man, please. I sent you a link now.
News
check it.
Now from which platform?
From
which
news? It is
which
there.
News house? Which news house? Carry
it.
Atiku's lawyer subpoenaed the Chicago University, and they said they cannot. It is here.
It's clear.
They deliberated in Arise TV today. And yesterday as well.
They deliberate a lot of things. Hold on. Watch this.
Well, now that the cat has been let out of the bag, I actually went to Chicago, Illinois, myself. That Bola Tinubu is a known drug lord. And I said this 5 months ago. I said he is a known drug lord and that if I am lying, he should take me to court. I mean, Nigeria cannot have a known drug lord as our president for the reason that we are going to be vulnerable to blackmail by foreign intelligence services. They'll blackmail him because they're going to have information on him and they're going to make him take actions that are against the interests of Nigeria. I went there, I verified it. And now you guys have seen the documents out there everywhere, certified true copies of the document. I went there. This is not somebody saying, for love of my country, I went to Chicago, I investigated this man, and you can sue me to court if I'm lying. I'm here at Chicago State University. I'm here for meetings. I want to find out something. Such a lovely place, lovely university. I'm here. Something big is coming. I don't want to say. I've had some meetings. I'm still going to have other meetings.
And from here, I'm also going to go to a junior college, a second junior college. So Chicago is a nice place. It's a lovely place, especially Chicago State University. And you know, just want to see what happens. Now, this is Renan Omokri from
all right. I'll look for the clip. That wasn't quite the clip that I wanted to play. But there's another clip, which I will dig out in a moment, where this guy still, in front of that lawn, tells us that he's just been to check, and they told him that not only did he graduate from there, he graduated with distinction. So, and then he went on to use those credentials to work as a senior auditor at Mobile Petroleum. So there is that, and there's also this. Let me give you this one as well.
Some people will tell you it's an entire Gbajue that we are dealing with.
Yeah, well, it has gone to the Supreme Court, and we'll wait for the Supreme Court judgment. I mean, obviously, his statement has elicited a lot of reactions. Well, in the same vein, a public affairs analyst, Gbajue Ogunsoya, was trending on Wednesday after he stated during a live television interview that he was a classmate of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the Chicago State University and graduated alongside the president from the Department of Accounting and Business Administration in 1979. Well, during the interview, Ogunsoya accused those disputing Tinubu's academic records of being mischievous because Tinubu was a governor for 8 years. How had a university degree?
We met in the school, Chicago State University, and we were in the same department, College of Accounting, Business and Administration, with a major in accounting.
Yes.
With major in accounting. And we were in the same class together, and we graduated. He did attend the university, Chicago State University, and he graduated in 1979.
Okay, as you did.
As I did.
In 1979.
Yes, so I'm here to testify that he did attend the university and he was a good student. People were being mischievous in the first place because he was a governor for 8 years. Somebody who worked for Mobile for several years, and you're contesting that he didn't go to college university. How is that possible? I cannot imagine how that is possible, that they are claiming that he didn't go to the... Sometimes the president might be embellished in...
All right, that's sufficient enough of that. So Renan Omokri, I'll dig it up in a moment. Renan Omokri went to Chicago State University, where he spoke to them, and the university told him he graduated with distinction. His classmate is telling you, even with anecdotes, that he was there. The guy went on to use credentials of that education to work in Mobile, Deloitte and Touche, and other prestige spaces. So are you then saying that he did not work in Mobile, or he used fake credentials, that Chicago State University were lying when they said he graduated from there, that he did not work in Deloitte and Touche, or he used fake credentials? What exactly are you saying?
Thank you, one man. First and foremost, this clown here I'm looking at, right, is this case has been on for 20 years, and this clown did not come out to say anything. When I look at this man, I know that in my class when I was in school, that there are people that was much older than, no doubt. But he's quite young. So there is nothing I can say about this man that, presented this as fact. Now, one man to Renan Omokri, you see, one man, and when you come to make inquiry in a school, it's a different ball game. When it's about the courts, it's a different ball game. So
when the school lying to Renan Omokri that he graduated from there with distinction.
No, the thing there is that, right? I am not trying to say that nobody told Renan Omokri that. But the thing there is that, you see, these are people on the front desk. When you go to dig about the nitty-gritty of that certificate, then there are things that you cannot just wish away. First and foremost, that he went in as a woman and graduated as a male. Oh, how? What certificate did Tinubu use what certificate did Tinubu use to apply for those jobs? Because definitely they should have asked him, dude, you are not a female. Right? They should have asked him that, dude, you are not a female. So,
didn't he have dean of faculty? Didn't he attend sessions for 2 years?
No, that was the same way Buhari came back as Jibril, you know. Same way
it doesn't matter if
he went as a male, came back as a female. We don't use that kind of tactic.
I did not believe in it. I believe Buhari is Buhari. So I don't know who.
Can I read the court statement to you yesterday, which is what you people are quoting? A CSU spokeswoman said the university can confirm the president graduated. However, it cannot authenticate the diploma because it is ceremonial document that is not part of a student's official academic life. That is the statement that is being spinned out of context. The thing here, the key word is he graduated. The university confirmed it over and over and over and over again.
Baba, I want you to watch this. I want you to watch this, Baba. Let me make it a full screen. Watch this. It's unbelievable that this is a conversation. They are trying to create a drama that doesn't exist.
On September 19th, 2022, I went to Chicago to verify from Chicago State University if Bola Tinubu attended their university. I went there. There's video evidence that I went there. And Chicago State University actually verified that Bola Tinubu attended. Now, I don't like Bola Tinubu. I believe and I know and I produce evidence, facts in form of court papers that he is a known drug lord. However, if I'm going to criticize him, I am not going to criticize him based on lies. And I told the world my findings. I told the media. I said it all over. Now, on Tuesday, September 22nd, I was interviewed on Arise Television. And while I was interviewed on Arise Television, one of their panelists or one of their, let's say, journalists told a lie. He claimed that a subpoena had been issued by a lawyer to Chicago State University. And that subpoena, that it was responded by Chicago State University, who said that Bola Tinubu never attended that university. That is a lie. I know that some of these journalists might have maybe candidates that they're supporting, and I have some information I'm not going to release to the public about their activities. However, that's not true. You see, I have a document that was given to me by Chicago State University, and in addition to this, I'm going to also give you their email address. You can contact Chicago State University at csu/registrar@csu.edu. It's going to flash up on the screen. You can verify for yourself whether or not what I've said is true. I mean, you can also call them. Their phone number is going to flash up on the screen. That is their phone number you're seeing right now on the screen. And this is the document that they gave to me. Here's the document. Bola Tinubu attended and graduated Chicago State University with honors. He majored in accounting. He was a good student. We should criticize the man based on truth. And there are enough things.
It's just unbelievable. It's like a parallel universe, isn't it? The school told you he went there, that he graduated with distinction, but now he's a female, he's a cross-dresser now. So,
no, I mean, man, you know that institution is 136 years old. They are trying to destroy.
I don't know where
that institution.
So back to you, Joel.
Yeah. So one man, as I was saying, when the discussion gets to court, it's different. The topic becomes different, and I think we all know this, right? So the issue here is that this is not done by the obedience. I hope everybody understands this. It's a lawsuit by Atiku, and I would just like this issue to ride its course. And let's see to the end of this. Whether it gets disqualified or not, it's not my business. My own thing here is that if the truth has to be told, the truth has to be told. If he graduated and everything is fine, there's no problem. But I know for sure there's a whole lot of discrepancies a whole lot of discrepancy. You can imagine the way.
You've not established any discrepancy, though. The university told you he went there and he used the credentials to work on Deloitte and Touche and
the same
Mobile.
university is telling you that they don't.
He ended up as the chief financier of Mobile, by the way.
Hold on now, one man.
And they begged him to stay when he wanted to leave.
One man. It doesn't matter if they're begging to stay or not. We all know how smart Nigerians are.
Mobile Oil International.
One man. So let me tell you, we all know how.
Did he not work at Mobile? Did he not work at Mobile? Is that part of your narrative as well?
No, I'm not saying that he did not work at Mobile. I have never questioned where he worked or not.
So he did not study accounting. He used fake credentials to work as a senior auditor in Mobile Oil International.
Hold on, one man. Just move on to the next person. Let me just get this. Let me just get these people going. I'll be around. Okay, please.
One man. You see what disobedience they do? They will say John stole Maggie. They will not tell John to prove that he didn't steal Maggie. You know, that's what they do. If you want to accuse someone of doing something, you are the one that have to prove that the person didn't do it. You just wake up and say Tinubu didn't go to school. I tell Tinubu to prove that he went to school. You are the one that needs to prove to us that he didn't go to school. Yeah, Lord.
And even after Tinubu proves that he went to school, they now say he's a cross-dresser. He's now a cross-dresser. You know, it's a Bobrisky now. You know, Bobrisky went to school.
Do you know the funny thing? Obi filed a school certificate, not the Nsukka University certificate, where he got taught class in philosophy. He filed for this presidential campaign a school certificate. And you are challenging somebody who filed a certificate from an institution that is 136 years old.
My brother, please don't put the lies out there. It's a lie. When Obi started, hold on, please. When Obi started,
tell me I'm saying untruth. Don't tell me I'm telling lies, please.
No, you're lying. You're lying. No, you're lying. You're lying.
You're a bloody liar. Bloody liar. Blind one.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to say is this, right? When Obi presented his certificate, he presented the high school, right? And people started talking, maybe they don't go to university. He presented his university certificate. So the university certificate, doesn't matter whether it's philosophy. It's okay. It's okay.
If my son brings that home, I will tear it.
Okay, good. Ganifa Wemi, we all respect it. Got a top class.
Don't put anybody from the West. They are not in your class.
Oh, okay. Now it's about the West and Eastern, right? And then I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem.
That's what you people are doing. What you do and deny it immediately and call other people bigger.
I can see where your brain is. I can see your level.
That's where you reside. I'm not doing that. That is where you reside.
All right. Settle down, gentlemen. Let's not make it ethnic. We can have the conversation without it being ethnic.
Yeah. So one man. What I'm just saying is this: Obi presented his university certificate to INEC, and right now his certificate is with INEC, and this happened prior to the election. So I'm not going to come here and say this group is more educated than this group. I think we passed that level. There have been many great people that this so I'm not here to go to that level. So if it's
sorry, Joel, factually, Tinubu is better educated than Peter Obi, factually, from what we know. In that election, Kwakwanso, in terms of credentials presented, he has the highest educational achievement with a PhD. Atiku Abubakar with a master's from Oxford comes second. Tinubu with a distinction from a long-standing university. He's certainly highly educated, and Peter Obi barely educated.
Okay, good and fine. One man. You have stated everything you stated. I still know the way the education system in Nigeria works as well.
Why didn't he present his university certificate?
You said what now?
Why did he present his secondary school certificate? Why?
I don't understand. Come again.
I said, why didn't Obi present his? Why did he not present his university certificate? why secondary
He
school
presented
certificate?
his hold on now. But these are just news. These are propaganda. Obi presented his university certificate. That's it. I'm not here to go back and forth with you guys. You and I know. How did you know that he
Okay. Continue now.
So
Now
can
you just told us.
I ask you a question,
Obi
Joel?
didn't present anything.
Please, can I ask you a question?
No problem.
Well, Joel, can I ask you a question?
And Kulata is lying. Obi did not present only YX. Obi presented his university too.
Joel, can I ask you a question?
But Joel,
ask you a question.
Go ahead, brother.
Joel.
Go ahead, brother.
Now, my question is this. Sorry. Ekene, please, sorry. Now, my question is this. To become the president of Nigeria, the minimum qualification is school sat.
Okay.
Very good. Probably Buhari must have, because I don't think Buhari has PhD or anything. Buhari must have presented school sat. If Obi presented school sat, no problem. I don't have problem with him presenting school sat. Those that presented higher, whatever degree they presented, I feel they are only trying to do more or prove more. But the minimum requirement is secondary school certificate. So if Tinubu presented a university certificate, let's assume. Now, does he meet the minimum requirement? Did he go to a secondary school at all? Or are you saying he did not even go to school at all?
Okay. We are talking about a man that you do not have proof of his primary, you do not have proof of his secondary school. You don't have it. If I ask you now, what primary school did Tinubu attend? You do not know. What primary school?
You cannot know.
Hold on, Jide, because we have to move on in a moment. But what does that establish? That if you don't have record of his primary or secondary school, but he presents a university certificate that is over and above the minimum requirement. So what point is being made?
No, the point here is that the issue there is that if they hold you from this side of the stick, you run to the other side. If we talk about the university, you say that the minimum is high school. If we talk about the high school, you say that he got to university. What we are just saying is this: one man, whichever level Tinubu attended, he should just present it. That's it.
Yeah, but he presented a university certificate now. So what's the issue with that?
The university certificate is still questionable. That's the point we are trying to make.
Yeah, but the university has verified his attendance and graduation.
The same university lawyer said that they do not know where Tinubu got the other certificate from.
That wasn't what they said to Renault or Mobile or the.
No, I'm talking about the court case. The court case. Forget Renault. Renault's time has passed. That video you showed.
Did they say he graduated or not?
Can we just let this guy speak, please? Don't badger him. I've even lost what I wanted to say. Did Mobile Oil and Deloitte & Touche, were they also conned as well? Is that, or did they not check his credentials, Deloitte & Touche?
One man, the issue is this, right? Between these two things happened. It's either he presented a fake certificate or they did not really.
He presented a fake certificate to work as an accountant in one of the leading financial houses in the world.
One man, the issue there is this, right? The certificate, what we are just
and he worked there with distinction. I can bring you. Do you want me to bring you records of his performance in Mobile Oil?
They even gave him bonus.
One man.
When they were begging him, when he said he wanted to go into politics, bribing him with positions.
I know this. All I'm just saying is this.
So how was he able to survive in that position without the education? How was he able to survive in that position? He's naturally smart as an accountant for Mobile Oil, a senior auditor.
He was a big accountant.
Tinubu used Gbajue. He used Gbajue.
He was recruited in the US.
He learned accounting from the street now.
What's all this?
One man. The issue
is beyond ridiculous. The issue here is that there is no issue. It's just been overlaid.
One man, there is if the lawyer in court is saying that they do not recognize the other certificate Tinubu presented to INEC. It is a problem. And whether you want to twist it this way or want to back me this way,
No,
it's not going
nobody's
to work.
twisting anything. Nobody's
The fact,
twisting anything. What we
have you been
know.
following the case? Have you been following the case, one man?
What I have been following is that countlessly Chicago State University has again and again, and Reno has even given you their email and phone number. They have again and again told you that not only did he attend, he graduated with distinction. So that we know. So whatever it is, the jibbity jabbada and the jams is just that's just.
It's okay. It's okay. I wish you could just go to the Chicago court to defend your principle. But the truth remains that when it's in court, all the facts comes out. And let me tell you, one man, whichever way you want to twist it, it's not looking good for Tinubu. Thank you very much, one man. Great show.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. Let's go on from Joel and go to let's go to Princess. Move the conversation on from there because it's just is an abdication of logic and reason, isn't it?
One man.
Yeah.
One man. You know they've been asking for somebody that's school with Tinubu to come out. One person finally came out. That we
he's too young now. He doesn't look old enough. Where was he all this time?
No, the man is 69 years old. So Tinubu is 2 years old.
They have to show DNA now. They have to do a DNA test on him because it's just.
If you want to show the
never-ending saga.
If you want to show the whole video, maybe they can get convinced this time. They've been asking for someone that's cool with him to come out. That man finally came out. And he said they were there together. Both of them studied the same. They were in the same...
He said they used to mock his Nigerian accent.
Yes. So if you want to show, I'll send it to you. If you know there's time to show it, let everybody listen to him. Maybe we can get some fun from that man, if you don't mind. I mean,
I don't think people are interested in facts. They just want to be throwing all these wild and, it's just...
Aja, you know what? If God himself comes down and affirms Tinubu, these people will accuse God of partiality.
When Chicago State University
I'm telling you.
If Jesus comes to support Tinubu, they'll start insulting Jesus.
Look, because we must move on, but look at this conversation we've just had. They concede that he worked at Mobile, he worked at Deloitte & Touche as a senior accountant. Mobile was begging him when he said he wanted to go into politics, but he doesn't have an education. I mean,
do you know that? Do you know that?
Where are we when it just...
One man, do you know that Mobile held his position for 8 years while he was governor, waiting for him to come back to Mobile. Maybe after he completed his political office, his full time of office as governor. Maybe he may wish to come back to Mobile. They held that position, waiting for him to come back. So I mean, if he doesn't have certificate, or if he wasn't a man that
Babaja,
yes,
would
they have done that to him?
For 8 years. They had
for 8 years, yes.
I beg, go rest. I beg.
If not 8 years, let me say, okay, let's say 4 years. Waiting for that.
What are you
doing?
Whoever was saying, whoever was saying go rest, Joel is a senior member of this platform. This platform was actually built off the back of Joel and Ajan Lekoko and Rational Mind. These were the people that carried this platform to here. So Joel is a treasure here. Let's move the conversation on to Princess. If she's ready to go. Princess, are you ready? Am I still audible? Princess, can I?
Yeah, we can hear you, one man.
I'm here.
Yeah, Princess, are you ready, or do you want me to skip you for a moment?
No, I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to, because we never really land in anywhere with that Obi, whatever it is. So I wanted to move the conversation on to this space. Lagos University make Yoruba language a compulsory course for all students. Names it GNS 104. So GNS 104. And when I saw this, I had to recall for a moment and reread it. So now, if you are that a guy that are determined to have an education, you are in Sokoto State, you apply to all of the universities, you got lucky to get into Lagos State University, then you come down with your crisp understanding of the English language and a good understanding of your native Hausa language, they will compel you to learn Yoruba language. What are you making of this sort of ethnic jingoism that is emerging from Yoruba land, Princess?
I mean, I don't think this is right in the sense that if Yoruba has been declared as the Nigerian official language, good. Because, like, if you come to Italy, you're going to study whatever you want to study in Italian language. If you go to Germany, whatever you want to study, you're going to study in their language. If you go to Russia, the same thing. If you go to China, the same thing. But since Nigeria, Yoruba has not been designated as the official language, I don't think it's right that they want to impose this to everyone that goes to is it LASU or University of Lagos?
LASU.
Yeah, I don't think it's right. To me, that means they want to make LASU a school for just Yorubas. Because if they do
I
that,
don't
that
think
means
so.
if you go to Ahmedu Bello University, you'll be forced to speak Hausa. If you go to, if you go to University of Calabar, you'll be forced to take Efik or Ebibio as one of the languages. If you go to University of Rivers State, maybe they will make you to speak Okrika or Ijo. So to me, I don't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, to me, but Yoruba is not Nigerian official language, right?
It is a Yoruba land official language. In the United States, if you don't pass English, you can't graduate from any university in the United States. That's a fact. It doesn't matter where you come from. Whether you come from China.
Yes, but Yoruba is not English now. It's not the national language.
Yeah, if you go to Mexico, you're going to speak Spanish. But Yoruba is not the national language.
Well, Lagos
but
State,
Lagos State owns that university.
Lagos State is a state on its own,
So you
and
mean
they
if you
can
go
direct
to
the states.
So if you
They
go
can
to a school,
direct the state in accordance to the wishes of the people of the state.
So is it
Lagosians
but
have.
is it fair? Because if you go to Kaduna,
hold on, my sister. Lagos State is a Yoruba land. Nobody can contest that. And all indigenous people in Lagos have went to the assembly that Yoruba language should be officially recognized as a language of business in Lagos. So they have been putting pressure on these people for the past 16 years. And we remember one man, if you can remember, the
but
Speaker of
my
the House.
question is this: if you go
Yeah.
to Kaduna, is it right for them to
No, it's
force
just
you?
a course in university that you
But
must study. It
that's
doesn't
what I'm
matter.
saying.
It's a language. And what is the
Yeah,
problem?
but it's
But it's
compulsory,
made
is the thing.
compulsory
It's
now.
been made compulsory, is the
Yeah,
thing.
it's a
If it's not convenient, anybody that believes that it cannot be convenient, he can go to another place to look for the where to study now.
Hold on, Adele Koko. Let's stay with that example that I was using. So that young man then from Sokoto State speaks English fluently, of course, has good command of the Hausa language. He comes to Lagos to learn his engineering course, and then you force Yoruba down his throat. Now, when he gets back to Sokoto State, of what use is that Yoruba to him?
Oh no, one man, if he's transacting business in Lagos as an engineer, he's going to be speaking Yoruba. To me, if you go to Kaduna, if you are,
It's of advantage to anybody that's school to Lagos.
but
If
what
you
I'm
come
saying
to
is
school
that
in Lagos
will
and
it be right for other
Yoruba,
states to do the same thing?
it will be an added advantage to you that you can speak another a language in
It
Nigeria.
should be optional. It shouldn't be
It's
It's jingoism, isn't it? This is
Ajali Coco.
jingoism. This is
Yes.
Ajali Coco.
extremism.
It should be optional. If they want, they don't support local language, but if they want to make just such decision, maybe it should be between the. You should choose. They should make it either Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. These three languages. You choose. They make it that you must get any of them. Not necessarily make it only Yoruba.
No,
Because
this is Yoruba, this is Yoruba land. They can't do that.
If they cannot, it's not good. It's not good to the. It doesn't speak good now. Many people may like to. Many people may not like to learn Yoruba language.
If every
Look,
state does
Ekene, if you live in Lagos, you that live in Lagos, if you don't allow your children to speak
Yeah, but Ajanle Koko, the people who attend, hold on, Ajanle Koko, the people who attend LASU, they may not necessarily want or wish to live in Lagos. They're just there to get the education and be on their way. So why would you compel them to learn Yoruba language?
It's like if you go to Enugu now, they now said it's compulsory. You must speak Igbo. It's one of the courses. Or you go to Kaduna, they said you must speak. I mean, it's not. It should be optional.
Look, it is compulsory.
One voice.
My take is that not everybody would like to speak Yoruba language. Not even everybody would like to speak Hausa language. Not everyone would like to speak Igbo language. No matter what.
You cannot live in another person's land and you don't learn.
Ajande Koko,
it doesn't work that way.
One voice. Can I settle down?
You are going to get an education.
You are going there to get an education. You are not going there to live there. And even if you want to live there, there's nothing that compels you to speak other than English.
Let me tell you one language. I am telling you that it is an added advantage for whoever.
Hold on. You are saying it's an added advantage. It's not a compulsory advantage, though.
No, we want to. This is Yoruba land. That is what we want.
Yeah,
if
but that's jingoism now. That's jingoism.
We speak. You will have to go to school to learn German language before you do anything in German.
German language is the official language of.
No, this is Yoruba. This is Yoruba land too.
Of Nigeria.
No, this is Yoruba land.
But
let people do the same thing in Igbo land. Let Hausa do the same thing in Hausa land. If Yoruba state is not convenient for you,
unifying the country.
No, we can. That has nothing to do with unification of the country. We are diverse. We are diverse country, and we should manage our diversity. So if you come to Lagos or come and school in Lagos and you learn the language of Yoruba, it's good for you. It's good for you.
Yeah, but you are being forced. You shouldn't be forced.
See,
let me say something real quick.
Let me even tell you something that happened in our curriculum. All these things we are talking about, very, very unnecessary. See, I know some people here, they start for SSC. Let's stop pretending as if we don't know what the 6334 curriculum said. In one Nigerian language is compulsory, except that in change without that I don't know. If
at what level?
School,
at what level?
At secondary school level.
Yeah, we're talking about university.
I understand. Let us do this thing. If we are saying they are forcing Yoruba language on us, there are many courses they force on us when you get to university. As an undergrad, I was forced to do citizenship education. I was forced to do economics. I was forced to even do engineering society when I didn't even like.
Those are not languages.
It doesn't matter.
Language is the official language. It's
okay. Requirement. That's the point.
Let me say something.
Please, can we look at it from another angle? Please, if every state in Nigeria, we all know that our languages are dying. If every state in Nigeria enforces its language, in ABU you have Yoruba people there. In Imo State University, you have Yoruba people there. You have from every area of the country. It means these people will learn the language of those people there. this thing will foster what we call a unity. Because once I'm a Yoruba man, I can speak Igbo. If you are Igbo, you can speak Yoruba. It will foster unity instead of us looking at it
Let it be optional. It should be
I don't know
optional.
why Yorubas always want to kill Yoruba. They always
It
they
should
want
be
to kill
optional. It
Yoruba
shouldn't be
existence in the name of
mandatory.
uniting with other people.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Jide, whenever I say everybody, why do you always ignore it? Everybody always includes you. Let's hear from Mike, then Joel, and then Princess round it up. Mike.
First thing, typically, most of the time we're having this, it's always Yoruba people that want to just put the interest
Mike,
of
where have you been all this
others.
while? Where have you been all this while, Mike?
What do you mean?
He's been battling Kaizos and the Africans and the
I was there
and the
yesterday now. I've been almost every other
He's been chasing Chioma at the comment section.
Yeah, and chasing Juju in Kaizo's station. Carry on, Balogun. Carry on.
Are you
anyway,
Mike?
Yes. Where you guys get this rumor from? You guys have been spreading rumors about me. What's going on?
Are you Balogun?
Anyway, okay. Here's the deal. The first question is that university a state university or is it a federal university?
It's a state university.
It's a state university. So when they do something for a state, that means it's for the interest it belongs to that state, for the interest of that state. So if you are coming from another place, you are coming as a what do you call it? Like in the United States, for example, if you move from one state to attend university in another state, a state university, you will pay like extra fee, and also you will have to take curriculum that pertain to that particular what that state wants. In Texas, even high school, if you go to high school in place like Texas or New York or another state, you must take the history of that state. You must pass it. If you come to university in the United States, you must take U.S. history and you must pass it. You can't say because I come from Russia or I come from another country or I come from another state, I know it shouldn't pertain to me. No, you have to. That's just a fact. Now, the University of Lagos, it was built to cater for the citizens of Lagos, right? If Lagos, saying the official language is now part of the language of transaction, language of importance is Yoruba. Now they have to incorporate into the university for students. Hey, you got to pass this language of the state to graduate from our state universities. It's a state, institution that belongs to the state, not the federal. So if you are coming from somewhere else, just understand that you are coming as a non-local, indigenized or local student or whatever they call it. I don't want to call it international. So you kind of similar to international student coming to school in Nigeria. You can't say I'm coming from Ghana, so Nigeria must change their curriculum because it doesn't matter because I'm only coming here for engineering. So why do you have to make me take this thing? No, it's for our interest. It's for the interest of that locality. That's just the fact. So I don't get it. And what is this with Yoruba people? They're always, when we talk about something that's best for the people, they'll start thinking, what about other Nigerians? What about this? Do you see any other Nigerian talking like that? When the Northerners want to create Sharia for the interest of their society, did you see them saying, what about the Igbos that come here? What about the Yorubas that come? They don't say that. If Igbos want to do something in their region, they don't say, what about Yorubas?
Mike, let me ask
Why is it Yoruba people that always want to cater and you put the interest of the all other Nigerians before the interest of your own?
Mike, let me ask you. You take one semester of Yoruba, and then after that you are done. What profits? I mean, what usefulness is it to you?
First of all, it creates.
You leave Lagos State, you go back to Sokoto. You are going to be interacting.
So that's you're looking for you. What you're saying right now is more. You're looking at the side of the interest of that person from Sokoto, but you're not looking at the side of the interest of somebody from.
It's jingoism, Mike.
No, it's not. Let me tell you the benefit. Let me tell you the benefit of putting that. First of all,
it's not jingoism.
Wait. Let me tell you one thing. Please now. Let me just one. You create job for a professor. That's a job creation right there. That's one. Two. You also create revenue for the university because people paying for extra costs. That's another revenue for the university. So people don't look at it from that angle. It's a job creation and also a revenue for the university. We want our local this language to be language of importance. Learn it. You're trying to make it a language of transaction as well.
From going to that school, you know that.
Yeah, don't come if you don't come. The American order, if you want to go to university in Germany, they don't say, we want because we want international students to come. Let's eliminate German language from it.
Yoruba
Yoruba is also our national language. First of all, Nigeria, Miss Rosie, let's get one thing to real term. Nigeria is a nation of nations. That's the reality today. Maybe
That
1,000
means
years
we need
from
to
now.
have a national language apart from English then it will
No,
be
no,
compulsory
English
in all
is
universities.
no. The fact of the matter is Yoruba is an empire. It's Yoruba land. We can't deny that reality. As the reality of Nigeria today, Yoruba land is Yoruba land, Igbo land is Igbo land. These ethnic nationalities exist, and the interest of that enclave, that territory, is pretty much something that has to be paramount to the people of that place. Yoruba man, I want my ethnic language, my culture to be preserved. It's my interest. The Nigeria we are living in today, the fact that the reality is everybody recognizes me as a Yoruba man. If something happens today, whether it's I have rights to
Yeah, that
put the
means
interest
every
of
state
my
in
ethnic
Nigeria should have
nationality within
indigenous
now. I'm not going
language
to impose it.
compulsory in
Yes,
their
it must be.
universities.
If it's a institution that belongs to the state, the Yoruba territory, yes, we have right to put the interest of our territory, our ethnic territory first before anyone else. What is this catering for other people? How does it hurt my people? How does making Yoruba language and something something of importance within Yoruba land? How does it hurt somebody else? How does it hurt me? Sorry, how does it hurt Yoruba person? If you want to visit my land, understand this is my land. Come and learn my language. If you want to go to school my land, come and learn that. Yeah, in this place, it is Yoruba land. So I don't. That's not ethnic jingle, is it? That's just
So
me.
wait, is it acceptable that every state university should make their indigenous language compulsory then?
Here's the deal. Every state is peculiar. Every state is unique. That's what we have to understand about Nigeria. The way Nigeria is, we are all unique. That's why in one place is entire predominantly Islam, another place is predominantly Christian, another place. Every state we have to accept that this idea that this Nigeria, we are this one monolithic society is not. You travel around, that's why in the north, in the area, they believe that we can't eliminate Sharia. You understand? Some places in the north. So every part of Nigeria is just unique. So we have to come to that term that hey, in this country is a country of nations within the nation, within the country. And that reality is not going away anytime soon. The goal, of course, initially of the British is to turn everybody to English, to British. When that's why they call it colony. That means you are now part of England. You understand? So that was the initial project that we have to turn these people to English people. You understand? So they came with that, and the people that came with the project, they've left. But we are trying to carry on with it. But we never asked ourselves a question: is this really in our best interest to become English fully? Because the way we are moving, the way Ms. Madam Rosie is pushing it, is like in the next 100 years we should all become English and eliminate our ethnic nationality. I see some people that always say those things, and I just look and laugh. Like, come, is it a good thing for us to eliminate our ethnic nationality? If it's not, then we have to come to terms to understand that then this ethnic nationality thing, we have to really accept that this is reality and we have to push it and further grow it, you know.
All right, Mike, let Joe come in. Yeah.
Okay, one man, I will look at it differently. I think it's sickening. It is not normal. I think this is like a cover-up to a bigger problem in Lagos State. There seems to be
sorry, Joe. You know, it is Chinedu Rosevivo that is responsible for all of these things. This is the Chinedu space.
But I thought Mike said this has been going on for it. Baba Njale Kuku said this has been an issue been going on for years before even this Chinedu matter came up.
Okay, one man. You see, I had to retake one of my classes, which is the math. I'm not so good in math, and I did it in Lagos State. I was forced to take Yoruba. And you see, I always my boarding school. I did boarding school in the eastern part of Nigeria, but my mom was living in Lagos. My dad was in the east. So most times, you see, when it comes to language, if you do not speak it at home, you learn it in school, right? But in this case, most times when I go to school, most of my schooling was done in the east. Then during holidays, you come back to Lagos State. So they asked me to take Yoruba, and I got that class F9. Till today, I still feel bad about it. Now, it is not a question of, and that was in high school. Now, if I could not learn that Yoruba language in high school, I could not learn it in primary school. If I'm not good at it, why do you think I can learn the whole language in a semester? It makes no sense. If Nigeria
is ethnic jingoism, that's what it is, ethnic jingoism.
You understand what I'm saying? So now this same thing is not happening. This same thing is not happening in Oyo, which is like a core Yoruba land. It's not happening in Ogun State, not even in Ekiti, but it's happening in Lagos, which is even like a diverse place. I do not see the economic. I don't see the economic sense to it, because definitely, if you're going to make people come in and you force them to speak a certain language, definitely there are people that are not going to attend.
Joel, can I ask you a question?
And go ahead, brother.
Now, the question I want to ask you is this: when all of us are going to university, now we take some courses, right? They make some courses compulsory. Now, why don't we argue against those courses that we knew nothing about, that they made compulsory, but we still, just for us to graduate, we make sure we learn and pass those courses. Okay. So if Yoruba now happen to be one of those requirements for you to graduate, if you could learn difficult things like calculus and some other things, so what's so difficult in meeting the university requirement?
Okay, I'll answer that question.
To France, it's like you going to France and you go ahead to learn French in 3 months, but the language that you can that can benefit you because of our diversity, they are now asking you to learn it, and you say no. I expect this thing to cut across every state university in the country.
Exactly.
Learn Igbo in the north, learn Hausa. What's bad there?
Okay, brother. Let me answer that question real quick. The issue is that the Constitution of Nigeria says you must learn one language. So if you are Yoruba, learn your Yoruba. If you're generous enough, you want to learn Hausa, like my mom speaks Hausa and speaks Igbo, and understand Yoruba to a great extent. Most people around me, especially my boys that sells for us, they do. However, when it comes to schooling, when you look at the timing, you're talking about French, you're talking about Germany. These are monolang countries. Monolanguage countries. French is French. Germany is Germany. It's not like you go to any other part, you see where they speak English or all that. Nigeria, we have over how many languages? We have over 250. Now, okay.
Do you know that Yoruba land is bigger than England?
Hold on, my brother. Do you know that if you go to a place like Delta State, because you see, when we're talking about, we don't look at it from the other angle. If you go to a place like Delta State, for instance, forget the 3 major tribes. A place like Delta State has like 4 or 5 major languages spoken there. In a place like River State, they have about 5, 6 languages or 7 spoken there. So what if you want to go to school there and they say you must learn those local languages?
Well, I kind of give you the same. What about when the North want to do Sharia? Did we say, oh, what about in the South?
Sharia,
why is it when it comes to Yoruba land, we have to try to compare ourselves with other people?
Brother,
we are unique.
We are making progress. Sharia is just a practice. Nobody asks you to go learn anything.
No, they didn't say. What about in these places? They don't have a big one single ethnic religion. They don't do whataboutism when it comes to other region. But when it comes to Yoruba people, start doing whataboutism. Yoruba land is, you can't compare Yoruba land with all these Yoruba states, Yoruba land with all the Yoruba ethnic group with all these other ethnic group where 10 ethnic groups share one single state. Yoruba ethnic group has about 6 states, even no more to themselves. So you can't say because Calabar or because Ishekiri cannot have monopoly of language within Delta State means Yoruba cannot do it in their own indigenous state. You can't say that. We can't be we can't live on the standard of other people. We have to live on our own standard.
We are creating a confusion.
Yeah, one voice. Yeah.
Can I say something?
We are creating a situation.
So, sorry, we have 3 voices now. One voice.
Let me just land up. So you can talk.
Let Joel land this point.
Let me just land. I'll land very fast so that you continue. My own thing is that we are creating a confusion that is not needed. We have more important issues bedeviling us in Nigeria, other than language. And to the south, to those politicians in Lagos, tone it down. Tone it down.
This
All
language
this
is very important to me, Joe. It's very important to us.
Hold on, Mike. Let him make his point. Yeah.
It might be, and that is fine. I am not knocking you on that. But my own thing is just this. If Oyo, Ekiti, Ogun are not practicing this, Lagos is more of a mixed area. It shouldn't be practiced there.
You know what concerns me, Joel, is that once these things start in Lagos State, it usually cascades through the remaining. Yeah, and I don't think it should be allowed. It can be an option, but it cannot be compulsory. Why should Mukhtar from Sokoto, because he wants to go to school in Lasu, be forced to learn Yoruba? How can that be? You
understand what I'm saying? Even one man, even here, somebody was saying that.
So the interest of Mukhtar is more important than the interest of the Yoruba child in Yoruba land.
What's the economic value?
One man, let us talk about the advantages of this.
No,
Can
but
I
what's
say
the economic value?
Hold on,
Hold on,
Ajande
Koko. We all know the advantages of being multilingual and all of that, but it's the compulsion of it. So let that person realize that advantage, but you can't compel it. It's just the thing.
Woman, see what bothers me about the way you're talking.
The economic value, I will tell you now.
Woman, see what bothers me about the way you're talking.
We
Woman,
know the economic value of.
Allow me into the discussion, please. John Lekoko, let me put in a word.
Okay. Yeah, but Pansat, you have to come into where the conversation is. Please don't take us to funky areas.
No, I'm not taking you too far because, first of all, I like the idea, to be honest with you. Now, what's wrong with that? It promotes culture of the Yoruba. If it's done in a good way, it's a good thing. But remember, what's the legal opinion on that will be that regionally, the regions can determine how their space is governed, right? And what you do when you come over there. It doesn't have to end with the university or whatever. Because now the South could say, before you own all your well here, you have to deposit $5 million, right?
That's good.
Do you follow what I'm saying? And many areas. So if you're asking for that, and if it's constitutional and it's adopted, that's a good thing. That's what we're asking for. Now, in your case, you like jingoism and you like to make people like Jewel start saying, oh, look, Lagos is everybody's land and blah, 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 blah. See, our problem are Igbo Lagosians. People who come from the Southeast who are in Lagos, they don't understand that we have some dignity, right? Everything doesn't end without Lagos. I never lived in Lagos. I'm not a Lagos guy. When I came here, I used to tell everybody, look, I've never been to the place except to get a visa or something like that, right? Mike, the only thing he's getting from this discussion is that kind of thing that Julie is doing.
Look, you that you haven't been to Pansat, you haven't been to Lagos. Oh my God, you are missing a lot.
Pansat hasn't been to Nigeria since the end of Biafra.
Pansat will need a visa to enter Lagos now.
The only thing that Mike gains, now I'm driving, so I'm just gonna make it short, right? Jewel, don't be debating this kind of stuff. It's a good thing. If Mike wants to talk about that, he feels good about it. Even if it works, it's good. Our Yoruba language is one of our languages. As an African, I'm proud of the Yoruba language. I'm proud of Yorubas, right? So don't let him juice you into this kind of discussion every day. Make it very clear to him right now that if you could get that, that's what we need in that country for the regions to be able to be autonomous and make decisions to make those areas. Look, I'm say here in Beverly Hills where I am right now. If somebody says, hey, I've been to Nigeria, I've been to Lagos, hey, I'm going to go, hey, how you like our financial capital? That's Lagos. That's our Lagos. That's why I'm here. But, Yoruba, yeah, you go to Brazil, you got Yorubas there. It's a good thing. Where does it say that Yoruba doing very well? It's not good for me. It's good for me.
Okay, Pansat, you better start learning Yoruba now. Mike, will you be his tutor?
Okay, thank you.
Woman, is it what bothers me a lot?
Like I said, Joe, tackle this Mike guy. He's ready to tackle this guy because his thing is jingoism.
Leave Mike alone. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Okay,
But one man, you see what bothers me?
One man, may I interject, please?
Wait, let me say something real quick.
Be very quick and then let Baba come in.
Yeah, see, what always bothers me about Yoruba people is this. Like, it just always annoys me. Whenever we want to do something in Yoruba land, the first thing Yoruba person will say is, I don't think with these things benefit and Muta from Sokoto. Will they affect it will affect this guy from
who is that Yoruba person?
Why not say wait, rather than say why will they how it will affect wait
Yoruba's things
no
concerning Yoruba.
well let me learn now. You said tell me real quick. What about saying how it benefit Dylan from Isaleko? How it benefits this guy from Ikorodu? We tend to want to focus on others, and that's how Lagos became what it is, where foreigners just took over. There's no audacity in Nigeria or in indigenous city where a bunch of people from different regions just take over until the point where they get comfortable and tell you it's no man's land anymore. Yoruba people need to change that foolish mentality. This is everybody. Criminal, take everything in. You have to start, and that's why this is a prestigious freaking empire, dude. The whole world in Brazil, they made Yoruba language official language. It's only Yoruba that we don't value ourselves anymore. I don't understand like this mentality of we have to cater for.
How did they make Yoruba official language in Brazil?
It is the government of Brazil, yeah, in Bahia, that area. It's official language there. They're offering me money to come and teach Yoruba there. If you want a job, you speak Yoruba, go to Brazil, I'll give you a job today. Because they know the importance. Only us Yoruba people will become these people that will become so ridiculous. Like that land. If you really don't understand the history, you don't know your history, the empire, it's like we're killing it in the name of we are Nigerian now, which I'm okay to be a Nigerian. I'm proud, everything, but let's not keep.
You don't have to. You can learn Yoruba
One
without.
man, please don't give me 1 minute.
History.
Hold on.
Yoruba
Baba
empire.
comes in after Mike.
You can learn Yoruba history. You can learn a lot about Yorubas now. You don't.
Madam Rosalie, what we are saying is, why are you telling us that we shouldn't do something because it affects somebody from another place negatively?
What I'm saying is that
negatively. What is it? What do you care about someone else from another place? What do you care about how it affects someone else from another place negatively? Why? Why is that your business?
All right. Let Baba come in. Baba, come in.
Yes, Woman, thank you. This Yoruba language thing being introduced at LASU, I don't think it's a bad thing in its entirety.
But being made compulsory though is really
being made compulsory is not, because when you say language, there's a syllabus to it. It's not just about speaking it or putting accent to your words. It also contains a lot of cultural activities. The food, the gods of the people, the dressing of the people, the history of the people are also involved. It's just not aja, B bata. No, it's much more than that. And whether we like it or not, in this age and time, where we stand now as a nation, whether we want to accept it or not, or want to pretend that it's not happening, there is the rise of ethnic nationalities in our country right now. Right now, it is happening live. Whether we want to accept it or pretend it's not happening. And on that score, because people like me, I feel like a fool in the sense that I've always looked at Nigeria as one. I don't look at tribe. I don't seek. I'm like colorblind when it comes to tribe or anything. So when this election happened, I must be very truthful, very, very truthful. The Yorubas, like Mike said, we've tried to be too civilized, too cosmopolitan. We've exposed ourselves too much. And I think what has happened in this democratic phase of our life has opened our eyes. We are in danger of losing our cultural values.
But that's why Yoruba has been very prosperous. Yoruba land has been prosperous because they are open to everybody, right?
No,
it's
Princess.
not a bad thing.
No, Princess, when we talk about prosperity in Yoruba land, it's not a matter of today. The Ijeshas are known. Oshomoalo, Ijesha Onile Obi, they've been prosperous. The Gominas are traders. The Jebus, fantastic
But
people.
what I'm saying is that
No,
so they're accepting
let me finish here, Princess,
they're
please.
accepting strangers. Is it not good also? Is it not to their advantage?
No, it is to advantage.
Okay.
We marry from outside. We take pride in it. We accept visitors. But what advantage has that brought to us? Abuses,
prosperity,
curses,
as Princess said.
curses, abuses, disdain,
Actually, the
denigration.
prosperity is what
I mean, somebody stands
attract
on
people
this
to the place.
platform and tell Soyinka to shut up. I wouldn't tell Shino Achebe to shut up. It is not in my place to say a Shino Achebe should shut up. It is not in our culture. These are the things I'm talking about. If he knows our culture, he
Baba,
will
it's
not
all
tell a
this Gen
Soyinka to
Z.
shut
It's
up.
all this Gen Z. They have no respect, no
The
home
guy
training.
who says Soyinka should shut up on is not a Gen Z. So this is the thing. He doesn't know the culture. If he knows the culture, he will know we hold our elders in reverence. It's a touchy thing with a proper Yoruba son or daughter. The Yorubas, I mean, before we become one today, we fought ourselves to stand still. There's been a Jaye war. Over 25 or 30 years it lasted. There has been Kiriji war between Ekiti East and the Ibadan in the west of Yoruba land. That one last Kiriji war which is a Kitiparapo war, lasted for 16 years. So our unity today in Yoruba land is hard won. So we should not allow anybody, anything, any issue to divide us. The time has come. Everybody has to bear his father's name. Thank you.
My brother, can I say something? Because you said that you were referring to me that I said Soyinka should shut up.
If you look like a dog and quack like a dog, for God's sake, it's a dog.
It's okay. Okay, now let me tell you something. When it comes to politics, there is no age. You either speak the truth or you shut up. That is the issue. When it comes to politics, now, when it comes to your tribe, you can do whatever you want. If in my place, we say that elders don't lie. We know they lie, but it is something that they put in there. They say that it is a sin for an elder to lie. It is a sin for an elder to be a hypocrite. It's a sin for an elder to see the truth and would not talk about it. So when we see such elders, we have been believing these elders in the past, and they have put us where we are today. So we cannot keep treating them with kid gloves. And not for that.
Soyinka spoke his truth.
You
That makes him a liar. He should shut up.
You can say it
I believe
better
Soyinka
than
is not telling lies.
No,
So why should you come to say he's telling lies?
He was correcting
respect
you
is
that you
reciprocal.
can say it better than the way you said
Okay,
it. You don't take that elder. You know too.
What's wrong with
You don't talk
what's
like
wrong
that
with
to your
he
elders in
should
Igbo
hold
land.
his peace.
You
Okay, let
can
me tell
say
you.
it better. The way you can say it better than say, oh, you are a liar.
Gentlemen, it's an impassioned conversation, but people can only hear it if we're having one voice at a time. Carry on.
So what I was saying is that what you said, you can say it better than the way you said it. It is not. It is not. It is an abomination to tell an elder that, oh, you are lying. You know that. You cannot say that in Igbo land to an elderly
No,
person.
I do. I will.
So the same
Because
thing
in the past we did not. We did
our
not in the
culture
past.
is
Babaja.
similar, but let us
Babaja.
respect it. Yes, sir.
Babaja, let me say this. Joel, let me say
We
this.
want you to say it in a politically correct manner.
Let me say this, Joel.
Hold on, please.
Let me say this, Joel.
Can let me answer this question, please? Look, let me tell you, Ajale Koko. In Igbo land, there's respect. You know, sometimes we see people come out and say, oh, Igbo does not. They do have respect. But one thing is this: if you're an elder, respect your eldership. If you're a youth, respect your youthfulness. If you must speak, speak the truth. If you do not speak the truth in Igbo land, people will call you out. It does not matter if you're 200 years, because at the end of the day, the truth is the truth, and lies are lies.
But can
So
you
do not come
So
here.
you talk like
So
that to your
if you
elders in
tell
Igbo
me,
land. That is what you are
no,
telling us.
no, what I'm
I'm
saying
telling
is that
your
if I
elders
see
that
an elder, if an elderly person,
oh yeah,
Can I say something, Joel? Can I say something, Joel? Joel,
go
can I
ahead.
say something? Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
The
Go
issue
ahead.
of respect and all that, you see, that is why as an Igbo man, you know, cultures are different. I respect Yorubas for their culture, but me as an Igbo man, I cannot practice it. And everybody must accept that. So if you tell me to come down and bend to you, it's a sin to me. I cannot do that. And
Madam Rose,
for
you see,
me,
it's proving my point now. You see, we are
yeah,
different.
that's who I am. I cannot do
So
that
do you
because
agree that we should all preserve our culture within our territory?
Ekene, you
yeah,
cannot do that
that
because
So,
that's
Madam
not
Rosie,
your
this one
culture.
unitary living
That's
together
not
in one
your
same
culture.
space.
You can't do that because
yeah,
that's not your culture. But there's nothing wrong
that's
with
not my
it.
culture.
There's nothing wrong with it.
When elders speak, that is why when elders speak anything that I found to be a lie, I must react to it, no matter
So you
who
will
the other
say
is.
that if an elder speak, you will say shut up. You can say shut up. You are lying.
Ekene, let me ask you
Yes,
a question.
if you lie as an elder Igbo man, I will tell you that you are lying.
You will
You
say
can't
shut
kill
up.
me.
You will tell an
Yes,
elder
there
in
is a
Igbo
language
land to shut
there
up.
is a language we use.
You will tell a red cap sheep, shut up.
If you lie as an elder, I tell you to go and sit down.
My God, now we have 5 voices. It's just one
Yeah.
voice now, gentlemen. Help
If
me
you
now.
lie as an Igbo man, as an elder in Igbo land, I tell you to go and sit down. We don't listen to lie. I don't listen to lie. Whoever you are.
Ekene, can
You
I
see
ask
me
you a
condemn them. You both are our politicians and all that.
One man
Yesterday I
cannot
was
talk.
calling I was calling a Zeke coward, and somebody was telling me that it's an elder, this and that. That is who he is.
One man cannot talk.
Ekene, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Before you ask that question, let the star come in. I think it's been trying to come into the conversation. The star.
Yeah. In my own contributions on this matter, I want to align with Mike and my brother that just spoke last. It's only in our part of the country, in Yoruba side, that they don't protect. They are too free, carefree in everything. They don't do in accordance with the way others do. I mean, in other regions. Here in Canada, they protect every other thing, especially the French-speaking side, Quebec. They made it compulsory. If you cannot speak French, don't come to school
But
in their
that's the
place.
official language, right?
No. English is our like
in
here in
Canada, you have English, you have French speaking
yes,
parts.
that's why. Wait a minute, princess. Some of us that we know that we cannot abide, we cannot cope with the French. We don't bother ourselves to go to Quebec. That's why the cost of living here in Toronto is the most expensive place. Yeah, we prefer it that way. Then if you choose to stay in Quebec, then you must abide. You must be able to speak French, learn French. Otherwise, they will make things. In fact, it is compulsory. So, like now, we could all see that we have a different ideology. The Igbos have their own, the Hausa have their own, Yoruba have their own too.
Okay, in Quebec, what's the official language in Quebec?
Quebec
is the official language?
Both English and French. But you must if like in Toronto here now,
two official
like
languages.
in Toronto here now, both French and English is allowed. But in Quebec, they made their own in their province. They made a separate law that you must French is compulsory. Whereas here in Toronto, they don't care. They don't care. Can you see now? So if you know that you cannot cope with a freaking, you cannot learn a French, they advise you not to come to Quebec. If you go to Quebec, then you must. Then again, let's go to Shinedu. Here in Canada, you are born in Canada. It does not give you ticket that you can be prime minister here. For you to be prime minister.
Sorry, are you taking us to a different topic?
No. We are talking about the language. Like you see, Shinedu during like a governorship election, in February this year, you could see when they interview him arrogantly, because he said that he does not think in Yoruba, and this is a person that wants to be governor of a Yoruba state. Here in Canada, for you, if you are born here and you cannot speak both French and English, no, don't let me even go there. In Quebec, if you cannot speak, if you are Canadian and you cannot speak English, French, you are not qualified to be governor in Quebec. So now, if Lagos now says that with what they'll experience, now they want to protect their identity, they want to protect their culture. Their culture starts from a Yoruba language, and they make it compulsory. What is wrong in that? That is for them to make identity, their identity in Lagos. Like we could see that because of their carefree, it has gotten to the state that other people from other regions, they want to be contesting the ownership of Lagos. That Lagos is no man's land. Now they are now waking up to their responsibility now.
If I may come in, what if I may come in? Most of the governors in Lagos, are they from Lagos?
That's not the point. They are Yoruba children. What kind of language?
Okay, as long as you are Yoruba. Okay, as long as you are Yoruba.
Okay, we are Yoruba.
Anyway, go in Yoruba land.
We don't discriminate in Yoruba land.
Okay, so you don't have to be a Lagosian to become governor of Lagos, because most governors in Lagos are
not. You don't have to.
In Yoruba land.
I got you.
Once you are Yoruba person, and you can take in very quickly, it is good for you are good to go. Like princess.
Your boy
Let us be candid.
Don't worry.
Like the status of Shinedu, Gbadebo.
All right. Yeah.
Can he ever be allowed to be governor in any king, even in the state that he comes from in Anambra? Let us be sincere.
All right. Let's move the conversation on, and let's take it in the direction of a.
And then on Professor Wole Soyinka.
Settle down.
Can I say
on Professor Soyinka? On Professor.
Please now, the star. Just settle down. I want to move the conversation on, because that wasn't really being.
Can you please give me 30 seconds?
That wasn't really being coherent. Yeah, have your say, Ola, and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Just to back up what the last speaker spoke, there is a province or territory called Nunavut. So there, the language of legislation is actually Inuit language, their native language in Canada here. And if you carry your English to that place, they can just jump you outside. They sometimes speak English, but predominantly it's Inuit, like their native language, right in Canada, and it's confirmed. So, like, they get the language that meet their own needs. So, if a particular language is going to meet Lagos State's needs, then let it be. So, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. I want to move the conversation on. I want to move it to the direction of Ekene, and then from Ekene we go on to Baba. So, Ekene, take us back then to the Soyinka space, which seems to be generating the most heat in the news cycle today. You've heard the clip, you've heard his commentaries, and you've heard a lot of the feedback as well. So what is your take then on Soyinka, who is telling us that Peter Obi is trying to pull a fast one, Sakama J, Gbajue?
Well, for me, he has made his opinion, and that is opinion. I respect his opinion. But to other people, it might be a different opinion. So other people's opinion should be respected also. Because our elders, if you trace their past, now they are coming on to tell the youth not to do this and do that. Why most of them have done most of the things that the youth are doing today? Because I saw read about his own record when use a gun also to also question an election result, all that and all that. So people like him seeing the youth today, condemning them, calling them all those names, I found it so ridiculous. When most of them did worst. So for me, he has made his opinion, that is his opinion. But he should also sit down and think about his own days, how he tried to fight his own cause, whether it aligns with the constitution or not. So that's a point for me. I'm not arguing whether it will become third or whether it will become first.
Yeah, but that was all he said, that Obi came third in the election, which it did, and Obi is trying to pull a fast one, which is trying to. So I'm not quite sure that he said anything that's outside of the realms of our reason.
Yeah, that is his opinion. That is also your opinion. And anybody that said that Obi come third is also their own opinion. Anybody that said Obi come first is also their own opinion.
No, but it's not an opinion now. It's facts.
It's a fact.
No, it's an opinion to me. Whether you want to say a fact or not. Yeah, it's reality. Politics. No, you cannot tell me the result.
Hold on, Ekene. Hold on, Ekene. I'm giving out 10 items. I give 4 to Mike, I give 3 to you, and I give 3 to you, to Ajanle Koko. So it's not an opinion that you have 3. You got 3. You know, so that is just a fact now. What's the opinion there?
One man. It's an opinion that swore Tinubu in. Is that not ridiculous?
It's not an opinion.
Well, for me, whatever you want to say, whatever you want.
The election took place. The election
and the results are out. Yes, it's an opinion.
So it's not an
opinion.
It's
an opinion to me. It's an opinion to me. Whether you want, however you want to put
it. You cannot pick and choose your facts now. It's a fact that Obike. Did you not hear when Mahmoud Yakubu was reading out the results?
Whatever he read. People are accepted it, somebody accepted.
It's like you go to a doctor now. You go to a doctor and a doctor diagnoses you. You say, no, doctor, that's your opinion. When the facts are there, the result, you did scan, the MRI, the scan, everything is showing this objective result. Yeah, I say, no, doctor, that's your opinion. Is that right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can also question a doctor. I always question too much. Yeah. After the question, you hold down to the point. So for me, Miss Rosie, if you accept everybody in this country to accept this result, then we are playing. We are playing. Everybody cannot accept it.
Can I ask one question? Let me ask Princess one question. Princess, if you have a diagnosis by a quack doctor, are you going to take it? Or are you going to go for a second? Are you going to go for a revision?
Hold
on. It's a question. It's a question I asked you.
Why will you go to a quack doctor in the first instance? You went to a specialist. You went to a consultant. Okay, they did lab results. They did MRI. They did scan. All this is showing that this is the diagnosis. You said no, it's your opinion. And you are sick. You are sick. You said no, doctor, it's your opinion.
Hold on now. Miss Princess. I just asked you a question.
Yeah.
Most times you do not know if a doctor is quack or not, right?
No.
So that's why we go for. Hold on.
Let me finish. A quack doctor. You have to know now.
Hold on. Sometimes you go. Hold on. Sometimes you go we depend on something like reviews, right? To know actually if you're going for a surgery here, you go and look at the person's review, or you want to get a job or something, you look for the person's review, right? Sometimes people don't go through that route. We have had people that have been misdiagnosed in the past. So if you were
I am
misdiagnosed,
saying, wait, you are sick. Wait, you are sick. You went to a specialist and they did MRI, they did CT scan, they did lab result. These are objectives. You can see this and you say, no, it's your opinion, doctor. I am well. There's nothing wrong with me.
No.
Yeah, after all, we saw, let me tell you this, Miss Rosie. Everything in life depends on faith. We survive by faith. Doctor can make his own opinion. I can tell you, it's my faith. I don't accept it. My faith is that your result is fake.
That is
You
foolishness.
understand? So I can live by my faith.
That is
That's why
foolishness.
Nigeria is backward.
That is foolishness. You have hypertension.
It's not foolishness. Whether you like, whether
you have hypertension. They did all the tests. They say you're hypertensive. They say you not take your medicine because it's your faith. That you stroke.
Let me finish. Some people do that, but let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
The Bible says
it's not
wise.
It's not foolishness.
The Bible says be as wise as a serpent, but as meek.
Let me finish.
The Bible does not say to be foolish.
I don't want to go that religious line, but let me finish.
No, don't say it's your opinion.
I don't want to start to quote it because I have a lot of things to touch, and I don't want to waste a lot of people's time here.
Again. I
just want to make quick comment and go.
I was thinking that. Carry on, Ekene.
So for me,
Rosie turns her back on the Bible.
I don't want to. If anything I want to talk about it,
you don't go to see the doctor now. You are because of your faith now.
Oh, all right. Let Ekene carry on.
Please, let's forget that. But my point is that that's his opinion, and I still remain. And I cannot be lying to myself and say everybody will accept this result. Everybody, who does that? In a diverse nation like Nigeria, you accept everybody to come and bow down to this result. Then the only thing you do is to respect people's opinion and move on. If obedience say they are the first, respect it. Let them go to the court and fight it. If they lose, let them go and rest.
Bullshit.
It's not for you to force it's not for you to force your opinion on them that they must accept it.
Ekene, can you give me 30 seconds?
Yeah, what do you want to say?
So Ekene, see whether we like something or not. When we see facts and we try to argue with opinion, it's not jiving. We have to be honest with ourselves. Even the example that Joel made, if you have a fact and you are going to counter a fact, you use fact to counter a fact. So you don't just say, okay, because you don't believe in this, it means that it's not a fact, right? It's just like you argue with science. That's what it means. So you can't. So what is on ground now? The evidence we find in Nigeria now is very, very scientific. And if you must counter that thing, you have to be scientific, because the fact on ground, can that one be executed? Yes. Can your opinion of disagreeing with that can be executed? No. You can't execute opinion when we have fact on ground. That's the point. So what is
okay? It's only you, Allah. It's only you that said that it's a fact.
It's not me.
It's only you that said it. No, you are the only person. So let me not go direction. If everybody here now, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, Mr. Rosie.
Please, for instance, now, you commit a crime, and you are arrested. They take you to court. The court, they pass judgment. You say, no, lawyer, judge, it's your opinion, no. And they are sending you to jail, no. You are
do you know that
let me finish. Let me
become lawful?
Let me finish. Let me say this,
you know that
Mr.
the
Rosie.
result pronounced by INEC is become lawful.
Mr. Rosie.
Wait, before you finish,
I want to move on, man.
We have to let Ekene speak.
I want to move on from this. I want to make my final statement. Then I want to move on from this because I don't like to spend so much on this. My point is this: if every one of us agree that everything INEC, our digital system, and our government are doing, they are all right. Everything is constitutional and they are following the law. No problem. Let's move on. That's my point. So everybody has his opinion to make.
All right, Ekene, I want to take you to this space, Ekene, but let me reread it. I think you may well delight in this one. I'm sure you know Prince Harry, the second son of the now King of England, the one that's been ostracized.
No, Mama, I don't know this place. I think you can move me away from here.
All right. All right. Go to the Yoruba space then. I'll save that space for Baba. Go to the Yoruba space then, and the compulsion to learn. I can never agree with this. It's ethnic jingoism, which a lot of people will think that yes, it's cool when it's to your advantage, but then when it's weighed against you, then you start to cry foul. They say you can't drink beer in Kano. You say, is it not one Nigeria? But now you force them to learn Yoruba language in Lagos, and you say it's ethnic pride. So Lagos University make Yoruba language a compulsory course for all students. I'm sure you don't agree with that, Ekene.
Well, one man, I like the fact that they recognize the Yoruba language.
Sorry, Ekene. Mike, check your email. Sorry, carry on, Ekene.
I like the fact that they recognize their language. But the position and how they put it is not all right. Because even if you want to learn Yoruba, all these things you have to start from even kindergarten yourself up to. So how can you learn? There is an Igbo adage that said that Adam wake benanka. You don't learn how to use your left hand at old age. It's an Igbo adage. So somebody going to the university to learn Yoruba language, it's like learning how to use your left hand at old age. So it doesn't make sense to me. If you want to learn how to use your left hand, you start at tender age to learn it. Learning Yoruba language is not what you just go and make compulsory in the university just for one semester and all that, and you think you have done something well. It's not proper. And another context I want to bring out is that if you want to make language compulsory, especially in a diverse nation like Nigeria, I agree. Nigeria is a diverse nation. I accept that totally. All of us are not the same. Our cultures, our belief, we think differently, and I can notice it all the time. So, but the best thing to do when you compare the three major languages in the land, you make it compulsory. You must pass one, because somebody like me, it's not every language in Nigeria that I would like to learn. I might choose to learn Yoruba and not learn Hausa. I may choose to learn I might choose to learn Hausa. I might not choose to learn Yoruba. So the one I like.
Which Nigerian language, other than yours, which Nigerian language do you wish you could speak?
I wish I could speak Hausa.
Yes, me too. I'm glad you said that. Me too.
Yeah, I wish I can speak Hausa.
So what about Yoruba? You do business in Yoruba land now. Do you speak Yoruba?
Nobody respect Yoruba.
I don't even know. I don't know anything about Yoruba.
And you are making money. You are making money in Yoruba land. That's not fair.
It doesn't mean. Even if you come to the area I stay, it will be very difficult for you to learn Yoruba because you hardly see a Yoruba person there. You hardly speak. You will not learn Yoruba in my area. It's very difficult. So it's a fact.
Okay, Ekene, can I say something?
They chase all the Yoruba people there away, have you?
Ekene,
yeah, Baba Ajali Koko.
Yeah, you are suggesting that they should have introduced 3 languages and person should choose one. So you are expecting Lagos State to start looking for, if you as an Igbo man now, you want to learn Igbo language, even though you can speak, but you don't know much about it, you still want to learn more. Or maybe Hausa man chooses to Igbo language. So you expect us in Yoruba land to start go and looking for recruitment of Igbo from Igbo land to come and teach Igbo language, or Hausa man to start looking for Hausa man to come and teach Hausa language in Yoruba land. How do we develop our own? How do we, as people in Yoruba land, in Lagos State particular, how do we develop our own language and spend our money for what is meaningful for our society or our state if we have to do that. So it doesn't make sense. So the Yoruba language that they have adopted is the best, and what it will give us in Lagos, it will save our language that is fastly dying. It will save that language. That's number one. Then number two, it will create job for people that study Yoruba as their major. Maybe people that study education and Yoruba particularly as their major. It will create job for them in Lagos State. And from them, Lagos State will tax them and earn revenue to continue to develop. So we are going to see the economic impact and the economic impact and the fact that it's going to, promote our language and our culture. Because I was a man that comes to school in Lagos will learn Yoruba. We are spreading our language. We are spreading our culture. So we have a lot to benefit. It is not other people that benefit. Hold on, let me land. We should be able to benefit a lot out of what we are doing in our state. So the economic importance, the promotion of our culture, the promotion of our culture and tradition and our language, and the creation of jobs that we are going to achieve doing all this, they are very, very huge. They are very huge. So it is the best thing that Lagos State have done, and
I'm not saying it's bad to preserve your culture. That's my point. But you should understand where I'm coming from.
But I'm saying that your suggestion that people should choose whether they're Igbo or
the reason is this. If I can decide to go and study language, I can decide to go and study language now. If I decide now to go to Lagos State University to study maybe one of our indigenous language, the language I'll be going is Hausa. I have my personal reasons for that.
But Ekene, let me say something.
We can't use our own money to teach people Hausa language in Lagos.
In addition to what you said, Baba Jali Koko, you see, to be factual, the Yoruba land, it's a very good society. It's only in the Yoruba land that you can find a marketplace like Alaba, some area predominantly Igbo, some area predominantly Hausas. There is no part in Nigeria that you find that. Is it in Kaduna that, or if you go to Igbo land, would you see a predominantly Yoruba market? If you go to Hausa land, would you see a predominantly Igbo market? It's only in the Yoruba land that you find a market that is predominantly.
Princess.
So, to say the fact,
for me, let me say this. The reason why I say people like me.
Hold on, can I let AY come in? So you have to let some of these voices in sometimes. AY. AY, did you want to come in?
Yes.
All right. Sorry,
yes.
Carry on.
One man. Just a woman. What Princess said is not true. If you go to the north, there's a Yoruba space, there's a Yoruba community which translates into Yoruba market. For the eastern part, I may say.
Hold on, let him make
not
the
necessarily
point.
Available, but in the northern part, yes, there's a Yoruba community that has markets that are predominantly for Yoruba people. So, and one man, I wanted to say
especially for Easterners.
I think you're not being honest.
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm sorry, I'm not aware of
honest
that.
Because
I'm not aware of that.
This issue of the okay. Then this issue of curriculum, I don't know why it started in Ebonyi many weeks ago when we saw the circular, the memo in one of the universities in Ebonyi, even is a federal university, that they had a circular that they domesticated Igbo language. Mama, you can pull this up. This issue started with them. And now, when Lagos State is doing the same thing to preserve our culture, it's causing rage. Why? If you are pointing finger at one person, the other 4 is coming back to you.
You cannot
That's what I want to say
domesticate an
about it.
ethnic. You cannot domesticate an ethnic language in a federal university.
Then that was what was your position? What was your position then? I can pick up the link and share it with you, one man. That circular that happened then many weeks ago. We just
Go
saw
and bring
it. We
go and
brushed
bring
it
go
off.
and bring the
But we also
circular.
said this that
You cannot domesticate an ethnic language in a federal university. AY. How is that possible?
One man, AY is correct. That was in 2001. No, AY is correct because I can see the document itself as
bring the link now, then we'll see it. I'm not.
One man, can I continue?
Yeah, carry on, Ekene.
Yeah, many this language. It's not that I'm condemning Yoruba, but they can do whatever they want to do with their space and their university. It's their choice. Nobody should condemn them. But for me, that's my opinion. You make the 3 language available and they compulsory. Then because if I'm an Igbo man, if you make Igbo language compulsory to me, it doesn't make sense to me. Why should I go to university to learn a language that I've already known in my space? I should better choose either Hausa or Yoruba, even as an Igbo man. So if you bring up those 3 things in university, Yoruba man going to make Yoruba language compulsory in his own state, what benefit? You already know the language. So I expect Yoruba people should go for maybe Igbo or Hausa to add to what they have already have.
In the United States, they should stop teaching English in school because people already know English language. What are you talking about? You have to be
the
language.
It's my opinion.
Ekene, if your son goes to LASU, he's gonna go Dobale. You better be ready for him to come and Dobale.
No, my son will not do Dobale. No, my son will not do Dobale. It's a sin to me. It's a sin to me.
You gotta go back to your land then, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, it will favor me.
Anywhere it will favor me, I will do it that way. It's my opinion.
It's got to get to the point where everybody got to preserve their culture because in Yoruba land, for example,
everybody has the right to preserve their own culture. And for me as an Igbo man, I love my culture very well. It makes me very proud. It makes me very
in our land.
So old man. Let me ask you. So if you go to the king of Lagos Palace, so you will not dobale for the king.
I'll just do it to show you respect that I have to show you.
No, hold on. So you go to the king, everybody dobale. You will not dobale for the king. Is that what you are telling me?
Mr. Jalikoko. Mr. Jalikoko is my choice, and I choose to live with it. I don't dobale for anybody. I respect people. I don't
dobale. What you go to the king?
I will not. It's a fact. I said I will not. It's a fact.
Okay.
I will not.
So, if you're in the court and you say you can't bow, when
bow, say what happen?
You understand? Let's assume you are a judge today. You want to enter or you want to leave the court. So, and it's a custom for you to bow, and you will not bow just because it's your culture.
I will not bow to who?
No, if you are a judge in the court, you know when you are entering and you are going out, and you need to bow. You will not bow. Is that what you are saying? You just before you take.
Oh, guys, my culture. I said I will not bow.
Even if
you want to take action against it, you can take action against it. I said I don't fear people. I respect people. I don't fear. I will only accord you your normal respect. I might not call you names. I will not castigate you.
Well, like that one is in occupation now. In occupation, of course, you do things.
Yeah, so for me, I don't have any. Nobody should subject me to that. To bow to somebody. It's a thing to me.
As a Catholic, so if you meet with Pope, you will not bow your head for Pope.
Yeah.
You will not bow your head and kiss the ring.
You will not bow your head for Pope and kiss his ring or his finger. What?
You are going to another. You are going to a different dimension.
No, I'm asking you. What is different dimension?
I said you are going to religious aspect.
It's a question now. Forget about dimension that I'm going. It's a question.
No, it's not a question. It's not a question. You are going to religious aspect, which is a different ball game.
Oh, so
You
that
understand?
religion is superior to your culture, to your Igbo culture,
My
right?
God, I can yes,
No, no, that's
I can respect my God.
hold on.
I can do anything to please my God.
Hold on. So Pope is your God. So that religion, is superior to your Igbo culture that tells you not to bow for anybody, but you will
Yes.
bow for Pope. You
I
will
will
bow
not
for
as long
Pope.
as you are my fellow human being. Ajali Koko. As
No,
long
no,
as you are my fellow human being.
hold on. You will bow for Pope, right? Will you bow your head for Pope?
No, the Pope is not a human being now. That's okay. It's not a human being.
Pope is God.
Let me tell you what Ajali Koko.
Will you bow your
Ajali
head
Koko.
for
I said
Pope?
religion is a different ball game. You are taking it to religion. So when
Okay,
we come
answer now.
any day we come to religion aspect, we will solve
Bring
that
it down a
problem.
little bit. Bring it down a little bit. Yeah. Make it. Yeah.
I don't hear you. So answer the question, yes or no. If you meet with the Pope, will you bow your head
Ajali
for him?
Koko. Ajali Koko. When any day we want us to talk about religion, bowing to religion, we will talk about it. Today we are talking about bowing to my fellow human being. I said I will not do that.
Is
It's a fact.
Pope is not your fellow human being.
Is it not your fellow human being, the Pope?
I said, well, this is referred to religion. So whenever any day we want to talk about religion, then we
Let's
know
move
we are
on,
talking
man.
about
Kenne's
religion.
you're not gonna get anywhere with Kenne, man.
So
All right.
that is my point. So for me,
Okay, Pope
I've
is
made
not
my point clear.
Ekene, Pope is not human being to you.
I've made my point. I've made my even my pastor, even my pastor.
Pope is not human beings to them.
My pastor, even though I don't worship with the Pope, I have a pastor. It doesn't mean I bow to my pastor. I never bow to any pastor before. If I check very well, I only greet you and show you the respect I have
We
to
are
show
talking
you.
of the Pope
So
now. We are talking of the
I'm
Pope.
not a Catholic. I'm not a Catholic. I'm
Unless the
not a
pastor
Catholic.
is
I'm
white.
talking in his space. I'm talking in his space that I know very much. I'm not a Catholic. So maybe if you see any Catholic, you can ask him that question. I'm talking to my space. So I've not bowed to any pastor before. I've not bowed to any human being before. You
All right.
understand?
All right.
So
Yeah.
One man.
Round it up, and then I
One
want
man.
to move the
Please,
conversation on to. Yeah, go on.
Can I please let me interject you on one thing? So, princess, when you were talking, that's when I was looking at your liberalism. Look at what happened. What you are condemning now happened many weeks ago. Which one man is already sharing? I already
What am I
shared the link.
condemning? No,
And when it
let's
happened, you
fast
didn't
track.
reason.
What am I condemning?
Listen, no, you were saying that the way it was made compulsory should be optional.
Yeah.
In their space, a federal university, Alex Ukweme University is a federal university. Federal university is made compulsory. Lagos State is not composing it in Unilag.
It's
Is the state university,
I'm
and
not
wait, hold on,
that.
is the state university wait, governed in the Yoruba space being done, and there is already opera and condemnation, and people are not well informed that even if a federal university, we should be more liberalized according to the constitution.
Yeah, but we don't know if
even
this
being
is fake
canonized
news.
with
We
this
don't know if this is fake news or not, though.
One man, I've sent another one. We've sent another news sources.
No fake
the
news,
truth is,
Mama. No fake.
sometimes when people want to say it's not fake news, so if they are doing it in universities, if you are not careful, because of our liberalism, they will erode our culture at some point. So the thing is, when we speak in one unison, we should look at the prism from which we speak. We speak from facts. That's what I wanted to tell Princess.
And you will never see any Igbo person that will oppose that thing in Ebonyi. But in Yoruba land, Yoruba will be the first to oppose it.
It's my
One man,
opinion. I said it should be optional. It's my opinion. If Yoruba is the national language, of course, we all must speak it and learn it. But since it's in a region, that means, that's what I'm saying. Let it be optional. I did Yoruba in school because in my team, I told in Lagos, it's optional. You do either Yoruba or you do French.
Why do you want it to be optional?
All right. All right. Yeah. Joel, say that, and then hold on, Joel. Have that interjection, and then from you we go on to Baba.
Please, on this issue. Now, the news says it's Ajasan News, so I believe it's one of those. I don't know what publication this is. However, whether it is a rumor or by any means, I don't know how this came about. This is purely wrong. Whether it's a federal university, whether it's a state university. I have not seen this thing. I've not seen this news. But if it is true, it is very, very wrong. And it should be tackled immediately. And that is how I'm going to leave it on this matter. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with you. We don't want that jingoism.
Joel.
Yeah, anywhere that is involved, my stand still remain my stand. Whether in Igbo land, whether in the Yoruba land.
In
you understand?
2012, Igbo State University declared if you do not have credit in Igbo language, no admission for you. In 2019, they took it further and they developed a curriculum that Igbo language will be compulsory in Imo State University. So Lagos State didn't start this. So this
I said they should make it compulsory in the three indigenous languages, so that anywhere you are as a Nigerian, you have the benefit to learn any language of your choice added to your own personal language.
All right.
So that everything will be very good for us. So that's my point. It's not that anybody can promote your language. It's not a bad thing. I love it so much. But make it at least the three indigenous language, so that somebody like me that is in Yoruba land, if I want to learn another language, I can easily learn it. So it's a fact. One man, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Thank you, Kenneth. So I want to move the conversation from there and move it in the direction of this bit here. And hopefully Baba is still there. Baba, are you still there?
Yeah, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So, Baba, this one I think will tickle you a little bit. It certainly amused me when I saw it. Meghan Markle can't wait to visit Nigeria after discovering her heritage following a genealogy test. So let me just represent it fairly quickly. An Invictus game organizer has revealed that Meghan Markle can't wait to visit Nigeria for her mom and kids after she was said to be cheering for the African team, having discovered her heritage. Recall that the Duchess of Sussex was excited to meet a Nigerian Invictus game athlete in Germany as she helped to promote the event on Wednesday night, September the 12th. Prince Harry revealed at the opening ceremony that his wife would be lending athletes. Why am I even reading it like that? Let me start it from the top again. An Invictus game organizer has revealed that Meghan Markle can't wait to visit Nigeria for her mom and kids after she was chairing the African team. Recall that the Duchess of Sussex was excited to meet a Nigerian Invictus Games athlete in Germany as she helped promote the event on Wednesday night. Prince Harry revealed at the opening ceremony that his wife would be lending athletes her personal support after finding through genealogy test that she's 43% Nigerian. Meghan was also seen hugging a competitor and describing her as her Nigerian sister before being introduced to further members of the team and the defense chief, who gave her the name Ngozi, which she will use when she visits Nigeria. So essentially, the Duchess of Sussex, the wife of Prince Harry, Prince Harry, now discovered to be more or less a Nigerian. What do you make of that? Meghan Markle, now Ngozi.
Well, it's all well and good. The more we are, the merrier. After all, she's now Duchess Ngozi.
Why didn't they give her name like Chioma? Why did they pick Ngozi?
But she looks like an Ngozi though, because when I looked at her in close quarters, is that not an Ngozi right there? This is what Ngozis look like.
There is this retired
I've never met a
American.
cute Ngozi, man. I always make cute your man.
You met look at this guy.
One man.
Yes.
I was going to ask, why do the bad ones come to us? Why do the bad ones?
You don't like Megan?
No, there is a good one that comes to. I think they've given him name.
Hold on, please, my brothers. If you understand the character of this lady, you wouldn't want her to be a Nigerian.
I think she's the best of the royal bunch. I think certainly her husband is the best.
This lady here is a drama queen. She's a liar. She's deceitful. I do not take any man, even the husband, right? I do not take any person like that as a serious person. One man, you see, we know what there was a time we talked about this issue of this lady, and when they always come up with this,
why are you describing her as a bad
one man? Hold on, let me say this.
Why are you describing her as a bad one? What do you mean by bad one?
Hold on.
You don't have your own bad side.
Accepting
Are
all
you saying
this
you don't have your bad side?
propaganda?
You don't have your bad side. You don't have your bad side, or what are you talking about?
Hold on. Can I say something quick, please? Yeah. This is the issue here. We have a lady here who in her own maybe from where she comes from has this issue about racism. One man, it is hard. It is hard. I said it one time here, and people were mad. Americans cannot make queens. They are too liberals to be queens. So if you remember what happened when she went to Buckingham Palace, most of those things that happened there, most of the narration she gave there is the narration of the average African American. It's the narration. Anything, they see everything from the prism of race.
How do you know? Why did the husband left? If he was lying, didn't the husband will leave her to Canada? Or what are you saying, man?
The husband is a simp. Did you get what I'm saying? The husband is a simp. Look, let me tell you one, Angela Coco. This people's issue is an issue that we're going to come back.
So you mean that she's smarter than the husband?
Yes, she's smarter. She's older, and the husband is the husband. I don't know what was to use for Prince Harry, but he's a disgrace. So I do not see anyhow this lady will be a Nigerian. She's not adding to Nigeria. She's coming to add to the.
I hope you are not allowing the propaganda, the British propaganda, to influence
propaganda, Republican propaganda.
Sister, let me tell you something. Until I started listening to me, if you tell me now that one man says something, I will go and look at what one man actually said. They deceived us. The major media deceived us with Trump, where they pick up a line and they make a whole jest out of it. For this lady, I do not go by propaganda. I go by what I see. I go by what I listen to.
Is this from an interview with Oprah or what?
Both she and Oprah are no good. So I don't want to talk about it. For this lady, she's not an addition. She's a subtraction and should be. I don't know. I don't know who
gives her. It's a blessing to Nigerian population.
Why did they give her Ngozi? Why did they give her Ngozi? They should have given her. Ademola or
because she's been traced to be an evil girl. That's why they give her Ngozi.
She cannot be an evil girl. That's my point. She cannot be an evil girl. Let her be a Yoruba girl. Yoruba should take her. We don't need her. She's a disgrace.
But your people gave her Ngozi now. They snap her up quickly.
I don't know because
you snapped the other general or the retired general. Yeah, I think that was in Houston.
My brother, the other day we were discussing about this issue on how our people tend to embrace everything that has to do with the West. The issue there is that our people embrace the liberal part of the West. Like in the United States, our people are mostly Democrats, right? We embrace the liberal part of the
Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. We welcome Duchess Ngozi to Nigeria.
One man, when are we from Nigeria that we are doing IVG going to have our time?
One man, can we go to another topic entirely?
one man. I be one man in law.
What are they both
No.
is one?
Are you sure? Or it's
One
just
man,
his network?
one man has gone to the refrigerator.
Well, let's carry on. He will meet us when he comes back. He will meet us somewhere.
So it's
Well,
Actually,
not British propaganda. It's not
they are
true.
propagandists. He said they don't want her in
So,
Igbo land. She can come to Yoruba land. We will accept her.
so we've left the language issue now. We've accepted that
Um,
the language should be okay, right? We've left that
oh
area.
yeah, that language is
So it looks
okay.
like what
The
Jew is
mother
saying that
tongue.
she
no, I'm not
disrespected
going to. I'm not
They
going to
want
leave
Yoruba
the
it.
queen.
language.
That's where I want one man to lead me to actually,
Yeah.
because like I said when I spoke on it last, well, it's all good to
But
say
Baba,
language.
but
Yes, sir.
Baba,
Yes,
Baba.
ma'am. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, sir. And when you know that this is so important, so why didn't you, raise your kids to speak Yoruba? Why didn't you? Why are you not just accepting at this stage in
My
your life?
Igbo brothers are making me realize that it was a mistake.
Yeah, sorry,
Right
Baba. I
now,
went to get. Oh, sorry. Yeah, carry
yeah,
on.
they are making me realize that it was a mistake. I was being fair, like all Yorubas, we're all liberal. I mean, how will I marry somebody from Abo/Oguta and then I will be speaking my language? I felt I was imposing. So when the children came along, when they started coming along, we spoke English to them. And today they are adults, they are parents in their own rights, and they can speak. Particularly when the eldest was in Unilag, most of the professors, because of his first name, which I insisted on, even though they have Igbo names, they were like, because I'm a handsome father, I go to Idi Araba every time, and when I go at times, they say, "Why did you allow this?" And I couldn't find answers. So even in my absence, they speak Yoruba to him and embarrass him. And so are others too. But what is happening this day and time in our country I don't know. I have my friends. If Sir Alexander Gomez is listening, I will be very, very glad. They are the kind of friends I have, or the Igbos I have in my cycle. I don't understand. They are different from these ones. When I go, for instance, to the east, in those days, initially, I like the red cap. I've forgotten what we call it now, but I was not a chief. And I know it's very wrong because most of their parents or in their compound, their parents are also title holders. And naturally, they will ask if I start wearing red cap. So you find me wear a kaftan of maybe peach color, and I'll be wearing the black cap, black shoe. It doesn't fit. You understand my point? This is how I got interested in the chieftaincy something, so that I could be wearing the red caps and be like them when I follow them to the east. You know, if Alexander is listening, the ones I know, let me give you an example. Alex Oti in Abia State. The last time I was a tenant was in the 80s. We in a four flats block. Alex Oti was occupying one as a bachelor. We were upstairs. Fine gentleman. He married in that place. He married. The photograph of my wife.
You know Alex Oti is Alexander Gomez's
That's why
personal
I want him to listen to
friend.
this small anecdote, because if at this age, if I don't have anecdote to tell, then that means I just came and existed, and I'm not that kind of person. I'm living. I've started, so I will be very glad Alexander Gomez could tease him with this story. That's the kind of Igbo I know. When he's going to work in the morning, because in the flat we block ourselves, he would just ring the bell and walk straight to his car. Even when he was to marry, my wife was part of the people who dressed the wife up. Alexander asked him where he married. The Yoruba man upstairs with his own family. This was, I think, 87 or so. The thing I want to bring out of this story was years later, when he rose in the bank. I traveled, I came back home. Somebody, part of the family, needs a job. and he wants to work in banking. Then I read that week. I read, I think, how he was elevated in the bank. I won't mention that. So I just held him by the hand. The next day, we got into the car, went straight there. This is in the 90s, because I left that place for my own place, I think 98. We left him, and I think we heard that he has left also within months when we left with the wife. You understand? So that means he left that place about 89. But so I've not seen him. So I'm talking about fast forward 5 years later. I went with that person to his bank. I've not seen him for like 5 years. And the secretary was like saying, "Do you have an appointment?" I said, "No." I said, "Just give me the form." When the secretary gave me the form, what I did was I filled that old address boldly. I know it will trigger him. If my name did not trigger him, they took it in. He was having a meeting. He came out to the reception and greeted me like we saw just a week ago.
So there wasn't tribalism at all in your relationship?
Nothing. These are the Igbos I know. That's what I'm telling you. You've not even had this. And I told him exactly what I wanted. I said, this small boy, we just joke about it. He said, "But why did I come? Why can't I just give him a note? I wasted my time." He said he's busy now. He should wait. Then I can go. I should not bother myself. I should just have given me a note. And that's what happened. These are the people I know.
Peter Obi has done real damage to the Igbo.
So this one's talking carelessly. If I go to look in Japan, if World Peace is listening, look the Shinto places he showed us that day. That's how Japan is generally. Some of their restaurants, you sit on the floor to eat. You don't stay on the table. I go to an Hausa man house in the north. They are sitting on the floor, even though they have beautiful Turkish chair. You sit on the floor with them also. You don't go and sit on the chair while you're there because it's my culture. It's your culture. You will lose what you wanted. There is no pride of team in culture. When you visit, when you are in Rome, behave like a Roman. You embrace the culture of the people. Look, in Ghana, for instance, if Vin is listening, when you go to Kumasi and you visit the Menchia Palace, no matter who you are, you cannot stand to greet the Otumfo. And so it is when Buhari came as a military leader. Same thing for Babangida, visiting the old Sultan of Sokoto. They bow a little bit. When the old Akenza, I always say the real Akenzwa, Omonoba Opolopolo, the old man, died in Benin, the whole Benin people shaved their head. If you are traveling through Benin that period, traveler in those buses, you cover your hair, you tie it. Non-indigenous in that space, we have even asked, and out of courtesy, some of them even shave their hair. You don't play with people's culture. People's culture is their identity. It's an emotional thing. You don't rubbish my culture. You have to. That is why this language thing, I welcome it. It is modern language. It involves culture.
So you endorse this. You don't say the jingoism.
101%. My mathematics is bad. So 101%. I endorsed it. You understand? Because it involves our culture, our gods, our food, how we talk to elders, the way we behave.
So essentially superimposing Yoruba culture on other people, whether they want it or not.
No,
that's not imposing.
That's not an imposition. It's not an imposition, one man.
You make
one
it
man. If
it
warrants it, if you must go into a Yoruba palace, if you cannot dobale for these new ones, I don't even understand them.
A palace is a cultural setting, though.
Is it? Yes. If you cannot dobale, then don't enter. Don't enter into the palace. It is as simple as that. Avoid it. avoid it.
I'm pretty sure there'll be a student that will challenge this in law and they will strike it out.
In no way it's going to happen. There are more regulations that are coming. It's not. I'm not in position to start to talk about it. We've woken up. We have woken up, and everybody can, in their own space, in their own neck of the wood, they can also do what is necessary. What is necessary in their own space, they can do it. But this one in Lagos, for instance, let me take you back. The gubernatorial election, for instance, when the Uru calls were to come out, what happened was that gubernatorial, if you remember, was postponed for 1 week. Before that election, already a date has been chosen for that Uru festival, which was the date. So when they shifted 1 week later, it fell on that day. And they started saying it has to be shifted. And we said, no, we cannot shift it.
Okay, it wasn't
If this
because
were to
of
be
the
Sunday,
election that
will you tell the Christians
Baba,
not to go to church?
Baba,
Yes.
it wasn't because
Yes.
of the election they did the Oro. It was a day that was scheduled already.
It was a day that was scheduled. These are the misinformation.
I thought it was
So
because
the
of the
question,
election
what
they
we
did
told them
that.
was that if it were to be a Sunday, will you tell Christians not to go to church? Or if Easter fall on a day that they're going to do a ceremony, you say we should postpone Easter or postpone Christmas? So this was the argument where they reluctantly allowed the Uru thing to go on. But unfortunately, they spin it. But also, people disputing the election, they should calculate.
My brother, can I ask you a question?
Let me finish this one. Let me finish this point, then you can comment. What happened? If you calculate Tinubu's vote, that presidential election, calculate all the votes, then come to the gubernatorial, which Sanwo-Olu won. Calculate all. They are very similar. What I'm trying to draw up there is that election was not rigged. They are very similar. It's just that people got woken up and say, what are we doing to ourselves? And they diverted their votes. So that is exactly what happened on that gubernatorial listing. How Sanwo-Olu won. Check all the votes, add LP, everything. So what they are saying about Lagos, I don't know the fixation on Lagos. Nothing happened in Lagos that didn't happen in Enugu, Abia, or Ebonyi, or Imo. That didn't happen also in Kano, or Adamawa, or in Taraba. But all you hear is Lagos.
We played clips on here. In fact, several. We played a clip where they were shooting in the air, chasing people away. And then we played another clip of a man being beaten up somewhere in the east for deeming to say that he will vote for Tinubu. Maybe he just wanted to be a maverick, but they gave him a thorough beating. And then we played clips of our barely 12-year-old, you were here, Joel, when we were playing them, barely 12-year-old children being given voters' card. We played endless clips of violence, rigging.
All you hear is Lagos.
All in the east,
the violence is not widespread. So I don't know this fixation on Lagos. Honestly,
my brother, can I say something?
Yeah,
can I ask
please
you
go ahead. Please go ahead.
Now you said something about the Owo festival and all that. I would just ask you a question. If Tinubu was coming to Lagos State, was visiting as a president, or probably we have a foreign president, maybe like President of America coming to Lagos State, do you think that festival will still go on?
The Oro Festival?
I don't think it will. It will not go on. Let me tell you something, my brother. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me finish. Then you can answer. It's a question I ask, so you can just wrap up everything at the same time. The issue there is that we had an election. I do not care what culture that is, whether it's in the west, in the east, or in the north. Whenever it comes to issue that has to do with the election, everything in that day, if this is a public holiday, it must be respected. You can shift that festival to other days. It must After all, the king or somebody that is supervising that festival maybe happens to die a day prior. That stuff will not go on. So whatever thing you're doing, that culture is a subject of the constitution, not the other way around. And whatever thing we are doing on that day, as regards to election, has a lot to do with our existence as a people. So it's something that happens 1 in 4 years. So if it happens to fall in a day where you have that a festival, I think it's only fair that you shift it and stop and not make a nuisance of it. Because we also saw in this same culture you're talking about, we also saw the rigging that happened in those palaces you were talking about. So let us just leave this matter. No, I'm just being honest. It's on video, it's on channels, it's on.
Why I laughed. This is why I laughed. You understand? Leave Christianity, leave Islam alone. When it comes to tradition, there are steps. It's not on the day of the ceremony. What you see is like the end result, a process. That is the tail end of a particular traditional ceremonies festival. The thing might have started 7 days or 3 days prior. And of course, based on the calendar of the government, they've said presidential on this day there will be gubernatorial and a local assembly. And here we are, we fixed this date, approved everything. And the traditional ceremony have started. That I will not let you, I will not start to blab about that here. You understand? And then you come right when the steps have been taken and say you have to postpone. And we felt, okay, we cannot postpone. We've taken steps. We cannot break the cycle. And it costs money. It costs money. A lot of money. So side by side, we can do it. That's exactly what happened.
No, we cannot do elections. Let us, you see, sometimes that's why sometimes I get pissed. We have to be, truthful. There is no activity that goes on election day. It does not matter what part of Nigeria you're from. So you cannot say we can do it. Hold on now. So what is your problem that they postponed it? You say that we can do it side by side. Side by side, how? In a place,
my tradition already is in gear.
Hold on, my brother. It does not matter whether it's
Easter or do you postpone Christmas?
Yes, if if election falls on Christmas, you will. You must do it.
Come on, Joel.
No, hold on, my brother. Hold on, my
you
brother.
Postpone Christmas or you postpone the election?
For Easter, you fast for 40 days. There's Ash Wednesday. There's Good Friday. It's a process.
Hold on now, my brother. The thing there is this now. It is unreasonable for you to now put your election on Christmas Day. Know that it's going to cause that friction. But what happened in that Lagos State election was that it was postponed. Not by the fault of anything. It just happened to be postponed. If it happens to be postponed, election takes precedence over anything that we are doing. Because it elects the leaders. If there are no leaders in that place, there won't be any culture for you. That is the problem.
It was postponed because of Peter Obi now. It was postponed because
my tradition will always be there.
No, one man. It wasn't postponed because of Peter Obi. I know you're just trying to be funny, but it wasn't postponed because of Peter Obi.
No, he asked for you forget what led to that.
He held
for the Beavers machine.
Yes, and then he held the Beavers machine hostage, Peter Obi. So they couldn't use it for the date, yeah.
One man, please. Let's be serious here. He only said that give us the results. Let us inspect the Beavers.
That's what one man meant.
Based on the court, right? So you want to inspect it, and these people were dragging. They were food dragging. INEC was food dragging. So it's not Peter Obi's fault. It is INEC. That's why I was asking Princess. If you go to a quack
it's not Obi's fault now. It's INEC. I know that.
Yeah. So INEC is a quack doctor. That's what I was trying to make Princess understand. It's a quack doctor.
With that too.
Understand me? 700 billion, over 400 billion spent so that we can have an electronic transfer. And yet INEC is giving us a story.
No, that wasn't what the 700 billion was spent on.
No. One man. How much was given to INEC to organize this election? Let's be realistic.
Yeah, but it wasn't for electronic transfer now, the 700
No.
billion.
It was a total package now. But
Yes.
that differs.
And they delivered an excellent result election as for the state.
I'm giving up on you. Please go ahead with the show.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to move on from there, but don't interject. But don't interject. But make it just a standalone statement, so I can move on to another topic. Make a statement, and then we move on.
Okay, so one man. So from what Baba was trying to explain, see the insincerity in what he was saying. That tradition, you are trying to rubbish some people's tradition because of election. Baba was trying to explain the process to make you understand where that tradition is coming from, because it was well planned by these traditional people, because the proposition was that election would have been over. But because of your own specific interest, underlying interest, you're trying to undermine that, not to look at the whole picture, trying to just concentrate on one thing because you feel you have a very strong interest. And that's the problem. When there is a strong interest from their side, they try to undermine every other.
All right, we've lost you.
Nigeria does not tend
yeah,
to.
you're back.
We don't. Can you hear me?
Have we lost you again?
When they have
you dip in and out. Yeah.
Something. Okay, I said when like Joel now, see his comment.
Who is they?
Whenever they are the South.
You know, I don't like that language of they. We are all the same. We are all
I said, the obedience.
Yes. Okay, the obedience. Okay, we can isolate them. Yes.
Or the Southeastern politics. Whenever there's a strong interest in something, they tend to undermine every other person's interest in a bid to make it, we are doing an election, so we should suspend your tradition. Your tradition does, when it comes to the constitution.
Was it the obedient that organized the election? What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Is it obedience that organized the election?
What I'm saying is no, but they were trying to tell you that there was but there was a plan for the election. When there was
we're being economical. See, guys, we're being economical about the truth. Baba, I agree to you. Listen, that was what I was trying to say yesterday. Yeah. Baba started brilliantly, and he still has my respect 100%. Okay, but in the middle, he shifted away from the facts. We are not all traditionalists. This festival was fixed for political reasons. Everybody saw. See, this narrative that we're talking about, in 10 years' time, 15 years' time, becomes history. Why are people, it's not even up to 1 year, why are people now suddenly trying to cook up a different narrative? Let's be factual. I respect traditions, but I'm not a traditionalist. I'm a Christian.
I'm a Christian too, but it doesn't take anything away from me.
No, it takes something away from my Christian belief. I'm
for
from
me,
royal.
It doesn't take anything away.
I'm from a royal family from where I come from, but there's certain things that I will not, when tradition and Christianity collide and all that. My Christian belief takes precedence. I don't even think about it. There's certain things I will not do. So my own
kind of Christian attitude is what Jesus Christ told me. Jesus Christ, he said, when they slap me on the right, I should turn the left.
Jesus Christ did not tell me to go and start bowing down to
what if they slap me on the left? He said, that means I should advise myself.
Well,
carry on.
All right, Baba. Let me move the conversation on, because I think we're just going to loop around with that one. Let me move the conversation on, but in a reverse motion to where Joel was when he was making his submission earlier on. You know, I often say that whenever people are speaking, you're not just having the conversation with the people on the panel, you are also having the conversation with the listeners who continuously send me stuff on Instagram, and this is what somebody sent in. So let me quickly present this. This is from CBS News. So CBS News, of course, an American media conglomerate, so nothing at all to do with Nigeria. So CBS News, so, and this is what they have to say about the goings on in your country, especially to Joel's narrative. It says, Chicago State University caught in dispute over Nigeria's presidential election. So let me whisk through it. So if people can be muted just for the sound. Chicago State University finds itself at the center of a political dispute involving the newly elected president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu. Tinubu's political rival, Atiku Abubakar, claims that documents showing that Tinubu graduated from Chicago State in 1979 are not authentic, and that is grounds to nullify Tinubu's election victory earlier this year. According to, so they're now quoting, and you can see again, this is from CBS, you can see the logo there. They are now quoting People's Gazette, where it starts to go awry. According to People's Gazette, Tinubu submitted the diploma to Nigeria's Election Commission. It was purportedly issued in 1979 and signed by the university's president, Elnora Daniel. But Daniel didn't arrive at CSU until 1998 and left about 10 years later, submitting false records to the National Election Commission before the vote should nullify the election, Atiku claims. At a hearing in Chicago, people mute, I can hear sounds in the back. I'm waiting. Sorry, let me come in and mute whoever that was, because they're clearly not listening to me. That was Tone. Tone, mute now, please. My goodness. At a hearing in Chicago this week, Abubakar's lawyers asked a federal judge to compel CSU officials to turn over Tinubu's. So this is where they are, especially in those Edo watch spaces and all those sort of obedience spaces. At a hearing in Chicago this week, Abubakar's lawyers asked a federal judge to compel CSU officials to turn over Tinubu's academic documents and appear for depositions. Judge Jeffrey Gilbert of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois did not rule on the request. CSU lawyer Michael Hayes told Gilbert that the university would not be able to certify Tinubu's diploma under oath. So that was where the fixation was with the obedient narrative, but that is not where the story ends. A CSU spokeswoman said the university. So now pay attention to this. A CSU, and by the way, I'll scroll up again. So you see, this is CBS News Chicago. So a CSU spokeswoman said the university can confirm the president graduated. However, it cannot authenticate the diploma because it is a ceremonial document that is not part of a student's official academic file. So it's fairly straightforward to me. Now, earlier this year, Nigeria's presidential election petition court dismissed Abubakar's claim against Tinubu's February the 25th election. However, Abubakar continues to fight the results here in Chicago. Chicago State has issued this statement. So this is a statement from the university. As an educational institution, we are sometimes asked to provide information related to students' records. Federal law known as FERPA, the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, protects the privacy of student records and limits what an institution can release. In August 2023, a request was made in the United States Federal Court for the university to provide information related to the educational records concerning Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, and a former CSU student. So that's an additional confirmation right there. The university has confirmed Tinubu attended CSU, so that's one, and graduated in 1979 with a bachelor's degree, that's two. Federal law, however, prevents us from providing any further information without consent or unless allowed to do so via court order. CSU is confident in the veracity and integrity of our records regarding Tinubu's complete. My goodness me, why are we even here? CSU is confident, and I will post this link in the comment section so that people can go and read it at their leisure. CSU is confident in the veracity and integrity of our records regarding Tinubu's completion of graduation requirements and degree certificates. The university is not a party to the Nigerian legal proceedings that spurred this request, and a U.S. federal judge will determine whether the university will provide further requested information. Our response to the request for Tinubu's academic records has been entirely consistent with our practices, policies, and federal law. We would respond in exactly the same manner for any request for any student information by a. So, I mean, the university told you that he went to the university. They told you that their records are there intact, and here we are still Scooby-Dooby in water.
One man, you know what they don't realize?
I posted the link in the comment section for people who want to read
President Trump, he envisaged this in advance, and he got a court injunction to block the release of his document. So that is why we've not heard anything about Trump's qualification. What they are after here, what Atiku is after, is actually thinking that if they release what he called in a encompassing from his academic records, he felt that that academic record will include the documents with which he used in gaining admission to CSU. But it doesn't work that way. When you talk about academic record, what any university will just show you is the year he arrived, the course he did, when he graduated, and that is all. Not even a copy of the certificate. It's just a confirmation that he was admitted. This is the year he started. This is what he studied, what he majored in, and he obtained so and so certificate at this year, this so and so year when he graduated.
Is this Baba speaking?
That's the end.
Baba, are you the one speaking? I can't see you.
Yeah, I'm the one speaking. Tony.
Okay. Hello, sir. Do you realize how we established that the man we are talking about is really Bola Tinubu? No. This is not a mischievous question. I'm just.
But did you see the yearbook?
Is Bola Tinubu?
Did you see the yearbook?
Okay,
they showed the yearbook.
Yeah. So I saw the yearbook.
Yeah, that's his photograph.
Okay.
Sorry, where are you leading to with that, Tony?
No. I'll come back to that later. I know why I put in that question. I'll come back to that later.
Yeah, because the female, is it the female something? Is that where?
Yeah, no. Let's not go there. I don't want to take us out from the path we're talking about now.
So what I'm saying,
how do we explain? Because listen, you see, this is very, very important for us as Nigerians. Integrity. How can our president be a laughing stock to the world?
He's not. Nobody is laughing except the obedience for all their efforts.
No. One man I've always said in this show, because you don't know me. You don't see. This Baba used to come to my uncle's house in Kenya back then. If anything, I should be one of his chief supporters and all that. I'm independent. I'm a grown man. I'm independent. I'm able to to make an informed decision for myself. I don't go because I'm Yoruba or I'm Igbo or I'm from a certain town. I will follow somebody blindly. No, that's not my education. If you're dodgy, you're dodgy. If my uncle was still alive today, he will probably be a minister or one of the people that are very close to him. Okay. My point is that there are a lot of things about the drug thing. I know it does exist. I'm telling you people today, but people might say, okay, it's in the past, that maybe he's repented and all that. Then that is not a
How
matter.
do you know? How do you know he does exist? Were you on one of his couriers?
One man. With all due respect, I don't think it would be respectful for me to start saying some personal things I know on
So
the public space.
you are asking it. We are asking us to take it on trust. When you say you know it does exist,
Yes,
but
but
you
I
are
don't
not
want to go
able
into
to.
details. I don't want to go into details. Yes,
Don't let
it is true to some extent, but I don't want to go into that respectfully. I don't want to go into to that. But what I'm trying to say, another thing, okay, we're talking about the certificate. How about the logo on that certificate? Why does it not match that of CSU? And we should not forget that about 2 weeks ago.
You're an Englishman, so you know what a red herring is. That's a red herring, isn't it?
Yes.
Hold on. Let me make this point.
What kind of?
Hold on, Adale Koko. What about the logo? What about the logo? Hold on, please. Whatever the logo is, whatever the font of the lettering is, whoever signed it or not, whatever, if ever, wherever, the ultimate question is, did he attend that university? Did he graduate from that university? And did that university verify that he did? So that is really where it is.
No. From how he how he stands right now.
No.
I know the man. The man has.
No. Wait.
Okay.
Answer those three questions.
Okay.
Because those are the questions that matter.
Okay. The only question, my only response to your three questions.
Not the font on the on whatever.
No, I'm not. I never mentioned.
Did he attend the university? Did he graduate from that university?
I will answer.
And did that university? Have they verified that he attended?
Okay,
so those are the three things that matter.
Can I answer?
The logo on the something.
Okay. Can I answer? Can I answer objectively?
You know?
Forget who I align with politically. Can I just answer objectively? One.
Well, you can answer, but the facts already.
Yeah, let me just answer now. Let me answer. Let me answer. That he attended. Whether he attended CSU, yes, we've got a pictorial evidence that he attended. No problem. Did he graduate? I don't think so.
The university is lying.
Yeah. Then did. No. One thing we need to understand. Wait. There's something important we're missing here. There was a news. That was what I was trying to say. There was an expose saying that at the time, that university has been caught up with issuing fictitious degrees to people that never really attended the university.
Oh, come on.
Now the university is fighting. The university is fighting for their reputation. That's one thing we need to understand. So hence their position.
So 136 years.
Hold on. So with that fictitious certificate, he was able to work to a claim in Deloitte and Touche. And
Deloitte has come out and said that he never worked for them. So what are we talking about here?
So
Deloitte, one man, you didn't work for Deloitte. One man, none of us here have worked for Deloitte. Deloitte came out, he's on the public space.
They interviewed him for Mobile, just like a lot of
Mobile, I don't know, but I'm talking about Deloitte. He has said from his own mouth, even recently when he was in India, he said he worked for Deloitte. Deloitte have come out and said he never worked for. There's no record for him. So what are we talking about here?
Let me ask him a question. So the statement.
Who is speaking?
This is
Mr. Jalekoko, I respect you very much, sir, but I think you're biased. Okay, ask me my question.
All right. Yes, you already concluded.
No, if it's reasonable. No, I'm not concluding. I have so much respect for Baba. No disrespect to anything.
We are all biased people. We know that already.
I am not biased. I am not biased.
You are not biased, but Aja is biased. Okay, fine.
I'm an Igbo man proudly and identify myself with the Yorubas, and I speak Yorubas very well. I speak Yoruba language very well.
Everybody, hold on. Ajalekoko, ask the question.
I'm listening, sir. Please ask the question.
When I say everybody, hold on, just hold on. Ajalekoko asked the question. Tony address it, and then Baba take the floor back. I don't want us to get.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm listening, sir.
Okay, so that statement from that university, you don't believe in that statement?
They are fighting for their credibility.
No. So you don't believe in that statement?
It's a half truth.
What do you mean by half? So they are covering up. Hold on. So they are covering up for Tinubu.
They are covering up for their reputation.
No.
All right. I think you have to abandon this because it's going to get us infuriated.
They are covering.
For them to own up to the fraud. It doesn't look good on them.
This is
all right.
This is complete jargons. Let's just forget about it.
Well, you can call it anything, sir, but that's facts. History will prove.
It's not facts. Now, please don't say what you don't know as fact to be fact.
Okay. All right. Let's leave it at that.
You don't know anything as facts.
One man. Let's move forward. Let's move on. It's fine.
All right. Let's move on. Baba, back to you.
Yeah, woman. It's really amazing. This silly season we are all in, enmeshed in. It's amazing because I find it difficult. University in America? Come on. I mean, institutions like Harvard and the rest, they are 300 years old. This CSU, 136, they will risk everything for one man called Bola Tinubu. It won't happen. They have expressed it to umpteen time. And I pity CBS that is getting involved in this, because when the obedience land on CBS, they will flatten them like they flattened Time Magazine, like they flattened Governor of Illinois, like they will.
CBS,
you know they started to move against that space. You saw what Fashola did to that wayward guy that was saying he wrote a judgment for the appeal court. You know,
those boys were not even alone. You've just had only a tip of that story. Only a tip of that story. That house, where they raided, they know all those behind, even including the people in diaspora. There is a lecturer involved who owns a small restaurant in Abuja where they do all their bar gossip, which they think it is the authentic truth, the gospel truth about this election. I know how you look at it. I told you the other time, I think the first week this election happened, I said, look, one thing this election has thrown into the open is that 200 million we call ourselves is a fallacy. That figure is not correct, because no registered voters of 94 million or 93 million cannot just drop overnight to 13 million. It's not possible. It is not possible. We are not 200 million. When you vote, it's about accreditation, and beavers cannot lie. It captured everybody. In some places where they've loaded beavers for about people who have cards of 200, hardly they see 60 people come forward with their card. Let's just assume there are people who didn't even bother to vote. Maybe add another 40, 100. The remaining 100 people fake That's how elections has been rigged all along. Front loading and everything. This election is authentic, one of the best. Somebody was talking about 1993. 1993 was no contest. Too far to Abiola. It's like a pygmy, a Lilliputian, and a giant.
All right, Baba.
Yeah.
No, land that point. I feel the need to cleanse the air somewhat. So let me just cleanse the air.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me cleanse the air a little bit.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Yes, I think we needed that one. So Tony, that was for you. But
that's Malema.
He's going to be your president for the next 8 years, whether you like it or not. So that's just the way he's going to go. We'll look back on this and laugh, I'm sure. I hope we're able to recover and come back together after these elections. A lot of things said.
I think the damage has been done.
Yes,
the genie is out of the bottle. Everybody will have to make the necessary adjustments. Everyone, every state, every tribal group have to make the necessary adjustment. Everybody is awake right now.
All right. Yes. Let's bring Jide into the conversation. Actually, let me see if Mike is still there. Mike, hopefully you're still there, Mike.
Yeah, I am here. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So let me bring Jide into the conversation. And then I'm going to hand over to Mike because our Prince Daddy is waiting and the studio is full. So I'll ease myself out as I bring Jide in. But before I bring Jide in, let me do a bit of I have a theme music for Mike now, but it might not like. What's that?
Don't start giving me music, I beg.
No, you have a theme music now. Well, maybe. Yes.
One man, why is it that only the rude ones are the one meant to be head of the house? Why?
It's the people that are available. It's just if you want to moderate, I'll just hand it to you gladly.
No problem. Let him enjoy. No problem. We are here. It doesn't matter. Even if he's the head, if he talks anything, we're going to counter him. It doesn't matter if he's the head.
Yes. Actually, before I hand over to Mike, you must let them speak and try and contain the rowdiness.
When I moderate, I'm always like, I don't even talk. I just, because I know myself. So I try to not to be me. So I just allow people to talk. That's the way I moderate. So that way they don't say I'm taking undue advantage or anything. I don't do that.
Right, because I saw you slamming to Nigeria the other day for to Nigeria. Is like
he was the one moderating.
It was it's like a TED talk when to Nigeria is moderating. He does the sound of his own voice is only.
He moderates and he's the one talking. That's the problem with Nigeria. You know? When I moderate, I can talk, but for the most of the time, I'll just keep quiet, let them talk.
All right. So the super chats that have come in. Peace comes in. It says, why did I bring this matter up? It's not, yes. And that's your Adeoye, who comes in as well. He's been showing up regularly. So Prince, Peace rather continues with the super chat. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Peace rather. I'm saying Prince only because he's the name to come up next. Nigerian Prince in this instance, and our own Prince Daddy, of course, as always. The James Bond in the bow tie. That is Kaizo's sugar daddy in our space this time around. So that's Ike Ogeame, as Kaizo often calls him, Ike Ogeame. And of course, the real sugar daddy of this space, of course, Ayo doing as it always does. So thank you, gentlemen. Keep them coming. So I'll hand over to Mike. Maybe this will not be your theme music, but this is what will introduce you in this instance. So, Mike, over to you.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
How does this even rhyme with me, sir? I thought you were going to play one gangster music like that, you know.
One man is another thing else. Where did he
I
even
don't even know how that one even rhyme with me.
No, maybe you are in a library now, you know. Don't know.
Yeah, is one man still there, by the way? Oh,
He
he
don't
left.
run away. Or maybe you are
I
not
can't even get in the
Lusho man.
background. Trying to
Maybe you are
get
Lusho man.
the studio is full in the background, so I can't even get into the. But anyway, well, I won't be able to be hiding and removing. But anyway, all right. So, well, let's continue, Sean. I think he gave the floor to somebody. I can't remember.
Yeah. So,
are you the moderator now? Have we got a new moderator?
Yeah. But one man is there me. I can't get it because I'm trying to get rid of this screen so I can see everybody.
Okay. Yeah. Because with that screen, you can't see
background.
everybody. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can't get into it.
Hi. What's your name, please? You're the moderator. New moderator.
Mike.
Okay.
Mike.
Okay, Mike. Another thing I forgot to drop. I hope Baba is there and Mr. Jellicoe. How about the fake guy that they brought 2 days ago, saying that he was he attended the same class with Tinubu? Do you know he's been fact checked? He does not even exist anywhere, and he didn't. There isn't any record of him attending CSU. See, all these things. Let's just be honest. There's so much. The only thing real about Tinubu is his face. The man is just shrouded with a lot of
Hello, speaker. Is that
mysteries.
Tone? Sorry, that is
Yeah, it is
speaker.
Tone.
Can I have my
Okay,
speech?
so to your point, everyone in this world has a social media presence. Is that what you're trying to say?
Please, can I have my space now?
Okay, go ahead, man. I think you are the one that's supposed to have the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oga Mike, you know me and you still have some discussions from the last time we met at Kaiser's place. So you will still drop your contact at beg. Maybe I want to chat you up on WhatsApp to ask for some things. Remember now?
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
So for me, I feel denying that Chicago State University did not say that Tinubu went to their school is what the obedience space is now doing. Because if the school has come out to say this man was with us, I don't see why they should go further than that. And even in the let me say, in the business space, when you talk of companies that employ employees, official space, you most times drop your certificate and they verify with the school. All they do is drop your name. The school comes back with them and says, this guy graduated, did this course at so year. And that's the verification they need. So I don't know how it looks like. It sounds somehow. I went to a particular school and somebody is trying to poke nose to see my documents, something that is personal to me. You are not satisfied with
what do you mean poke nose? What do you mean poke nose? When you're going to go for an office of a president, we need to fact check you. It's not poke nosing, my brother. It's not at all.
Can I still can I land my point first? You say it's not poke nosing. What are you fact checking? Somebody dropped a certificate, said he went to so school, and you went to the school, and the school, you have even sued the school to court, and the school has even told you again that he went to the school. Is that not enough?
The school was protecting their integrity.
Okay.
They have been.
Let me make a quick
Very
comment
soon
here.
that school will be a lot more dodgy interaction will be exposed very soon. You guys watch.
Well, let's say yes, I understand, but can we tell ourselves the truth? INEC was dodgy because that's what you said. The INEC was protecting their own integrity. That's why they did not.
No, I never said INEC. You see,
No, no,
it's
no,
you
no.
misquoting me. I said
Calm down now. Calm down.
CSU is protecting their own integrity, not
Calm
INEC. For
down.
INEC, I don't have any regard for INEC and
Okay,
Mahmoud and
let,
everything. They're all
let me make
criminals.
a quick comment here. So sorry, let me speak real quickly if you don't mind. The guy speaking see, when one thing I realized with obedient people is that when you have so many moving parts, so many variables, they have a hard time understanding how to process the whole thing. um, Chicago University is in a different jurisdiction, right? And there are ways in which they divulge information, right? So the only thing they can do is verify if an individual went to that school or not. They can't divulge additional information that doesn't pertain to verification. Um, because Atiku or its lawyers requested that information doesn't mean that they have to go into details. They already gave them enough information to verify that he actually went to that school. But you guys don't know that. You think, I mean, I'm not sure what additional information do you think they should divulge or they should
Sir, are
provide
you a
to us?
lawyer? Are you training legal things?
Okay, I guess I can't talk if I'm not a lawyer, right?
Okay, all right, okay, that's fine.
Well, and that's a problem because when people demonstrate their common sense onto just like a lot of people are talking about the 25%
Yeah, that's why I'm
with
not
Abuja.
surprised. Common sense is not common. With you, obviously, you align with the
I totally
Agbado
agree with
people.
you.
That's fine.
Well, I can call me Agbado, whatever you want to call me. I don't care. That is fine. But sometimes, I mean, you guys you pretend like you know what you're talking about, but given simple problem, you can't solve it. Then you want to pretend like you're so smart,
What problem? What problem? What are you talking
you
about
want to
here,
pretend
man?
like you're so
What
smart,
are you talking? What are you talking about?
Let me
The
finish talking,
man,
please.
see, listen. The man did not work for Delora. You people are trying to sandpaper over it that he did.
But
What are you
actually,
talking about? The
a better
Duroshay man that
question to
came
you:
out about
how
2
come you
days
not
Let's not
ago
talk over
concentrate?
came
each
out
other
and
now,
said
man.
he
One at a
went to
time.
save
I
school
think
How
in
come you not
Tinubu.
concentrate?
He's a fake.
Hold
He
on.
does not exist. He never even
Okay,
went to
that's fine.
America. So
Why
what
don't
are we
you
talking about
concentrate?
here?
Okay, why don't you concentrate on how you actually won the election instead of trying to disqualify the man? Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you present the results in the different polling units of the states that you won? That'd be much better. Because you didn't win the election and everybody knows that, and you guys are charlatans with your so-called leader. You didn't win the election. Yeah, the world would like to know. We'd rather concentrate on how you won the election. Show us the numbers so we can move on. Chasing after the certificate and all this garbage that doesn't serve any interest is just comical. I'm not sure what exactly you're trying to do, and trying to force the school to produce more than they are required by the law. I'm not sure what jurisdiction or power you have to do that. It's all comical. Concentrate on the main information. Did you win the election? Yes or no?
Just please leave them alone. What's the name of the person that just interjected? The obedient person. What's your name, please? Tone. Okay, Tone. So that I can address you now.
But why did you, sir? Why did you just assume that I am aligned to the obedient movement?
No. Just say you don't need to.
No, that's assumption. That's stupid assumption that people just make.
Just like
just because I'm independent in my thoughts and all that.
No,
You just assumed
right.
automatically
That's how you call me Agbado. That's how you call me Agbado, right? Because you're
yes,
so
I did call you.
You're a joker.
I'm not taking that back because you don't sound intelligent at all to me.
Can we talk now, please? Yeah.
Tone, you have to tone it down, please. Please tone it down.
Now,
let the language be civil. Let the language be civil, Tony.
Well, what I want to say is, what I was saying is this: when INEC presented the result and they went to court, the obedience space said INEC was protecting something because INEC is now in the case. Then INEC is protecting his integrity. That's why INEC is not bringing out the result. That's why INEC is not cooperating. Okay, fine. I don't know what cooperation you need. They have given you all your results at the polling unit. You fail to present any in terms of contradiction or discrepancies, errors. You did not present any to court, and the judges did not hide it. They said it to everybody's hearing on national TV. That's one. Now you have gone to challenge somebody's certificate. The school has come out to say, this guy attended our school. They've even given out pictures of, you have even had pictures of his yearbook, and you see him there in the yearbook. Now you come to say, yes, he attended it, but maybe he did not finish the school. But the school told you that he finished and he graduated. Okay, now the school is protecting its own honor. It's protecting something and doesn't want it to leak out. Why is it that it is only your space that must have something to hold on to? There is always a twist to the story as long as it doesn't favor you. Now, the election was it was free and fair largely because it wasn't like before. In this election, there was no massive vote vying. Thanks to Emefiele. Emefiele, he crippled that. He crippled vote vying for Atiku and for Tinubu, and I feel he made it almost a level playing ground for all parties.
Did you say that Emefiele crippled the vote vying?
Yes.
Okay. Was that decision taken independently by Emefiele, or was it he was acting under the instruction of Buhari?
Bro, I don't care.
Okay, wait, hold on. I just want to address something because there's another mischief maker I see on the chat. He's called Adeleye. He said he alluded that I just said that Tinubu never attended CSU. I was never been to America. No, listen, man. I said Duro Jaye, the guy that just came out, he did not attend CSU, and he was never, and he can never be Tinubu's cosmate. That was what I said. So please, let's get
Do we
facts
have
right.
proof that I didn't attend? Do we have proof that I didn't attend?
He has been fact checked, my brother. He has been
By
fact
who?
checked. Go and check you. I don't know why you people are being selective and economically your
No,
truths.
just asking question. I'm not saying I'm not. I don't know. I'm not saying what I did or
It has
not.
been proven.
He doesn't have any
He
information.
never
Can
attended.
we
He's a
move to the
liar.
next topic, man? He doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's move to the next topic, man.
See, man, you're sorry. I don't want to get personal. I don't know you. Don't know me. Yeah, get your facts right. I now see. You can align to a PC. Fine, it's your choice. But when we want to say the truth, in order for us to move forward, and that's what I'm on about. I know that we need to be factual in our truths.
Okay, Ton, if we want to be factual, can you please be factual here now? Duro Jaye, you are fact-checked him. And they said
I didn't fact check me. He has been fact checked. Go to the public space and check yourself.
I understand. I'm not arguing
But that
with you,
means you
man.
have the facts, and we're asking you to present it. But you said us go to a space, but you're not citing what space to go. That's why I'm asking, so I can go and look it up myself. Man.
See, Olajide, if you don't mind, let me quickly say something, just for seconds. See, that you go on internet to fact check something, at times you have to be very careful. All right? This day, under 15 minutes, I can host a site and even buy certificate, do self, do self, what do we call this, authentication there, and I put anything there.
Even online, you can even edit the Wikipedia if you want to. I'm not sure.
No, I can even register a domain just within seconds. Register a domain, host the site, pulls SSS certificate there, and tell you that everything I'm putting there is nothing but the truth. The only way you know the truth is that when you have something like what is going on now, that you are talking directly to the institution. Fact checking too can be some liars too, putting those things there. So let's not take everything we see. That's why we call it we are in the era of big data. When you are talking of 4 Vs or 5 Vs of data, this is what we are talking about. You can see a petabyte of fact on the internet, and it can just be only 100 megabytes of those things you see that you can say is the truth. So don't believe too much. Let's just be logical. And two, I'm just appealing to you, my brother. Here we challenge ourselves intellectually. We don't need to go angry. We don't need to go at other junglers. So let's just make it friendly. Thank you.
Okay.
Mike, when will I speak?
Okay, let's do this. That's true, man. That's a good point. We have to try to get this conversation around. So I know one might like to stick with one person for like 3 hours and things like that, and so Or let's do this. Like
actually, Mike, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know,
Mike,
we learn every day.
Madam Princess, sorry, before you go ahead. Oga Mike, some of us stayed overnight. Oh. This
No,
is
it's just a question. I'm not giving explanation. I don't even have time for that.
No, I'm not saying anything.
I just want Mike to clarify something for me. Mike, if you go to a school and you let me put it this way, you didn't go to a school, and then you said you went to that school, and then the school said yes, you went to their school, and are ready to present a record to show that you went to that school. How else can one prove it wrong? Because that is what is going on this space now. Somebody said you went to a school. I didn't want to go into this because sometimes I said it that this thing is getting out of hand. Somebody said you went to a school. The school said he went to our school. You said no, he didn't go to that school. And now, how do you prove it beyond that school? Because no matter what happens, it's still that school that you are going to ask to present whether the guy went to that school or not. Even if you go to Supreme Court, the Supreme Court will not say he went to school, he did not went to that school. The Supreme Court will say, school, did this man go to your school? He said yes, bring evidence. And this school has told you he went to our school, we have the evidence. And you say you are going to prove it beyond that school. So I am asking,
they need a DNA. They need a DNA to continue their proving of it. It's just a joke. But anyways.
You can explain further for me.
Madam Zita, you know how we describe such incident or the characteristic of those we call them one more sholo, meaning that people that knows more than no shows more. No, one more shot.
Why is AI pretending that she understands Yoruba?
It's like wicked though.
They should kukuma create their own school now and print results that does not carry his name.
It has come to a level whereby you get a bunch of kids
just trying to wrap
running
my
around
head
thinking that they know what is going on. They don't have a clue.
Argument, because I don't know why we are discussing this.
Honestly, hey Mike, where's my turn?
So let me just round up that space, please. I don't see what they are fighting. You know that he came out to prove that it was a classmate to him. You said the fact checked him is not, and the school that now gave you fact again that he went to our school. You said the school is hiding something. So is it until they give you fact that buttresses your own ideology? Then that is what is true. That is what is fact. You want the whole of Southeast. Nobody's arguing it with you. Then it is true. Then wow. INEC was a good doctor. INEC was not a quack doctor. But when it comes to the rest of the nation, you are not comparing INEC to a quack doctor. This is the narrative of all these things. These people just want things to go their way. That is just the bottom line. And to what's it called? To what Baba Wole Soyinka said. A man has the right to say whatever he wants to say. He has the right to put it whichever way he wants to put it. And if you are not happy with it, please put your head in the cooler. If you think it is
you're being disrespectful. You're asking me some few minutes ago to be respectful. That is why the only man that will respect here, the only man that will respect here is Baba. You're asking me to be respectful, and you're not being respectful. You're saying that Baba Soyinka should say whatever he wants and all that. So if Baba Soyinka is economical in his truth and all that, is that right? Just because he's a Yoruba man?
I'm sorry, Baba Soyinka he was not economical in his truth, because he stated it that he was even part of the monitoring team. He belongs to a group that monitors the election, so he has facts.
Okay, how about the international committee? How about the international committee that was a monitoring team? Have you heard their reports?
The international let me
are they biased? Are they obedient as well?
Please let me land.
What was their report?
Oh, no, Mike,
go
please.
and Google it. That's the homework for you, sir.
You can't tell us now. Good now. If you present something here, then present the facts. Now it's not
they cover every polling booth. International community, they cover every polling booth.
Baba Janle Koko, exactly my point. You have almost 100 international observers, and they are going to compare the election to the standard of election they have in their own country, which is Europe. And you have over 1,000 plus, and you want to use a sample of 100 people to condemn 1,000 whatever. What are you saying, brother? What are you saying?
My brother, the truth is,
did the international observer Did the international observer say will be one? That's what I want to know.
Okay, wait. You see, let me say something there. One thing we need to understand, if we understand one thing, moving forward, nobody here is my enemy. I don't see any. I'm an Igbo man, but I'm not your classical Igbo man. I'm not a POB for your information, because I know some people are connecting me now to a POB or the Southeast. I don't subscribe to all that rubbish. All I subscribe for is a good Nigeria that works, and for us to move forward as a nation.
Wait, did anybody here call you IPOB?
No. Someone has implied earlier by what he said. I don't care. I don't care. But what I'm saying is, where there's a mark, when there's a question on someone's integrity and all that, that person needs to be questioned without being upset. That's where I stand.
Okay, Ton, you have questioned the person. They have given you answer. You are not satisfied with the answer.
No, but okay. Let me ask you one question. Here in London, let me give you an instance. Here in London, about 10 years ago, there were a lot of dodgy schools above shops and all that, and a lot of Asians flooded in. Then the Home Office did a sweep and closed down most of those schools. Now, most of those schools are dodgy. They are quite dodgy. Now, CSU is just fighting for its integrity, and that is what we're failing to realize. There's going to be some more dodgy things that have been swept over the carpet. So it serves in their best interest to say that.
So they are fighting for their image for
Nigeria. For their integrity. With
Nigerians.
Okay.
They don't want to look bad.
No. Can we pause?
Hey, Mike, are you moderating, man? When can I comment?
Some
people are taking over.
Come in, I want to talk. Come in. Also want to say something.
I have not landed my phone. Please don't interject me for just 2 minutes. I'm going to hand over. I want to go to bed. Please.
Mike, move away from this certificate.
He's that thing now. He's one out of plan. He needs to talk on what he wants to talk about quick, but he's the one talking about it. That's why the guys keep it.
Okay, well, let me even leave it, because it doesn't make any sense. When I was trying to
talk about something else, man. What do you think about the language one in Lagos, about the university?
That is what I came in to speak on, Sha.
You can actually talk on that one, so you can just give your point on that one, and then we move to.
Okay, but about that language one, if it's possible, I wish and I hope that every southwestern state will copy it like that. Let them compulsory it, secondary, primary, and their state university. Even if it's possible, maybe somebody has done it in a federal university. Let us do it too in federal university. We cannot allow our language to die. That's one. We can't allow our culture to die. That's two. Number three is that I don't know why people are shouting about this. I don't see why they are shouting, because I feel if this part of the country says this is the way it is, okay, in our own state-owned universities, and Igbos attend, Hausa attend, it is an opportunity for you to learn the language if you want to learn. Even if you get an F in it, at least you will not leave that school without learning how to greet in Yoruba, how to say basic things in Yoruba. I lived in the north and I was born in the north. Until today, that opportunity of hearing Hausa language to a certain extent, to a certain degree, helps me do business with Hausa people. So if you are not satisfied, go to your own state. Let them too do it. Yoruba people that are there too, they will comply. Then everybody will learn the language of one another. Then it will be easier that way. But to you to come and say that Yoruba should not do it in our
You
own.
know what, Judy, if I can say something real quickly. To that point, that language thing in the university, look, I can almost guarantee that even the Southeasterners or the Igbos, they're going to do very well in it. I remember back in high school, Yoruba was not a problem for them. They spoke Yoruba and they wrote them also. I mean, they did excellently. So because we're looking at this issue from a negative perspective. I don't know why you think it would be a barrier to other people, other Nigerians, to be able to learn Yoruba or any other language for that matter. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal.
No, I'm not saying it's a barrier. Somebody has said earlier that he got an F, and that's why I'm referring to it. Okay, but what I'm saying is it should open doors for every other tribe to learn this language. That's the way we should see it. It should open doors. But if you feel it's a barrier, go to your own state too and do the same thing. You cannot come to Lagos or and tell them not to do things their own way, according to their own culture, according to their own beliefs. It's not possible.
Well, yeah. So I think Mike said it best earlier that these are state institutions, right? So I'm not sure the law behind it. As long as they're not breaking the law or infringing on anybody's right, that'd be the only thing to be concerned about. But other than that, I think it would be a good opportunity for people to learn and be to learn about the Yoruba culture and the language and traditions. And I think that can be propagated across the country. I mean, just like you said, also when I was in the north as a little kid, I mean, not in school, but I was happy to learn the Hausa language also in Lagos, and I learned a few words in Igbo from my friends. So this language thing, because we're looking at it from a negative perspective, is actually a plus. There's nothing bad about it.
And that makes you a complete Nigerian if you at least can speak those three languages. It makes you complete.
Yeah, absolutely.
Olajide, Prince Daddy. See, I think we've talked about those languages. In Lagos State, they didn't start this, right? It started from even Imo State and some other the eastern part of the country. You see, language is just like a curriculum.
Sorry. When did it start in Imo State? Please educate me.
I read it. I read it the other time. I think in 2012 when the festival started that if you do without Igbo language, if you don't have credit Igbo language, that you will not be admitted into Imo State University. Yeah,
they did propose it actually. I heard it, and at the time I thought it was it didn't make sense. But in retrospect, I think every region has their right to insert that in. I mean, language is, in fact, if you tell me, I think the problem we're having today is because each culture is suspicious of another culture. We do not understand each other.
Yeah, so I agree. See, there's nothing wrong. Even here in Canada, like I made mention of a particular territory. So although English language is official language in Canada, but that particular region, they try to use their own native language. They are the indigenous people. So there's nothing wrong in you preserving your culture. So because like I said, if you will take time to learn physics, to learn other subjects, there's no big deal in learning your language. So people should not, because, okay, I almost lost admission into my tertiary institution because they were requesting for either you have credit in English, in economics or geography. Just imagine if I didn't have geography, I would not have been admitted. So this thing is like a curriculum. It's not as if there's no big deal to me. If you can learn other subjects, then see Yoruba language as a subject. So we should not be making everything political. So in this issue, plus instead of we see this as negative. So it's not
that's our problem.
It's not everything we must fight. People will be saying,
Yes,
"No,
because you're looking at it like a punitive thing. That's the problem. I mean, if you look at it really holistically, it's a beautiful thing to learn a new language. It's not a bad thing, actually.
exactly." Okay, when some of us were trying to come to Canada, for example, some could not make the IELTS, and just because the federal system was changing, the federal skill worker system, my colleague within the banking system that I never knew they could comprehend, they could learn anything in French. Within 3 months, they learn French just to be sure that they get it. So the thing is, it is mind. And right from secondary school, at least I don't know if SSC curriculum has changed, but the thing is this: you must have one Nigerian language, either Hausa, Igbo, or Yoruba, as part of your subjects.
It's still the same. It's still the same.
So to me, there's no big thing in this.
So why does it have to be just those 3 languages? Sef? I don't even understand why Nigeria just marginalize all these other ethnic groups.
I understand what you are saying, but things can escalate, right? Things can escalate. You can always add your own. As an Ekiti man now, if I find myself in the position of in the government house tomorrow, I can say you must do my legislation in Ekiti. So you come and learn from me. You must not impose your.
Hold on, let me ask one question real quick. So, like when you say they should make these 3 languages, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. So let's say in a state like Cross River.
I didn't say they should make it to. I said that is what we have. I didn't say they should.
Oh, okay.
The point
others
is,
can
wherever the school is.
Okay, for whoever think that's a very good idea that they should make these 3 languages. I'm not saying you said it. I didn't say you. Hold on.
Mike, the government of Canada spend money to print booklet for people in Punjabi, in Mandarin, and in fact, in over 50 languages for people to understand. So you will see how can here in Canada prioritize multiculturalism.
No, that's not even what I'll get that. But what I was trying to ask is some people, I think it was Kenneth that said they should make, I don't know if you're saying, but I've also some people say they should make this 3 language compulsory in Bible and Hausa. So now, what I find it ridiculous is, hold on, guy, hold on now. Let me just learn my question. So what I find ridiculous is in, like, let's say Cross River, where it's no state of neither Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. So it will be compulsory in that state for us to be learning Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa.
Like,
but what I believe is
they localize it. No. They localize the language based on the institution which the school is based. That's the ideal way to do it. We can't just restrict people to Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo.
Exactly. No. It should be the language of the indigenous territory. Yeah. That will be the compulsory language.
And that will help, actually. When you have the people from the major languages go to such areas, they're going to learn a new language, and it's going to help foster the one Nigerian we're talking about. I think, they should localize it.
I don't know why we're always looking at things from the negative point of view. Anyways, I am Mr. Mike. Let me leave the ground for somebody else. Baba, learn more about it. I need your contact so that I can just chat you up. If you have anything, I can go through document or something. So
is that for me?
No, let me go from Michael.
Huh?
There is
Mike, and
I think it was Mike and Baba T that we had that discussion together. So I'm discussing with the 2 of them. I'm referring to them.
Okay.
No Allah. We can contact me. No problem. I guess drop your email or something in a private chat or something. I will just send you a message. Mama Zita, Madam Zita, I think she's next. She's person as supposed to be speaking.
Mike, just let me interject before but I'm not sorry. Last Buhari's administration, there's already a policy that is being implemented that says wherever the school is, whichever the school, the indigenous language of wherever the school is located, the students that come into that space will have to learn that indigenous language. As bad as that former Minister of Education, that he didn't do anything. So that was one of the things he proposed. And the implementation
did you say that's a policy? That's a policy?
Yes, a policy. One of the policy introduced.
Right now on the federal level. On the federal.
Yes, it has been signed into. Yes, it has been signed.
Yeah, that is great. Okay, that is great. So what are we complaining about now? What is the problem now? Actually, if that's been the case now,
So
I mean,
because of various tribes and all of that, wherever the school is located, the language, indigenous language of that community will be incorporated into the curriculum of these students so that they can
okay.
interact with the
So
culture.
Is that what is
So
being
not
that was my
proposed?
necessarily
suggestion
Yoruba.
earlier, and I didn't know that's a policy already in place, and that's
Yes,
exactly what I was suggesting. That hey, they should localize the
that's the
language
policy.
based on the system where it's
Yeah,
located.
let's Mama Zita have a floor, please, sir. Madam Zita, sorry.
Mike, actually, I came in to speak on that language stuff. I didn't get the gist of the language. Is it that before you go into, is it University of Lagos or the State University?
The State University.
It's a prerequisite for you to gain admission that you must pass Yoruba language before you are admitted? Or is it that when you are schooling there, is going to be one of your elective? I just
Yeah.
want to understand.
Yeah, that's what it is. You are schooling there, you will
Not
take it.
elective,
You have to
compulsory. Compulsory, like when you are having a use of English, communication in English, all those also. So this will be compulsory, not elective.
Okay.
No. It's elective to take. It's a
No, it's
class
not
you have to
elective.
take. It's elective.
It's not elective. They are saying compulsory.
Compulsory
Wait,
what?
you will be in the university or you must pass it before gaining admission.
In the university, as part
After
of
admission,
it's
after
in the
admission in
university.
school.
It's a compulsory course you have to take.
So
either as part of your undergrad courses.
Year one course.
Okay.
Is that in
Let
all
me say
disciplines?
this.
All discipline,
I
irrespective
understand
of
it now.
your
What it means is that if
Yes, all
you are a
disciplines. Year
student,
one course.
if you are a
Okay.
student in that university, one of your subjects must be Yoruba, right?
Yes, compulsory.
And you will pass it before you graduate. Okay,
Must.
I get it. Now,
yes,
you know, when things like this happen, I come from another angle. You people should not be angry or attack me. I'm just giving my submission as others did. First of all, what is a language? A language is a method human beings have designed for communication. The same human beings took it further to use language as a means whereby they communicate to their fellow humans ways of doing things. I want to clarify something before I go further. When you go to a country, let me give America as an instance because a lot of people are in Nigerians are in America. America speak English and they teach with English language. They do everything in English language. Although Spanish is the second most spoken language in America. So they do a lot of translation in Spanish for those people. So because they teach in English language, that's the way they try to communicate how to do things, which is called learning to humans. They give you a prerequisite. You have to tell us that you understand this language so that when we communicate the ways you have to do things in America or teach you other things, you will be able to understand. And I understand that they do that thing for free. Now, back to what language is, because most times in Nigeria, our government, most people in authority leave the most important things and do the unnecessary things. Now, I hope that university is well equipped to the brim, not Yoruba. Now, this language of a thing that you must learn, is that university, are they going to start teaching the student in Yoruba? Most of the books, like biology book, chemistry book, is it going to be written in Yoruba? If the answer is no, I can assure anybody who wants to hear that my country is not lacking in their languages. It is not destroyed. It was not changed. It was just replaced. So our languages are still with us. That you decide not to speak your language to your children, that's your problem. But if they have said that every university in Nigeria must do one of those 3 major languages as an elective, every student, it will make more sense to me. Like, well, you are graduating in Nigeria, you must learn how to speak one of the Nigerian languages. It will make sense. But saying that somebody wants to gain admission into a university, and because he's in that university, he must pass the language of that area. After that place, where does that language take him or her? Most people, let me finish. Most people who speak some certain languages in the world are struggling when they leave their environment. You cannot tell me Yorubas don't speak Yoruba. They speak Yoruba. That you don't want to speak it is not anybody's fault. Igbos do, Hausas do. Even the little other languages in Nigeria, tribes speak, they do. After learning Yoruba, where do you take it to? After that school. Where else will you take it to?
I don't think that's a question to be answered, really. That's not the point of it.
Let me quickly say something.
Because if it is, there are so much things important to that student more than that Yoruba language. I'm not saying that teaching people our language. I said this first. I said
it's really not about the student.
That is relative, though. That's a relative point.
What I'm saying is that is that school equipped to the brim? Are their laboratories up to date?
Madam Zita,
is everything perfect except Yoruba language?
Madam Zita, you are only looking at it from the language perspective. Let me tell you something here.
Exactly.
Here in Canada, in Winnipeg, and in Manitoba, see, instead of calling it indigenous language, they say indigenous culture. You know, there's no way as an undergrad you are not going to escape it. You are going to do it in the first semester, and you are going to do it in the second semester. So 2 semester courses. So from there you learn about their culture. So that they are saying Yoruba is going to go beyond Yoruba, is going to be culture, tradition, and whatever that is happening within the space. Which I think when we start learning that in Nigeria today, we will be able to appreciate ourselves better and we understand our differences. So to me, I think it's going to benefit us in terms of our soft skills.
Excuse me. What I'm saying
I totally agree with you a lot. And I like to say also that
language is not
is imposed. You are not getting me.
No,
I am talking about, if you say every secondary school in Yoruba land,
it's just that
learn Yoruba and write Yoruba in WAEC, I wouldn't have problem with that. I wouldn't, if state government of Lagos State said, as long as you are in Lagos State and you are a secondary school student, primary school student, you must be taught Yoruba. And for those writing WAEC, it must be one of the subjects you are going to write. I don't think I will have problem with that. But we are talking about
the reality, Madam Zita, that we have a lot of
wait, let her land real quick. Let her land real quick. I think she's
we are talking about
okay, go ahead.
a university, not just in a well-developed country. We are developing.
But this is a state university, Madam Zita. It's a state university.
It's even a state university. And I am asking, is it the most important?
Is it what?
Is this the most important?
No, it's not necessarily the most important, but it is important.
No, Mike, it's one of the most important.
Yeah, in fact, I can say it's one of the
But
most.
it doesn't have to be actually. It doesn't have to be.
Soft skills. So because like when we are learning anything,
So they're going to teach them in Yoruba.
But Madam
Soft
Sita, I say
skills.
if it's okay to teach in a state primary school, state secondary school. So what is wrong with also teaching in a state university?
You people are not getting me.
No, you say you agree
people are
that
making it seem as if I'm saying saying Yoruba. I have two problems with it. The level at which it is being insisted. Saying
Okay,
it is
Madam Zita,
not, wait,
answer this
if
question
it
for
is
me.
a prerequisite that people will be taught, they said, okay, just like they do it in other countries, they said you have to learn this language. Because this is, in foreign countries, they will say student has to learn a particular culture because you are going to interact with those people. They don't want to hear you say, I didn't know. Like in this place, you have to learn. If you are going to the school, you must learn the culture. It's part of your curriculum. So that tomorrow you won't say, I did not know. That's why I did what I did.
Madam Zita,
So I said the culture is different from the language. Is that what you're saying, Madam Zita?
please.
They check what they said they want to teach. They said they teach history, culture, tradition, courtesy. That's what they highlighted, and they didn't say it is a prerequisite for graduation. It is just a compulsory course. Everybody must take it as long as you go to that school.
And I can almost guarantee that.
Can I say something, please? And the issue, Madam Zita, the issue you raised some pertinent question, but as usual as Nigerians, being hypocritical as we are, we just tend to dance around the bush. The issue here is, if you say that it is going to endear national cohesion, then I would think that it should be mandated that if you are, for instance, in Yoruba land, you should learn how to speak Igbo.
In Yoruba land?
Hold on.
Because
please.
already you speak Yoruba, so why should you learn Yoruba?
Let me land. In Igbo land, you are required to speak and to learn either Hausa or Yoruba.
But that's not what we are arguing about here. That's not what. That's not what. That's
Let
not
me
what we are
interject 1 second.
Let's have a common sense discussion. That is, if we are saying that it's about national cohesion.
No one said that here. We don't care about national cohesion.
I think that's 1 second. I think that's Joel of Nashville. What you do? 1 second. What you're doing in essence is like you're restricting the language and culture into the classroom setting, and that's a poor way to learn. I'd rather have somebody learn Yoruba or
Igbo. What culture are you bringing? This is the thing. There is no Yoruba man here on this platform that does not know how to speak Yoruba.
But not to the core.
I get your point.
Not Yoruba to the what?
I get your point.
You can't say because you speak English means you can't say because you speak
English.
Let me make
my point. Let me make my point, please.
Let me
make my point, please.
Okay, let Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, go ahead. Let Prince Daddy make. He's been trying to interject.
No, Prince Daddy. No, Prince Daddy.
But he's been trying to interject since I've been kind of holding him.
Prince Daddy, please. Before you, there was a question the former person was asking. Let him ask it. Let everything be organized. He was asking a question. Let him ask his question. Then you now come in, Prince Daddy, so that we don't go back and forth on this issue.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I don't know the last person. I think it was Mike. I don't know if it was Mike that was asking the question.
I wasn't asking a question. I was just saying there are many Yorubas, father and mother Yorubas in Lagos that cannot speak Yoruba. Many Yorubas. Yoruba by father, by mother, and yet the children cannot speak Yoruba.
Even even those that speak it like you and I, there are words that we use, we don't even know the origin, and some ways of grammatical errors that we make in speaking it too. There's so much of it.
And my brother,
it's same with English. We speak English.
The essence of language, Ola. The essence of language
when
is to
you learn a language, you have to keep communicating.
Yes,
it's beyond that. But to the point,
it's not beyond that. It's not beyond that.
To the point you're making,
one at a time.
Madam Zita.
Okay, to the point you're making, Joel, earlier.
The issue here is this. Let me tell you. Let me give my own story. I was born in Kano State. When I was about 5, 6, 7 years old, we spoke Hausa. We didn't even know Igbo.
Even me. Yeah.
Why? Why? Because these things we learn it in school, right? When you communicate with your peers in school, that's when you learn language. If it's not speaking at home, right? So we speak Igbo at home, but when I go to school, we learn Hausa. Then my parents now knew how to speak Hausa. My uncle knew how to speak Hausa. But guess what happened? If everybody is conversant with the 1998, 97, 88 or 89 riots, I think it's the Maitan, or no, my is 82. I don't know which one. There was a riot in 87, 88 in Kano State, right? Then we had to leave. Now, when we left to the east, where we went into where my parents put us in the boarding school, right? My brother, as it stands today, I cannot remember one Hausa word.
That is the point I'm driving. I said,
I'm supporting what you're saying.
Yoruba, where do you take it to? That's my question.
You understand what I'm saying? So I don't speak that Hausa language because I do not communicate with it constantly. And besides, in your developmental stages, there are ages when you learn something and you forget it. If you learn something,
okay.
Can I say something, please?
Guys, let's let Prince Daddy come in. He hasn't got a chance to even come in at all. Let's give him a chance.
Let me just
let everybody else talk.
Let me come in, Daddy, please. There are stages where you learn languages, and if you do not communicate with it, it will leave you. But there are certain stages where you learn that language to probably if you're in your 20s, in your teens, right? That language will stick with you forever. So that is my point. Thank you.
Right.
Prince Daddy, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was Joel Nashville speaking on that. To his point, language is your proposal in learning language is like learning in the classroom, and learning language is beyond the classroom walls. So you can't say go to, let's say, the Igbo land or Enugu and learn Yoruba. Well, you're going to be able to effectively learn the Yoruba in the classroom, but language is beyond that. See, that's when, like in the West, sometimes kids here in high school, they travel to like Spanish-speaking countries like Mexico and whatnot to be immersed in their culture in order to learn the language and to be more proficient in it. So to learn Igbo or Yoruba, it's better to learn in that environment, in the classroom and beyond the classroom walls. So I wouldn't agree or submit to that suggestion that, if you speak Yoruba, you should learn Igbo in the Yoruba land. I don't think it's the most effective way to learn a language. Okay, and to your point that you said earlier about learning Hausa in growing up. Well, yeah, because you left the Hausa speaking environment and went to a non-Hausa speaking environment in the Igbo land, and that's why you lost the language. Which proves the point. So and when you learn, especially the African languages, when you learn them, at least the Yoruba language, I would say, even the Igbo language, is quite visual. When you speak, you tend to point at things and be more descriptive in your communication, and which enriches your language, your learning ability. Okay, so language is beyond the four walls of a classroom.
So
you have to be immersed in it.
That's the question I am asking. After forcing them to learn Yoruba in Lagos State University, they take it to where? That's the question.
Well, you could get a job in Lagos. You can get a job anywhere. But okay.
Prince Daddy, let me answer that question.
Lagos and you speak Yoruba is lingua
give me one second.
Lagos State.
Okay, Madam Zita. Okay, remember we mentioned it's a state institution. Now, when a state creates an institution, they are creating it for the benefit of that state or for the benefit of the indigenous of the state or the locality, So now, if a state is creating a school, the focus is, okay, within this state, we want to use this as our language of business, the language of transaction. So we have to adopt into our institution. So our student, the intention of creating that institution was for this population of that state to attend and learn. But others can come in from other countries or other states or other regions to come and attend it. But the focus of that institution is for the benefit of the indigenous, the locality. So if you're asking us that, okay, you come from somewhere else and come along Yoruba, for what? No, they didn't create the institution for you.
Nigerian vernacular now?
Mr. Mike, Mr. Mike, we need to point out.
Which is Nigerian vernacular?
Hold on, one at a time, man. I'm trying to hear what she's saying. Let us go ahead.
I said, which language is Nigerian vernacular now? Which language in Nigeria do they call vernacular internationally today?
Well, in the past, we're confused. Colonized. We have colonial mentality. Wait now, one at a time. Let's not let one person learn before we start. We don't want too many voices at the same time.
Which language?
Yeah, I hear you. You say which language?
Prove to the world that is their vernacular.
Hold on. What do you mean by vernacular? What's your definition?
Native language.
Oh, that you are still calling our language vernacular. So okay, so you when you mean vernacular, you mean our local language. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay, because I thought vernacular means just a primitive something. Okay, so okay, now the question is which, repeat it so that we understand it completely.
Yeah, the language Nigerian government approved to be our vernacular. That if you go internationally now and say what is Nigerian native language, which one did
we speak English as official language? We don't have a vernacular.
That is, you ask me now. Calm down. Like we don't want too many voices. You get to answer the same question.
They called it in their website. They called it vernacular means native language. It's not what would I call it? Never mind. It's
okay,
not
so
a ridiculed word. It simply means native language.
Okay, native language. Okay, so your question is which language is the Nigerian vernacular, right?
Yeah, approved by the federal government.
By the federal government.
Yes.
Okay, every indigenous language of Nigeria is the Nigerian language. You can call it vernacular. I find that the word vernacular is a very negative word. But if that's your definition of vernacular, if that's your definition of
your information, they have told the world that is pidgin English.
They told you who told the world that is pidgin English? Well, pidgin English can be part of it. Pidgin English, well, whoever told the word, I don't know, but it wasn't my. Who told the word? Can you be specific? Who? I don't know which word you're talking about. Is it which word? Where's the word? Which word is
If you go to Nigerian website, that's what the government said is our vernacular, pidgin English.
Okay, if pidgin is a vernacular, okay, yeah, I can accept that pidgin is a vernacular, but this answer, guys, please start to chill out now. Wait, you come in. I don't want to. You get to answer this. Trust me. So, if they refer to pidgin English as vernacular, okay, fine, that's vernacular. The whole world can accept that as vernacular. We don't refer to our own language, indigenous language, as vernacular anymore. So now, if you're saying what they told the world is Nigerian vernacular, that is vernacular is our native English. That has nothing to do.
Outside of English language, the next language we speak, the whole Nigeria is speaking English.
Yeah. But the context of what we are talking about regarding Lagos adopting Yoruba in their state institution doesn't have anything to do with Nigeria as a whole. What they regard as their vernacular or not, it has nothing to do with it. It's a state adopting it.
A point. What I'm saying that nobody has been able to answer me is, after learning Yoruba in State University in Lagos, language is a continuous something. Why would you force somebody to study what he will not use after now?
But it's the same thing globally. It's the same practice globally. In the United States, you have to in the United States you have to take English, even if you're an international student.
And you work with the English, you live with the English in the United States, unless you speak Spanish or
it's the same thing.
Language at home.
You learn
offices in their workplace, you speak that English.
But in Yoruba land, it's Yoruba land. The official language of that land is Yoruba.
An official language for Lagos State now.
It's an official language of Yoruba land.
Yes.
You don't get me.
No, Mike, let me answer first. Let me try something.
No, Prince Daddy wanted to come first. Sorry. Let Prince Daddy come first. Okay, go ahead, and Prince Daddy will come after you. Yeah, go ahead.
Offices in Lagos, in Yoruba land, in their offices, in their schools, do they teach with Yoruba? And in their offices, do they write memos in Yoruba? That's the question I am asking.
Maybe we are trying to go to that. We are trying to go there. That's why we are. That's the purpose. We are trying
So why
to
don't
make
you
change.
make it official before start forcing people to learn it?
Mike,
Okay, hey, come in. Prince Daddy, do you want to come in? Let Prince Daddy come first. I want to be fair with him because he's been trying to come in first. Okay, why? Go ahead, Prince Daddy, come after him. Go ahead, go ahead.
Madam Zita, number one, in Lagos State space, there are two official languages, English and Yoruba. Yoruba is legalized as an official language within Lagos State space. And as of today, you see that they do
in Yoruba language.
Yeah,
so
yes, they conduct
they communicate
House of Assembly.
memos,
Hold on, they conduct
correspondences in
Madam
Yoruba.
Zita, let me finish. Let me.
You said
I
it's
will give you. I will
official
give you
language. I
instances,
asked you a
and I will
question.
show
You
you.
said let you finish.
Yo, Zita, let him line.
Yes, I said
Get it,
yes.
Just let him
Let
make
me
his
learn.
point. Yeah, go ahead, make your point.
In Lagos as of today, there are two official languages, English and Yoruba, and within the government space as of today, there are official communications in Yoruba. Lagos State's executive side, they communicate in English and Yoruba. Legislative, they conduct their sessions in English and Yoruba. And as even going back to few days ago, you will see even the blue line that they inaugurated that started commercializing. When they did not incorporate Yoruba into, they were summoned and asked, why don't you do this? And they corrected it into changing it to Yoruba. Number one. So, Madam Zita, that answers your question that within Lagos State space, there are two official languages, English and Yoruba. Then when you are coming into the university, the language of instruction is English, but you have to take a course to make you interact with the natives. It happened to me when I traveled to Russia for a course. My course was in English, not necessarily Russian, but I was mandated to take a Russian course so that I will be able to interact with the culture, understand the culture, and relate with the culture, the natives, within my duration of study. It is not necessarily because after now you are going
Anyway, I
to
think
where we
nobody is
use it
trying to
within
understand
the
the point
duration
I'm
of your
trying to
study. No, so the thing is, whatever you are saying, so far you are coming into their space, you have to respect their culture. What you don't know and you do, it is their fault. But what they show you and you go against, then you can bear the consequence by yourself. It is not really because of when the students leaves or where will the students apply it. While the student is in school, for the students to know what to do and what not to do. Imagine somebody coming from Maduguri to study in Lagos. The person taking that course in just one singular course in the first year will make the students be able to interact with the environment, the natives, to know what to do, where to go, what not to do, at least to guide the students within the duration of his or her study. That's one of the reasons why, because it happens in other international times.
AY, can I add to that whether Madam Zita will understand?
You can go ahead.
Now, why do we behave? Why do people in the northern part of Nigeria today try to behave like an Arab? And why do we people in the southwest try to behave like Oyibo people? Is it not because of the language we learn and the culture we've learned? Because you are asking what they are going to benefit from there after learning. We are saying it's a cultural integration. In the fact that when you see a Yoruba man behave in a particular manner, you will understand why he behaves like that. So and when you try to behave like people you live with, they are more likely to accept you than to stay there and find a way to condemn their language. So what they are trying to do is, when they are forcing you to learn, is to force you to integrate yourself into the culture. That is why you will be learning the language. That's the benefit. Let me tell you one funny thing here to you. You know, it is common in England, for example, to be say, of course, yes, of course, that's obvious. You can't say that one in Canada. It's offensive. And Canada is supposed to be a native speaker of English. If you tell someone, of course, yes, you've offended that person, no. And that person, if you keep quiet, it will wait till the day he or she is going to eat at you. So this thing, when I say learning language is like a soft skills, it helps you to understand the culture. It helps you to understand the don'ts and the do's and don'ts in a particular community. So that's just the way I see it. This thing, like I said, if you learn mathematics, if you learn science, you behave like scientists. If you learn a language of a particular
Using
culture,
a country to compare a state is really funny this morning.
I'm not using a country to compare a state.
All the instances you guys have given is on a country. You are using a country.
It's not a country. I said culture. Culture is not necessarily a country.
Of Nigeria national language, Nigeria vernacular. I've given you instances of in Norway, in the US. Somebody has given instances of culture integration in Canada, and still all
Islamic
things. I am still
AI,
waiting for somebody who will give an instant of a state.
I gave an example here of when instead of calling them you are learning the native language, but they say you are learning the native culture. I mentioned Manitoba here the other time, which is just a province in Canada. If you go to Quebec, if you go to
and
Quebec
you learned
and say
it
good
in
morning,
which language?
Where I don't. If they learn in English language, does that matter?
Because that province speaks English.
Okay, let me. Ola, please let me come here.
And English. You are on the side of English. So even if that
Arabic is not limited to a country.
They didn't say if you come here you must learn Yoruba culture.
Okay,
Arabic is not limited to a country, Madam Sita. Arabic is not limited. That's why I say if you see the northern people, they try to behave like those people in the Middle East. It's a culture. There's a big difference between a culture and country. You can have multicultural in a country.
You people are giving examples of country.
You are
okay. Let me guys, give me 1 second. Let me move it a little bit to one direction. Maybe it might be more, Okay. So, Madam Zita, I mentioned earlier that the Yoruba language is becoming a demanding language in outside of Nigeria in some places. For example, Brazil. A part of Brazil declare Yoruba as an official language there because of the Yoruba tradition is very big there. It's a part of Brazil called Bahia. It's the most populated people there are the Black Brazilians.
Mike,
so wait, I'm coming now.
Things you have said here.
But wait, I'm trying to learn something to you now. But give me a chance, So what I think we Yorubas in Yoruba land, we begin to realize the importance of our language, and we want to develop it. We want to take it to heights. So we're starting from where we are. So maybe you don't see where we are going. That's why you don't understand it. Maybe you don't see that we are beginning to see our language as the language that's more important than the English language. And we are beginning to realize our past, that the English came to our space and wanted us to colonize us and turn us to English people. Now they are gone. Why are we still carrying out the agenda of making English this most important? We're helping them in the development of the English language.
Mike,
in our
I
space.
will not argue with you on that aspect because I wouldn't go that route. Because for every language, there are characteristics of that language to be met. If you think that Yoruba language will be like English, I wish you luck.
In what sense? What do you mean?
I said, you are saying they want you to be promoting their language, English. You do say a lot of things sometimes anyway. And I
want to develop it.
Yeah, you keep developing their language. I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, let me tell you this.
Let me finish before I go. I don't have much time. Languages have characteristics they must meet. English language has met it. French did. That's why they call them international languages. You are not developing it for them. But if you think you are, that's fine. That's your opinion.
Okay, let me give you the facts why.
If you think that Yoruba language will be like English language. I close this night by telling you I wish you luck.
Okay, let me explain to you why, and it will make sense. It will make perfect sense to you. The Yoruba tradition, spirituality, is the fastest growing in the world. It's so, on a daily basis. People from different. Wait. I'm doing something
My
with you.
brother, Haba, we
Who's this?
talked about this now. It is not now.
Who's
It
this?
is not. It's Tone that
Tone?
is speaking. My brother,
Okay.
listen,
Thank you. Thank you.
not all of us are traditionalists. Yeah. Maybe
I didn't say
you didn't listen.
Nigeria and I didn't say Igbo land. So excuse me.
No. You see, see. I'm not tribal. Please don't drag me into that tribal thing. I
No,
don't want it.
you say it's
I'm
none of
not.
us are not all of
No,
us.
I'm
I didn't
not.
say all of
I'm
you.
not.
So what
Please,
is your
I'm not
point?
tribal.
Okay.
I speak Yoruba very well, and I write Yoruba averagely well. For your information. Yeah.
How
So
does everything
you're
sound
speaking to
Before I
a
even lose my
you're
train of thought, sir.
you're talking to a totally detribalized person.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. So what did I say that you disagree? You say it's not.
No. You
every
said the
time
Yoruba.
they
You
try
said the
to
Yoruba language
go
is a
tribal,
fastest. No, it's not, sir.
why do
I
you
said
like
what?
to
I don't know about.
why do you like to accuse people or mention that people are going
Uncle
tribal
Ajele
every
Koko,
time?
with due respect, Ewa bias, so me only respect.
Don't. What did you say? I said I didn't.
Only more but it was
Ewa bias,
bias.
Ewa bias,
But
Ewa
it was
fair.
bias. It was bias, Abi.
Mi ò
Okay.
bias at all.
Every time tí wọn bá
Ewa
sọ̀rọ̀ máa sọ wípé
bias, torí
ló máa sọ wípé oh they are going tribal, they are going tribal. What has he said? What has he said now that is that is tribal, that could not any form of tribal
no,
sentiment?
Moko correct one. You won't make statement, won't make blanket statement.
What is
He
it?
made a
What is it?
blanket statement, and I corrected that
What is
Yoruba
the
language is
statement?
the
What is the
fast.
statement?
You said the Yoruba language is the fastest growing
No, that's
language
not
in the
what I
world.
said. That's not what I said.
Nǹkan tí mo gbọ́ nìyẹn. Okay,
You were listening
I take
more.
it back. Okay, I take it back. Maybe it's my mistake. Okay, continue. Let me not.
I said the Yoruba
Distort.
spirituality, another word, the Yoruba religion.
Okay.
Is the
Mongboyin.
yeah, it's
Apologies. Let me not
widespreading.
interject. Okay,
Thank you.
continue. Thank you.
Yeah, it's widespreading in Central America, South America, North America, and even in Europe as we speak. You may not be aware of it, but go and do your research. It's a fact. And those people, one thing, it's a barrier between them advancing in that spirituality is the language. And they are demanding to learn. I have people offering me job, pay me money, even Black Americans that are practicing our tradition now. They say the lack of knowing the language is hindering their progress in learning it because the tradition is so deep, it's very vast. Knowing that Yoruba language help you go further in the tradition. So they want to learn it. Most of them are sending their children to, in fact, they're taking Yoruba classes every day, teaching our children, make sure they learn the Yoruba language. And in Brazil, the demand to learn the language is growing fast, it's fast. And if this spirituality is spreading, that means the language will follow. So that's why I'm answering to Madam Zita, that listen, she's telling me that if I think Yoruba language will be like English, good luck. And I'm trying to explain to her that, yeah, there are reasons why people want to learn a language. There has to be some
Yeah.
relevant. The same reason why no one wants to learn Chinese, like what, 10 years ago, 20, 30 years ago. Who gives a shit about Chinese? But today, everybody want to learn Chinese because there's a significant reason. Like, oh, wow, you have to do business with China now. So it's good to learn
Wow.
Chinese. So the same thing, Yoruba language, Yoruba spirituality is so organized, so well. People are adopting it, and they feel like the language is very important.
Yeah.
Well, because
My
Mike,
brother
that's
Mike, you mean
that's a
And
Mandarin,
in
natural
root,
right?
the
Abi?
homeland of the
right.
Yoruba language is Yoruba land. So if we know that, don't you think it makes sense for us to realize that, we need to develop the language?
Okay.
Mike,
Can I
Well,
ask?
I
Can
think
I
it
ask you, Mr.
even goes
Mike?
beyond the
okay,
Mr.
language.
Mike.
go
It goes
ahead,
beyond the
Tom. Yeah, go ahead.
language.
Mr.
It
Mike.
goes beyond the
Do
language.
you speak any other Nigerian language, or if not, do you desire to learn another Nigerian language?
If I have reasons to, I will. But
okay, that's cool. I think that's a starting point. I have no problem with
Well,
any region
my answer to that
adopting.
question, Tom, my answer to that question is
Mhm,
I wish I'd concentrated more to learn the Igbo language. I kind of took it for granted. Of course, I had around me most of my friends were Igbos, right? So and they spoke Yoruba very well. They spoke Yoruba very well. Now, if I had the opportunity and concentrated more, I would have loved to have learned the Igbo language.
I can't even speak Igbo properly as an Igbo person. It's an embarrassment on my path. I'm even
because you sound like Lagos boy now.
No, I no Tony.
Yeah, but yeah, no doubt. I identify more as a Lagosian, you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Tony is a Yoruba
See,
guy.
Don,
See, I understand he's trying to connect his lineage, but then see the thing is this: all of us humans sometimes is by natural selection. If you were born in America today, you won't know anything about Nigerian culture. It's American culture.
Exactly.
And that American culture is what gives you your adaptations for survival. So if you are going to a particular place, try to learn their culture. And language is what is an express way of learning their culture. So when you learn the culture there, you won't run into trouble. It's just like you going to Saudi Arabia now and you know about Arabic and you know their culture. You are not likely to run into trouble than an American that believe that, oh, this is just another land for me, another land of opportunity. And without learning their culture, it will easily get into trouble. So that's the way I see it.
what I wanted to sorry.
I was trying to say earlier. I didn't get
it. Speak louder, Prince Daddy. We can't hear you.
You made it sound like you know. I mean, if not all the
Prince Daddy, you are too far from your microphone.
Oh, really? Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it better now or no?
Yeah, better now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, she makes it sound like all the subjects that we learn in school, we are able to retain all the materials like 90% of the time. No, because you learn something doesn't mean that you will be able to retain the materials if you don't really like practice those things as often as possible. Okay, so language is like the same thing also. In grad school, I had two choices: Chinese or Japanese. I took Chinese, okay, and it helped me a lot. I was quite fluent, not as I used to be, but guess what? When I learned Chinese, I was able to learn the culture also, okay. And there's some nuances that I picked up over the years in learning Chinese, and they still help me up to today. Okay, so it's not about being fluent in a language, and that's the ultimate goal. You have the opportunity also to learn that culture and traditions, okay, and you can relate, okay, to those people when you meet them or when you interact with them, and that's the benefit of it. Not everybody's like Ola that still remembers all the Newton's law and all those formulas in high school. Not everybody, yeah. But guess what? But some of us are still able to use the little math that we learned to do our daily activities or whatever we do in life. You know, see, there's this saying for every opportunity or for every effort, there's always a window of opportunity that's opened, and that is true. So no matter what you do, if you learn something, you may not be able to retain everything that you learned. But guess what? Now, those things that you learn, some of it, they still have value to you as you get older, or as you do different things.
Prince Daddy. See, what I want to contribute to this thing is this whole language issue. They are just focusing on the language. The people said that the whole history of Yoruba will be taught. The culture of Yorubas will be taught. Everything will be taught. See, on this platform, it's. I'm really happy when I hear Baba Janle Koko speak, when I hear Mike speak, when they speak and they can still at least communicate in Yoruba. In fact, very, very clean Yoruba. If you come to Lagos, if you come to even
understand Yoruba more than me.
I know. I'm just picking them because I even Mr. Olatu what I'm trying to say is that there are people in Lagos, born in Lagos, raised in Lagos, and they are old now that they cannot speak that language called Yoruba. They either went to a private school where Yoruba is counted vernacular and you dare not speak it. And when they come home, their parents are still hustling in the street of Lagos. The next morning, they are gone to school. So you cannot say that the government trying to bring back something that is dying gradually. If we don't notice, African language is dying. In the next 50 years, we might not have people that can speak Yoruba and even give us sound proverbs in Yoruba, or even Igbo.
Olajide, to buttress your point, you see, even when I go to this place, we have to hire Yoruba teacher for even my son. And we speak Yoruba at home. You know, it's not as if you speak English like that. You speak Yoruba, but when my son when my sons will not pick up Yoruba, so we have to hire Yoruba teachers to take care of them so that they will understand the seriousness of the of this thing we are talking about. So our languages are dying. While we compete with who can speak American accent and still pronounce Queen's English very well. So
well, it's
to me,
no. Maybe it's dying in the cities, not in the rural areas or the villages. I don't think so. No.
even in the rural area, Prince Daddy, do you know? Let me tell you something.
Then what is going on there? What is going on there?
I was speaking call Yoruba to someone on phone, and the person now switch off phone. And I called, what happened? He said, when I was saying incantation, I said, seriously? So the thing is, everybody just want to see a dark Caucasian in Africa that can speak Queen's English or that in America. What people are yet to come across it. Let me tell you one thing I discovered here. Do you know that as a Canadian, for you to get into Hollywood, you want to be a movie star, you have to learn general American English. Do you know that? Because you still speak English, but the general American English is a requirement. So you just go and change all those regional English. You have to do away with them, and you speak fluent general American English. That is the university English for you to get into Hollywood. So some things, when people are saying, like Madam Sister, I was trying to tell Madam Sister, say,
what are you have to do away with your fake Canadian English and change.
I'm telling you, all those fake, they will call it fake regional accents. You understand? So the thing is, the thing is that when you think there's no benefit, like from my experience here, like I was saying the other time, if you say yes, of course, to a Canadian here, in fact, it's an offensive language. You don't say yes, of course. They will just say, so are you telling me that I cannot sense properly that I don't know what I'm doing? They will take it so the thing is, you will benefit from language. It's culture. It's not as if you're Ekaro. No, Ekaro is not what you are learning. But Ekaro, what are those things that you find around Ekaro? You understand? You want to know why Yoruba dobale. You want to know why Yoruba person will not stay.
Exactly. It's part of the culture. That's why I say it's beyond the classroom. It's about learning about the culture and tradition also. Okay. And yeah.
Just a second, let me quickly round up. You know there was a bad thing about us, especially we Yoruba, is that we say, oh, you know that is so offensive until you start learning from all these Ebira people. And you don't know, because the way we used to see them, how will you say Ebira? So it simply means that you are saying Ebira are not human being, but Yoruba are human being. So, but when you start interacting with these people and start learning about their culture, you understand? There was a time, let me just talk slowly. There was a time that an Ebira woman will have become my wife. Do you understand? So those are the kind of benefits. That's kind of the benefit of what you realize by learning about people culture. You understand them better. You don't discriminate against them.
Mr. Ola, sorry, Emma Binu, Ejo. In Britain, I think I ran across something that Indians, somebody, Nigerian was complaining, where he will learn Yoruba, a school where he will learn Yoruba, and it was an Indian that was teaching Yoruba to and she was so perplexed when she got back home, and the husband was like, can you see yourself? This is what we should be doing. And that in fact, that the woman now said that there are even adults there that are also learning Yoruba from the Indians. Is it not a slap? And we come here and we start putting tribalism into things. The state has declared it. If you are not happy with it, carry your bag. There is a neighboring state. If they want to declare it, carry your bag until you move closer to your location.
It's not my first.
Okay, well, I was gonna say quickly also. See, maybe Tone can attest to this.
Baba
In Lagos,
Loco, I've got a message for you on the. I think you should learn Igbo with due respect, sir. And I can charge you. I can charge you £20 an hour to teach you the little I know.
Well, he's not planning to move to Igbo land now. I mean, so what's the relevance?
Maybe we say we want to understand each other now. I think
No, we don't have to understand each other. The thing is, you need to.
Come
no,
on.
If we're gonna live in your territory, then you have to understand you. Like for example, if he's planning to raise his children in Igbo land, move to Igbo land, then I would tell him, hey, learn the language and understand the people, so you don't go there and end up disrespecting their culture and their ways.
Yeah,
so that's what I would say.
But chances are that one of his children might marry a beautiful Igbo woman.
If you plan to move to Igbo land, then you go and learn the language.
You should understand his in-laws very well.
Well, it's the same thing we can say. You can end up marrying a Russian or another person from anywhere in the world.
Okay, so if I can say, see, the Yoruba language is not equal across the Yoruba land. I hope you guys know that. See,
it's not Yoruba
what? Is not equal across the Yoruba land.
When you say equal, we don't know what you mean by equal.
It's not about regional accents, right? Regional accents.
Well, that and also, if just like you guys grew up in Lagos, the Yoruba we speak in Lagos is not as conk, if you want to say that.
We can say about the English language. Everywhere you go in the world, they speak English with different dialects in a sense. But you have to formal. That's why they put it into the schools.
Mike,
because the formal way of speaking it. That's what they incorporate and put in the school system, which is your guy. Yeah.
You're more likely to inject like English words or even pidgin English when you
come closer to your microphone, Prince Daddy.
Well, it's my headset. I think I have to disconnect it. Let me see. Hold on. Can you hear me better now?
Perfectly.
Yeah, I was saying that, grew up in Lagos. We don't speak like the pure kind of Yoruba they speak maybe in Ogun State or your state, right? Because we're more likely to inject like even pidgin English or even some Igbo words. Actually, it's kind of mixed, almost like a pidgin Yoruba, if you guys know what I'm talking about. So sometimes people can be using some words. In fact, let me tell you, I get to learn about some words, some Yoruba words, watching Yoruba movies in America, for example, to learn some of this word. Back then, I never used those words. My parents did not use those words in talking to me, or even nor my friends did. So that's what I meant. That Yoruba, the varies across the different states or the different parts of the Western region.
But Prince, there is a general Yoruba that no matter how you speak it, everybody understands.
Exactly. Of course. I mean, there's no single Yoruba word that's spoken on this platform I don't understand. Okay.
Exactly.
And the reason why I don't speak it that often because I'm not used to speaking it. It's not a big deal. But there's no word that's spoken that I don't understand. Except sometimes some proverbs like Ajalico or some people use that I don't get it. I don't get those words because I'm not used to those words. But there's no any single word that is spoken or any sentence that's made I don't understand. That's my point.
And even in their different dialects. Sorry, Mr. Ola. Even in their different dialects, I know your person speaks, an Osho person understands, Ekiti person speaks, they would understand. There is not like it's far away from one another, and that's why they all have that singular one, which is Oyo, that is accepted anywhere, and we can speak it. So if they are going to teach, they will teach the Oyo version, and we all accept it.
Maybe that is true, but I tell you, I mean, even again, there are some nuances when it comes to Yoruba language. I remember a family member coming from Ogun State a long time ago, came to our house and she said something to me and I actually did the opposite. I think the word that she used was mu, which is like drink, but I think she meant I should hold the cup for her. And I think I drank the water and she was upset at it. Upset at me because
you know the context matter. Like this Yoruba we are saying now, I'm sure I could be wrong. I'm the only one that speak general Yoruba as far as this forum is concerned. Mike Naomayeko, you understand? So Oh no,
Wait, Ekiti, are you saying Ekiti? You speak, what are you talking about?
No. That's my intonation you are looking at. But when you look at it, my choice of Yoruba is general Yoruba I speak. You understand? I
always speak general Yoruba, and I'm from Ekiti.
I don't speak. I'm from
moderator.
Ekiti.
Lagos Yoruba is the one that everyone generally speaking Yoruba. What are you talking? You think it's Ekiti?
Moderator, I'm slightly concerned by how Mike sounded some few minutes ago, and that's one of the problems we've got in Nigeria.
Who?
Mike
is the moderator. Mike is the moderator.
Oh, Mike. Okay, Mike. Yeah, I'm slightly concerned with what you said. You said why should when you're not planning to relocate to that certain area, why should you learn the language? Don't you think that?
Sorry, Mike. I'm gonna go out and come back in. Let me in, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, by saying that, why should someone learn the language just because the person is not planning to go and live in that region? But crying out loud, we're not talking about French here or Spanish and all that. We're Nigerians. That's the minute we start having that kind of mindset, it will be
So you
better
should learn
for
all
us.
300 languages in Nigeria.
I am not. That is what I'm. That is not what I'm saying, Mike. You know what I'm talking about now. There's nothing wrong in.
No, I don't say anything. I never say anything is wrong. You saying it's important
The
that
way
you
you
should.
sound.
And I'm
The
saying
way
no,
you
it's not.
sound. No, the way you sounded was how he communicated to me was like, what's this Tony talking about? Why should he learn Igbo and all that? You see, if we start, I think, yeah, the thing is, like, okay, let me give you an example.
I think I was taking out a contest, but it's okay.
Okay, maybe. Okay, let me give you an example. Like the Igbo language does not have the respect that Yoruba language. I mean, it's just like if I'm addressing my elder, even if it's just even 1 week older than me, I have to put a. Yoruba language is very very respectful. You know, very very respectful, and the way you mess up too, they can abuse you, but it doesn't mean that they're disrespecting you. But Igbos, the average Igbo man does not even understand the mindset of a Yoruba person. But I've got the benefit because I can speak Yoruba very well. I understand the culture to some certain extent. So I think the way we can start, closing the gaps that we have now with as in I'm talking about the Yoruba, Igbo people, the South and all that, is learning each other's culture. That's all I'm saying. Or do you think um I'm just on that planet on my own? What do you think?
Yeah, what I think is, I think it's important you learn someone's culture. But where I think it's important to learn someone's culture is if you're gonna be visiting someone's territory or be staying there or be engaging them in their territory.
Mike,
That's when I think it's important that you learn it. You can't tell me, I can't go to, let's say I go to Canary Land and begin to tell them that it's important you learn Yoruba culture. I
Have
can't
you
go
ever
there and be telling them it's
okay.
not important for them to learn Yoruba culture in Canary Land. But if the
Okay.
Canary people are gonna be spending time in Yoruba land and be spending a lot of time there and be visiting and be doing a lot of businesses there, then I will tell them that, hey, if you're going to be coming here, it's important you learn their culture because you're going to be engaging them in their territory. The same thing we say if you want to go to the northern Nigeria and be spending time there, it's very important you understand Islam, because if you don't know, if you don't understand Islam, the culture of Islam, you go over there, you start to take the Quran because maybe where you come from is easy, it's okay to tear a page of book and do whatever with it, and you end up tearing a page of Quran and easy to wipe you or do something, and they turn on you and stone you to death, or you speak bad about prophet. So if you're going to be spending time in someone else's territory, that's when I think it's important you learn their culture.
Well,
But you can't say, and that's what I was
this
telling you when you say Ajane Gogo should learn Igbo. I'm like, he's not planning to be in your territory. It's okay to learn Igbo. There's nothing wrong. But I'm not saying it's that important if it's not going to be spending time in your territory.
But this is my own opinion. Yeah, it may not be everybody's cup of tea. My own opinion, in relation to Yoruba and Igbos, I think we are very the people that over the years that the Yorubas and the Igbos have really had dealings with is between these two cultures, Yoruba and Igbo, more than even ourselves. And even if you look at, we intermarry each other right now. My best friend, my best buddy, my two best buddies I have are Yoruba people. Okay, we don't even see culture or anything, and so the thing is, I think we need to integrate more to understand each other That's my own opinion. You see, a lot of people might see differently.
Sorry, I want to take the discussion in another direction.
Okay.
That synergy, that togetherness that you're pointing to now, that is between the Yorubas and the Igbos. I want to point it out to you that it is largely due to the fact that the Yorubas are too liberal. Okay?
Is liberalism bad though?
No, I'm trying to point out
They're
something.
too liberal. There's a difference between
Yes,
liberal and too liberal.
they are too liberal because you find out that it is in Yoruba land that you have a lot of Igbos are in Yoruba land. They are landlords even to Yoruba people. You understand? They give them all the free hand to operate. But if the gesture was reciprocated the other way, then we can now talk of this kind of relationship we're talking about. It has been a one-sided relationship.
One-sided, exactly.
Yeah, but
Sorry, let me land my point so that you can now react. And now this last election, what happened has opened the eye of those people that have been so foolishly welcoming. You know, when I say foolishly, I don't mean it in a derogatory way. I mean like sheepishly welcoming to all tribes. You understand? Now they are not seeing it like, okay, it's like these people want to overstep their bounds. We need to correct some things. What do you think? If you are canvassing for, sorry, if this is my question, if you are canvassing for synergy, don't you think the other side of the divide should reciprocate it on their own end too?
Okay, let me say something that is I know I'm going to get attacked now. Let me just say something that you do not understand. I'm from a number of states. Okay. Should I mention my town? Yeah, what the fuck? I will. Sorry for that language. I come from the same town as Nnamdi Ezekwe. All right. Now, we do not see things as the other Igbos see things. In fact, matter of fact, we refer to the other Igbo people as Igbo people. You may not understand because you're a Yoruba person. Okay. Now, I see my people, Onitsha people, are very, very arrogant people. They're very, very, very arrogant people. Okay. Now, you're talking about Yoruba people being overly welcoming. Now, the question we're trying to dissect our dear nation, our tribes and all that. Yoruba man is least traveled within Nigeria, but outside Nigeria, yes, Yoruba man can go anywhere. But when it comes to Nigeria, very, very few, a lot of Yoruba people are very suspicious about going to Igbo land or going to another place to go and settle for work and all that. They would do everything within their powers to remain within the territory of Yoruba land. That is the thing. You can go and fact check that.
Actually, what I would say, Yorubas travel to what part of Nigeria except the southeast. That's the only place.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, southeast.
The southeast is where we don't, because the impression we get is that we're just not welcome in that place. Like,
let's tell us what do you think the reason
is. A lot of it has to do with the
wait, Mike. It's not.
I know. I'll let you learn. Give me a second. A lot of it has to do with the post-Civil War and the attitude of the gesture they present towards Yorubas.
Yeah.
We have something against you.
Yeah. So hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I first started with the narrative about my people and other Igbo people. Now, some of the narratives that some people started spewing out during the election, I found it disgraceful. Saying Yoruba land is our land, is our land that we own. We own Yoruba, we own Lagos and all that. That is no man's. I think that's very disrespectful. Do you know Onitsha people are suffering the same thing in Onitsha? If you go to the Onitsha market, 90% of the traders in Onitsha, in fact, I'll dare say 97% of the traders in Onitsha are non-Onitsha. Peter Obi is not from Onitsha, but he was born and bred in Onitsha.
Break it down. If you say that they're non-Onitsha, are you saying they're not Igbos?
They are non-indigenous of Onitsha.
But they're Igbos.
they are Igbos, but that is the same thing. Similar thing that Lagos is talking about. We're having a similar problem in Onitsha. It's because we've not talked about, we've not shouted about it. Like in Onitsha, we have
But sorry,
okay, wait,
why
wait,
is that
wait.
a
Let me
problem?
explain. Let me explain. No, no, no. It's a
But that is
problem.
not similar now. They are the
It,
same
It's
tribe.
far, it's
no,
far
no,
apart.
no, 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 tribe. No, 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 sir. No,
That's
sir.
the same.
But
Yeah,
No,
why
that's
is
no,
the
that
it's
a
same
not.
problem?
Igbo
It,
people.
it, it
It's
is not.
different from
It,
what is happening in Lagos.
it is not. It is not.
Oh,
Please,
oh,
No,
if
it's,
you
it's
listen so that
different.
you
In
understand.
Lagos, we have
it's
other tribes
different
saying
now.
Lagos
Uh-uh.
is not a particular ethnic group land. That's what you are saying in Lagos. And
Yeah,
that's why we
but
have issue with.
what I'm
And
trying.
we are saying Lagos is Yoruba land.
Yes, yes, of course, I agree with you. We're saying the same thing. What I'm trying to say to you is that the people that are letting out that narrative, yeah, are people from Imo, Abia State. No, no disrespect to them, but they know what I'm talking about.
I'm trying to follow in Onisha you're talking about, or in Lagos?
Yes,
In Onisha.
yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Onitsha people, right? There's south part of Onitsha, there's north part of Onitsha. The north part of Onitsha is owned by indigenes. We do not sell our land to non-Onitsha indigenes. It's strictly. It's just that. So all these things, these similar politics exist even within the same people that speak the same language. That's just what I want you to understand. So the thing is that we've been tolerant and all that. I mean, when you go to the main market, they will tell you,
No,
yeah,
no.
So
See,
that's
hold on, Tom.
Onitsha
Hold on one
market.
second.
Mhm.
Let me interject
Onitsha
real quick. So,
market that
How
you are
many
referring.
non-Igbos are in the market?
hold on. So,
So that
Tony,
Onitsha
you made.
market.
you.
Hold on, let me make this about Prince Ali,
Mhm,
please. 1
mhm,
minute. So that Onitsha market that you are
mhm,
referring to, that is not the
mhm,
indigene that
mhm,
dominated it.
mhm.
So who are those among the Igbo that dominated that Onitsha market?
There are people from out even outside Anambra State.
No, who majorly from where? Are they from Owerri?
I don't know. There are lots of people.
So you don't use Igbo people now, it's the same thing. What are you saying?
No, 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 no. But
It's the same
But
no,
people.
no,
no,
but
no,
actually,
He's
no, no.
talking
We
as
are
if
not the
it's just
same
Igbo
people. We are
or
not the
Yoruba
same
people,
people.
Hausa
No,
people
no, no,
that
let
no,
me
no,
brought their
no. We are not.
let me
domination.
interject real quick.
We
So,
are not the same people. You
hold
don't
on. Okay,
understand.
let
I
me
mean,
interject, Tony, real quickly. So, you're saying that the effects of what they experienced in Lagos with what was going on during the election is the same thing that you experienced or that you're experiencing in Onitsha.
Similar now.
But hold on. But the
Similar,
question is
but
though. But the question is
that
that it's.
narrative, that
But the
narrative is
question though
wrong.
is that you're still talking about homogeneous people. I mean, these are still Igbo people. Unless there was something missing. I heard what you said. You introduced your statement by what you said. I think I understand what you said.
Mhm.
But why the big distinction? Are you not the same people?
We're not.
Okay.
Prince
Ah,
Prince
No,
Daddy.
Prince Daddy,
Prince
Prince
Daddy.
Daddy. The truth
we
is,
are
I
all
the
think
truth
not
I
the
is,
begin to I
among
mean see
amongst the Igbos,
ah.
right?
let me let me
They
let me
don't
let
see
me
their.
Oko lè jẹ́ tí
Okay, okay,
bàbá
go,
àti
go,
tọmọ
go.
kó
Okay,
má
go,
kó má
go first.
sàálà ló ń sọ fún wa yẹn.
Excuse me, sir. I am.
so
Okay,
I
go
am
I
on
begin
the.
first.
to
I
see
am.
that
I,
there is a
sir. With all due respect, Mr.
no,
Jenekoko, yeah,
just
you cannot
just give me
tell
a minute.
me. You can. Let me just say to you, yeah, the
Just give
present
me a
Obi
minute,
of
please.
Furniture, yeah, I come from the royal house, so I understand my culture very well, even though I'm westernized. So you cannot come and tell me my culture. This is my culture, and this is who we are. This is we. I'm saying that we are we're not trying to be funny or arrogant, but I mean, people are naturally arrogant. We see ourselves, we come we migrated from Benin. Is a document that's even another subject for another day. We migrated into and settled finally. Most of my most of our cousins and grandmothers are from the other side of the Niger, Asaba. So I know what I'm talking about, but you may not understand. But for you to pack the whole Igbo people, everybody that speaks Igbo into one basket, I don't. I think it just is you don't really
No,
understand
Tone,
the
we are
But
all
context of it.
Igbos now.
what you're saying,
Hmm.
Tone, is not
Sorry.
unique to the Igbo people. One second. What you're saying is not unique to the Igbo people. Even the Yoruba people, they are as different as perhaps the Igbos in a lot of ways. But the tolerance level is not as dire as what you just described right now.
Exactly, and I said, remember, I said, yeah, that that's a narrative saying that we own Lagos. I think that's a bit really disrespectful, and that was why I made allusion to what the situation we're having in Onitsha. and that was a big, it was, in fact, it was a very, very big problem years ago. And all that, and they wanted to expel most of the people from the main market, and kick them out. But being um, being civil and all that, they stopped that, because it came to a time and all that they were actually saying, yeah, Onitsha belongs to us and all that. What the heck? It does not belong to you. We allowed you to come and buy land. We allowed you to come and trade and all that. You cannot start saying that Onitsha belongs to you for what?
See, Tone, I like one thing you've done today. You've been truthful to accept that certain part of your tribe are actually arrogant, and this arrogance is the major problem. Somebody tells you his land, allows you to do business, does not discriminate between you and his own personal person.
Exactly.
And you now come and want to dominate, right the person in his own land, trying to claim governorship with the person in his own land.
Okay,
trying
so
to claim House of Representative. You understand what I'm trying to say? And you are saying it emphatically like it is your right. So you see where the problem lies.
Exactly.
When you
so
go
the
to
question,
Igbo land, when you
so
go to
question
Igbo
to
land,
Tom. So what is the average psyche of an Igbo person to have that kind of disposition or mentality towards other people's possessions, so to speak?
Well, I cannot speak for the other Igbo people. I can only speak about my take as somebody from Onitsha. I remember I never lived there. I've never lived in the Igbo land and all that. When I was living in Nigeria, I lived in Lagos, Yoruba land. So from what I know and all that, Igbo people as a whole, they've got to start they've got to change the way they look at things and be respectful to other people. That's my take. This is Tony's view. I'm not speaking for any other person. This is my view. So what we saw in that election and all that, there were a lot of bigotry that was flying all about and all that. We should deal with these things. On the same token, as you will agree, there are some Yoruba people that are still that's got some bit of bigotry in them. They too should deal with it. But in saying that, the most welcoming people in Nigeria right now, I'll give it to the Yorubas. Unapologetically, the Yorubas are very, very welcoming people.
So in general, I mean, they were just reacting to what was going on in that space. Okay, so is that a truth to the statement the statement that the Igbo land is inhospitable? Is that?
No, I never said that.
I'm asking a question. I say, is there a truth to that statement that the Igbo land is inhospitable?
It's not true.
Okay, so they're very welcoming of people. Is that what you're saying?
They're very welcoming, but there's this narrative from the war that Igbo people are very harsh. They will not welcome a Yoruba person. It's not true. There's few pockets of Yoruba people that have even been born in
So okay, let me explain a little bit. My point is that there's one thing to have a visitor. There's one thing for people to come by and pass by your land or therefore temporarily. Is another thing for people to want to establish themselves, like you people do in other lands. To say, hey, they want to take a portion of this land. This is our, not like in an arrogant way, but hey, we've come to stay. Are you guys that accepted of people?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I now sorry, Tone, what you said maybe for your own side, because I think you're trying to clarify that your side is different from other sides. Because I remembered very well that I have some of my people that wanted to buy. In fact, even the church I attended sometimes ago, when I used to attend church, wanted to buy land in the east, and they did not sell the land to them. They search it. In fact, searching for land there is as difficult as a ultimate search.
Okay.
In
Can
fact,
you be more specific?
I'm telling you, they wanted to buy land in for a branch in Imo State, and it was hell. It was
Okay.
finally they got a piece of land. At the end of the day, the person that wanted to sell was had already agreed. Then the chiefs in the community again started with the story of how the land was the father of the person that got the land. The person that wants to sell it belongs to a female child, and things like. At the end of the day, the
If you are
person
Yoruba, if you want to buy land, they will just laugh at you like,
no, Mike. Come on
I'm telling
now,
you,
guys. Come on.
Okay, I'm
No,
joking. I don't know.
every case is unique.
Don't
Every
wait.
case.
Don't wait. Please, meanwhile, I built my own house. Yes, you will interject, just wait. I built my own land in Ogun State. I am from Ekiti State. Nobody, since I built my house there, I normally go home to visit my family there.
In
You
Ekiti State.
understand?
Okay.
In Ogun State. In Ogun State, I work in Lagos. I work in Lagos. So you understand what I'm trying to say? I have never for once had any issue with anybody from that location. And on my street, I will tell you on my street that Igbos have more houses than Yorubas on that street. Like they built.
You know why? Can I tell you?
What I'm trying to tell you is that these people are free and open. It's not only Lagos, everywhere. They are free and open to sell land to you. But when you now get to that place, you now want to conquer and dominate. I will tell you that the person that gives us the biggest trouble in our CDA is an Igbo man. You understand what I'm trying to say? This thing is what when people are reacting, it's not because we hate them, but it is because of this kind of behavior. You
They
remember
will tell you in Yoruba land that you are speaking in Gbati. In your own land, though. They will say you are speaking Yoruba in your own land. They will insult you for speaking Yoruba.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
when
like,
you
come on, man, be arrogant, man.
Can I tell you, when you say Omo Igbo, do you know that's very disrespectful? You people say it and all that. Do you know that's
Omo
very, very
Iku,
disrespectful?
Omo Badon.
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba. What is the
No.
difference?
I
The
just want
child
you
of
to.
a place. How's that disrespectful?
No. I'm telling you right now, in case you don't know, that's very disrespectful.
Okay, well, I will accept that, but hey.
Okay.
Sorry, no. Sorry, Mike. How is it disrespectful? Here you call me are you not Igbos?
No, it is said in a derogatory manner. That's
derogatory, really?
It's
How is it
derogatory.
Okay, what is more derogatory? I call you Omo Igbo, that is the son of an Igbo, or you call me Oyefe Manu?
Oh no, Onyefe Manu is very disrespectful as well.
That's
Do you know what
the
Onyefe Manu is?
You call me people who eat oil. You understand what I'm trying to say? This
saying
thing is
someone Omo Igbo is not disrespectful. They describe where you're from. In Europe, if you are from Ibadan, in Lagos, they will say you're Omo Ibadan.
No. If you want to even address me very well, you address me as Igbo, not Igbo. Igbo is with the
the pronunciation is what's disrespectful. Is that what you're saying?
No. The genesis of that phrase is disrespectful. That's just what I want you
What's
guys
the genesis? Tell me.
It's from tribalism.
No, it's not. It's not. It's in your maybe you just come on, you grew up in Yoruba land. I'm surprised you're talking like this. If you're from a place, you say you're a child of that place. Wait.
So are you saying that it's okay?
Let me ask you a question.
So is it okay for me to address you as of a man, on your man?
That one is disrespectful. That one is not you saying I'm a child from a place. That's just saying some freaking oil eater, some insulting thing.
So, Mike, Omo Iku is disrespectful too?
No.
Please, let me ask him. He speaks Yoruba. When Yoruba people want to ask another Yoruba person, where is he from? How many Omo Luone? A child of which town are you? Right? Omo Luone, Omo Ibo, where are you from? That's what it means. And then if you say you're from Ibadan, you say, oh, Omo Ibadan. If you say you're from Calabar, oh, Omo Calabar. If you say you're from Igbo, I say, oh, Omo Igbo. So what is insulting about that?
What of we Yoruba? When you see Ibadan, you say, Baba Ibadan.
Oh, Baba Akure. There's a person named Baba Akure here.
And that is playful. That is a
And
playful.
we accept, we tolerate, we take it easy. We don't see any,
No, no,
it doesn't sound
no.
offensive.
So Tony is saying the connotation of that Omo Igbo is derogatory. Really, I thought it was that. Explain further. Actually, explain a little bit more. Actually, I didn't.
Uh,
Okay.
we call ourselves, we call some people from Ibadan, we call them Baba Ibadan, Yalema,
Anyway, over the years, I don't even get upset about it. That is fine. I don't even get upset about that. Even sometimes, my two best friends, I told you that Yoruba guys and all that. Sometimes when he wants to poke fun at me, you say, Moibo, Tony, and all that. I'll just laugh. I say, look at you. I don't even get offended about it. I understand.
See,
But
actually, it
I
goes
think
both
going
ways.
back,
It can be for endearing term, and it can also be for in a derogatory way. I don't.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
exactly,
But
we can agree on
yes,
that.
but it's
But just the
endearing
term
also.
itself is
It's
not very.
endearing
Yeah.
also.
No, I
exactly,
think what I
yeah.
find insulting is when Yoruba people call somebody from Calabar or any part of South
Mm-hmm.
that's not Igbo, they call him Igbo. That one is very stupid. I won't lie.
Yes, yes. That's
They will
true.
just see anybody from any part of the South, even some Benin person. I'm Igbo. Like, what kind of ignorant person are you?
Let me
Okay,
hold on.
but
Quick story. Actually, let me say something quickly to what Mike said. It used to be grown up. No, we don't. I don't. Most of us didn't know any different. No, if you're not Igbo, I will say you're bad. You have to fall under one of the categories. We don't care. So when somebody said, I'm from Calabar, you call them Omo Igbo too. It don't matter. If you know Yoruba, you're Omo Igbo. So maybe we didn't know any better. And to mention
But
also,
because we don't know who is who among them,
uh-huh,
we just know that they're all from that part of the country, and we
exactly, yeah.
generalize that all of them are Igbo. The same thing with people from the north. We call
We call everybody
everybody
Hausa.
Hausa, because we don't know they are from the north. So, and it's Hausa that
Dominant.
yes, Hausa is the dominant group from the north. So, and they speak Hausa language. So how do
anyway,
we call them?
anyway,
All of
what?
them from the north, the people from the Tiv, whether from these, everybody speak Hausa language. So we call them Hausa. So
Okay.
we are not
Well,
getting it right, but
so
we are
what?
not getting it wrong, rather.
Let's get back to what we're addressing. The reason why you find I mean, there are not much Yoruba people coming to the southeast to settle because of some preconceived concern or fears and all that. That's why you not find a lot of Yoruba people owning properties. Igbo people are welcoming to some certain extent, and especially an Igbo man would feel very comfortable when you can speak their language. That's Igbo man for you. When you go to an Igbo man and let's say you speak Yoruba very well, and they find out that you're not even an Igbo
But,
person,
but,
that
but,
you're
but
a
that is
Yoruba.
applicable to every tribe. If you go to the north and you can speak as an Igbo man, you can speak Hausa language, they feel
Mm-hmm,
comfortable with you. The same thing if you as an Igbo man come to
mm-hmm.
Yoruba land, that you can speak Yoruba land, Yoruba feel
Mm-hmm.
comfortable. So that one is applicable to
Oh,
Yeah,
everybody.
Baba,
but
Baba,
then
But to
there
quickly,
is a
I
section.
think
There is a
okay.
section in Yoruba.
1 second, Tony. Tony, you said okay. The Igbos are welcoming and all these beautiful things, but you say if they're arrogant and if they are quote unquote like chasing their own people from their own land, how
Mm-hmm.
much more the foreigners like the Yorubas or others that come to your land? So it's kind of contradicting right now what you're saying that the Igbos are welcoming to their land.
Prince Daddy, let me say one thing. One of my experience. Don't let me say one thing Igbo
Mm-hmm.
people do that
Mm-hmm.
like literally irritate the hell out of me. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
here in the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was an Igbo guy that went into the NFL. So the
Mm-hmm.
guy kind of knew I think he went to the same school, my older sister. So the guy,
Mm-hmm.
I knew him. So when he went to NFL, everybody was celebrating. So I
Mm-hmm.
bought his jersey. The guy's name was Okoye. He was an Igbo guy. So
And
I bought his
yeah, I
jersey.
know him. Mm-hmm.
You know him, Amobi Okoye, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I bought his jersey. I said, I'm just supporting like a Nigerian guy being NFL, this and that. So I bought his
Exactly.
jersey. So I was wearing his jersey. The same way all Nigerians were buying Akim Olajuwon's jersey. In
Mm-hmm.
America, Igbo people would buy Akim Olajuwon. Everybody, if you're Nigerian, you bought Akim Olajuwon's jersey, you wear it,
Mm-hmm.
and no one
Mm-hmm.
cares. So I bought Okoye's jersey. I wear
Mm-hmm.
it. And I went around Igbo people. You know what they were telling me?
Mm-hmm.
Why you're not Igbo? Why you wearing that? These are not Igbos. Why am I wearing Okoye's jersey? That's it, man. You guys are ridiculous, man.
I suspected that was what you're going to say. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that is the narrative that we need to start dealing with. Even with my Igbo brothers, I fight a lot with them. They'll say, "Listen, I'm a sellout. Is it because I can speak Yoruba and all that?" I said, "Listen, guys, this is not." And most of those people, yeah, that have that kind of mindset, these are people that they travel from their village. The only contact they will have with Lagos is just the airport to go to United States.
Hey, hold on, Ton. Hold on, Ton. You can't be insulting Pansat. He's not here right now. Please go ahead.
I can't do what?
You can't be insulting Pansat. He's not here right now.
No, I didn't mention Pansat's name. Or you
He's saying the fact. He's saying the fact.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So, but Angelico, so you can see my mindset. I am not tribal at all. I understand these things because of my my time in Lagos. I went to secondary school in Lagos and all that. In fact, I'll tell you more. I got admission into St. Fimbers when Fimbers used to be Fimbers. I got an admission in Baptist Academy. My dad said no to those two schools. He went to plant me in one school in Agege, Ifako, Agege. That was where I went to school. When close to Iju, that was when that area was not developed and all that. So all my friends are core Yoruba people. In my year, we only have about 5 people that were non-Yoruba. So you can understand where I'm coming from. I understand, but Yoruba people are also my people. I understand them very well. So the thing is that all these things, our leaders over the years understand it, and they've just decided to sweep it on the carpet so that they can bring it out during electioneering and use it against see what we're experiencing right now. In fact, in Nigeria, is class wars. Is nothing. That's what I'm trying to understand. So it's not about Yoruba so much about Igbo. Like we used to think years ago that all Hausas are Hausas, but we now understand there's a Fulani, there's Fulani, and now talking about Fulani, it's not all Fulani people are bad. I had Fulani mates in military school who they are brilliant, they're very, very open, they don't understand the culture. This is what they're trying to unlearn what their fathers have told them. They're very, very good people, gentlemen. So let's just get away from all these tribalized sentiments. I'll call it. I know that, and Nigeria will be better. That's our problem. That is the problem we have right now. That is what is going on right now. And for people, let me just address for people that are looking at obedience and all that. It's not about Obi. Even if Obi wasn't there, that is even dirty, I will still support because I identify with what they want to do with Nigeria. They want to make Nigeria great. They want to cut down corruption and how we used to do things that weren't working and all that. That's what I stand for. I don't care whether you're even from Ogoja or whether you're from some tribe that I've never heard of. So far, you do the right thing. How can we have a criminal that as our number 3 person in the Senate and all that? It's not done, and that's one of the problems I have with Baba Tinubu and all that. It's
but hold on right there. The argument is this: Obi is no different from them, from Tinubu, and that number 3 you are talking about. They are all
they're all part of the goddamn system.
Part of the goddamn old guards
PDP
them.
So, that's a sorry, but I don't have a problem with Obi, but that's the problem that I have with the supporters when they're trying to differentiate Obi.
This one guy
Exactly.
from the outside, like an outsider.
Obviously, some people have tried to tribalize.
When I accuse Tinubu of this and that, I don't even defend Tinubu on that. But why trying to make Obi look like an angel?
Like
Where's that coming from?
Like it's somebody like it's a show kind of person. Don't if it was basically more Galu that you guys are shouting about, something like that. Somebody that's just completely from outside the system, then it will make sense.
Exactly, yeah.
But this is Obi, a PDP guy. Come on now, you're trying to sell a PDP guy to us? Are you kidding me? And you're telling us it's one angel?
Conversely, do you think if Pastor, what's his name, IBB's VP was running, do you know a lot of people were going to vote for him across?
Are you talking about Bakari?
No.
No.
The last VP of Nigeria.
Oshibanjo.
Oshibanjo, yeah. Everybody will go for him.
But we're not gonna say, he's somebody from outside or something like that.
No. But yet, even as we speak,
well, you still can't compare him. He wasn't really in government like would be like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is that he will command more votes across these two tribes, Yoruba and Igbo people. He will. I'm almost certain that he will. So the thing is, when we have people like Kingston Mogalu and all that, why is he not successful? Why does the average Igbo people will not stand behind him? Because there's a lot of bias in the mind of a lot of people that are not even, they don't even, a lot of all these people that are shouting IPOB and all that, most of them were not even born anywhere near when the war was fought. A lot of them were born in the 80s. They don't even understand.
But they behave like that based on the
they behave like that. Exactly. Look at this guy.
Those lies.
Those lies. Look at.
Let me be honest with you. See, the problem.
The other day, wait, hold on. The other day, I went into one of their broadcasts where Samuel Ekpa was. I gave it to him. I said, "Listen, you guys, you're sending people to their death. You're sitting there in Finland and all that. Every leader will come down and lead from the front, not from the back, and all that. You're talking about rocket launchers. I said, what kind of Biafra do you want to create?
You know, problem I have with people like you, like you're talking right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're all challenging Ekpa now because what he's doing now is beginning to affect your people. But when they first started this whole propaganda against Fulani, Yoruba, all these other tribes,
I was never a part of it. I was never.
Maybe you, but I'm just saying, like Igbos, like that are non-tribal, whatever, like you. Like what I'm saying is, when Kanu came out, he was spilling some bigotry, hatred, language, hate speech. Hold on. And not a single so-called decent Igbo or non-detribalized Igbo spoke against him or challenged him or condemned it. And in fact, when people asked them, they will excuse him. Even many of my Igbo friends that I knew they are not they are like you, they grew up in Lagos, they are non-tribal people, that I know them very well, that these guys are not tribalists. And when I bring it up to them, like, oh, this is your brother here that's speaking this bigotry, this and this, they would defend him. Okay. I'm like, dude, this guy's spitting hate speech. This is annoying. He's insulting, try calling all Yorubas bastard, all kind of wrong. They will all give excuse why he's doing it. It's like they don't see anything wrong with him. Like now, he got to the point where he's getting out of hand in the southeast. He's sending Igbos to their grave in the southeast. He's turned the place upside down. Now you guys are not speaking up. Like, okay,
Mike,
you doing? So that's just selfishness.
Mike, I want you to start taking notes right now. Yeah. And you'll see that I'm correct. Whenever anybody of that mindset speaks to you, please be polite to find out. Say, Oga Abeg, where are you from in Nigeria? You find that most of them, 99% of them, I dare say, are from Abia State and Imo State. I'm giving you the statistic. It will shock you. From henceforth, start finding out. We'll come back here, maybe in
Samuel Ekpa is from Ebonyi now. You can't fool us now.
Simon Ekpa is one of those people that jumped. Simon Ekpa is there because of he wants some kind of would I call it economic gains or whatever. No, that I don't take him seriously. He's a clown. He knows nothing. He's just a clown.
So why the sit at home not limited to Abia State alone? Why?
A lot of people are sitting down at home out of fear. Have you seen what they do to those people? And that's what I tell them. I say, listen, you people
So
are
it's people
the
from
people.
Imo and Abia that come to Anambra to make everybody sit at home. Is that what you're telling me?
Even it's even worse. Even the sit at home and the killing of people is even worse in Anambra State.
The killing in Anambra State, Babajele Koko, yeah. With all due respect, it's a complicated thing. You know, with the latest expose from Asari, okay. I think Asari knows a bit about it, but I cannot say categorically. I ask people facts. I cannot say, but I think he's complicit. Because remember, most of the people from Asari's place, they speak Igbo. They understand Igbo very well, apart from their own dialect.
Calabari people.
Yeah.
You know, I've been seeing you guys trying to for dumb things or aside to go because since he came out with that.
No, I'm not dumping. No, I'm not dumping
there's no
anything.
evidence to that. I don't believe it.
I'm not dumping anything. See, it doesn't make sense. It's just like saying Yoruba nation killing fellow Yorubas. Igbo, let me tell you, Igbos do not kill themselves. But however, there's they are criminals that have shown themselves to be killers. Now, again, see, I don't want to talk about this because it's just going to stoke a lot of emotions that we don't like talking about. We just leave it. It's an unwritten thing that we all know about. Yeah, Anambra people, Enugu people, Imo State people, and what's this other Ebonyi and and Abia. We know these things exist. And that is the thing is that our leaders do not want to deal with these issues just because of their political greed. We do not want to deal with these issues. There are issues. We have serious issues. That's why I'm very, very worried with the so-called Biafra they are agitating for and all that. I believe that if they even manage by hook or crook and get this Biafra nation and all that, whoever that is going to be there is going to be a dictator. If you
Well,
don't agree
you
with their
mentioned
narrative,
something earlier. You say they should just let Biafra go.
Yeah, I don't agree. They shouldn't get Biafra.
Okay, so what is
going to be
to
disaster.
you? What is Biafra to you? What's the territory of Biafra?
The territory of Biafra is for people that believe in Biafra. A lot of people
Come on,
from
man.
Anambra.
That's not people that believe in Biafra is not territory. What is territory of Biafra to you? What is the definition of Biafra to you? The territory.
Well, Biafra is rubbish. It's a rubbish word. It's not even.
Well, you
Nigerian.
said it now. You said that you let Biafra go their separate ways earlier. You know.
No, I said let Igbo people go their separate ways.
Sorry, Mike.
No, you said Biafra. If you didn't say Igbo people, you said Biafra.
Mike, someone's trying to come in. I like Gideon's trying to come in.
Yeah, already. Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is, whether I say Biafra and all that, okay, that is just mere semantics. You know what I'm talking about. My thing, really, we're better off together. We're better off together. That's my honest take. We're better off together. But the problem again lies with some northerners. I will not want to say all northerners. The problem lies with some northerners. You know, and some northerners are beginning to be educated on these issues and all that. But the younger ones are they are, how would I say it? They are very coy in speaking out. Maybe with time they will be emboldened to come out and speak against their rogue leadership in the north. Until we have that,
But bad leadership is across board now. You can't say it's peculiar to the north. Bad leadership.
No, I'm not. No, I'm talking about their own role. Yeah, of course, bad leadership is across the board.
Yes, so I don't know why we point finger. I mean, it seems like people point finger at regions. Like when you guys say the northerners, and I've listened to all these Dr. Damage shows. It's like they talk about northerners as if they. I mean, come on.
No, that is what I said. I said some northerners. I didn't say all northerners. I said some northerners.
To me, I think they had a list of
but why did you point them out? Why do you point out the northerners? Because just like Mike said, the leadership is bad across all the regions.
No,
You
no.
know,
I first said that we are all better together as Nigeria, but we still have a hold. We still have some leadership in the north that is spreading these divisive narratives. That's the
more than
problem
the
we have.
more than
No. The
southeast.
Yeah, more than
North,
south. Yeah,
the
Really?
North are spreading
yeah,
what? Divisive narratives?
yes,
I don't, more than, what? No,
yeah.
it comes from the South. Sorry. If I go on the internet right now, search all over, just look for any divisive thing being spilled.
Okay,
Majority come from the Southeast,
okay. Look at these.
South, and then Southwest.
Okay, look at these forum that we are on now. Okay, we have various forum. We have these. We have Dr. Damages and all that are that seems to be open to discussion. And we could sometimes we shout at each other and all that, and we all calm down. How many of have you searched through the internet, and are there anything similar like that? You have northern youths or people in diaspora coming together to discuss these very, very touchy subjects? No, they would
Well,
never.
you wouldn't know that because I understand most of that discussion is communicated in Ahusa language, and they have robust conversations. Actually, to your surprise, I
Oh,
would say.
maybe. Okay,
But
okay.
Tom, your claim is that they're the one pushing division. You're not saying they don't engage us or
The
something.
old no, the old some of the older ones, the Oroku leadership are pushing the vision, the divisive. I mean,
In
the
what
divisive.
sense?
Okay, the way Amadu Bello saw the Igbos and all that. I
But
think it
that's
was
60.
divisive.
No. You said they had. You said they were, like somebody were. And it's only Amanda Bello you guys always go to. Okay, he made a speech, whatever. But that was like 70 years ago. I mean,
Yeah, but
and
if you
people
want,
always say the Northerners are this. And when we say what, you start Amanda Bello said this. That's 70 years ago. And the
okay. Let's
context of
come.
which he was saying what he said, I mean, come
Okay,
on, man. That I will say that's
okay,
divisive or anything. We're doing regional system. We didn't trust each other at that time. It
okay,
wasn't even. It wasn't. That was even before 1960. Before
okay,
Nigeria was even a country. So
okay.
that's
How about El
more. Come
Rufai?
on now.
How about El Rufai? Will you trust El Rufai?
You talking about the political talk about Muslim vote? This Obi said the same thing. We know that's politics. That's election votes campaign. We get it. Which I disagree with that speech, but we can also say it's a response to the way that election went. It's something going on in Kaduna where they're saying, "Oh, Muslim versus Christian vote" and things like that. That's within Kaduna. You understand? And then the way this election went, when they say Muslim, Christian, all those. So within the conversation that was going on is what context where you spoke.
Well,
So
yeah.
you can't
I think
say now they are pushing division, ethnic division, speaking ethnic against Igbos or things like that. We don't
well,
see that going on with the
see,
Northerners, man.
Tone is trying to make a distinction here. I think
We
what he's
see
trying to
more
say is
with
that
the Southeast. Sorry.
he's trying to say that the leadership, the people in leadership in the north, perhaps in other parts,
Some,
are more
some of
likely.
them, not all of them.
Yeah. I'm not talking absolutism, but yeah, some of them are pushing a division, um, you know, ideology or whatever.
What
But
type of division? Really
but but but
ethnic?
but but the, but the thing though, in the southeast, okay, there's more divisive rhetoric that happens in the southeast than any other part of the country. If you ask me, not from the leadership though, not from your leadership, because your leadership, they are part of the cabal. Let's put it that way, because they know what they're getting. But people like Nnamdi Kanu, I think this first time I mentioned this guy's name. This it was Ekpa, Samuel Ekpa. Okay, him. And before that, I know I used to hear about Massop and Massap or whatever. So the division, the drum of division in that country is from the grassroots wise comes from the southeast. Would you agree on that, at least?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. And we need to
Tone,
deal with it. And this is
Tone,
where it starts from. We
Tone,
need to deal with it.
Tone, can I say something, please?
Okay,
Okay.
please.
Yeah. Now, you refer to Amodu Bello, okay? And see, in all fairness, what Amodu Bello said is completely factual. And let me state why I said it is factual. You've said yourself that some majority of your own tribe are arrogant, okay? When they get into a space, they want to dominate the space.
No, that's not what I said. You misquoted me. I said Onitsha people are arrogant, not in dominating.
Oh no, me, I'm trying to tell you.
No, please, no, because today you go that and fly with that. I'm just correcting that.
Okay, you have said.
I said the Onitsha people are, but not in dominating other people. We're very well-read people.
Don't worry, I'm not talking about Onitsha people now. See, all in Nigeria, every Igbo man is arrogant. Almost every Igbo man, it is in their DNA, except you want to deny it. That's why. Now, Onitsha people might be an exception in terms of dominating, but everywhere an Igbo man goes, he wants to claim the space to himself. And if you give him space of time, he will come back and claim that space to himself. That is one. Number two, because they've done it severally now. Okay. Now, in the statement of Amadou Bello was referring to, even in the, you have, during the time he was talking about, you have Igbos dominating all their parastatal. You know, this was what led to this quota system that Obasanjo, when Obasanjo was when they were looking for a solution to all these problems. And I remember very well when Buhari was talking, he said, when they were talking to him about the North is dominating everything, he laughed and he said, have you seen the Gazette for the Nigerian civil service? And the interviewer was like, no. He said, go and check it. You will be shocked. Do you understand? You will be shocked. Because while you have very few Yorubas, I can say that you might even find it difficult to find Yoruba in the civil service in the East, state civil service in the East.
But how many Yoruba people live in the East? That's the thing. That's the point I'm trying to make.
No, I understand you. The reason why they are not living in the East, it still boils down to the fact that the East is not as welcoming as other parts of the country, because Yorubas live in the North. I lived in I was born in the North. I have a birth certificate of Kano. You understand? And I know how many Yorubas were there then. So now Yorubas live everywhere. Kogi, go to anywhere.
But Tony just disputed that. He said the Igbo land is hospitable. You just said it, and
Tone was. I want to give Tone the benefit of that. I feel Tone was actually talking about his own side. Okay. I don't be the whole of Igbo land.
I agree with you. Yeah.
That is why I'm still talking to him this way, because most times they will come and they will make everything rowdy because they know what.
Ola, I think it's we have a very complex diversity. I think it's unfair to lump every person that speaks Igbo, Igbo people. Like I did say, my people call other Igbo people Igbo people.
I understand.
Why do we do that?
No, I have given you and people the exception, okay? Because you're able to prove to us here that you are also a victim of it, and that your people don't do that, don't behave that way. So fine. You understand? I'm not going after you now. But I'm now saying the rest. You now find out that in the West, you find Igbos in schools. I have an Igbo teacher. I had Mrs. Obona. I have Igbo teachers in my life. Like what is her name again? I forgot it. But when you go to the West, to the East, it is not like that. Do you understand?
But when you say domineering and dominating and taking their space, what do you actually mean? I'm just trying to understand, please.
Let me tell you something. This is because now I work in a private establishment, and the moment we had an HR director that was Igbo. You understand? The place started having Igbos dominating on everywhere. She was just bringing them in, even when they are not qualified. She was just bringing, and this is the same thing you accuse an Hausa man for.
But it happens across every tribe now, man no man.
That is true. Self-interest. I agree.
Yeah, self-interest. It happens across every tribe.
No, but the difference is this. Now let me tell you the difference from my own knowledge. Okay. Yoruba person or other Nigerian, right? Let's say me now, I find myself in a position, right? And I want to connect people. The first people I look around are my close friends. Like meaning that my close friend could be Igbo, it could be Calabar, it could be anyone, someone like people I know, right? Before my tribesmen. Like let's say all of us here we are all become close friends, and I get an opportunity somewhere, and you don't, you run into me, and you're trying to come in, and I see another Yoruba person that's asking me the same thing that I don't know. A Yoruba person, I will pick you because I know you. You are my someone I know. I've met from one man show, stuff like that.
Mike,
But
do you know
with
why?
Igbo people,
Do you know?
and I'm telling you from personal experience. So even my own Igbo friends will not connect. You rather go connect with strange Igbo. Like it's like a rule that the
Mike,
person
no,
himself has to be Igbo.
Mike. I don't know the kind of Igbo friends you have. Mike, do you know the first part of your submission? I agree. Do you know why? Because our generation is getting better in understanding each other. We're still tribal to some extent, but we're not as tribal as the much older generation. I don't know whether you get my drift.
Ton.
But I don't think that thing has to do with being tribal. I just think it's like you guys have this. You're raised to have an agenda, like for ethnic agenda. It's like a culture. If you get, I'm sorry,
I don't
okay.
see
For
that there are a lot
example, you
of
guys
people
have
like
the
me.
apprenticeship. Let me give you an example. I'm not saying what I say is not tribal. It's a culture. You guys have this thing called the apprenticeship system, right? Okay, an Igbo man
I
once he
know where you're
starts
going
working,
for. Okay,
he
go
will
on.
go and pick another Igbo person to train to
It's a
learn. But
it's a
why can't he pick a
that
friend, a son of
no
his Yoruba? Wait, why can't he
that
pick? Wait now, let me learn. The apprenticeship system, for example. Okay, you find one business, right? You're doing, and you wanna reach somebody and bring somebody under you to learning and get set up. Why do you ever see an Igbo person go and pick his non-Igbo friend's
I know
son?
where that is coming from.
But he will not do that. He will not pick a non-Igbo.
Or mockery put that on the space.
No, I didn't. I don't think I got anything from him. I'm just saying, like,
Okay,
from what I know, from my observation.
Let me just address that very.
But if you allow me to land it, then maybe you get it for context.
Okay.
So what we notice is, if that Igbo man wants to set somebody up or maybe train someone to bring under him, he would never say, "Okay, I know this Yoruba person or this Calabar or this non-Igbo person that has the son that can just bring or they are around me, live around my neighbor's son." They will go and find a strange Igbo, another Igbo person. It has to be Igbo that they have to do it with. That's why you guys always end up being dominated in the market space where it's all Igbos in one space. Because everybody you all trying to bring in has to be Igbo. That's why you guys always end up being the only group of people in one particular space. And that's what people are saying. But other tribes don't do that. Like me, if I want to bring somebody now, I don't even. The first people I think about is people that are close to me that I know, close friend or a son of a close friend. It could be Calabar, it could be Igbo, it could be anybody. Other tribes don't think tribal like that.
Okay, Mike.
Right.
Let me just say this. Yeah, you know, in Onitsha is one of the biggest markets in West Africa. Okay, now you see that that system that you just described, even somebody from an indigene, except you got some very special kind of relationship with that person, with the owner of the business, they will not bring you in. They go to their village or their auntie or their is a relative thing. They don't just pick people randomly. I'm telling you this fact. You can fact check me on this. You can ask people that are not tribalized people, de-tribalized people. You can fact check on this. I'm saying to you, they don't just speak because they are Igbos. They actually go to their hometown, and it has to most times we've seen that people that are connected to them in one way or the other, either remotely or closely and all that, and they pick. They don't just pick randomly.
But I've never seen a situation where the person they pick is a non-Igbo person. Maybe a son of a job man,
Yeah, but
or a
usually from
son
their
of
town.
a son of their friend. Because
Usually,
wait, let me tell you something. I'm telling you from my dad had a lot of Igbo friends, right? Where many of them set up and they have Yoruba friends that have sons or close friends, and they did not pick up any of them. They had to go somewhere, so always somewhere else. Whereas When the Yoruba friends they have, when they establish, they help their Igbo friends' sons, their Igbo people. They connect them. Those ones, they didn't go to their own village and say, I'm going to find somebody from Ekiti. The immediate friend right there in Lagos, which is Igbo, is who they help. They connect the son of the person.
What's the name of this spare part place in Lagos again? It just escaped my the popular spare parts market. Ladipo, right. Now, it will shock you if you go there now. The number of Yoruba people now that apprentice there, it will shock you. So
well, maybe things is changing. I don't know.
It's changing. That's what I'm trying to say to you, Mike. Our relation, our present generation, we're changing. It's not what it used to be back then. It's not what it used to be about 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Things are changing, and it's going to take time. And how is this going to take time? For us to start understanding each other and start changing narrative and start calling out some of the negative things and all that about ourselves and other tribes without being seen as a sellout or a traitor or anything. See, we all have our bad habits. Yoruba people have their own bad habits. Igbo people have their bad habits. And for you to lump for you to lump all Igbo people as one, it's not. I don't think. I think it's a misunderstanding. You don't have a good understanding. We tolerate each other, but we have our differences as well.
Tone, see, let me just explain myself to you. See, one thing I've noticed is from what Mike was just saying now. When you go for an interview and you meet a Yoruba panelist on that interview, most times most times what the Yoruba man most times is looking for is who can do the job.
Yes, that is in Nigeria.
That in Nigeria, I'm telling you, guys. In fact, we Yorubas used to even abuse ourselves. That if a Yoruba man comes with OND, they will tell him he does not have HND. If he comes with HND, they will say he's not masters. If he comes with masters, they will say he did not have PhD. Meanwhile, an Hausa man will just come with primary 6 and speak Hausa language, and they will take the Hausa person.
Is it not a good thing?
No, I understand. I'm trying to
exactly. We should give honor and praise where it deserves and all that. That's why I said, I did say earlier that Yoruba people are very welcoming. It's something to be proud about. It's just like a guy that is very, guys, usually when you're very, very good natured, women take advantage of you, or some women that do not understand take advantage of you. Does that mean that you're a mumu man? You're not a mumu man. That's just your nature.
All right, Tone. Let's ask Olajide some questions now. Olajide, it's your turn to answer some of these questions you're asking, right? Let me ask you, first of all, between the Yorubas and the Igbos, right? I'm going to give you a couple of disciplines or career. You tell me which side has more. Let's say engineers, Igbos and Yoruba, who have more engineers?
Engineers, how do I know that?
Now, of course, you don't know that, right? Okay. So hold on. Let me land. Hold on.
Wait. If you are
please hold on, please.
Clarify.
I can answer that though.
No, hold on. I want to talk to Olajide just exclusively for
let me ask you something. If you are,
I'm asking you a question, Mike.
You're asking a question. Let him answer you, though, right?
No, he said he doesn't know. That's an answer.
Let me talk.
Wait. Did you say you don't? Do you have an answer you don't know?
Well, I want to answer him because I want you to know from which perspective. Are you talking of those people that went to school and studied, or are you counting those people that are working in Alaba as engineer? Or
let's use people who have PhDs in engineering. Every question I'm going to ask you now will be people who have PhD. Let's use that. I think that's fair. You're right. Okay. Everybody says I'm an engineer. Maybe they studied the craft. Okay. But let's use career. People who have PhD in engineering. Between the Yorubas and the Igbos, who have more PhDs in engineering?
Probably the Yorubas.
But please let me talk to Olajide. Please, just stay out of it, Mike. Go ahead.
What do you mean stay out of it? I mean, if you ask me a question, if I have an answer,
I'm asking him. I want him. He's been tormenting this young man here, Tone, and he's been all over the map. Let him answer some of these questions himself. Let's see what he knows.
I would say it is balanced.
It's balanced. You say 50-50. That's what you think, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What about doctors, medical doctors, between the Yorubas and the Igbos? Who have more?
I would say the Yorubas.
Have more medical doctors?
Yorubas.
Yes, Yorubas.
Okay. What about architects?
I'm not.
Without this AA degree. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not really inclined in that aspect of engineering, so I can't say. But
okay, what's your source of the doctor, medical doctor? How did you arrive at that? Medical doctor, how did you make that calculation? What made you say that Yorubas?
Because I know that it's Yorubas.
How?
And if you,
how do you know? Give me a citation. How do you know?
Let me explain to you. Engineering, I said it is balanced. When I said medical, I know it is Yoruba. Home, as in abroad, in diaspora, and at home, I know Yorubas are. That is one of their space.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. You don't know, right? Just like you don't know in the engineering, you could use your tribal lens and you say that. Now, the reason why I'm asking you the question is this. You are all over tone because you're talking about traders. You're looking at Igbos as
wait,
traders.
Pastor, where can we get this statistic? Where can we find it?
Hold on. We're not gonna be lazy. We're gonna find it. But right now, we are speaking from our prism, what we know. He's been here talking from what he knows. But what he's been doing is to relegate the Igbos as traders, people he knows in Alaba, right? Igbos are not traders. The Igbos beat the Yoruba in everything, especially with legitimate
everything.
In everything.
Are you
now,
kidding me?
Let me land. Please let me land.
No, you are saying something very joking here. Like in everything. What are you
Hold on. It's not even a comparison.
Hold on, Pastor. In every statistical category, the Igbos beat Yorubas.
Is this guy crazy? You beat Yorubas in everything.
You guys been talking for hours. Let me get in a word in. I'm only gonna be talking 2 minutes. I'll give you back the time.
Oh, you are still catching up.
Now I'm trying to tell you that if I assemble 100 Yorubas with their certificates, right? 99 of them will be bogus. 99.
Will be bogus in what sense? What do you mean? Bogus in what sense?
It's fraudulent. They didn't go to school.
What?
I'm trying to tell you. Go and do the research.
I thought it was synonymous to the Igbos, actually. Hold on. I thought it was synonymous to the Igbos, actually.
Let me land. Then you talk. You've been talking. You've been talking to Tone, and he's been giving you common sense. You don't want to listen to common sense. He's been here trying to help bring the country together, but every time he says
but you came to divide and talk about Igbos and Yorubas, doctors and engineers.
I'm trying to tell you.
Hold on, brings that the way.
Please, maybe you're gonna learn something today, right? You go and bring 100 Igbos. If they have a certificate, 99 of them are proper certificates, and I'm gonna tell you why that happened. Now, when you get the Yorubas and the Hausas, 100 of them, only one will be a good certificate. They have bogus certificates.
1%.
Wait.
1%. Got it. Let's go. Let's keep going.
Okay, so now here's what happened, right? This fear of this, you're afraid of Southeasterners all the time. So what they were doing when we 41 came back into the country, they were furiously trying to make sure we don't catch up. So they're giving their people certificates. So that numerically,
Pastor, where are you getting this fact from?
Can I land? Go on.
No, you can't continue. No, one thing I will not let you do is wait.
No, we should allow you to land with propaganda. That is not true. That is not true. You're trying to pollute.
Just making up bullshit.
You're trying to pollute the listeners.
Exactly.
You're trying to pollute the listeners.
Trying to brainwash people.
Like Tinubu right now, right? He doesn't have a certificate.
Yo, Pastor, hold on.
Okay, Pastor, that was a good one. That was a good one. That's a good one.
Pastor, let me ask you, where did you live in Nigeria? What are the places you lived?
Let me land. You're trying to.
You went straight from your village in Igbo land straight to America, and you're here giving us statistics of who is what and what.
Let me land, all right? Let me land. Mike, once you
have no, you can't land bullshit here. We don't. No. You can't. If you say one bullshit, we have to address it before you go to the next one. We have to debunk it because we're not going to allow you to come here and pollute the mind of listeners.
Okay, hold on. Pansat, hold on, Pansat. 1 second, please. You're going to continue, please. But please help us out with the source of that information before you land, so we can do the quick
He put
research.
it out of his ass now. That's what he did.
So,
Same thing they do.
because we don't think you land. We don't think you land with propaganda. Just tell us the sources so we can go look them up and come up with it and come up with the answer.
All right.
Where do we go?
Are you done? I would.
It does not have any fact, Jerry. You know, that's
private chat. I posted.
Hold on. Okay.
Don't post anything on private chat. Let me tell you something. In the whole of Nigeria alone, Ekiti State has more professors than anywhere.
Whatever. That's what
you will say whatever now. You will say whatever now.
That's what you
I was trying to be magnanimous and look for you. There are more Yorubas doctor in America than any other tribe. So go and fact check it.
Guess who? Choma think you're wrong if you want to look in the chat room.
Listen to me. Are you in the United States? Because I don't think you're in the United States. If you know how many Igbos are in the United States and what they're doing, you would make that comment. There are more Igbos in virtually every profession in just one, let's say in Atlanta or in New York, than you have Yorubas who are doing anything. Because you made it so uncomfortable for Igbos in Nigeria, they're all in the United States. And they're no joke.
Wait, out of 200 million Nigerians, first of all, Pastor, hold on. Out of 200 million Nigerians, what percentage of Nigerians, out of the totality of Nigerian population in the United States, it's less than probably 2% of the Nigerian entire population. Now, when you're talking about who's doing what better, you run into the United States, the entire southern Nigeria, we're equally doing well. Now, what we have is wait.
Mike, you've been talking
Dude, I'm you be having a word. You have your word. Hold on. I'm not gonna allow you to do propaganda here. Just hold on. Let me talk. Let me talk. You will talk. Chill out, man. Or I'll put you in the back, man. Now, because you guys,
I would leave.
Hey, you can leave now. Get the fuck off, man. If you don't want me to talk, are you crazy? You can't bully me here.
Because I will deal with
Mike, calm down,
dude, if you don't let me talk, I'll put you in the back, man. Just hold on.
Mike, let's calm down, please.
He needs to hold on. Let me land and then I'll let him speak. Now, in the United States, most people that come here, mainly Southern Nigerians, Calabar, Ijo, Igbo, Yoruba, Efik, Edo, and every one of us equally perform well. Nobody is lazy or not doing well, equally doing well. Now, what you have in pockets of cities or places in the United States is because even when you're about the majority ethnic group, you probably have maybe one city you go to, maybe let's say New York, you may have more Yorubas there, right? Or you go to another city, you go to Houston, you have more Igbos there.
It's wrong.
So now,
everything you said is wrong. Right now,
let me put you in the back first, man, so I can talk. So now, depends on which ethnic group populate that side, you will run into more of professionals of that ethnic group there. Now, it doesn't mean the other ethnic group of Nigeria that they are not professionals. They are. So, what Pastor is trying to do here is maybe the city he lives in the United States, there are more Igbos than Yorubas or than other Southern Nigerians. So, of course, the most of the professionals you meet, they're probably going to be Igbos in that space. But does it mean the other Nigerian ethnic group living there are not equally professionals? They are all equally professionals. So the argument is making here is, you run into more Igbo this and that, and they use that.
Mike, he said PhD.
Yeah, he's saying it. Exactly. So there's no group of Nigerian ethnic group in the United States, particularly Southerners, that are not goddamn professionals. They all equally go to school, get degrees, and do things. But this guy ain't want to come here with this propaganda of we are this and that, and they do that a lot. With this, Igbos are this, Igbos are that, Igbos are this. Are you crazy? Are you saying Ijos are not going to school, Calabars are not doing the same thing? Are you kidding me? They are doing the same thing because their numbers is fewer. Doesn't mean they are not doing the same thing. Probably even doing more. Probably all these Ijos, Benis, they are probably even going to school more than we Igbos and Yorubas. But their numbers, they are minority ethnic group, but they are equally as progressive and successful as the rest of us. But I like because of the Igbo population, they want to use that propaganda to convince people that they are the one doing something and everybody else is not doing anything. Are you kidding me?
Well, let's hear his conclusion really and see what he says finally.
Go ahead, Pastor. Continue your
All right,
propaganda.
I had left, but I came back again. But I want you to
No, I
know.
put you in the bag and I brought you
No,
back. You
but
didn't leave.
you
Stop
did put me
lying.
back, but then I left. But
You didn't leave.
let me say to you, the two. Remember, I can leave, and you can also remove me. You have no advantage because
If you want to
have a
leave, leave, man. If you want to
Okay,
talk,
so
talk.
let me talk. Let me tell you why you were wrong. I was shouting at you. I was shouting at you that you are wrong. Let me tell you why I was shouting at you. You're wrong. The Yorubas are lazy. You know, using your kind of language.
Really?
Well, listen. Let me talk. Let me talk. Now, if you're going to be
Guys are a piece of crap.
Hold on.
Okay, prove to us that we are lazy. Tell us.
Yeah, if you're going to be using idiosyncrasies and whatever stigma, whatever is attached to an ethnic group, then you will have to do equal measure. In our side, we look at the Yorubas as lazy and dirty, right? Now,
okay.
Are there some clean?
Let
me land.
No,
you know, I don't want to start. You know, I was having a good conversation with Tony, man.
Mike, let him land. Let him land.
Hold on, let me give you ultimatum. If you use any more insult, because wait, hold on, I'll say this. I'll put him back. Hold on, I'll say this. For respect for Tony here, because he's been civil and he's an Igbo man. Because I don't want to put myself in a position where I'm insulting Igbo people. That means I'll be insulting Tony. So I'm not gonna. If Tony wasn't here, if it was me and him, then I can go back and forth and be doing my own.
Mike, if you understand Uncle Pansat, you will not be losing your
No, I know him very well. Trust me. Me and him will go at it. Trust me, I can handle him, man. He's the piece of cake to me. I always break his. I always hurt his feeling at the end of the day. I can rip him apart. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to get into insulting his ethnic group for the fact that I have respect for you. I feel like I'm insulting you.
See, we need to be very
I will give him this ultimatum.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need to be very careful in some narrative, and be respectful to each other. See,
using the words, he said we are dirty. You can't be talking.
Why all of us are here is that we're concerned for our beloved country. If not, look at me. I
get where you're going. Hold on.
I've been up since 3 a.m. here in London, and I'm talking. This is 7. Okay, go.
No. Just give me a second. Only way I'll let him speak is if you want to submit anything against submit it, boy. If you throw insults, ethnic insult, I'll throw him out. We're not gonna accept. I won't accept that. But it's the fact that not that I can't throw it back, but I don't want to insult. I don't want to do the ethnic insulting today. So that's what I'll just give him. The ultimatum I'll give him. If you use that stupid word again, throwing ethnic insult, I'll throw you out. Okay.
Mike, you can't handle the truth. Look at you crying already. Anyway, here's the point I'm making to you, right? There's no need. Tone was here making a very salient point, answering Olajide's questions and being a nice guy. But all of you, like a pack of dogs, were ganging up on him and you won't let him talk. He was making sense. So you're using, some of them will say, Igbos did this. Let me tell you some numbers you should go and verify. At least know it for yourself. There are probably more Igbos than all other ethnic groups combined in Nigeria. Go and verify on your own.
Verify where?
Listen to hear what I said again, because it's incredible.
How? Tell us where to go. Don't just be talking. I'm not talking to fools yet.
Let me land, please. You said
no. You can't land. No. We're not going to allow you to be lying. If you say something, prove it.
How? Can I finish?
Where should we go and find it? You say we should go and verify. Where can we go and verify that there are more Igbos and other ethnic groups in Nigeria? Where?
Well, let me land, and then you could do your own. Just let me land. Right?
No, you're not landing lies here, okay?
You said no insults. Fine. That's one of the rules of this platform. So don't insult the Igbos, and nobody's gonna
no.
But let me
don't
land.
lie here. That's the main rule here. Don't tell stupid lies.
Who's the arbiter? Who's gonna check my lies? You?
I'm asking you. You said we should go and check that there are more Igbos than any other tribe in Nigeria.
Show because you are you're a hooligan, right? You're hosting
a
show.
You know what? I don't have to. That's someone else.
One second, Mike. Let him continue. Let him continue.
Stupid, man.
Please let him continue.
Everybody knows that Mike is a tribalist, right? So what do you expect? How do you think this is going to end? So don't raise your
voice. Okay, do you have a point to make? What point do you want to make?
Okay,
please?
So be quiet. Let me make my point.
Mike, let's just give him 2 minutes, please. Yeah?
So
let's give
what you have to understand
minutes, yeah?
is like
please.
The Igbos, okay, the people fear them, our tribe for a good reason, right? We're feared. It's not that people don't love us. You're shaking on your boots because you don't want to embrace your brothers and sisters from the Southeast because somehow I heard somebody say, I think it was Olajide, that all Igbos are domineering. He's trying to approve what the Sadoana of Sokoto said about Igbos. And nobody here corrected him on that. This stone, he said, hello, you can't say that about all the Igbos. But he got away with it. Imagine such a stupid comment from the big mouth Sadoana made a statement that is absolutely un-African. That's un-Nigerian.
So the one in Namdekano says, is he not worse than that?
Sorry,
I'm
please, can I interject? Sorry.
Please, could you
okay, let Foley interject. Answer, let Foley interject. Hold on. Foley, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not here to stand tribalist here, but I have to share my own opinion about what you guys are talking about. Everybody knows that Igbos are always they want to dominate. They love to take advantages of everybody around them. I personally, that I'm here. I share my experience with you.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
you're being disrespectful. Watch your mouth. If you don't want it from me. If you don't want it from me, watch your mouth. Rephrase that question. You're being mischievous, please.
Okay, sorry. I have a friend. Back then in my state, I'm talking about almost 10 years ago. I was using a space where I put my Lister generator. He was using a container, and then Mr. Governor now said all the containers on the main road should be removed, and I have to remove my my generator, my Lister generator for him, so that he can use that space. Do you know, after like this guy spent 2 years on that space, this guy was actually trying to take over my own space from me by going behind me to go and meet my landlord.
Imagine this guy. Please, I take my time back. Mike, I've had it. Now let me ask you: are you in Nigeria, Falibi? Are you?
Yes, I'm in Nigeria. Yes, I'm in Nigeria.
Okay. Have you been outside of Nigeria? Have you been to say?
Okay. I used to travel to Dubai for seminar once in a while. Not all.
All right. Thank you. Now I understand. See, oftentimes when we're here on a platform and you don't know who you're talking to, right?
Okay.
And you're a victim, you're in Nigeria. I want you to know you don't know your ass from your mouth. When I was in Nigeria, I was the sharpest thing in the world, right? I was so sharp. It's unbelievable. When I stopped at
you think anybody believe you are sharp?
Hold on.
Let him learn.
You have an IQ of a gorilla. You're telling us that you're sharp. Are you serious? You keep lying, Pansa. You're a liar, man.
Let him learn now. Let him learn. Let him learn. Let him learn.
But you know, this is the thing. When you're in Nigeria, you don't know anything.
Yeah.
If you didn't know anything because you're in the bush.
If somebody
Pansa, you didn't know anything in Nigeria because you're in the bush. You left for the bush.
Let him learn.
Mike,
let him learn, please. Let him learn.
I'm going to tell him the truth because he's also our brother. He's back home, no problem. But it's good to know what his problem is because I've heard him a couple of times and I just couldn't place it. So now, if somebody come there and transport you right from where you are and take you to any city in the West, say in the United States, right? Number one, for the next 2 years, you're going to be the dumbest person on that street. You're not going to know anything. Nobody's going to understand what you're saying. And you're not going to understand what anybody's saying.
So,
hold on, please.
I think you speak for yourself in this regard. You know why? Because you made this argument before, and it's not true. The argument is not so true.
No.
Because where you came from and you went to the West, you think you were so smart, and when you got in the mix of people that was much smarter than you are, you became discombobulated.
Sorry.
Let him learn now. I want to listen
when
to him.
I got to France,
he's not going to say anything
as a stopover, right? They knew that's an African coming to the West that they're going to have to contend with. That's how smart I was. When I got to the campus, when I got to the school, and I went to the bar there, and I saw woods, trees that are unbelievably expensive trees in the campus bar.
Bro, what everybody is smart. Every Nigerian is smart. Let's
What I'm saying to
forget
you
this
is that,
narrative. I beg.
yeah, okay, let me land there. Let me land there. What I'm saying to you, Folly B, trust me on this.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Nobody here is gonna tell you what I'm telling you, right?
Yeah.
Everybody here is not equally yoked. Everybody you see here on this screen.
We all know, Pastor, you're the dumbest person here. So what are you proving?
Okay, so
let's listen to this.
you're showing your Yoruba people that you can insult.
You are the dumbest fool here. You're coming here to claim that I mean, come on.
I just want you to keep on embarrassing
In
yourself.
fact,
I want you to
in
listen
fact,
to what you are saying.
Tone, you are a special breeder. I respect you. You know, when we were talking the other time, I was giving you, we actually want to understand what is going on, and I think, like you said, we need to start removing some old folks that will not let us move on as a country. Like Pansat, he has never come to this platform to communicate. He's always here to go tribal, go insult people. They ask you to say something this morning, you have not proven any points. You've just been insulting people.
Olajide, are you in Nigeria or are you in the West?
I'm in Nigeria. I interface with Nigeria.
Olajide, I had no idea you're in Nigeria. I still wouldn't even be talking to you, because let me tell you something. No wonder. Say, we have to figure a way to know who is in Nigeria. We are here trying to help you. Hold on.
What are you helping me out with? You are causing more trouble. I would rather prefer to talk to.
I'll take my time back. Please mute this Olajide.
We will have allowed this guy to embarrass himself this morning more.
Let other people talk. You've spoken enough. Answer. Let someone else talk. Okay, someone else talk.
Mike, quickly. I want Pastor to land on this point. I want his Pastor to land on his point about the PhD engineers and doctors. I don't know where it was going, so please land on that.
Let me land. Okay, here's what let me say this, right? See, there is some.
Pastor will not land for 10 minutes.
Please.
No, I'll give him 30 seconds to land.
Olajide, Mike, please calm down. Let him expose himself more now.
He's not going anywhere now. Just stop. Okay, I'll give him 30 seconds to make a point.
He thought he's making sense. Let him expose himself more. Let us listen to him.
Simba, thank you for the double-edged sword. So now here's what I'm saying to you. There are more Igbos than the other tribes of Nigeria combined. You don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. So that's why you have more Igbos in virtually everything. Medical doctors, lawyers, teachers, nurses. There are more medical doctors from the Igbos. There are more engineers. There are more. But it's not even you are no match for the Igbos, because there are more Igbos.
Give us back and figure that back.
No, Olajide, listen, just hold on for him. Let him roll out his wrong statistics or whatever he believes. Let us listen to him more.
Here's what I'm doing. Anything that you cannot do by observation, I won't cite it. So my citation is by observation. You can observe it. If you're an honest person, this should be by stipulation. Now, if Nigerians are playing in the World Cup, for example, you're gonna see a lot of Igbos there. It's not because Igbos are especially talented. You're not gonna see any Fulanese there because they're small, right? So you're gonna see a sprinkle of Yorubas there.
It's because it's small.
So no matter what you're doing from Nigeria,
I'm listening to it.
Can I land here? I gotta give you credit, because here you are actually taking the facts. You're not able to normally handle the facts. You're fat Nigerians who have been spoiled because the Igbos are fighting the Muslims. So
Olajide, can you calm down, please? Let us listen to this guy, please.
Remove everybody from Nigeria if you can. Remove them from this platform, because they should be out there fighting for their freedom, trying to get free. They got no business being on this platform with us. Everybody from Nigeria should be removed from here, because that's what's calling them. I remember when I go to Nigeria, and I could tell almost everybody, get on your knees, and they would do it. So now, because you got social media, they're here running their mouths with us. You can't tell, unless you listen very well, that you know that person is in Nigeria. And they don't know their ass from their mouths. They have no rights, they have no civil rights, and they feel they could get on here and be talking to me. right? So
Okay.
what I'm
So
trying to
what
Please, can I,
exactly is your
can
point?
I,
Answer. You got 10
please,
seconds to land your point.
can
Okay,
No,
fully go ahead.
I know.
yeah.
Pansat.
Let
Have
me
you
land.
finished?
No, let me land. I'm giving you
No, you have 10
time.
No,
seconds to land. Because
you know what, Pansat. You know, I've been asking them to give you time.
Yeah.
Just summarize whatever you want to say, so that you
you
allow
have
you
10
at
seconds to
least
summarize it. 10 seconds.
You know,
summarize.
as an African, you guys should have some respect for elders. Yeah, I could be all your dads here. So please have some respect for
Okay,
crying
10
out loud.
seconds is up. Thank you. All right, who's next? Okay, fully go ahead, man.
Pansat, you know, Pansat.
Yeah. Sorry.
About Lucian.
No, we don't need to insult him. Actually, that shows exactly
That's
what
the
he
kind
said.
of guy I see in real life. Honestly, man,
Sorry,
you have
that
lost all the truth.
he
You know,
actually
Polly,
exposed himself to what he said.
it doesn't need any rebuker. We can answer whatever. You know, he's a liar. He's an old man that lies a lot. The same pastor will come and he will tell us he's an engineer, he's a medical doctor, he's this, he's that, he's everywhere. He's everywhere. So people like that doesn't need to be just forget about him. Forget about him. Let us have another thing to discuss. How can you say that the Igbos are the most populous tribe in Nigeria? Forget about the guy, Jerry.
Well, that was a comical interlude. So let's move on. Well, I will have allow him to make fool of himself this morning. Actually,
I was going to ask you
anything
a
that's
question. Do you know the problem with Southeast is someone like Pansa, they can literally make him the leader. You see some people start calling him supreme leader. A character like that.
Supreme leader.
I don't get it. Like the thing is, no, I don't know whether it's the curse or something. In that Southeast space, the people that we elevate to be a leader or to lead them, is characters like Pansa.
And people like you supposed to know.
Some of the worst human being, like they're the one they will elevate to be their leader to speak.
You know, let me tell you, Mike. Let me just support you from what you used to speak to. You can see Tony, whatever I call his name. He's there as an Igbo guy. He never raised any objection to all those rubbish that Pastor has been spilling out. Do you understand? And the people are here, like Olajide praising Tony to be, they're all the same. I'm very sorry to say this. It is we Yorubas that we say, okay, what you are saying is all good, be civil, be nice, be that, be that. You see Tony that you people are praising. He never condemned Pansat once from all this rubbish that the guy has been saying since.
Saying by you are too tribalistic.
Me?
Simba, let me interject you on that.
You said I'm true.
Let me interject you on that. Pulling you. See, all of us, see, everyone is tribalistic, but it depends on when you pull your own string. Because when people start pretending that they are not tribalistic, sometimes I know that it's a lie. It's only
it's not a matter of tribalistic. We're talking about character.
No, I'm just pulling.
No one. In fact, hold on. In fact, if you are biased towards your tribe or you believe in your stuff, whatever, yeah, that's fine. But when it comes there, telling lies or just being very nasty and just that character, man, that's the problem. You understand? I mean, when you see a Yoruba man open a radio station, call it radio, go to do some bullshit and start calling Igbo people bastards and cowards and like Nnamdi Kanu was doing. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm not saying there are no Yorubas that are tribalistic, but they don't go to that extreme. Yoruba man will call on Igbo people's platform and start saying Igbos are dirty. Igbos are. I mean, who does that? That's what we are talking about here, Ola. We are not talking about saying people are not.
No, I got you. Honestly, I got you. I don't really have anything about people defending their tribe, but when we have to do this thing, we don't have to show double standard. You can't be. Someone cannot be
just like this guy, this Igbo guy, all time. The guy told me, he said, Lagos is. That was before the Lagos election. I was so happy they attacked them in Lagos. This guy was telling me I was on this guy's show that time. That was before that Lagos election, before they got attacked. On that show, he was saying Lagos is no man's land. Like if me, Yoruba man, say if I challenge him in Lagos, you slap me in Lagos. It was the Igbo guy telling me that. When that election happened, I was so happy MC Olom and those guys dealt with them in Lagos, man. I was very happy. They burned their stupid shop. That behavior, man, they got. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We need to bring Yoruba language back to. I mean, we need to that land. We need to regulate it. All these software and you guys are doing, it needs to stop. I mean, Igbo people are not people you want to tolerate in your space. You just give space like that because they would disrespect you, destroy your land for you, man. I mean,
you can't
people
even
are
try what they're
barbarians,
doing.
man.
You can't even try it in their own space.
You can't.
can't
No
go
one
to
can try in their
anywhere
space.
and
You can't
destroy
even. Allah, can you tell me Yoruba man can call on Igbo people, even Dr. Damages or all those Igbo platforms, and go and be calling Igbo people death? They will ban you quick. They won't even. After he made that statement, he made, we still allowing to stay to talk further. You think me I can call on Dr. Damages show or one of those, or even Radio Biafra, one of those channels, and call and say Igbo are dirty people? They will cut you off right there and you never come back.
I
Or
try
you
to
be sitting here saying, yo, let's say, and I get out of Yoruba
to
people like you, start being
or to Nigeria
too
forum.
liberal.
I try to just talk against Obi one day like that. If you see the way everybody just decided upon me, I was just laughing because I was having my phone. Because I knew they were going to do that.
Because you are touching their semi-god now. Because you are touching their semi-god.
They descended on me that I'm pretending as if I don't know that they're supposed to be here, so that even I didn't mention Obi's name, that they knew where I was going. I was just laughing. I laugh and laugh and laugh. You see one thing. You see one thing is this: in the country we are, when we try to pretend and we try to hide our identity, that's a problem. See, just come out and tell people that this is who I am, and I just want people to respect me based on my differences, the difference. So, but now what you are doing now, you are accusing others, and you are now saying, "Oh, I'm not tribalistic." Oh, but everything you are saying is pointing toward tribalism. That is where I have a big problem. It is normal because it's just like some people that are claiming that animal right now, for example. If you have an animal that has gone wild that want to attack you, you say, oh, because you are claiming animal rights, that you are not going to defend human being just because of animal. That's just the way it is. When we all agree to be one, that is understandable. But if we do not agree to be one, but you want to take a space somewhere where you are defending your own, now you are defending your own, but you are claiming that, oh, I'm a true Nigerian, I'm not this, so, but you are defending your own. Lagosian cannot just go and say anything, for example, in Anambra. And
what's the time?
But you want to say, you want to do anyhow in
Lagos.
That's why I have problem. You know, the other time I was able to say, as a Yoruba man, I cannot go to Lagos and say Lagos is no man's land, for example. Even as a Yoruba man, but I still know the difference between Ekiti and Lagos. So that's just me. So if I must claim Lagos, then it simply means that I have to accept that Yoruba and Lagos will all match together and no discrimination. But if I'm protecting Ekiti and I'm coming to Lagos and say, oh, Lagos is no man's land, but you come to Ekiti and say, oh, no, this is not your land, though, then there's double standard. If we all want to be one, if we want to also say, okay, Nigeria is no man's land, let it be. If we can do that, can we do that? I don't really think so. That is why we have to respect our differences and work based on our differences instead of trying to pretend. So, like when Wole Soyinka was trying to say this thing, we all know that over time that obedient movement, they become something regional. Nobody is a fool. Even though some people will be telling us, oh, no, I'm detribalized. It's not in that story. That story. Even in the world today, they are trying to eradicate racism, but can racism actually go away? No. But what people do at the top level is to make sure that when you come to the public space, you don't talk about it. But when the individual go back inside their house, inside their home, what they do is what's that racism. You understand? So discrimination everywhere.
Bro, everybody have right to be racist or be tribal or whatever. That's you keep however you feel. That's the way. But what we are saying is, know your goddamn boundaries. Is the point we are making.
Why don't I want that to want Fulani on my land, for example? Because I don't want to allow Fulani now.
For example, hold on. I got issue like the issue I have with Igbo people. I'm not going to go to Abia. I'm going to be insulting them there. I'll keep my issue. When I go to hold on. Let me learn.
Mike, calm down. You see, this is a classic example of what I was saying earlier. When one person makes a blanket statement, because you people, we're all guilty. Even Olada was talking right now.
No, we are not.
Guilty.
No.
Talking Igbo people. Pansat came.
We are
Pansat,
all guilty
we
of
all know
tribalism.
how
We are
Uncle
all
Pansat can
guilty of
go
tribalism.
on and sometimes. Does it represent the narrative of all of all Igbo people? No. So why do we keep on doing this? We're all guilty. Let's admit it.
Bro.
I
No. We
sorry.
don't behave like the Igbo.
Hello.
Sorry, we don't behave like the people.
I didn't
Don't
mean
say we are all
actually
guilty.
allow me to land. I didn't mean he actually allow me to land then. I want to talk about a guy who have done something wrong as an Igbo guy. And I still want to talk about a friend as well, who is I can see him as a perfect guy, as a human being, that has nothing like all these things that people are saying about Igbo, which is a name. And he's also an Igbo boy. So this thing is an individual thing. But Yoruba man sọ pé if tabaka eru lójú ẹrú, inú ẹrú máa ń bàjẹ́ ni. But instead of you trying to tell them what their own this area is, the area they need to work on is, they'll be seeing you as if you are trying to attack them, and it's not. If you tell them exactly what is going wrong about them, I think it should be, how do we solve this? How do we work on this? I think that should be their response. But they always see it as if you are trying to attack them. Whereas if you are not telling them all these things, they won't know where they are getting it wrong. It's just the facts. When people,
well, I don't know at what Foley. I don't know when you entered into the into the discussion. That I have already said.
Yes, I was when Pashas was actually talking about Igbos are the one dominant, what's it called, taking over everywhere. They are in the doctors, they are in the engineer, they have the highest number of engineers. That was what actually came in.
Well, I don't know about that statistics. I don't know. I disengaged myself from that. I don't know where he got that statistics from. I know they are. I know Yorubas and Igbos are equally educated and very, very exposed people. That's all
usually when someone like Pansat is like presented such numbers or so-called facts, it shows inferiority complex. If you ask me, I mean that's what I see, because I don't really know the bottom line or the overarching reason why it should have to talk about how many doctors or lawyers or engineers each ethnic group has. I still didn't get his reason behind it actually, but I think it said it just to try to I guess demeaning the Yorubas. I mean, it started with this typical stereotype of the Yorubas that were lazy and dirty. For somebody of that age, I don't think. I mean, I thought that's what kids say. I didn't know it was a thing that adults talk about. I'm not even sure where that comes from, actually. So I don't really know what to make
Kids
of it.
don't even
It's
talk
just
like that. It's freaking barbarians and animals that talk like that, man. Kids, I mean, the guy's an idiot, man. He's just Pansat is a I don't even know what words to use for him, man. I mean, the guy.
You're not.
Anyway, continue, man. Just continue.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Prince Daddy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I thought Tom was going to continue talking, but I just interjected out. Yeah, see, well, again, the reason I can tell, and Tom didn't tell me, but I was able to detect that he lived in Lagos, not just South, but in Lagos, and I think he confirmed that. And people growing up in Lagos. I mean, most of my friends, just like him, um, were Igbos. I mean, I'm used to them in a lot of ways, but I believe he can correct me if I'm wrong. That when it comes to Yoruba land or Lagos specifically and live, they tend to be more acculturated in a lot of ways. They don't behave like Pansat, coming out so forcefully and insulting people. It's not a thing. It's not a
That is
thing.
the difference between a Igbo person that grew up in Yoruba land and a Igbo person straight from the east. There's a big difference.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's one thing that I'm
You see
able
that
to
beer like
detect.
Pansat, the one that never lived anywhere else in Nigeria. They were just raised somewhere in Aba, where they when they wake up in the morning, the way they wake their father is to kick him in the head and say, "Papa, wake up," that kind of, I don't know. I mean, there's a difference between someone like that and someone that grew up around, that grew up in Yoruba land. There's this big difference between people, them. So you can't say, oh, your friends, they grew up in Lagos. Oh, that's where Igbos are. No. You have to meet those like Pansa that came straight from the east.
Yeah, yeah, but Pansat is well educated. Formal education, of course. I mean, he knows a lot of things. He knows a lot of stuff. But maybe when it goes tribal, that's when the problem comes in. It goes off the rails and just try to lump everybody into one group and insult everybody. I mean, for someone like me, I can care less. It doesn't bother me, but it doesn't show him in the right light, so to speak. So, but again, I can definitely tell from an Igbo person from the east that lived in Lagos or that lives in Lagos, and the way they behave or interact, and how they, many of them, I would say, but some also, I guess, they don't what you say, assimilate that quickly or at all. They may stay in their own cocoon and do their own things. But it is to me, that kind of behavior is kind of strange. To just come and start insulting people. Of course, we can disagree and present our point. It shouldn't have been the case, the way Pansai goes sometimes. But sometimes I told one man, I think he just does this for comedy. He just come to entertain us, and he doesn't really mean it. And I love to believe that that he doesn't mean what he says when he goes that route. Really.
Okay, so guys, I think with a classic example of what we're seeing now. I mean, we're now understanding the various mindsets that we're coming from. We just need to deal with these things. We just have to deal with these things, And if we don't deal with it, 20 years down the line, if Nigeria still exists, that is, we'll keep on, spiraling into destruction. We just can't continue going this way. I mean, we're talking about language in university, introducing Yoruba in state universities in the southwest, which I think is a very good thing. Because I've seen some Yoruba, I've seen some Igbo people. I can only talk about Igbo people, white people. They will tell you they're not just interested in learning the language. And if at all they learn the language, they only learn the very derogatory ones or the mischievous ones. They're just not interested, you know. So I believe if you want to if you want to settle down in any place and all that, you need to integrate into the culture, respect the culture, understand the people. Like for instance, if you go to Germany now, you say you want to relocate to Germany, you need to learn the language. Even though most Germans now speak English, but you still need German.
That's
You know,
right.
yeah, all I want to say something.
No, Mike, continue.
Honestly, man, like to me, the way I see the whole Nigeria and Africa and all that, I think there's one thing they say you have to know where you're coming from. So for you to understand where you need to go or where you're going. And if you don't understand where you're coming from, then you might end up going the wrong direction, wrong way. To me, the way I look at it is where we're coming from, the Europeans, when they came to set up system and we're going by, they set it up, they left, and we adopted, we keep going by it. The British, when they came to create these colonies in Africa, their goal was to expand the British Empire. And meaning those territories they created will be under the British Empire. The people they turned them into British English people and under the Queen of England. That was their goal. So they bring their language, their system, and all that. And their goal is to eliminate your own. So now they can make English official language, the way to go, the way is the what you describe as civilization, and everything else is primitive. Your language is vernacular. They're arrogant thing they did. Somehow they didn't succeed. They left, but somehow the people, I don't know if it's Stockholm syndrome, they allow the people to adopt it, and they continue with the agenda to push the people to become English. So where we are heading, that's what I mean. That if you don't know where you're coming from, then you won't really know where you're heading. So the British is directing us towards the direction of becoming English, fully English people. Today, that's the direction we're going. We're English. Our children, as the generation is going, they're no longer speaking a language. The number of kids that don't speak their native language anymore is growing. Like as generation, we are heading towards becoming English, complete English people, and everything about our identity, our own language. The end goal is to be eradicated, and we are unconsciously doing this. And that's why I'm like, hey, we have to reset. We have to reset. We have to preserve this our indigenous identity. If Yoruba language is bigger than England, empire holder than England, maybe. I mean, when the Oyo Empire, all those empires were doing great things. England, they were still stone. They were still in a freaking cave. You know, white people didn't get around until the Romans came and things. So, when I look at the English culture, when you go to England, they don't have culture. Their culture is not as beautiful, as rich as the Yoruba culture or any Nigerian culture. So, why do we want to become these English people? I don't get it. Why are we? It's like we are headed to become English. So, when I now come and say, hey, if the government of the Yoruba land in Lagos are waking up to realize that we have to build our language back up and hold back to who we are and develop who we are, develop ourselves as Yorubas to the future, not as English to the future. And you still have some Yoruba people like Miss Rosie came in and say, no, the universal language is English. Now, what about a person from somewhere else? How can we know? We have to make them learn Yoruba land. You know, this kind of talk, it just annoys me, man. Where are we heading? In fact, this Danja thing, we may even split the country eventually. Because, I mean, to be honest, I don't want to be sharing country with people that I can't really relate. I mean, where your culture is just completely opposite of mine. You understand? If Nigeria is going to remain, then it's going to have to be something regional system like we had in the beginning. Because this unitary thing is not going to work. Because someone like Panster cannot be living in my village and be coming at me like this, because I will end up probably chopping his head off, because his culture is just different from mine, you know. So I don't see this Nigeria thing holding. I mean, where we are heading, I don't know. We can be one, but it's not going to be this unitary thing. We saw the results with this governorship election in Lagos, where some people don't know how to talk. You come saying Lagos no man's land is that kind of behavior. It's normal in your culture to disrespect other people, but in my culture, look at you insulting our elder, Wally Soyinka, calling him all kinds of names. I mean, your culture, that's how you insult your elders. In my culture, we don't do that. So if we're going to be sharing country, then these are kind of things. I don't know how we're going to make it work, you know.
But Michael, wait, I'm glad that you touched on this thing about culture and the elders. What do we do with the elders that are lying, and we know they are lying? What do we do with them? Because they are one of the biggest problems we have as well. What do we do with them?
There's a difference between dealing with elders. You guys are coming at Tinubu or something like that. I can say, okay, this guy signed up for that position, right? He signed up to go and lead the country. Now he has the mandate. He has the responsibility to answer to people from other culture and things like that. We understand as a political thing. It's a political position. But you are insulting, like, for example, when I'm kind of be on Radio Biafra, insulting Lafia for you. What business they have with you? Where you from? You come putting curse on, swearing on Wally Street Kama. Dude, he holds no responsibility to you. If you have an opinion and you disagree with, that's fine. That's the way. But hey, in fact, if something doing on the internet, that's fine. But coming in my land, I even saw you see someone on the street of Lagos insulting Soyinka, swearing for Soyinka. Do in my territory. We don't insult our elders like that. I'm sorry. Show some respect, you know. So if you're saying your political elders, yeah, if you want to go at them, that's fine. But you don't come to my land insulting my king.
Mike, you don't understand me. I'm talking about elders. Okay, You know, I cited the North earlier. I said dealing with the some of their leaders that are rogue. They are rogue leaders, because that's a problem. You know, they actually um, brainwashing the younger ones to carry on the narrative to on and on and on. You know, so we have some elders that you know right there in your face, they're just lying and trying to change your the way you think or the way you perceive some certain people, and you know they are lying. How do you deal with
Yeah.
them? And when you correct them, they will say, you can't be insulting your elders and all that. We have to deal with it. We have to start calling out these things. But I'm not saying you should tell an older person that Olori Brukunia. No, 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 no. But we have to tell them respectfully, sir, this is not, it's not right. We can't continue. And
I
that
don't know
is the
where I
problem we
disagree
have.
that I don't know where I disagree that I can't correct elders or an elder that does something bad.
Yeah, even our tradition, even more so, our traditional
You can't
rulers
be
are part of the
punished.
problem. The traditional rulers are part of the problem. The churches, the pastors, the babajios, and they are part of the problem. The imams, they
Here's
are
the
part of the
deal. Here's the
problem.
deal. Here's what we are talking. Here's the deal. Someone does something wrong, something evil, or commit a crime. Whether you're elder or not, you should pay. You should pay for the crime. That's not what I'm arguing against. I'm not saying that. But what I'm telling you is, an elder that hasn't committed a crime or does something bad, you feel like because you have a different opinions with him, you begin to insult him.
No, that's not right.
That's the point I'm making here. And we're like, okay, hold on now. Soyinka, this is a respectable person. This is a Nobel laureate. They said Nobel laureate or whatever they call him. And he's just sitting talking. He's an intellectual. He's a highly intelligent man. Just telling you, hey, look at this. This is he's talking. And you're really insult on him. You
That's
understand?
his view. In my opinion, that's his view. He
You can
may
disagree
be
with his view.
right.
That's fine. Did Soyinka come out to insult anyone? Did he come out to say, hey, you obedience a bunch of bastard or whatever? He didn't do that. He just expressed his view like, so I disagree with you. This I disagree with you. And you really insult on him.
Okay. You see, one thing is this. If you want to go by saying, oh, A is lying, B is lying, C is lying. So the truth still remains that this person you call liar can sometimes be subjective. It depends on your opinion or whether the person disagrees with you. If you think someone is lying, it's on us or whosoever that want to
Sorry,
correct the person.
Mike, Sinbad and Elijah, they are waiting to comment.
Now, Mike, did you hear that? Mike.
Yeah, let him in. Hold on.
Okay, so when you say someone is telling lies, sometimes can be subjective. It's telling lies, can be subjective because if someone is saying something that I think is not aligning with my own opinion, I may think, oh, because of his perspective, I can easily come out and say, oh, this is lying. That is why sometimes when someone is telling you something, you look at it that okay, that's his own perspective. Because I can tell you, some people may misrepresent something unintentionally, and that's just it might not mean that they want to tell lies, but it simply means that that's how they perceive what is going on. But if you are so frontal that you say, oh, you confront the person, oh, this is a lie, so that the person can just go furious and say, this is not, I'm not telling you anything, like, I'm not telling you lies, but just because of that. So the thing is this, we just have to find a way in our relationship to be able to counter someone that, okay, this opinion seems to be wrong. Then we have to counter with facts, not just come out and say, oh, I insult without even trying to even give counter facts to correct the person. That is where the problem is now. Because we see some group of people that once you don't tell anything that aligns with what you want to hear, they just flee. I can tell you, there's a particular forum now that the guy is a pure businessman. I won't mention the name. He aligns with whosoever that thinks can even come with the bill. And we just be telling lies, based on. And why did I say it's telling lies? Because when I counter, when I check when I fact check the person, I know that I cannot even establish what this guy is saying, just because he's dancing to the opinion of someone. But the like of the Wole Soyinka that we are now trying to say that people are saying is lie, because I listened to Nigeria, what they were saying there to me, I just laughed. I could not stop laughing, because very ridiculous thing. They were looking for everything to discredit this man. The guy, Wole Soyinka, was simply speaking based on what he can see on ground, what is very enforceable. When you are saying, okay, when people are saying, oh, Obi won, good, Obi won, give us your facts. But the fact with the INEC is Tinubu has the highest, is the one with the highest number of votes, and declare according to the constitution. But when you are saying, oh, this is not true, the rig election, good, we know that the rig election, but you have to come with the facts to prove, at least to prove to people, not by just saying you have to take my word for it. Nobody will take your word for it, because we are all human. So human too, they have their own weaknesses, which is they will misrepresent a lot of things. So to me, this is all about relationship. It's not about A say something and I quickly rush to that person, it's a lie. B say something, it's a lie. No, don't say it's a lie, but bring your facts and let the facts say this guy is telling lies. Don't just use word of mouth that, oh, this one is a liar. So whether you are Neda or you are just a young person coming up, anybody can misrepresent the situation and become a liar, but correct the person with fact. That's what I see. And about our cultural differences, and we don't really want to tell ourselves the truth. See, trying to force us to be one, it can never be. That is why you have different countries. Okay, if everybody will be together, why do we have to have Nigeria, Niger, England, America? Just because we are different. That's why we have territory. So it's the same way I see Nigeria. Even though we have different background, we call ourselves a country, we are different. We are not the same. It's just because we don't allow self-determination. That is why we are having this problem. Otherwise, Anausama will not come to the Yoruba land. And when you know that, okay, these people, they have their own difference and they are doing their own thing their own right way, you want to blend with them and you want to follow their culture. It's not as if you have to come and say, okay, you have to do my bidding. You have to I have to move you this way. That is the problem. So I think what Nigerian government and we Nigerians we should try to do is, let us not be deceiving ourselves. We know our differences. Let's just stop all this we are one. We are not one. Yeah, can we coexist together? We can coexist together perfectly. Can we work together? We can work together. But we should give everybody that right to self-determination. If not because of that, our strong Abuja, as we are speaking today, maybe even if you are fighting, we'll be fighting differently. We'll be fighting on different things entirely. But we have a situation now whereby oil is in Bayelsa and someone in Kano is controlling the oil in Bayelsa. That's where the problem is. But if you give the oil to those people in Bayelsa, you give Southeast their coal, and maybe you give Southwest their cocoa, and you let everybody you give everybody that self-determination, and they just say, okay, we just want to come together and so that for us to be competitive and fight against common enemies. We will be having different problems from the type of problem we are having today. Some will not be coming and be saying, oh, Lagos is no man's land. Even a Yoruba man or an Hausa man will not be afraid of, if I go to Anambra, someone will be after me. Of course, because it's until the truth is that we can never become one like us British people. Because even in the British we are talking about, we still have Scotland, we still have England, we still have them. So if they are so unique, then they should come together and say, okay, there should be nothing like Scotland. They should not let everybody just answer a country and don't even put it in session.
You know, Nigeria is the size of about 6 different European countries. How about they put all those countries together and give them a Yoruba language as the official language and force them to be, it doesn't make sense at all. You see, this Nigerian thing, honestly, don't may disagree with me, but the ethnic group that's been keeping that country together are the Igbos, to be honest. I'll be honest with you.
How, Mike?
Okay, I will start from now before I even go to the past. Today, if the Igbos can stop agitating for Biafra, meaning them forming country with other group, because the Biafra means Ijo, Calabar, Igogoni, it's a bunch of tribes. That's what they're agitating for. Now, most of these tribes haven't agreed to be Biafrans. So That alone, you're already wasting our time because we are distracted with that. So others that may want to leave, like Yoruba, we really do. Honestly, I don't think Yoruba people want to be in Nigeria. So you are already distracting the real discussion of splitting. By
I don't understand what you're saying.
You don't understand what I'm saying? Okay.
Because you said the Igbos are the one keeping Nigeria together.
Yes.
And so I want to understand
the reason. Okay, the reason we can't get to the discussion of splitting the country is because they are distracting us with the Biafra. Because the Biafra is not really an ethnic group speaking for itself to succeed.
So what you are saying generally now is that Biafra doesn't exist now.
It doesn't make sense. It's not even any.
They should give it another name. They should have given it another name.
No, they should have tried to have more collaboration.
What they should do is no. This is what will happen. What they should do is make Biafra and just Igbo territory, Igbo land. Now we know that okay, this is self-agitation going on here. Now another group like the Yoruba can now say, oh, that's a legitimate ethnic secessionist movement. Me too, I want to go. Before you know, Ijotu will say I want to go. Now you have a bunch of individuals.
So do you think that do you think is because of the name that is causing the problem?
No, it's not it's the territory. It's
the map. Let me tell you, everybody that we cannot be deceiving ourselves, Mike. Everybody knows that the so-called Biafra now. We know the territory. We can't be assuming that with the old territory of 1967 that we are still talking about now. Everybody know when they say Biafra is Igbo.
No. That's not what. No. Okay, for example, the people leading the movement, the Kanu, they asked Nnamdi Kanu now, what is Biafra? He named all those, even included the territory that Ojukwu didn't even have, places like Delta. He included all this territory, Akwa Ibom. That's what he called it. You understand? So now we are confused, like, okay, this doesn't make sense. They need to go and revisit that. Of course, it will make sense if those territory they are mentioning, the people from those territory join them and they are all doing it together. Now we can say, okay, yeah, there's a legitimate movement going on, secessionist movement. Now, there can be a reason why we can now come on the table discuss how we can split. Because if a legitimate movement,
Mike, I don't agree with what you are saying this morning.
What
Believe me, it's not because. So how do you now come about this your assumption that because it's illegitimate or because it's beyond the territory of people, that is what is keeping us together as Nigeria?
It is
what is keeping us now.
Wait. That is what's keeping us together. That's what. When I say that, is the reason why we can't come to discuss how to split the country, because you already have this distraction, right? They are busy with the Biafra. It's like a distraction. It's like, okay, this right here is almost like this got to be addressed or taken out of the way before we can actually now realizing that, hey, we got to split the country, because it's almost like they are creating a fight with everybody else, where everybody is focusing on fighting them rather than, focusing on why are we together? You understand? Now I will tell you. Let me tell you how. In fact, from day one, they've been the one keeping Nigeria together from the beginning, right? When the British were going, the leaders of other regions already know that. Come on, this thing, union doesn't make sense. It's going to be difficult. These are completely different people, man. Awolowo knew that. Even the North, they knew that. The North were the first to even say, "This Nigerian thing, are you kidding me? You want us to be one country with this Southerners?" They were against it. Awolowo himself, like, what? He looked at it. The Southwesterners, no, they know that this is not making sense. It was only Zik that was like, no, Pan-Africanism, one Nigeria is this, and it was the one pushing it. It was the Southeasterners that were pushing it, one Nigerian thing. You understand?
But
Wait.
That was before independence. Now,
before, when they were getting independent, they had to come together now to discuss, how to form Nigeria.
So what now? After the coup, what happened?
But wait. But when they finally agree on how Nigeria will be, they agree that we are going to govern ourselves separately. It's going to be nation within nations. You understand? regional system where each ethnic group have their own autonomy to a sense and self-control, that kind of thing. Because we know
But
that
that's
it's
what
going to be a
Awolowo brought
conflict.
now.
Wait
That's
now,
what
wait.
Awolowo brought.
Kill us what?
But that's what Awolowo brought now, because
Yeah, that's what they even the
Zik
North.
was
Even
proposing unitary, and Sardauna said he would prefer to go if that's what they want to. So it was Awolowo that now sold federal system to him, whereas Zik want us to go unitary.
he just wanted unitary. He just
And
wanted that unitary.
and Sata Modu Bello was afraid of the Igbo dominating. Igbo, they were the most powerful in Nigeria at that time, because you find them.
They were controlling exactly all the federal ministry. They dominated everywhere. Yes.
No, the thing.
Everywhere.
No, that's the deal. What Zik realized at that time was that they depend on every other region for survival, for everything. They spread all over. So he realized that he didn't want that regional thing, because he wanted his people to be equal citizens in every space they are located. You understand? So that's why he was pushing for the whole one Nigerian thing, because he know that his people rely heavily on. There's so many of them in Lagos, so many of them in Kano, and all these other cities, in Port Harcourt, everywhere. So that's why he was pushing the whole unitary thing. You understand? And those ones are like, dude, we are just empires that are completely different people, man. We know we are different. The North, the last thing they wanted was that unitary thing, because they know that it's gonna be conflict. Those guys were thinking ahead, but Zig, he pushed it with the British backing him and everything. So eventually we come to that agreement. Okay, let's become one, but we're gonna be divide. Respect each other's space and things like that. And we had it going on. But guess what? Ironsi came in, forced it together, make sure he made that unitary thing a reality, join the countries together. And then you got to a point where, okay, the crisis that happened, the coup and the counter coup, created a situation where the country was just splitting naturally. The Northerners kicked the Igbos out of the North, saying, okay, they're not doing Nigeria again. The West, that time when Azikwe jail, you're already doing that riot in the West, like, okay, we're not doing Nigeria again, because this, how can you come and arrest our leader and put him in prison? The country was already naturally splitting. But guess what? Ojukwu decided, rather him to just sit back and let the whole thing split by itself, he decided to go and do Biafran war, launch war against everybody. And I forced everybody to unite to fight against him. So now he forced all the people to unite to fight against this.
So you are saying, so if I want to summarize your assertion now, it was not a deliberate thing. It's just by omission or commission.
Be more clear.
No, what I'm saying is that this so-called your assumption that they're the one binding us together is not a deliberate effort.
It's not exactly their actions. It's what's binding us together. That's what I'm saying.
So it's not a deliberate.
It's the action is what's binding the country together, because even like I said, the war itself is what really binded us together, because now Gowon is using Ojuku's behavior to convince everybody, like, okay, this guy here is behaving like this. Like Ojuku making threat to bomb Lagos, flattening everything, invading Midway, invading Southwest. So now you're forcing people that were already.
Mike, let me say this. The problem that we are thinking that, okay, the problem we have is tribalism in Nigeria. But if you look at the whole of Africa, generally, apart from few countries where they have this monarchical system, the problem is the same everywhere. I was listening to what's the name of this guy, this Nigerian guy that was now seeing himself as a Ghanaian. What is his name? Vin or whatever. I was talking to Nigeria as if that Ghana is living, there is no problem. This problem that we have in Nigeria, they have a similar problem in Ghana. So, and if we think that okay, if we separate our problem is going to be solved, we are joking, Mike. The problem that we have is the people. It's not about tribe. Let me tell you, by the time when we have 12 states, most of the states that see themselves as enemies now, they were together. And when you have a common enemy, you unite together to fight your common enemy. But by the time you defeated your common enemy, that's when you see that enmity among yourself. And that is what is happening in Nigeria. I remember when the old Bende State, now Edo and Delta, they were the same, and they were channeled the same course. But now see them, see what is happening between Anambra and Abia.
Simba, the fact, I think you're mistaken it. The fact is that ethnic nationality existed. They were not all one people before. They were all before white man came. We all ethnic nationalities. You understand? When I say ethnic nationality, it means you have your own language, your own culture, your own different. You understand? Complete different way of doing things. Your monarch system, you already established. And most of this ethnic group in Africa is not different from the ethnic groups in Europe or in Asia. It's the same thing. It's not. Wait. Give me a second. Remember the old Yugoslavia? It was these ethnic groups now, this ethnic tribe, Croatia,
Exactly. Yes.
Serbia, all these people.
Montenegro.
Exactly. This, if you go and look at this ethnic, you look at their territory and the population, they're just the same as a single. Probably this one of the smallest tribe in Nigeria. You understand? So what I'm saying is, in Europe, they understand that we are these separate ethnic, we are nations, but we came together to form a country. But somehow the Europeans just couldn't figure out to figure it among themselves, like the Nigerians did, where we say, okay, we can do it, but let's do it as kind of like the British did it, where they give the Scottish the autonomy, give the Irish, or the Ireland.
So I would blame the European that divided us, that they didn't divide us enough. Because if you look at the whole of Europe, it's not up to West Africa. And look at the number of countries that they have.
The whole of Europe, 2 countries in Africa can swallow it. If you put Nigeria and Congo together, we swallow them, minus Russia.
So are you not? So if you want to solve the ethnic problem in Africa now, how many countries do you think we have in Africa?
No. The solution is this. To me, I've said the solution. I've said it on several platforms. Like, listen, you have to allow those individual kingdoms to have their self autonomous control, or whichever, I'm not sure the right word, over their territory. In a sense, they don't have to be a new country. You understand? Which was the idea they came with when Nigeria was created. But though it was more on a regional kind of way. But
let me tell you.
Let me put it this way. Nigeria can be a country. However, it will be a country of kingdoms, where within those kingdoms, the people of those kingdoms, they govern their space, kind of like we have states in Nigeria. They govern their, like, let's say me now, I go to Ijoland. The Ijos are in control of their ways, the way they work. But the only difference is that,
okay, let me tell you, if you want to use that example, because it's not even a perfect example that you can use. Do you know how many states we have the Ijos in Nigeria?
Yeah.
How many states do we have the Ijos in Nigeria?
Exactly. So you make them one state or one.
You can't pack them now. You can't pack them together. It's impossible.
Okay.
Let me tell you, Mike, we have the just in Cross River State. We have them in Rivers State. We have them in Bayelsa. We have them in Delta. We have them in Edo. We have them in Ondo. We have them in Lagos.
But do they have a defined territory?
They don't have a defined territory. That's what I'm telling you.
Ijoland. Okay, thank you. So the point I'm making is, ethnic nations, they have their defined territory, land. And before the white man came, obviously, they were the one governing that territory, right? Through monarchy system, whatever system they have, right? And back then, if you, as a person from another ethnic group, goes there, you're a foreigner. Or you are, of course, we always welcome in each other's land, but you know that, hey, I'm in your land here as a Yoruba man. Hey, I have to respect their culture, respect their Oba there, and their rules, their ways.
I don't think what you are talking about.
But if you let me get across, you know where I'm going. You're thinking I'm saying we should give everybody a country. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, we have to recognize that these ethnic nations exist, just like European ethnic nations exist. Now, we can be one country, but these ethnic nations have their autonomy, where their monarch or whatever government system they want to have within that space, they have it. But you can be one Nigeria, one army, some kind of rule that protects the entire nation. But however, we give everybody their respective space to govern themselves within that space. They create their ways, the way they want to do their things. In Yoruba land, we have our way of life. You understand? I'd rather have us have that freedom, that autonomy to decide how we want to forge our future. However, we can be part of
Mike, is there a
Nigeria.
way you can meet Olajide?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. So I'm
Sorry,
going
it
to
was a mistake. Sorry.
Okay.
It was a mistake. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. I just made. So what I'm saying is, just like we have Nigeria today, we come on the table, every ethnic group, and decide, okay, this is what me in my ethnic nation, this is the rule we want to live by. This is how we want to do our thing. This is the future we want to forge, right? And it's recognized, it's put into the constitution. Like, okay, in this part of Nigeria, this is their laws, this is their rules here. You understand? Even in the United States, every state have its own rules, its own laws. You understand?
Let me tell you that thing that what you are. Okay.
Wait. You, well, the ultimate point I'm making is people have their autonomous rights to govern themselves, control whatever resources in their land. However, there'll be a center where we have one army or one national thing, some from where, okay, we are one country, but we respect the way we were, where we are coming from, and everybody had that freedom to forge their way. So that way, if I go to another man's land, I can't just go there and say, "Oh, I'm a Nigerian," so I can tear the Quran and use it to wipe my ass. Or I'm a Nigerian, Yoruba land, you guys bow to your king. I will insult your king because I'm a Nigerian. I don't believe in respecting king in my culture. That rubbish. That's what will create problems. You understand? So that's the
Okay,
point I'm making.
okay. What in as much as we believe that, because all this agitation, all this ethnic thing that we are talking about is based on natural resources, and I've never seen any country in the world that
sorry, Sinbad. I think Mike. I think Sinbad sat in the background wanted to come in to apologize. I think so. Maybe.
Simba, you just said what I wanted, what is on my mind. God bless you, sir. It's all about natural resources.
So, and in as much as we believe, no matter, let me give you what is happening in Delta States now. The Urobos, who are the majority in Delta States, they don't even have the oil on their land. Give Delta State a maybe let them be a region. That is when you see the problem that we are talking about. The Shekiris and the Jos, they will say that the one that has the oil, and they will not give the Urobos.
You are making my point.
The issue, let me tell you what I'm saying. In as much as we don't, let me tell you, we have to develop our human development this thing. If we don't, that is what we're supposed to do, and we have to understand that every region has their own value. There's no region in Nigeria that cannot survive on their own.
But
we don't have that respect there because we believe that we have certain region that has the resources, and that is why we don't respect ourselves. And to me, all those things.
What about the cultural differences and these completely religious differences? This thing you have to factor. You have to understand that exists. That whether we doing good economically, we're still gonna be having these clashes. You saw example, some people come, oh, Lagos no more, Yoruba land is, you're gonna have these problems. In Delta,
let me tell you, even the one they fight for Lagos is because of resources.
Wait. The example of Delta you give, Ishekiri have Ishekiri land, Irobo have Irobo land, Ijo have Ijo land. We all know that. If you land, they go there today, they will tell you, oh, where you are standing is the Ishekiri land. So the point I'm making is, let the Ishekiri people, whatever is in their land, they own it. They really want to negotiate the sales of it to the white man. You understand? They don't have business with how Yoruba negotiate their own deal in their own land with anybody, or how they control their resources in their land. The same with Ijo, same with Yoruba. So that way, you can't blame a Yoruba man for your problem. You can't blame another tribe man for your problem because you are in control of everything that's in your land, your governance, your locality, everything. Now, when you not cross your boundaries, another ethnic group say you want to go and say you have a dispute, you can now take it to the central where every other ethnic group can look at it and judge. Like, come, Yoruba, you can't invade your land, or you can't invade Shekiri. The territory the boundary has been defined. From this point to this point, this is Shekiri land. You can't go there. So no one have reason to say this man is my problem, or this man here is trampling on my culture, on my tradition, or the way I do my thing. That's the point I'm making. That's why you eliminate all these differences.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Mike, I agree to some extent with what you are saying. But what I'm saying generally, let me tell you, the fight is still because of resources. And in as much as if we
So
have
the,
a good,
fact that me and Pans can't get along is because of resources. Is that what you're telling me?
okay, so because let me explain to you.
Someone like Pans
Let me
cannot
tell you,
live in the
if
north, they will kill him.
Nigerians,
Because
if
you
an
go there and
average,
insult, you
let
go
me
and
tell
insult
you,
them here there. You understand?
let me no, just hold on. It's because he's frustrated. He's a frustrated man. That is why he's talking like that. If you
That's
see
his culture. It's
frustration
not
in a
because he's
man,
frustrated. That's his culture in his village. That's where they are.
let me tell you, if you have enough resources that spread around, let me tell you, when I was in Nigeria, I used to tell people, I said, I can
Simba,
never
hold
work
on,
in
hold on. When you say
Lagos.
he's frustrated, what do you mean he's frustrated? Because of what? Resources?
He's frustrated because he believes that his own clan, his own tribe is being cheated. That's why he's talking the way he's talking.
Cheated. And so what is your point? You're making my point now. If you give him his autonomy, you control your own thing, your Igbo land or whatever village you come from, you can't point at somebody else. And you and I know for a fact that his tribe is not being cheated. In fact, they are benefiting the most in Nigeria.
Mike.
If there's one tribe that benefit the most in Nigeria, is the Igbos.
Mike.
The amount of the allocation that goes to Igbo land is more than what goes to Ijo land. And Ijo your Ishekiri land. And those one are the one that even produce most of the oil. But he will tell you that his people are the one marginalized the most. And if you say, okay, the only thing that goes to you is what's in your land, the only thing that goes to the Ijoma is what's in your land, he can't blame Ijoma for his problem, even though he's going to be getting less. He can't blame Ijoma for his problem. He's from a tribe where there are 5 states, they collect 5 allocation. Ijoma that produce the oil, he has to share allocation with a bunch of other tribes.
Want to say something.
Okay, Tone, go ahead.
Give him a chance.
Mike, even though let's just assume hypothetically that they put everybody together, Imo, Anambra, Abia, Ebonyi, we are still going to have problems. I know my people.
And that's fine. You limit your problems to yourself. It's not something that will be affecting me in all the way to Southwest.
No. I want to buttress the point, because you're not getting the point that my brother is saying, Simba. It's all about resources. See how all these regions have their demons that have grown over the years and some kind of mindset. It's still going. You're still going to have some divisive and some mischievous people of different mindsets. Look at what is happening. Is it Imo Abia State? Somebody, how can you go to somebody's house, kill him, and cut off his head, and go away with his head?
But that's criminality. That's different. That's criminality.
No.
Human being are going to bump it. But listen.
Mike, no disrespect to people from that side, and that is why my Shoma is my sister. Okay, she's Igbo as well. But sometimes when you say the truth, everybody becomes uncomfortable. She was actively writing in the comment section, "I'm lying," but she knows it's the truth. It's the truth. We cannot continue like this as a people. We need to start telling ourselves the truth. How can you be okay? Because you said you're enforcing sit at home and all that. You send talks, people that are maybe a woman that is putting up one basin of rice to sell so that her children might go to school and feed and all that. You go there, you beat her up, you overturn the rice and everything and all that. That is where I disagree.
Don't you think that problem is easier solved if the people there within that locality are the one they are governing themselves? They control their own police. They make their own rules. Of course, you know that.
Something wrong with your audio. There's something wrong with your audio.
Wait. Where the
Mike, check your audio. It's distorted.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm clear, man. What I'm saying is, don't you think that those kind of problems will be easier solved if those people there within that Igbo land, you guys are the one. You don't look to other person or Abuja to your governance or your policing and things like that. You within your own enclave make the rules, deal with your criminals, deal with your evil men within your area, and if you can't deal with it, you can't run away. You are in your place, deal with your problem there. You can't spread to another person's region. You easily, eventually, you deal with it because you can't run nowhere. You stay there, you deal with your problems.
Exactly.
It's easier that way. And now,
I think it's easier to manage.
and
But the truth
listen,
is, yeah.
it's more. Wait, let me say this. It's even much easier for the people of the same ethnic group to eventually figure out to solve their problem, their differences. Then you are telling me, Yorubas, that my culture is completely opposite to the Igbo man's culture. You are telling me that we have to get to. It's been 60 freaking years. We can't even get on the same term because our culture is completely different.
What I want to say, Mike, get me right. You know, everything, if an average Nigeria is living well and they have the basic necessity of life available to them, all this problem, you will not see it.
Pansa not living well. Pansa is in America, has everything.
No,
He's still living like that. What are you talking about, man?
is talking from post-traumatic stress disorder.
So other people that are not
traumatized. It's traumatized.
Stop it, man. Stop it. Pansa is not traumatized. He's a freaking animal. That's his culture. He's a barbarian. He's from a barbarian village. That's their culture there, dude. Forget that post bullshit tribe.
No. Let me tell you. You know why
if he's suffering from post this thing tribe, then I don't want to deal with him. He should go and govern himself in his place and not bring that shit to my land.
Zimba, I put it to you, yeah. Do you think the outsiders will actually agree to everybody going this thing? Do you think they will agree? Because it pays them more.
They are the one even trying to split Nigeria the most.
Tone. Let me tell you, I don't think there's any part of Nigeria that cannot survive. It's because we are lazy. We refuse to see the potential each region, each state has.
In fact,
you understand?
I think if
there are more resources in the north. Let me tell you, there are more resources in the northern part of Nigeria than the south than Nigeria.
I even think that it will even make us to be more efficient. Let me tell you a story. Many years ago, when because I love road trips and all that. But unfortunately, even when I go to Nigeria, I dare not try it because of all these kidnap and all that. Now, one of those road trips, during the course of those road trips and all that, you remember Ogbemudia Farm? I used to look forward to it. I and my dad used to stop over, Ogbemudia Farms those days and eat, And now, today, where is Ogbemudia Farms? It's no more. It's not there anymore. Why is it? I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
If you travel between Benin to Warri, along that Sapele, you see the so-called rubber. You understand? And you see pockets of building inside. Those are farm settlements.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then how is it affecting our GDP? That is the thing.
They are not working. Those trees are just there. Nobody is even taking them serious. Go to Nifort in Benin City. You see a lot of palms.
Exactly.
And nobody is taking care of them.
Exactly.
You understand? That's what I said. We are lazy. Let me tell you why. The we Southerners that we are taking that the Northerners they are not useful, that there's nothing we can get from them. If they leave us, they will die. We are the one that will die first. There was a time that they stopped just selling tomato and pepper, bringing tomato and pepper from the north. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly.
See, Tony, do you know the Northerners? They themselves are the one that really want to leave Nigeria. I'm telling you, man. The people, you can say maybe they are elite, they are benefiting from some bullshit.
From them, yes.
But the average Northerner they're not interested in Nigeria. Anything. I don't even think there's any population among any tribe that's really interested in this Nigeria. They don't even understand Nigeria.
I for one, Mike, like what you just proposed, truly. Let everybody live in their own kingdom.
Yeah, let them live in their kingdom.
Then when it comes to army and all that, we can all chip in our bit and all that. But economically, let everybody, because that will get us to start thinking.
Do you
know if Nigeria was an European country? Oh my God, food will be so in abundance, and they will be even be exporting. Or we can even barely feed ourselves. Is it not a shame?
Like
It's because that's what I'm saying. It's because we are lazy.
No,
we
no,
have,
come.
we have the
What's his
we
name?
have, we have we have the we have the lands, we have everything that we can do the
We have
farming.
the weather,
But
great weather.
the
Simba.
so-called, let me tell you, the so-called youth these days, I'm very sorry to say the tone might not like it. They are not ready to work.
Okay, Simba. Wait, let me, guys, give me a second. Give me a second. Simba, you mentioned that. Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that. Now, these youth, when you ask them, why are you broke? What would they say? The government, right? And which government they point at? Oh, the president or something like that, right? They're pointing at somewhere. Federal
Yes.
government, Nigeria, or even if they will point out and they are look, it's going to be state government or something like that, right?
Mike,
But wait. Let me say this. Let me say this. But these people, prior to Nigeria being created within their kingdom, do they did they look to somewhere far from their immediate environment for a solution to their problem? Or was it within their immediate environment that they are farming, growing, figuring to their survival, hunting, whatever, right? They were more creative and more hardworking back then because they know that back then there was no such thing as some government somewhere in Abuja somewhere is supposed to come and solve their problem. But today they believe that we are a country and there's a government in Abuja that's supposed to come and give me everything I need here. That's the mentality they have. And among themselves, maybe they are local leaders that are connected to Abuja. They are only to go and collect because what Nigeria does is they give money to these traditional leaders, right? The traditional leaders of the past, where their role was to make sure their kingdoms function, productivity is there. They were the one governing their kingdom, right? Now they are rendered useless because they are not in a constitution. They don't have any constitutional power. All they do is just sit in some palace within their locality, and Abuja send them check to just keep
They don't,
keep them
they don't
relevant,
send them
right?
check anymore. It's through the governor now. That is why they can lick the ass of the
Through the
governor.
governor, exactly. So they are the ones supposed to be governing their locality, but they
Exactly.
just get that people just call it, hey, that's the upper of this thing, that's the clinic of this one. That's what they are. So now the population now see them okay. The king is not the one governing us. Our governance is in Abuja. So now they are not waiting for Abuja to come and show them what to do, hold their hands, show them, direct them. So people need direction. So
Mike, I don't
they
know
are
whether you
just
saw a video of one of the ballers in Lagos, the Lagos Isaacs. He was actually kneeling down to one of the more senior ballers and all that in terms of land, and so a non-Yoruba person was insulting him. I was telling him that he's going to slap him with his slippers. That video made rounds in the space some few days back. So now, what does it tell you? It's all about money. Few years back,
Yeah.
one of my little cousins, but they all call me uncle because I'm quite old, I'm older than them. They're my uncle's children. One of them said that she will send him 5 million naira that he wanted to establish a business. I said, okay, I'm super happy about it. He was in uni at that time. By the way, he finished. According to him, I've not seen his certificate. He said he finished with first class. I said, okay, that's brilliant. I want you to give me a business plan. Send me a business plan, even if I don't have all the money, but to be sure, I'll give you 70% of the money. I know if that's what you want. They went to town and saying that uncle is very tight. How can I be asking them for business plan and all that? Blah 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 blah. Do you know today he doesn't talk to me because of it. Do I care? I don't care. And that is the problem of Nigeria. Even if I was a billionaire, I know that you expect me just to count money and just give to you. That's a problem. Like what Simple said, our
Because
youth
everybody
are,
have become useless.
yeah, they are
Like no
so
one is productive anymore
lazy.
because
They are
they
lazy.
don't have a sense of direction.
There are no
They
sense
don't
of
have it.
direction at all.
They don't know because everybody want to be English. They want to live Englishman's life and they want
Yeah,
to wear suit and tie. They
yeah,
don't know that. No, you're not English. You are
yeah,
still African. The Englishman, the reason why you can wear suit and tie and drive Mercedes and all, because it's got industrialized. You're not industrialized. They want to live a life on an industrial country.
here
That's
in
not
the
where you start. You start continue your agriculture and
he-
figure out to be creative, and then from your creativity, from your
here
thinking, you can become
here
industrialized.
here
But
in the
that's not
United
the mode of thinking. Like
here
that's why I
here
keep saying.
here in the United Kingdom, I even regret that I went to to uh to go and get degrees. That well, I thank God that one of the degrees is what part of the knowledge is what spurred me into what I'm doing right now. But in retrospect, if I had if I know what I know now, I would have gone in to be a builder. Some of my builder friends that we used to play football together and all that, man, you see this guy in the morning, he's going out with his truck and with his shorts and all that, but that guy is sorted out. They've got no mortgage. Most of them have got no mortgage, and they have houses. They're professional. They work with their hands and their head. You tell somebody, I mean, somebody was telling me that Anambra State people, men, most Anambra men drive trucks. What's wrong with driving a truck? It's a profession. Any man that can put any food on the table and then look after his family is a man. I don't care what you are.
You know, Tony, what they thought is only that white collar job that can bring money now.
Mm-hmm.
You are forgetting that you understand Yoruba now. Yoruba máa sọ pé igbó ni inú igbó ni àbí lówó wà báwo náà ìgbẹ́ lówó wà. That means it's in the bush that there is money.
Simba, what the British
any
did,
work that you are doing, that you are even getting salary, that you get monthly things, forget about it. You cannot. You just be surviving. You cannot make anything from it.
That's why I'm saying that with this kind of forum, I'm just begging you, my brothers.
Those guys that you are talking about, Tone, they make money daily.
Yeah.
Daily.
Serious money.
Hour.
Yeah. So that's
what you will be struggling with. What will be struggling in a month, they can make it in a day.
That's why with this forum, even apart from us talking politics, that's why I'm just rallying. It's just a rallying cry to everybody. Mike, I don't know where you are. Zimba, I don't know where we are. Let us start collaborating with each other. Find out, get our contacts. Maybe even we'll have a WhatsApp group that we all collaborate together and start to empower ourselves. You know, only. When we collaborate, what 5 fingers, what 10 fingers can do, 5 fingers cannot do it, and much more altogether. We've got over 20 hands and all that. We've got different people, different ideas. Let us start empowering ourselves together. Europe, that's why it pains me that in Europe you find somebody, he comes into Europe, all he's doing all his life is a security. I'm not saying that security is bad, but it's not something. It's something that you will do for a while and all that. And why don't you own that security company? If you're very, very passionate in that sector, I know that there are many things you can do. We start empowering each other. But you find people there. It's like okay, look at here in England. In England here, most of the things that we eat in England is sold by Pakistani people. A video went viral the other day. A black woman, I don't know where she is from, whether she's of Caribbean or African. She went to buy this hair extension. For some reason or the other, she had to return it back to the shop. When she got to the shop, they refused and all that. So an argument ensued. Do you know what the Pakistani man did to this woman? Picked her up like a doll and was throttling her throat, and the police came. Now that shop is on lockdown now because all black people came out and said, listen, they are not going to operate in Peckham again. It's an area, is a predominantly African Caribbean area. That this is just enough. Now the Pakistani men do not respect women generally. So why can't we be selling those things? You look at most of the eateries and how many eateries and all that, and we can cook. You find somebody, he's doing a cleaning job and all that.
Let me give you. I was shocked when there is this popular Nigerian blogger, YouTuber. Is it something I know? He went to. There was this Nigerian in New York that is selling suya. That's what the guy is selling. And the guy said he's making almost close to millions in a month, $1 million.
Yeah.
He's selling suya. The suya that the outside people, and he's an Igbo guy.
I will tell
he's selling suya in New York.
One chap started.
But the same mentality that we have in Nigeria.
Same mentality. That's what I'm trying to say. That is why
we don't provide employment. We look for employment.
And that is why I tell my Igbo brothers, if you should awaken yourself economically, nobody will insult you. They will take notice. It is not by advocating, let's buy rocket launchers and all that. Yeah, everybody knows you're marginalized. Even Yoruba people too are marginalized. Do you see a Yoruba man talking about armored cars and all that? That's why I love Yoruba people, because you guys are more diplomatic and all that. It's not about gree all the time. There's a time to use the sword, and there's a time to use your head, you know. And this is, we don't think. But whereas somebody is there in one corner advocating that people should go and sit down at home and all that. Are you mad? And you're in Finland, you're doing your job, you're charge and bill lawyer in Finland, and you're making money. You're even making money of the movement. And what a lot of people do not know, the British government actually sold out Kanu, because in his bank account here, it was alleged that he had about 30 million pounds. And where did the money come from? All those times that he was going around asking for support for Biafra land, he was amazing money, and those monies were in his private bank account. He wasn't even sending any money to support the agitation, but he was sitting on the money, and that was why part of the reason why he was set up. When I say this thing, it's somebody like Ekene, if he was here, he would start insulting me, because he was just born yesterday. They don't understand the politics. So these things, all these people are just using them to cause mayhem and confusion and all that. They do not really love. I see.
Tony, you remember what we were saying yesterday, that or even the people that were, all of them, even right from the 60s, the so-called Awolowo, Zik, all of them were very selfish, and they are part of the problem.
Till today,
so for somebody to come out,
every Coca-Cola, every Coca-Cola bottle that is sold in Nigeria till today that we are talking about, the Awolowo family is still getting some kind of
they have dividends that they get. My father used to tell me in the early 80s that for every Coca-Cola, and how much was even Coca-Cola? It was less than 5 kobo. That they gain 1 kobo. If you drink 1 bottle of Coca-Cola, 1 kobo go to Awolowo's family.
Yeah, it was inserted. Right,
they've already secured. They've secured the future of their unborn children.
Yeah, but then again, I don't see anything wrong with that, because Baba Awolowo was smart economically. He understood a lot of. He was exposed to a lot of things that a lot of us are not exposed to. But however, in saying that, I have not seen a leader that has come out and had the mind of the people and say, listen, I'll say the truth, and call out his own tribe and say, listen,
just hold on.
Hey,
Let me tell you, me and Mike, we have been saying this before. Let me tell you, you can't have a leaders that are better than the followers.
Simba, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Who want to talk? Mohammed?
Let's let Dan and Mohammed say something.
Okay, Mr. Dan.
Actually, we're trying to call his thing. They just keep, especially Dan is trying to call me and he keep losing connection. But let's Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, Michael. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Dan. I'm calling from Germany, and I think Michael and some other people knows me one month, but I don't normally come online. But the topic you are discussing today was, very sensitive. That's why I wanted to come online around 3 o'clock this morning. And you see, let me talk about the issue of Biafra that you people just left right now. You see, this Biafra issue, Nigeria fight civil war in 1966. This civil war of 18, I think Nigeria could have leave this issue behind. Nigeria should not be talking about civil war, because I remember Rwanda is 80-something year. A lot of countries fight civil war. I don't know why people are stick to it. And if you can stick to this issue, Nigeria will never be one. You understand? Everybody pay with his blood, but they should not look it at on one side that because it's one people that only 3 million of one ethnic group that died. No. I'm from Edo North, from Auchi. Today, do you know what Biafra soldier did to our people?
Do you know that there is a picture in Council Hall, Esako West local government, the way the Biafra soldier brutalize not people. But we don't need to discuss about that one, because why? They need to move on, so that because the country need to heal and move on. You see the Europe I am today, they fight so much civil war. Even the World War I and World War II, it is just like European civil war. Because I don't think it really affect Africa, but it's just like a European civil war. But still, they move on. Today, if you have any resident in Europe, you can move around all Europe. I don't know if you are getting me. I was having Italian document. I came to Germany. I worked for 6 months here. They give me German paper. I have like almost 3 documents in Europe. But they move on about their war. They try to make peace and they move on. They look for one thing that will unite them together and move on. Why is it Nigeria is quite different? Why one ethnic group just stick with this problem? Like
Michael,
they are the only people that are lost in this war.
My brothers, wait. Let me tell you the reason why, and that is what I will keep banging on, and that is my little contribution will serve as a solution. The reason why is they are not tribalized as us, because here in Nigeria we have Igbo, we have Yoruba. We're not even talking about other tribes. So that is a problem. Look at here in the UK, we have Welsh people, we have the Scottish, okay, and we have the they call English, but here, generally in UK, nobody identifies as Scottish. Nobody identifies as a Welsh and all that. When you're born here, you're British and you're English. In fact, right now they've added another dimension, English. I remember one day I went to an interview and all that. After the interview and all that, obviously you have to show your passport. He said, "Oh, you're English." I said, "No, I'm not English. That I'm British." He said, "But you were born here." I said, "Yeah, that a dog is born in a manger does not make that dog a sheep." So the guy started laughing. So he said, "Where are you from originally?" I told him. He said, "No wonder. You guys are very intelligent people, you know." So that's the problem we have. All this, if from the time for the minute we start this tribalizing ourselves, we cannot move on. This problem will keep on persisting. Then, so therefore, maybe like Mike suggested, maybe we should have little kingdoms and look after our affairs. Maybe that's the solution.
But for me, I don't think
that civil war, by the way, no president since the civil war has come out and say, "Hey, let us have a reconciliation. We will all apologize to each other and hug and move on." Nobody. And that is why some Igbo people are still holding on to that pain. I know you might say that you guys suffered. Everybody suffered. Do you know what they did in Asaba? Do you know what was done in my own town? My grandfather was probably executed because nobody found his body. I know that nobody. He was probably executed by the Nigerian soldiers.
But the thing now is that because normally when Ojukwu first sent emissary to Edo State, which is the then Midwest, they told them the Biafra soldiers should not come to Midwest because they don't have the legitimate right to come to Midwest. This thing is documented, but they insist, they force themselves in, and they kill a lot of people. But we don't need to discuss about what they did to Edo, Midwest. We need to move on because as a nation, we need to forget about the pain and focus on what a bigger story ahead of us. But the thing is that I don't know why is that. Is it only Nigeria? Look at the other day I was in platform. The rest of Africa, when you see that they mention Nigeria, if they just mention Nigeria, you can see the venue in them. They will be angry, saying rubbish about us. But we can't even keep our hands together. How can we even know our enemy outside? These are the things that is really annoying me. Apart from
Mike,
look at what is happening now.
You see this present administration. If I was close to Baba Tinubu, there's one thing he will do. He will just, plus Atiku, Obi, all of them will shut up. I will stun everybody. I would have an inclusive government. Because all he's saying, the statement he made was that he's going to only appoint people that voted for him. That is you're further encouraging the divisiveness that is already there. Now, all the bigotry statement that was spread during the election and post-election and all that, I have never seen him any day come out and say, "Listen, enough of this rubbish. We'll move on as a Nigeria. Now I'm the father of the nation."
But see, let me tell you something. But this is Nigeria politics. You don't need to blame everything for.
But is it right?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm not Tinubu fan. I'm not even Tinubu supporter. Right from time, people know when I come to this platform, I always channel my power and my energy to Omoyele Sowore, because Omoyele Sowore was my best candidate. I don't fucking care what people think about the guy, but the guy was really, he just like what I believe on, he believe on that. So there's no need of me to choose another person, if not him, because I believe he represents everything that I represented. So now I always channel my power to Omoyele Sowore. I always campaign for Omoyele. If you go my Facebook, you will see Omoyele Sowore picture. Since 2018, I posted them. They are still there.
Nigeria will never support Sowore.
Then let me tell you something. Even if you look at Obi, the awakening that Omoyele Sowore bring out is what Obi capitalize on. These people that go for Obi, they could have is Omoyele Sowore, they should be for. You know, the thing is that, you know, you said this thing for the first time that, you know, Nigeria is very tribal. You know, because of Obi is from East and they have population by, you know, by number with minority. I understand that Omoyele Sowore is on Ondo State, but Omoyele Sowore is claimed, you know, Sasad. You know, he's claiming Ijo. Yes, he speaks Yoruba, but he say he's from Ijo. But what I'm trying to tell you now, because the Sasat now, we are just minority. Let's assume, say, okay, because Sasat, we have so much different language there. You understand? Even me, I'm from Sasat, but from those State, from the Auchi side. But the thing is that we cannot able to pull our vote for Omoyele Sowore. Even when we say all of the Sasat, which is the 6 states in Sasat, cannot even take Omoyele Sowore there. But people now capitalize on that thing because of ethnic, and I don't really know. Because even when Obi is campaigning, he will say he will change Nigeria to from consumer to produce. You give me the analysis, break it down. You don't break it down. It's only Omoyele Sowore were breaking everything down, how to do it, how we going to bring the, you know, generate the, you know, working, how you want going to generate electricity, how you go to, it's only Omoyele Sowore when they interview, he will always breaking down. The rest of them, they don't break it down. Let me tell you something. This OB issue now, I see that people are called, you know, charting certificate, this, they go to Chicago Union. Someone was saying that, okay, if Tinubu know that he's really, he went for the school, he should bring the certificate. For me, Tinubu should not give the certificate, because after all, those people who are obedient, they didn't vote for Tinubu, they vote for this thing. They don't have the right to ask Tinubu who is going to show his certificate. We, the people that vote for Tinubu, could that, it's only then that we ask that Tinubu bring it out. They don't have that right to ask. I didn't vote for Tinubu, but I know from my side, because I am abroad here, I'm in Germany here. But if I were in Nigeria, if I didn't vote for Omoyele Sowore, I could have voted for Tinubu. When you measure the three candidates, Atiku, Tinubu, and Peter Obi, Tinubu is better than all of them. Not that I'm just telling you the fact. It just people are just misguided. I'm telling you the truth. People are just misguided.
Well, we all have our opinions, but at the end of the day, I hear what you say. But somebody like Sowore, because people are saying, I asked this question at one point. I was saying that he's too young. I said, listen, you guys are deluded. How old was Gowon when he became a head of state and even took Nigeria to a civil war?
Should I please let me ask this question? When you ask people like Omoyele Sowore, and they are say he's too young, this Ibrahim Traore that Nigeria is praising from
Exactly.
TikTok now. How old is he?
How old is he? Exactly.
He's 30 something years, yeah.
No.
So I think maybe we are age mate together. I can even senior him. But what are you telling me?
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah,
what I'm trying to
let's
say.
hear from Mohammed too. Let's
What
also
are you
waiting.
talking about, Mr. D?
Yeah, hello, guys. How are you doing?
Fine.
Mohammed,
I am here.
are you in Nigeria, sir?
No. I'm in
Okay,
Saudi now.
okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
You're where?
So
He's in Saudi
sorry?
Arabia.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in Saudi Arabia, but he's a Nigerian, right?
Yeah, of course I'm a
Oh, okay,
Nigerian.
I thought I knew you.
Of course. I'm
You
from
japa,
Maiduguri.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's
Yeah.
cool. I
Yeah.
would like to hear from you. Okay, go on.
Yeah, so I'll just pick up on what the previous speaker said. So you talked about many things, so I forgot most of it. The thing is, what I noticed with Nigerians. So we, for example, in Nigeria, we have a lot of problems, a lot of issues like that are unique to us. But and it's very tempting for us to think, oh, the outside world, the West is just paradise, and it's this and it's that. So usually our people, they risk everything when they go there. They find that not everything is rosy. To the mindset, one of you was given an analogy that somebody asked them for money and he gave them 70% and they were complaining and insulting him. So this kind of attitude.
No, it was me. I told it was my little cousins. I told them to give me a breakdown of I wanted business. I wanted to, but they couldn't provide, and they just stopped talking to me.
Yeah. So you see, this kind of mindset and attitude that we have in Nigeria, if we take that attitude to the Western world or any other part of the world, we will not succeed with that. It's not about whether we're in Nigeria or United States or anything. If in America, people, even their parents, they don't even expect things even from their parents. Not to talk of, even a child, like at a certain age, they move out, they go and start to work. When I was in university, everybody was working, as well as the Russian students. They were working, they will go to restaurant and be working part-time and be getting money. We, the Nigerians, we were not
Saudi
working
Arabia?
at all. No. I went to school in Russia, university.
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing is, our attitude is somehow we grew up with this. I don't know about the South, at least in the North, we grew up with this expansive mindset. Like your house is huge. You want to just go to work at 11, come back at 4. You understand? And you get money and you marry. You have your kids, and it's just too. I don't know. It's too relaxed kind of lifestyle that we're used to. So that's why when we go to the Western world, like for me, at least in my experience, the Northerners that go to West, 90% of them want to come back as soon as possible to Nigeria. So there are advantages to the Western world and there are disadvantages to Nigeria. But if you look at it on a whole, on a balance, I think we would be better off, trying to develop Nigeria, develop
Mohammed,
what we have. Yeah.
Mohammed, a quick question for you. I've got about 2 more,
Yeah.
but this quick question. Do you not think that because you went out, it's kind of changed your mindset towards some certain things and have a better understanding? Do you not think so?
Because I went out, I have more appreciation for Nigeria, actually, if that's what you're asking. Because what I came to realize is that like nobody has it like good 100%. So yes, of course, like New York, they have tall buildings and this and that. But if you look at it overall, I swear to you that the people that are poor, they barely survive, that I know in Maiduguri and all, they are way happier than those people in suits and walking around like zombies, not even talking to each other. You understand? For us, what grounds us in what grounds us in Africa and all is the relationships that we have, because
Do you
it's
think
not
everybody should
dependency.
go their separate ways? Do you think that's the solution?
In what sense? First of all, in what sense? Like
Everybody
you
breaking up,
mean
like
north, south, east, west,
yeah,
revival, that kind of things?
Do you think everybody should go to their separate ways and manage their own affairs? Do you think that will?
I can tell you that a lot of Northerners are saying that now, but for me, See, I don't think, first of all, let me put it this way. I don't think that there should be any other war fought to keep Nigeria one. If, like, people arm themselves, Biafra, let them go. I don't care. You understand? Nothing will change in my life whether or not,
Okay, Mohammed, let
people
me
go.
put it
But
to
the
you.
thing is, but what you have to understand also is that
Mohammed, you are saying this just because you are outside the country. If you are in Nigeria, will you say it doesn't concern you?
what do you
That it
mean?
will not affect
I
your
mean,
life?
I just came temporarily outside. I'm in Nigeria. I'm always in
Okay,
Nigeria.
okay.
It's not
No,
like
I just want to be
yeah.
sure.
See, the thing is this. I know you guys think, okay, the Northerners don't want Biafra to go because Biafra has some resources, and this
No,
has
no, no, no,
resources,
no.
that
Well,
has
if you
resources.
listen to
Because
my
that's
argument
the
early,
narrative.
Mohammed,
That's the
Okay,
narrative that I hear from people.
it's only
Mohammed.
the myopic one that we have that.
Only myopic one we have that. Mohammed.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Mohammed. Wait,
Okay. Let me
sorry.
just land on this
There's a
point.
very
Let me
simple.
just land. Yeah.
No, there's a quick point.
Okay.
I will just
Okay.
give you just 2 minutes. A lot of people make assumption that Biafra is all Igbo people. Do you know that a large majority of Igbos that speak Igbo do not subscribe to Biafra?
No,
I'm one of them.
really, the question does not really matter to me whether Biafra is for
No,
Igbos
it's
or it's
important. No,
Igbo
you
plus.
need to understand that, because a lot of, I don't know whether you're Hausa or Fulani. A lot of
No,
people
I'm
keep
Kanuri.
calling.
But
So a lot of
you
people are
can call me Hausa Fulani. Really, I don't see myself like
okay. A
that.
lot of people.
It's not a big thing for us.
Okay, the
Yeah.
narrative. A lot of people from the south are keep saying, and that is what I correct my brothers in the south. They keep saying that the problem of Nigeria is Hausa Fulani. I tell them to shut up. That not every Hausa man, not every Fulani man is bad. I know that we have very good ones. When I was in military school in Kaduna, okay, what my finest friends from military school back then, and then we passed out. I know that we are all Northerners. I know that they are very good people. They are loving people. They can be welcoming to some extent, but then again, there are some cultural narrative that has have turned people, that have changed people's way of thinking. So what if, I think it would be beneficial for people like you that have stepped out of Nigeria and taken a cursory and overall a view of Nigeria, to start, running around young people like you that are educated and all that, for us to start fostering a kind of relationship that will bind us together. So rather than looking at when you say IPOB, don't mind those stupid Igbo people. I think that promotes more hatred
No, sorry,
and
Tom.
division.
Yeah, see, there's the problem, Tom. Like you just said it. Everyone have bad people or some group among them, ethnic group. Now here's the deal. If those bad people from your ethnic group, they are going out to cause problems, start trouble with people from other ethnic group, and the good people from that ethnic group don't
Keeps
challenge
quiet.
those bad people, the perception will be that, oh, they all agree with that
They're
thing.
all the same. Yeah.
So that's the thing. When IPOB comes out calling Northerners what kinds of rubbish names, throwing ethnic
slurs,
attacks, doing Biafra, and the people you described that don't subscribe are keeping quiet. So what do you think everybody would think? They would think, oh, that's what they all think over there.
I was asking somebody. I
So
said
that's the
that
problem.
if the president, if President the previous president Buhari was an Igbo person, and Nnamdi Kanu was a northerner that was throwing all these laws, Omo, Nnamdi Kanu would have been a dead man now. That's reality. I think they are just being civil. You can't be insulting, even though you're saying the truth and all that. But there's a way, there's an approach you approach somebody. You can put somebody under pressure without being very, very making up narratives that is not true. For instance, saying Buhari is not the real Buhari, that the old Buhari is dead and all that. Do you think then it means you're insulting the whole Nigeria, that the whole Nigeria is foolish, so they don't know an impostor? So an impostor is our president in a world where we have DNA and all that. I mean, they would have picked it out. There are people that know Buhari very, very well. I mean, somebody that's worked under him. He came, Dr. Damage's, because I'm very active in Dr. Damage's um, platform and all that. And we asked him a direct question. We said, sir, um, the Buhari that they're saying that is dead, do you really believe in that narrative? He so laughed and told us that, listen, that it's all bullshit. But do you know, till today, as we speak, there are a lot of um, Biafra, active Biafra people, warriors that believe that Buhari that we see today is not the real Buhari. So that's part of the thing. That's part of the problem. The same thing up north. We have some people that don't just see anything good, that they don't want to believe anything good. Even when you're trying to explain to them, they don't want to see anything good with Igbo people. And I think it's people like Mohammed. You're in a very good place and all that to start spreading awareness.
But I think the way that you talk about it is not correct. See, Igbo people are everywhere. Like, in Maiduguri, like there's a big line, but we call Babala. Every day, like nobody has not met an Igbo, interacted with an Igbo, or bought from Igbo, or sold from Igbo. It's not like Igbo people are strange to us. Like that's not the issue at all. You understand? So the chemists, all the vulcanizers and all the, when I want to buy stuff, I go to Babala and buy from them. It's not like Igbo people are some strange people to us. It's absolutely not true. It's not the case in any northern state. Every local government in the north, you will find a lot of Igbos. In fact, we see less Yorubas in the north than Igbos. But the issue is, like you said, those northerners that are into social media and all this, they're the ones that know all these insults that the Igbos are hurling at the northerners. Like what do they call the ones that are online calling people cows and all these things? They are the ones that hate these people even more than the common northerner that buys from Igbo.
Yeah,
there's
one
no
particular
issue,
one
really.
talking about
Let me
social
tell you,
media.
there's absolutely no issue with just like Igbo. This is Igbo. This is that. I mean, indeed, have you ever been to the north, by the way?
Yes, yeah. I told you I schooled in. I was in military school in the north for 3 years.
You were in Kaduna, you said?
Yeah.
So, have you ever been to places like?
I've been to Maiduguri.
You have been to Maiduguri. Where did you go in Maiduguri?
Well, I can't remember. That was years ago. We're talking about over 20 years ago. There was a brief mission that I had to go for about a week, and that was my only
so really
contact.
life is different for people. Like if like, let's say Igbo people in Maiduguri one day disappear, like a lot of people, like they'll go to buy something. Like it's mostly Igbo sell that those things. Like there are things like in Babala, let's say you want to buy cotton and these things for your housing. When I was furnishing my house last 2 years ago or so, I was going there every day to buy stuff. Now I know all of them there. So it's not really, it's not an issue of not interacting with people. I think it's the other way around. Most Southerners, like let's say Enugu, Imo, let's say maybe they have not seen enough Northerners to interact with. The other opposite is not the case.
They do have Northerners as well. That even some Northerners that are born in the East that speak even better Igbo than I do.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's possible, but for example, why don't you see the same problem with Yoruba people? Northerners see less Yorubas than they do Igbos. There's more, relationship between Northerners, like in real terms, with Igbos than with Yorubas.
Yeah, but remember, Igbo people have been cohabiting with the Northerners even before the before the independence from the 50s.
Exactly, but the problem that occurs is when, like, even if somebody wants to be neutral towards, let's say, Obi or the Igbo cause or anything, it's impossible to do when every Igbo that you meet is just hurling insults at you. They're calling you this, they're calling for no reason. Like there's absolutely no reason.
Exactly.
I was listening yesterday quickly to the what is it you were talking about, civil war or something. I was listening. There was one guy out of the blue. They were talking about civil war. This he just came. The Hausa Muslims. This. I don't know who he was. My one man had to shut him down. I said, what is this? You're talking about Ojuku, this. The Hausa Muslims and this. The Hausa Muslims and. I said, what is this? Like, I don't understand.
I called him to order as well. I told him, listen, not all.
I don't understand. So this is the kind of thing. Have you ever? Let me ask you, just between you and me, have you ever had any northerner come and say Igbo Christians and insult them like this? Never. You will never hear this. Never. I'm telling you. Even in private, you'll not hear this. But when these insults are just piling up, the Northerners become enraged at this.
And
And they
distrust
just
as
don't
well.
see
It builds
anything like,
distrust.
you see this Obi thing, I'm telling you, this Obi thing, people that are saying 2027, I'm telling you, forget it. The Northerners that really are into social media and they are the ones that are open-minded, they're the ones, even with financial inducement, it is not going to work. Even if you, like for me, even if you give me 1 million naira, I'm not going to vote for Peter Obi because of this hatred, not necessarily because of Obi or something. So, and that's the issue. So for Nigeria, so let's go back to the topic of whether or not, how do we develop as a country and this and that. There are many models that could work. We can, people say regionalism, but although for me at this moment, just objectively, if you think about it, I think there's a reason why it was during this regional government that the civil war happened. The way that we are right now, I think it's very easy to imagine, okay, this one has their police, they attack Fulani or something. This one has their police, they retaliate on Igbos, and this kind of things, I think it's very easy to happen. So for Nigeria, for me, I think that like the problem of Nigeria is not easy. I don't even think that any president, however good is he, who can solve the problems of Nigeria. Because see, I have come close to some, these governments and all this and seen the way that things work. If you think that one person can come and solve the problem of Nigeria, you don't understand Nigeria even 1%. I'm telling you. The system is rotten to the core. It's rotten to the core. See, allocations that go to the states. Do you think that this money is being like, okay, this is going to road, this is going to this? They will hand contracts. For example, just even the gatherings that the governors do, that you see people around there. Do you think that these people are showing up willingly? In my presence, there was a time, I think 6-7 million was spent just to bring people to attend those things. This commissioning of projects and these kind of things. I know a guy who spent more than 70 million naira just to become advisor to. He was looking for House of Reps actually, but he didn't get it. He became advisor. He told me he got all his money back. Just a stupid advisor.
Imagine.
There are hundreds of them. So when we think that, okay, a president in Aso Rock is going to do something for you, I mean, you just don't understand the country. Everybody should look inward, like you said. You want to better economy for yourself, whether you go into farming or you want to do business or you want to do Uber or you want to do this. We have to start thinking individually and locally and see how we are going to develop ourselves. A president, nobody is going to solve your problems for you. We saw it firsthand in the north. We thought that in 2015 Buhari will come and corruption will go away from Nigeria. But Buhari, in the first few months, people were scared of him, this and that. People were just towing the line. Some people returning money and this and after like 1 week, 1 month, 2 years, they figured him out and the kind of stealing that they did.
Mohammed, you said something some evenings ago. You said that even if they give you some millions, that you will not vote for Obi.
No, I will not. I will not.
Obi has not done anything to you.
No, but okay. Now you are. Let's go into philosophy now. See, let's say you are a candidate, okay? Somebody, a supporter of you, comes to slap me and then say, okay, vote for my candidate. That you might think that you have nothing to do with that, but human beings, the way we are implicitly. Okay.
Have you not heard of Obi calling for calm?
No. See, what I know what you're saying, but listen to what I'm saying as well. Human beings are influenced by more than just what you say or what you do. You understand? For example, okay, let me just give you one example that I just saw one video of one priest or something in America that became a Muslim or something. But he said that he wanted to become Muslim around 2002, just after 1 year after the 9/11 attacks. He said he researched and everything. He just wanted to convert, but he said, I cannot, because of what had happened. You see, this is the religion was 1400 years ago. You understand?
Okay.
Something that happened in America in front of him is affecting him. That's what I'm telling you. We human beings, we are like this. See the way that.
But do you know? But do you know that I have reasons to have hatred as well. If you want to put it that way, I have reason to have hatred
By the way,
for
to not vote for
the
person is not
Northerners.
hatred.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not,
Okay.
to not
It's
vote
just
for
like,
person
okay,
is not hatred.
Dati is his vice. If Dati was to be uh the uh the flag bearer, the main man, I will still vote for the Labour Party. Why? Because the
I will
Labour
not vote.
Party, the
Dati,
Labour.
by the way, Dati, I will not vote for Dati as well. It's not just Peter Obino. I will never vote for Dati. I mean, nobody knows who Dati is. Like, he has nothing to offer. He's
But
just,
must you know who he is? This is a man that is passionate about Nigeria. What are we talking about
so
here?
you think. But by the way, you don't know him as well, right? You just saw that. So let's not get to it. But just get my point. Like, because of this hatred that these Obi people are, the obedience are spewing all over, that makes it impossible for anybody, even if you are neutral or objective. Let me tell you, I have one guy, Badamasi from Bauchi. He said in the beginning, he was like, this Obi. But when he saw that it's tribalist, tribal, all this nonsense that is going on, now you cannot find anybody who is against Obi than him.
But
So
how about
that's what I'm saying.
okay,
That's not how
okay,
politics works. That's not
okay,
how politics works.
wait,
Yeah.
How about the narrative that we all saw on camera in Lagos that was specifically directed at Igbo people?
What is
Will
the
you say
narrative? What is the narrative?
will you say that was the Igbos, that was the obedience causing trouble? Because that was where all the divisiveness in this election started.
That's not where it began, though. That's not where. See, it's not in the only in this election that we're seeing this venom now. It's just a cycle. Every 3 years, for 3 years, insult. Then few months to election, they'll come and say that we should vote for them. Then election will pass, and then they will go on. Then election. This time it just switch. It's not in Northerners are ahead. Is the Tinubu, the Yoruba person. So that's why they are just turning the hatred to Tinubu, and then they are returning the favor. I mean, that's what happened. It's not yesterday that they started doing this.
In my
But
opinion,
anyway,
I think everybody should just go their separate.
to the
In my
substantive
opinion,
point,
Mohammed,
yeah.
I think the best thing is, because it seems we can't reason together. I think it's best thing everybody should just go their separate ways. And
No. I mean,
before we'll be forced to go our separate ways by force, which I don't pray it comes to that. But I think that's just the best thing.
That's why I said, to me, I don't have any problem with that. Like, if people want to go, there should not be any civil war so that millions of people will die. But you have to also understand that from the perspective of government, they cannot wish for the country they are ruling to be divided.
There's going to be war soon in the north.
How?
Tinubu.
How will
can I
they?
say something? I've been here listening. Let me say this. See, we also see. I live here in Nigeria. I understand the society. In my state here, you have the Aushi people, the Ishan people, the Benin people. Here, if I want to do anything, if I need the assistance of other ethnic group here, I'm not going to allow my people go online and be insulting, do all sorts of things to those people. Then because if you do that, I don't think they will give me the assistance I will need, maybe in the.
How do you want me to address you? What do you want me to call you? UFC?
So what I'm trying to say here is that
no UFC. Wait, hold on. The people that are making these comments are not only Igbo people, because I don't like that narrative. I don't think it's fair to say it's only Igbo. It's only Igbo, that Igbos are synonymous with obedience and all that. The obedience are comprised of everybody from everywhere.
Majority of them are Igbo.
Yes,
let's be honest here. Majority of them are Igbo. There's no need of
sorry, Mr. Ton. Just to correct something that I say, I don't want you to misunderstand me. See, okay, let me just give another example. Like the topic today, you see Soyinka yesterday, he came out and he was talking emphatically, Obi did not win, this. In the beginning, he was actually sympathetic to Obi. Like, he condemned Tinubu, he condemned Atiku, he condemned everything. But see, if like you agree with them 99% and you disagree with them 1%, they will come down on you, like, and just be pelting you with stones. So it's impossible. See, we're human beings. We're not angels. We're not this. like you said, but what you said is true. Like it's not necessarily Obi, you see, but that affects people. You understand? That's what I want you to understand. If that guy that yesterday come in and hauling insults and he's saying everybody must support him. See, people when they think of the Obi, they will just think of that guy. That's how we are. We're not purely rational people. Like you're thinking of it purely rationally. Okay, if it's not Obi, even if all Obi supporters are insulting you, that should not matter. But it does matter, and it will matter to you. If somebody wants, if somebody is canvassing for votes for me, let's say I'm a candidate, and then they go and insult everybody in Nigeria, do you think I'll get a single vote?
Yeah, but I'm surprised that you have a problem with that.
Tone.
Sorry,
See
no,
what
no,
I
no.
did.
See, that. See, what you have to understand. That is
Mohammed,
okay.
can
Yeah,
I say this? Mohammed,
yeah.
Niger Wash is from my state, Edo State here. I went to his channel. I told him, I understand what you are doing. I said, please, you are my brother. We are from the same state. Please tell your supporter the truth. Stop feeding them what will rile them up all the time. Tell them the truth. I understand you want to make money. I get it. Everyone on that channel pants on me, and before I know, they block me. Some of us don't like what's going on, whereby some people see it as opportunity to make money. They feed all kinds of fake news to their listener. It doesn't. I don't support such behavior. Niger Wash is from my state. Is my brother. I will call him a brother. Yes, but I know what he's doing is very, very wrong. Because they all jump into this Obi movement and they turn into something I don't understand.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I just want to establish something from Mohammed. Mohammed, you mentioned about Dati. Is it because Dati is a vice president to Obi? Is it an issue? I'm just trying.
No.
Trying to wrap this around my head.
No.
I don't understand really.
See, I think a lot of Southerners, not just like obedience, in general, they have tendency to over-exaggerate the importance of some northern people. Like I was telling somebody, I was discussing Atiku, is this, and they say, how about Dirty? See, Dirty, nobody knows him. Like his name recognition is zero.
Must he be known, Mohammed? It's just like you're now coming out now to say that you want to be voted. That's a problem with Nigeria. Must he be known? This guy is a stand-up guy.
Listen to the point. Let me make the point now. What I'm saying is this. I have cousins that he owns Base University. I have cousins, many people. I've been there many times, the Base University. I have many friends there. Even those in the university don't even know him. You understand? That kind of person, like, it's just because he's northerner, he's not going to do anything for you. Like, if I want to do politics, I go and pick one guy from, university and just put one cloth on him and say, this is my candidate. No Igbo person will vote for him simply because he's Igbo. Like nobody, he's not in the political space. He's not, he's not known for anything.
But do you know how many universities that he owns, though?
What? Sorry?
Do you know how many universities that he owns?
I know he owns Base University. Like I told you, I've been there many times.
He owns 2 universities.
Yeah. Okay. I know that Base definitely he has, and they are building a campus in Kano. Actually, like. The land that they want to buy is belongs to my friend.
Not knowing him.
So what I'm saying is this.
Hang on. Not knowing him is not the issue. Okay, just like somebody like Ganduje that we call Grandola now. He was caught on camera for crying out loud, taking bribes in dollars and putting his Babariga, and nobody can call him out. Nobody in the north called him out now, and yet he's the chieftain of APC.
You are the one you are talking about. You are talking about. See, this is what I'm talking. You are the one giving us a big speech about this, that, and that. But now you are saying nobody from the north called him out. Do you know the journalist who even broke the story? Is Jafar. Where do you think he's from? Do you hear the songs that Naziru Sarkin Waka, one of the most popular singers is the most popular singer, and he even sang a song about this.
Yeah, about but he was arrested. He was arrested for daring to publish that sort of thing.
Who?
Do you know about that?
Who?
The journalist that broke it. He was arrested.
You said nobody from the north called him out. You see that this is the mentality that we have to fight.
No. When he was
Okay.
exposed, he
No.
shouldn't
Nobody
see.
from the north called him out. Do you know?
That
See,
sort
many
of
people.
That sort of a guy should have been arrested by the EFCC. And why is the EFCC boss being held by the
Now
Tinubu
we come
government?
to another thing. Now we come to another
Why
issue.
is he being held?
Oh
Yeah.
God. Let's have a conversation. Okay.
No. You went there, and I want to go there
Yes.
a bit with you. I'm
Yes.
detribalized. Let me just tell you, I'm detribalized.
No. You just said nobody from the north called him out. I'm baffled by this statement. I mean, there's a song going around about just this Gandola thing. Like even the Hausa series and they just put it. They are just making fun of this guy. Don't you see how he was bashed in the last election? What are you talking about? Like nobody from the north called him. Even the journalist that broke the story is from the north. Like you will not even know about it if not for him.
Mohammed,
in fact, for me, in
Mohammed,
2019, I did not support Buhari because he went and raised Ganduje's hand after what had happened.
The future of the north, plus the future of Nigeria is in the hands of young people like you. The day you guys will dare to wake up and confront respectfully and without fear your dodgy leaders, then we'll start getting better.
This is what one of the problems. This is one of the problems that we have in Nigeria. You're coming out throwing statements.
Name name one region that the people there have call out their leader. I cannot find one.
There has been.
Where?
Okay. Listen.
Where are the petitions?
You guys had Ibori, but Ibori is still your hero. Ibori is a common criminal here.
I agree with you.
That?
100%.
Yeah, but you guys is your hero now. When they wanted to deal with him now, is it not you people that said no? He's our criminal.
Is also a criminal now. You guys, he's your hero. No, be so.
Who's that?
Nnamdi Kanu.
Nnamdi Kanu is not my hero. I've just told you.
It's not. Is Ganduje my hero? You are saying you guys are not calling out. Nnamdi Kanu has committed crimes in Nigeria. No, be so. You guys are celebrating him.
What crime?
You see what you are accusing us of. That's exactly what you are guilty of.
How would you describe where a court has cleared a man and he's been
did any court convict Ganduje?
He's been held.
Did any court convict Ganduje?
Is that a democratic government? Now a new government takes over. A new government takes over. Hold on, let me finish. A new government takes over and all that, and is still carrying on. They've taken over the baton and all that. This man, what's his name? The Yoruba guy is still outside the country like a criminal just because he asked for Yoruba people to be free and all that. They sent
any objective listener will see the problem that I'm pointing here.
No. You went
you
there.
You are just giving us a speech about this and that, but you cannot call out the crimes that Nnamdi Kanu is committing. You are defending him.
What crime is Nnamdi Kanu committing?
You said that court cleared him.
Nnamdi Kanu, nobody has. Nobody can come out to say categorically that Nnamdi Kanu sent me to go and kill XYZ.
Wait. Nigeria is a zoo. Go arm yourself. I had a video. If you see someone who attacked him, if you see Tinubu burn down his hotel, what is it?
He said that
on YouTube.
He said that. Now, let me tell you.
On YouTube, it's on camera. Okay, Nigeria, Somalia will look like paradise compared to Nigeria if they don't give us Biafra.
But is Nigeria not a zoo? Is Nigeria not a zoo with all these things that is happening? How can no? Is it not laughable? No. That's a figure. It's a figure of speech. Hold on. How can our constitution? No, wait. Excuse me. Can
personally kill anyone?
UFC, hold on, my brother. You will talk. Hold on, so that we understand each other. Yeah. The constitution that everybody is blaming now, the same constitution states 25% and all that. Now, the judges that are supposed to be the last hope of the common man.
Now you just changed the subject on. You just changed the subject.
No, it's part of it. No. You cited that Nnamdi Kanu called Nigeria is a figure of speech. It is a figure of speech. Yes, I know Nnamdi Kanu can be very can be passionate sometimes, but if you listen carefully, I don't agree with his approach totally. Let me just make this very clear. I don't argue, but what he's saying, most of the things he's saying is true.
Let
Even
me
though I
just
don't agree with
summarize
most
what
of
I
the things
said.
he
Like,
says and his
if
approach.
you don't see the irony in what you just said now. You said, you people in the north, you don't call out your this thing. You didn't call out Ganduj. I told you the journalist that broke the story is from the north. A song by Naziru Sarkinwaka, very popular song. Go and listen to it. It's very popular, one of the millions of views. Just on this topic, there's a huge, what everybody was
very good.
making fun of Ganduje. I personally, I'm telling you, I did not support Buhari in 2019 because of this issue.
I'm going to check that out. But do you know if a Southerner releases,
no, this
something
is the
similar, he will
narrative
be
that you guys have. I have not had one single human being from the north
Mohammed.
that
If
has
a
ever said
Southerner should
anything
release,
positive on this Ganduje. Everybody know his Gandola. Okay, listen.
If a Southerner, wait, Mohammed. If a Southerner should release such an album, right? He will be in the dungeon now. And let me just tell you,
nonsense.
Okay,
See,
you're going to see what is going to happen next week.
You, the way that you talk, when you talk, the tribalize and this, but you come back right to you are more like them that you think. You are more like them than you think.
My brother, I'm totally detribalized. The only thing is, I cannot speak out.
Hold on.
You are not, absolutely not. Like the way you are talking, the way you're talking, and the way you are reasoning, absolutely not.
You are
Like
just trying
you
to
cannot.
pretend. Yeah, you are, but you are not.
Okay, so you want me to call Nnamdi Kanu a criminal? Then that will
No.
prove to you that I'm
Nnamdi Kanu is
detribalized.
objective. Somebody that calls for rebellion and anarchy, and you defend that kind of person. Ganduje, who was caught on tape. You said that court cleared him. Ganduje was caught on tape taking dollars. Like we said that. I believe it's process of crime, like most people believe. But you can never win that case in court against him. If you are saying court.
Our brother here, UFC, said he supports Sowore. Do you not Showore's idea of the new Nigeria is revolution and killing all these people that's been messing up? So what was he talking about? He just he just contradicted himself.
But the fact that you say, oh, we don't Northerners don't condemn Ganduje, is more like we almost nobody I know. Nobody, not one person,
you're educating
has not
me
said
now.
that Ganduje is
You're
a
educating
criminal.
me. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a lie. You're educating me.
But where did you get this assumption from when it is completely false? Because of the narratives that you guys are fed.
No, it's not fed. That is what we are getting.
So give me one example of a Northerner who has done something wrong that people are praising. One.
Okay, Mohammed, can I ask you a question? Have you heard of Dr. Damages?
Of course, I was there on his show many times.
Okay, I've never seen. Oh, are you the Mohammed that's been there once or twice?
Yes, I am the one.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we need to get more of young people like you to let's hear, because the only thing the perception we see from the north is everybody in the north are reasoning certain way and all that, and they have been brainwashed to reason in a certain way.
No.
So don't you think that you guys should be?
That's what I'm trying to ask you. I'm trying to ask you. You make. I've heard this mentioned before, also, even on Dr. Damages. So somebody said, "Oh, you see, we are Igbos. We condemn Uzokalu. We condemn this. You Northerners, you don't condemn everyone." I'm baffled by this statement. Like, give me one example of one person. You cannot point to one example. You cannot give one example. But I just gave you. You guys support Nnamdi Kanu. You want to die for him. You want to sit at home because he doesn't go. But you cannot call him a criminal. You are defending him here. See,
okay,
you don't have any example to catch me on.
That sit at home is a form of civil disobedience. However, what I frown about the sit at home is when you start destroying people's goods, all in the name of sit at home. I frown at that seriously. Now, Nnamdi Kanu, as a lawyer, has alleged that Mazin Nnamdi Kanu has said, "Hey, this sit at home should not happen again. That we should adopt a different strategy and all that." Simon Ekpa has said he doesn't believe that Mazin Nnamdi Kanu would not say that. Now,
but you have not given me any Northerner that has committed a crime that we are defending. You have not given me any example, but you believe it categorically. But I have given you example of Nnamdi Kanu. You were defending him, even you, not others. Even you were defending him.
Mohammed, is it not worrying for you to say because a man does not have a track record, then you not give him a chance?
No. See, listen.
I'm talking about Dati. Let's even forget Obi.
Please.
Let's talk about
the way you guys take this.
Tone, I understand where Mohammed is coming from. See, for you to become a top politician in Nigeria, you need to have some certain political power. Yes, Dati is rich, is wealthy, is doing well, but in terms of it doesn't have the political leverage in the north. No one in the north know him like that. So that's what he's trying to say. Like, okay, for instance, the current vice president, Shetima, is well known. Even the current governor of what they call it, Borno State, is well known. There are people in the north.
Talking about Shetima, please don't take me there because Mohammed is not going to take it easy with me.
Why?
So those are the kind of things he's saying.
You see, Ton. That's what I'm saying. Really, you guys have been fed a lot of, I don't know,
Mohammed,
a lot of narratives of lies that you cannot substantiate.
Okay,
you say Kashim Shettima, I'm not going to take it easy on. I mean, I have my views on Kashim Shettima.
Mohammed, with all due respect, are you up to 40?
No, I'm not. I'm a small boy, actually.
Okay, you're a small boy. Okay, so I can be your senior uncle. Listen.
But that does not matter at all.
No,
you make your
that doesn't
point.
matter. Of course,
you cannot say you are 40, and that means I should agree with you.
You're a man. I respect you. If I don't respect you, I'll not be speaking to you. I know that I do respect you. But what I wanted to say to you, at the age of 22, I go into the system of Nigeria. I wore the uniform of Nigeria. I went to a war for Nigeria. Why?
Yeah.
Because I believed in Nigeria. But if I know what I know today, I will have not done that. Now, I'm in hindsight, over 20 years later, I'm now starting to understand a whole lot of things and all that. So I could say, using a figure of speech, saying that Nigeria is a zoo. And even you alluded some 20 minutes ago that Nigeria is so rotten and so corrupt. Now, the only way, if we honestly want to move forward, is to be brutally honest with ourselves and say, listen, this cannot continue. We call people out regardless of the position, social position. Problems we have again in Nigeria is the pastors, the bishops, the imams, and all that, religious leaders, even traditional rulers. They are part of the problems we until we start calling all these people out.
Oh, hold on. The people also. The people is part of it. Don't let it.
No. He has to start from the head before he gets to his job.
Part of the problem.
Ton. I have to tell you that you are more like the Biafra supporters than you think. I swear. You just don't realize it. You just don't realize it. You claim to be detribalized and all, but it's not true at all. It's not true. I know a detribalized person.
Bro,
you don't speak 2 words without putting Igbo inside. You don't speak 3 words without putting Igbo inside. And you come and make categorical statements. Oh,
Mohammed,
I just told you.
Tone is pretending.
I think you're Biafra, really. I don't believe that you are detribalized.
I probably have one big Biafran flag in my house.
You pretend. Anyway, I like.
But Ton, at least, let's settle one thing. Let's settle one thing. You have not.
Because
let's settle one thing.
Yeah, Mohammed.
You have not.
Let me tell you the truth here. Tone is smart, and the way his smartness is more dangerous than people like a Pansat and that will just come out.
By the way, who is Pansat?
Tone is very, very dangerous because
who is Pansat?
Well, let me just let you know something. Yeah, I wasn't just a soldier. I was an intelligence corps, so I understand all the politics that's going on in Nigeria.
You see what I just said? So I was right.
So
you are revealing your layer of yourself, and I see you're not. Don't just admit it. For me, I like honest people. Just admit it. You are Biafra. Just admit it. What's the problem with that? I have no problem with you if you are Biafra.
I'm not into Biafra. The only thing I subscribe to, I'm not a member of the Labour Party either. But what I subscribe is the manifesto of the Labour Party that that things should that we should stop doing things as it is now. Listen,
I agree with you.
If I have my way, you see this democracy, tear it off. Democracy is not the best for even any black nation right now. We tear it up and all that and adopt another system of rulership, because that's part of the thing that is setting us back. First of all, it's even too expensive. It's too expensive.
Anyway, yeah. So I will leave very soon.
Mohammed,
so just to summarize this,
Mohammed, I'd like to see you. I'd like to see you more in the you know why I like Dr. Damages, because we have various people from everywhere and all that, and people in the comment section.
But let's be honest, Ton. I even told this to Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages' show is basically Biafra, and then one or two people coming. You cannot
say that now?
Because you agree with them. That's why you cannot see it. I have been there many times.
Now, Mohammed, you can't be saying that now. You can't. Don't be saying
even Dr. Damages knows. Even he knows. Even he knows. I kind
of I agree with Mohammed. Let me tell you something. Sometimes I will spend hours there listening to different conversations. I hardly see people, my brothers from the East, disagree with each other on any issue. They all go in one direction, and that is scary. I don't like it.
Ton, let me give you a test.
Because me and my brother, we always disagree on many issues. We hardly agree. That's how it should be. When everyone is agreeing on a topic, I don't like that zombie mentality. Sorry.
See, for me, I want people, if you believe Biafra, just admit it. I don't find a problem with that. This is your opinion. You should. You have the right to believe that. What I don't want is to be pretending that what you are not.
I've just told you. I believe that we should leave, but I do not believe the way Biafra is being gone about, the approach. That is what I don't believe in.
So for me, what I don't understand is this.
Let me ask you, Tone. This Biafra we are talking about, is it the 5 southeastern states, or you want the whole South?
I do not know, because I do not know I don't know their geographical collection, because I'm
so
not
how can you say you don't know
IPOB.
something, but you want it? You want Biafra, but you don't know.
No, I said Igbos. Mike, I said Igbos.
That's what I said earlier. That you guys are the one keeping Nigeria together.
No,
Mike,
Mike. I'm using no. It's Mohammed that is forcing me to say Biafra. That's semantics. But
but you just said you want to go. You want it to go, but you don't agree the way they're going about it.
I do not agree. See. Let me make.
If you want to go, then where are you going? What is the definition of where you are going? You guys are not clear.
Well, maybe Igbo, whatever name we call ourselves, but definitely not. But right now, it's identified as Biafra. But the approach they are adopting, I do not agree with the approach.
What is Biafra? Is what we're asking. No one can define Biafra.
I don't know.
You know. Okay. Your leader, Nnamdi Kanu made it clear. He said the southeast include all the south, all the river.
That's Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not the spokesman for Nnamdi Kanu.
Well, he's the one leading this. The agitator.
He's not my leader.
Who's your leader?
Same way, Bola Tinubu is not my president.
No. Who's leading you in this Biafra?
Hold on.
We all know what Biafra.
Igbo people should go and set up their own nation. That is what that's my point.
Mike,
just as most Yoruba people are agitating for Yoruba nation. So what's
Igbos are never agitated for Igbo nation? That's the problem. You are doing Biafra, you're not doing Igbo nation. That's the problem.
It's semantics. That's what I keep telling you. Mike, do you not understand the word semantics?
We know that's what you guys play. That's the game we play.
Mike,
which doesn't make sense.
At least we got him to come out with his full colors now. It's not.
No.
Sorry. My only color is
sorry. Tone. We were having a very peaceful discussion the other time, and when you were talking, I considered to it that okay, let's accept that you are different, even though I knew that you were not different. And you know why I knew that you were not different? Anything that has to do with Tinubu or has to do with the other party, it is wrong. No matter, when we were discussing the court case, it was wrong. It was completely wrong. You did not even see any iota. You didn't stay on the fence to see any iota of, okay, this is the way the thing should go, or any iota of truth or reasoning in what has been presented to you. But when it goes your own way, sorry, brother, when it goes your own way, you are defending it. So see, I knew.
Can I just remind you again? Can I remind
but
you
something? You are more reasonable to discuss with than pastor. That's why I was encouraging it.
Okay,
you
can I remind you of something? Yeah. And maybe you don't really understand. I've known him even before. I've known this this man even before he became a governor of Lagos State. And that, I mean, you calculate that how many years I'm talking about now. I've known him personally. He comes to my uncle's house. Okay, so if I was one of those blind followers and all that, I'll be routing for him big time. My only problem, and rightly so, because I don't know why people are having problem and all with that. If you have to be a president of a nation, yeah, we need to question you. We need to establish the veracity of what you have told us that you are. That is all. Is that a problem? Everybody now is saying, yeah, if anybody that questions that,
well, why do you ask before the election? Why are you asking after the election?
You're now an obedient and all that.
They only allow you to question Atiku, Tinubu, but when you question anything about Obi, these people will pass on you.
Thank you very much.
They don't give any time to say anything.
Obi is the only person. Obi is the only person, and I hear people saying all sorts of things, which I find funny. Obi is the only person that's saying that, listen, if you want to find any iota of, if you want to prove any iota of corruption, you should come out and prove it. Nobody till now. Nobody.
Okay,
nobody,
Tom, let me take you up on that.
Come out.
Let me take you up on that.
Come out to
let me take you up on that.
Has Tinubu been convicted before in Nigeria? Do you have any criminal case against him?
Can I just
come in for 1 second?
Mohammed, just give me 1 minute, please. Sorry. Okay. Tone, you see, the problem you don't understand with Obi's statement and the reaction of people towards his statement is because people from the other side of the opposition side of the political campaign
spectrum
were not really interested in proving that he did not go to school. They were rather interested in winning the election. Do you understand? They were not interested in he has corrupt case or whatever. They were not interested. I'm telling you, if they were interested, Obi is not a saint. Do you understand?
Listen.
Obi is not a saint.
Are you saying that Obi? Are you saying that that Tinubu won that election fair and square and there was no rigging? Is that what you're saying to me?
Let me first point.
Let's get real, man. Let's not.
Calm down. Tone.
See, we all knew. We saw all the papers. River State. We saw all the things. All the things that were cancelled. The figures were handwritten. What are we talking about here?
See, Tone, just answer this question.
Let me answer you.
What happened in the southeast?
Let me answer you.
Other people to vote for APC and PDP.
Very good. See, every one of them rigged in their own strong zone. Okay, the North was a strong zone for Tinubu in this election. So if they had given him extra vote or padded vote for him, that is because he's in a strong zone. In the southeast, they beat people up that want to vote for other parties, pursue them out of polling units. We saw children voting. It is all over the news. But the truth of the matter is that is his own zone. Wait.
If people are still thinking like you, we're in serious
No. You are the one trying.
In his zone, then what you're trying to tell me, in other words, is that because he's in his political zone, then he's free to rig elections.
Tone, you are the one trying to paint. You are the one trying to paint Obi and Labour Party as if they did not put their hands in any dirty shit. Every one of them did it. We are in Nigeria now. This is the case. Okay. it was a case of you slap me, I shoot you. Then you now shout and say, why did you shoot me? See, when you punch somebody that can punch harder than you, you know what the problem is. Both Atiku and Tinubu, when it comes to this thing, they have the grounds, they have the structure, they have everything more than Obi. So if Obi is shouting, he should just keep quiet. All of them did it. Okay. Now, when it now comes to the election, Obi did not even have agents in all the local government and all the polling units. So how can he claim that?
Sir, where did you get that from?
Facts.
Guys,
okay?
this election we'll go back to it. But for me, I just have one thing. I've never asked
Let me give you some people some expo. Let me give you some. Can I give you an expo? I'm not a prophet. I will give you an expo. And the expo is nothing illegal lasts. It will crumble. Any house built on deceit and lies will not last.
Okay, Ton, see, someone like me,
I will just leave it that way. I'm listening to you guys.
Someone like me, if you explain something to me, I will accept it. I cannot argue with superior argument. Like if you give me any explanation that somebody did something, I'll accept it. I was watching in 2019. I was watching the debate, vice presidential and presidential. Obi was vice president at that time. Kadari Ahmed asked Obi at that time that is it true that you invested state money in your own company and this and that? How much money did you make personally? She asked him a direct question. It's on YouTube. Then he said, that company is not my company. Huh? It's my family's company. Then she changed the question. He said, how much money did your family make personally from that? Everybody was laughing. So that tells me that he admits that he invested state money into his family business. Okay? I mean, this is something that is straight out of Obi's mouth, which you cannot dispute.
Mohammed, I can't really comment about that because I've not seen such
video.
Just
go to YouTube.
Commented. I'm going to investigate. Yes. No worries. Maybe
and then
maybe
there's another one. There's another one.
Next time
For
we
me,
meet here or in Dr. Damages, I'll touch on that. Yeah.
See, for me, I believe something. I never like if you tell me 10 things, I will take on the one thing that even you agree with. And then that's where we'll have our discussion. I don't go to this shady stuff, This is something straight from Obi's mouth. And then there's another one. He's the chairman or something of Fidelity that he says that he saved a lot of money for Anambra. All the money he put it in the bank that he is a shareholder of or chairman or something, thereby profiting. So these are two things that even Obi nobody can dispute.
No,
so for me, that doesn't show me that he is the.
How do you mean that he profited from it? He invested the money for Anambra State and made some money for Anambra State, and then the governor that came thereafter looted the whole thing. So how has he committed an offense?
No. I mean, come on, you have to understand what the point I'm making. If I take money and put it in my company, for example, a state money in my company, and then claim that I'm investing the money for the state. I mean, come on, you have to understand the conflict of interest.
But it's not. The bank is not his private property. It's a public. Is a public company. So anyway, if I work for instance, if I work for UBA, yeah, and I'm a government official, and then I would ask, I would invest the money. Say I'm a governor, a commissioner, I invest the money in the UBA. So how
have to understand
how have I committed any offense?
It's not offense. See, it's not offense. You guys, you talk about corruption, right? What do you think corruption is? You believe in your bones, for example, that Atiku is corrupt and Tinubu is corrupt.
Yes.
If I tell you, you should give me like the corrupt practice of Tinubu, you might struggle. But this, what I'm telling you, this is straight from the debate in Kadari Ahmed 2019, he and Atiku. And she asked Atiku some pointed questions. You should just check this. So to me, what I struggle to understand is that, see, you present Obi as somebody who is outsider, who is this, this is somebody who has been 2 times governor. He has been in PDP. He has contested. Listen, let me finish now.
Who was the governor when the Chibok girls? Who was the governor when that happened?
Kashim Shettima.
Okay, what did he do about that? And how can such a heist happen under his watch?
Okay. who is the chief security officer of a state?
When?
Any state, who is is it the governor, or the president? Who is
governor.
Does the governor have any control over police or anything?
Yes, to some extent.
No, they don't. It's the federal government that controls security.
Really?
And the fact that a crime happens in a state, if 100 people from Benue are killed, is it the fault of the governor?
Do you know
can only fault him for not responding.
Do you know who invited the army into the NSAS thing? Are you aware of that, or I should tell you?
Okay, but you just
no,
you just
do you have any proof? Do you have proof?
Listen. I want to finish my train of thought. We'll come back to Kashim Shatima. Okay, I will finish my train of thought now. So I was saying something then. Okay, what I'm saying is this: two-time governor Obiabi in the system, the same system that you castigate as corrupt, which of course is corrupt. I agree. Then he became vice presidential candidate under PDP, presidential candidate in PDP. When he saw that he cannot win, he just went fishing for party. Okay, NMPP, Konkoso and him could not agree. Then he went to Labour Party. You cannot present that person as an outsider. He was an outsider. He was not an outsider until 6 months ago. So I don't understand why you claim that he's an outsider coming up to clean the system and this and that. Somebody, he is from the system, even to today. And probably he's going to go back to PDP.
Mohammed, let me.
So because he worked with the PDP at some point, it makes him corrupt. Is that what you're saying?
Mohammed, let me say something. Let me say something. Right? Now, on TV, just this week, on TV, on national TV, the PDP, I think it was the chairman, was begging their governors to support their party. And he was saying that in fact, it was really appalling to hear that financially the party is going down and they need to support the party and things like that. And if you remember very well, when Buhari shared that money, one fund like that was given to all state governors, Wike was shouting that the PDP wants him to use his own state money and the G5 to support Atiku's election. And he was saying, no, it will never happen. That was one of those things that created problem among them. So now, for me, as a governor, you have to use the money of the state to fund your party, to fund illegal practices in election and things like that. And you call that, I don't know if you see that as not corrupt. And a party man that has been in that party has been governor for 8 years, that cannot wash his hand clean of not using state money to sponsor his own party. I'm going to the smallest of all crimes, of all corruption that all governors fall a victim of. Most of our governors are the ones sponsoring their parties. We should not be so.
Okay. And in 2019, Peter Obi also put state money, a lot of money. They bribed and they did everything together with Atiku. It's not
that is where I am going to. So Mr. Incredible, the saint of the whole world now, in 2019, used the state money to sponsor Atiku's election bid. Then, so what are we saying?
Do we have
Let's not protect.
Do you have?
It's not an needing this thing now. You see, if you're asking me for proof, all governors in Nigeria do it as long as you belong to a party.
Okay, that's vast majority of governors do it. Does not mean that every governor does that. Do you agree? Is that a fair thing to say?
Okay, first of all, do you agree that Atiku is corrupt?
Brother,
do you agree that Atiku is corrupt?
Huh?
Brother, you are now asking me.
Atiku is a corrupt politician.
Yes, of course, yes.
So, when Peter Obi was his vice, was he a vice to a corrupt politician?
Yes, he is.
And when they did the campaign, you think that Peter Obi did not bribe, they did not share money to buy votes, they did not do anything. That's what you think?
Well, if Atiku engaged in corruption, I don't think Peter Obi was he wasn't accessory to it.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm
So
saying?
you are
When it
defending your
comes to
own. See,
Obi, they will look for
even together you are
everything.
defending your own
That
person.
is
Me,
what
I'm
I'm
telling
saying.
you that they are corrupt. You are
But
saying
they
I'm
use
the one who is not defending
everything
my
to
own.
defend it.
See, the evidence is
Let me give
everything
you
is
an
against
example.
you. You at every point you defend your Igbo
Olajide, wait,
brothers.
calm down now. Let me give you an example. Let's say you were Atiku and I was your vice president, okay? And God forbid you be Atiku anyway. And you were running for an election and you indulge in some corrupt practices, and I wasn't accessory to it. Will you is it fair to consider me as being corrupt as well as yourself? Please answer.
Brother, in the first place, that you say you are a right standing man and you choose a corrupt person to be your running mate, or you want to be the running mate of a corrupt person, means that you have concluded to join the corruption. So it is not
No. He
making
went
you
in
a
there.
saint.
Let me educate you on that. He went in there to try to clean out the route that was there, and when he found out he could not, he politely
route?
excused himself. The rottenness in the PDP party, and then he disengaged himself from that gang. So
Why
what
didn't
are
he
we
do
talking
it in
about here?
2019?
When
2019
after 8 years as governor under the same party, so he's now a saint after 8 years. Brother, spare me this thing.
Obi, see all these narratives about whether Obi invested in the state's money into his private business or not. That is all fairy tale and fallacy. And let me just
I just gave you facts.
let me
You
just
believe
let me
Peter
just
Obi.
address
Peter Obi
you.
will tell it to
A
you
lot of people,
directly. Google.
a lot of people do not understand how wealthy this guy's family business is. A lot of people do not know, not because he flaunts it and all that. They are very wealthy. Okay, they are very, very, very wealthy even before he went to politics.
Okay, but when the Tinubu family says they are very wealthy now, you can say it is Lagos money.
It is Lagos money because I knew him before he became a governor. He was living in Oregun. I can take you to his house in Oregun.
I hope
He used
all
to come to
the
my uncle's
listeners,
house.
objective listeners, will see it on for what he is. At every turn, he defends his Igbo people. At every turn, he castigates
I
every
am
other
not
people.
defending. I'm telling you what. I'm telling you what I know.
Wait, I also know Obi before he became governor. So I know.
Okay.
So that means Obi too is corrupt. What are you saying? That is what you are telling me now.
No, that's not it, my brother. You're not you're failing to reason with me. I'm trying to be as
I cannot reason with you, brother. I cannot reason. You are see, I cannot reason.
Olajide, if you go online, go to some people's comment about when Obi was governor. Those comments were not positive. The guy was a disaster. People were that's why I didn't take anybody serious that support him, because I've been following politics.
One reason why I distrust all this Obi hype, one reason why I distrust the Obi hype is because of this.
UFC.
When somebody is performing, when a governor is
I will
performing,
respectfully disagree with you, because you have contradicted yourself many times on this discussion we've been having. Because you at first of all, you came across as a very faithful of Showore.
I think you are
of Showore. You said
No, I'm not.
It wasn't not you.
No, it's not me.
For me,
sorry.
one reason why I distrust all this Obi hype is this. See,
Mm-hmm.
when a governor is performing and is doing very well, it doesn't take. It's not only when he's vice presidential candidate that you get to know about it. You know, when somebody performs, you will know that he's performing when he's doing exceptionally well.
We know that he's performed.
For example,
I'm from Anambra State. Unapologetically, we know he's one of the best governors we've had. When did
you start hearing about Anambra State? It's after he declared for presidency.
Excuse me, that is where I come from. Can't you listen?
Okay, that's where you come from. Okay, I get that. But for me, I've never had anything. See, at least even if I hate Wiki, even if I don't like him, even every day on news, I see the kind of projects that he's doing. So this is not something that somebody can propagandize for me.
He's a murderer and a criminal. Wiki is a murderer and a criminal. Forget all those. Forget all those bridges. Let's listen. It's only in Nigeria as a public servant.
No, I actually agree with you. I believe that. I believe that we can rig the elections for Tinubu, by the way. I
roads in
believe that.
Nigeria as a
I
governor,
believe
and
that.
somebody will count it as see.
Listen, Ton, I agree with you. I actually believe that we can rig the elections for Tinubu, by the way. And I agree because of
thank
this.
God.
Because
You
of this.
admitted one thing.
Listen, because of this. I mean, that's why I said, if you explain something to me, for me, I accept it. I agree because of this. He said that he delivered the state to Tinubu, and he did. But to me, as a Democrat, to deliver a state means you go out, campaign for person, convince your people, look, because of your love for me, vote for this guy. He did not campaign. He did not do anything. On the day of election, he just delivered. That tells me that there was something shady.
Okay,
You
I'm going
understand?
to refer you to a video, just as you referred me to the video that I'm going to research on about Obi. I'm going to refer you to a video when Obi went to Port Harcourt. He categorically did not even say that under his tongue or anything. He categorically told Obi, "You're welcome here, but however, you guys in Rivers State should know that this is a PDP territory, and you dare not talk about LP." He said that clearly. He did not mince word at all. So what are we talking about here?
No. But see,
so
for
what's
me,
wrong? What's wrong with what he said? No.
We can rig it for
Mohammed. See, me, I would not be reasonable with anybody that doesn't want to be reasonable. Okay?
I'm being reasonable.
Wait. You cannot come and tell me that Wike rigged the election. Wike won the election in his own state, just the way they did it in Igbo, the Igbo land, on all Igbo states, that Tinubu did not get any votes, Atiku got few votes. So they all played their games the way they want to play it. That you did now not win in Rivers, which is not your state, you should not cry foul. Okay? It is the same game you are playing that they played. So let's not come and be playing this thing here because
true.
you just want to justify.
Results are also not that clean at all.
So what is the guy trying to justify here? If he wants to talk on a platform, we want to develop Nigeria, then he must first accept that every one of them they are criminals. Every one of them are criminals. Then let's now lay basis for a good conversation. It's not that you are defending Obi and you are now saying the others are bad.
You're right. That's the key issue here. When it comes to Obi is a saint. When it comes to other candidates, they are fraudsters, they are criminals. That's the mindset. It doesn't make sense. They all did things in their region, and I agree with Olajide.
That is it now. All of them, they read. Yeah, I'm with you. They all rigged the election in their region to their own to the best of their ability. So why didn't the whole of Igbo land come out to vote and give all the, let's be seeing 16 million votes from the east? That's why you did not use your strength.
Another thing I would say, if you are APC supporter, these people can defend your position. There's no need of trying to be nice. There's no nice here. Even if you look at it, Wole Soyinka is tired of the lies. He finally came out and said the leadership knew they didn't win the election because Wole Soyinka was part of the team working for the Labour Party to win the election. So they knew in their circle that they didn't win the election. But you know what? They decided to stick to lies and propaganda.
That is their best strategy. You know one thing I don't like. You know one thing I don't like about them. When Buhari was there, he was cloned. He's Junaid, Abi is Junadu, or whatever they call him. Now, you know who is there now? He has fake certificate. He's a woman, and when he went to school, now he's man. He's a transgender. You can see some level of the kind of argument they bring up. The kind of argument they bring on.
Yeah. Very crazy theory.
I don't understand.
See, Olajide, you cannot reason with these people. Anyone that believes Buhari was cloned, there's no need of reasoning with these people. They are brain dead. If you call yourself an educated person, an intellectual, if you cannot see that people that were saying that are crazy, they don't know what they are saying, then I don't take them serious. because I know how they play this thing. If you look, see, let me tell you what polarized this election. There are people who be a staunch supporter of the IPOP movement. Immediately they say, oh, they all move to that to Labour Party to support. And you know they are very, very good in propaganda. So they took propaganda to the next and extreme level. If you look at it, all we heard first was that they won the election was rigged, they will prove it. As we are speaking now, they can't prove it. They're no longer saying that they won the election. It's all about Tinubu certificates now. Before it was all about 25% Abuja. 25% now is dead in the water. Now it's the school must prove that it was Tinubu. Now they said it's a woman. It's another woman's identity.
In fact, that school issue self, I feel, aside the fact that the school is saying they can't release this, I feel that those documents are personal, and I think the school itself should seek Tinubu's. It should be. I think it should be. I don't know if it's under the law, but me thinking of it morally, I think you cannot release my document to somebody without my consent.
Olajide,
or what do you think?
Let me tell you what Tinubu is doing. Tinubu can easily release those information. Tinubu is a politician. He's just playing a rat race with these people. You understand me? Because if you look at it, I was a supporter of this former president Yemi Osinbajo. I was the one. I wanted him to win the APC, ticket, but I was not supporting Tinubu. You know what the obedience successfully did? Because of their unnecessary barging, me from hating Tinubu now, I now started liking Tinubu. Because you see, me, when you beat, one thing I have noticed, when you beat someone unnecessary too much, people that hate that
you're
person,
definitely right on that one, man. So many of us that were not really seeing Tinubu as any important, all of a sudden they push us to really.
You see, that's what they successfully did.
See, sincerely,
They're slug when it comes to politics, man. They're not
sincerely, even me, I did not vote
to win that election, man.
You know, one thing, if you knew me before the election, if you ask me this election, I have one narrative. I used to say, come, Tinubu is a Yahoo boy, he's a thief. Atiku is an armed robber, kidnapper, he's a thief. I used to say, this Obi that you are calling said, he's a pickpocket, oh. But when you put him in the central bank, you will now know what he can actually do. His capability will come to life. That's the way I look at all of them.
You know that,
and I never voted. But now these people are making me, in fact, stand by Tinubu at all costs.
They helped Tinubu to win the election. Like literally everybody were done with all the politicians, right? Like people were more into like, okay, who's new? Maybe you understand. In my mind, I'm like all of them, all these people. But then Obi could have stood a chance. He would have used, you know what? Wait, let me say this. You know what Obi could have used? People would have, if they didn't start all these shenanigans, Obi could have had an edge because he could have ran under the idea that, okay, it's the turn of the Southeast, so we haven't ruled. And people would have said, okay, for that reason, we'll pick you over at Tinubu and Atiku. But they came out, the behavior and everything, just make everybody just say, you know what?
Pretending, and a lot of people call the pretense. That's just the thing. Just come out and say it is our turn. People will support instead of
people will support humbly. If they could have just humbly plead to everybody like, oh, it's our turn. People will say, no, that's true. Igbos haven't ruled. Let's vote for them. You know, that's what people would have done. Most people, like me personally, when after the APC primary, because I was like, Osinbajo was I thought was a better candidate than Tinubu to me. But after Osinbajo didn't win that primary, I was crushed. I was kind of upset with Tinubu, like, damn, Osinbajo was the guy who wanted to win that primary at least once.
It's a good thing that you mentioned about that nomination. Do you think it was done in all honesty? They pushed out Osinbajo. Osinbajo should have won it. Again, that was where all the rigging started.
Brother, that is part of politics. Okay? That is part of politics.
Can I ask you a question? Are you in Nigeria?
I'm in Nigeria. That is part of politics. I watched that primary live. I watched it live. Everybody thought the guy was going to win, but the man has done his background work. He did not force anybody to vote for him. So leave that aspect of they forced him out. On that day, I wanted the man to win. That is Osinbajo. I wanted Osinbajo because for me, I categorized Tinubu and the rights as all thieves. Do you understand?
Yeah,
but see,
I wasn't really fan of Tinubu. I was more fan of Osinbajo. I was supporting Osinbajo literally. When Osinbajo lost, I was crushed. And that was the opportunity. Someone like Obi or maybe someone else like that chance to capture my.
Let me quote Osinbajo. Last, everybody go chop breakfast. All these things that is going on. Maybe in the next 1 year, 2 years, we understand better, and then we all live with that. It's fine.
You guys have turned some of Tinubu,
and I'm not listen.
Too much unnecessary.
Let me Tone. Even my brother within my family, some people were obedient, right? Like when back then they used to even go against. Now, bros, they will not vote for me again. I'm telling you, like literally, like this whole shenanigan just turned like. I mean, like some of them have been insulted. Some of them have been. They've all. I don't. Next election, forget it. Obi will not get 6 million votes in the next election. I'm telling you.
That is even if there's going to be a next election.
No. If you cross again.
No.
This time, the only place we win vote is the southeast. Even the south, even Edo, many of them.
What are you saying? There won't be election, so there will be no Nigeria. Is that what you are saying?
You're not going to get that word of my mouth. I've just given you an expo. That is, if there's going to be any election.
Which expo? There will be Nigeria. Nigeria will have to leave all of you.
All right.
Nigeria will have to leave all of you.
Tone, you are not a Geo.
Because obedience and frustrated to get away from obedience.
I'm not Geo at all.
Tone, you are not a Geo. You don't own a church. You are not a prophet. Very good. And you are not Imam. See, before this election, all the Jews, almost all of them in Nigeria, saw vision. Nigeria, it will not work. Nigeria will do this. Nigeria still survive. Tinubu is president. So all the ones you are saying, next election, they will do it. They will do it.
What I'm saying.
Are you going to ask me to come and go to war? I don't want to die. They will do it.
Your principal, because you told me that your APC, Abi. That's what you told you. I've told you that I'm not LP.
No.
Tone.
I am not anything.
You are more intelligent than all these things that
is what I'm trying to let you guys listen. You guys,
let me finish. You don't know what I want to say. Let me finish my statement.
I was talking.
You cannot be hiding other. I'm not to be. I'm not LP, and whatever you are saying is. So who are you deceiving?
I'm not deceiving anybody.
You are deceiving yourself.
You guys are not.
Come straight.
Okay,
just come straight. Don't hide. Don't hide.
You guys are not seeing. Okay, let me just say this here. You guys are not seeing the bigger picture. The Chinese are creeping into Africa with a lot of amendments. Very soon, you see the Chinese soldiers in one of these countries. Now, Russia is secretly coming into Africa. Now, my fear and concern and regret is our involvement with the Niger thing. If Mr. Tinubu should attempt, as he's trying very, very hard, because I know he's under pressure from the States and France, they should go into Niger, man. I don't think Nigeria will be...
They will move past that one. I don't want to talk
No, it's still there. That matter is still there. Bros, listen. You're saying it's not there. It's still there. Let's not delude ourselves. Let's forget all these things.
Let me tell you.
Our division. If he kicks off,
if they want to remove that guy in Niger today, they don't need to carry a gun. They will remove him clean and clear.
How?
Just forget about it.
No, how will they remove me? Tell me.
Just forget about that.
No, you tell me.
ECOWAS is not doing anything. The guy is there. He can stay as long as they wanted him to stay there.
But Tinubu,
See, Tone,
it's
Tone,
been yeah. I'm listening.
Tone, sorry, I will not. You said you did intelligence this thing. I'm also a detective in my reasoning. I will not buy that approach. You have lost the OB argument. You are trying to take us to a place where you can get sympathy. Let Tinubu take
No, it's
whatever
not. It's not.
decision.
No,
Let
it's not.
Tinubu take whatever decision he wants to take.
Yeah,
They
that's
have been
fine.
fighting in Ukraine and Russia. The war has not ended. If they fight war in that place, Nigeria will not collapse. Forget it. Don't use that one. You want us to buy the idea that yes, he made mistake in that. He did not make mistake. He's fighting for Nigeria's interest. So leave it. I don't want this thing. You have showed me that you are OB, and I am showing you now that I am who I am.
They were first bragging on military coup. Now they want Niger.
You do not live in Europe, so you do not understand the politics that is happening in Europe. Now, since the Ukraine war started, January.
No,
wait,
leave
please
this thing.
stop jumping on my mouth. Let me. No.
All
I don't like.
you are
when
taking
you guys
this
talk,
thing
I
from
listen to you.
Pansat also.
No.
How can we say somebody did not remove? So for the fact that you are staying in Britain, does that make you better than person that is staying in Nigeria?
Simba, you talk, I'll listen to you respectfully to try to understand your point. So if you can just calm down for at least 2 minutes, you understand where I'm coming from.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, the Ukraine war that has started since about January last year. Yes. Yeah. January last year. Do you hear anything about it? There's sort of a press blackout of the thing. In case you do not know, that most of you do not know here, most of the Ukrainian men are all dead right now. Even though the America is trying to drive the narrative, just like they did, Biafra was doing the civil war. That we're in control, we are sending missiles, we're hitting part of the Russian territory. It's all lies upon lies. Now, if Tinubu should get involved with Niger, man, the northern Nigeria will be affected, and the northerners will not be pleased with Tinubu, and that will even cause another internal divisiveness than even what we have now. That's all I'm trying to say. So it's best for him. This is my own opinion. No, I'm not saying, Aaron. This is my own personal opinion as Tone. In the best interest of Nigeria, I think Tinubu should just wash his hands of that and not get involved. That is just me.
Tone, see, I want to maintain my position. Tinubu has been elected as president. He has security advisors. He has generals, and he's not the only one in it. ECOWAS is involved. The whole world is involved. So let's leave him. That's why the people that voted for him. Let him handle it the way he deems best to handle it.
Okay,
but I know the narrative and the spin you are trying to put around the conversation. And see, the truth of the matter is, I'm not going to have it. You see, obedience, when they have lost argument somewhere, that is what Pansat comes here to do. If he knows he has lost, he will now turn and go and spin and look for something. When he came in this morning and he was saying the Yorubas don't have certificate, most of their certificate is bogus, I knew he was going to spin it towards Tinubu. That is your strategy.
Yeah, but you should know that. No, it's not about Tinubu. You should know how Uncle Pansat goes about talking and all that. You should know. You shouldn't take him seriously. That's how I manage it.
Yes, now I'm taking you seriously because you are. I'm taking you seriously because you are still somebody I can talk to, and you still listen. Okay, but what I'm saying is this: don't bring Tinubu Niger invasion into this matter. He has not invaded yet. He has not mobilized soldiers, and he's still the only president of all the ECOWAS presidents that has sent emissaries on 3 different occasions there. Either they came to him to seek for permission, or he sent them on his own account. So let's leave that aspect. Tinubu has not made any mistake by trying to defend Nigeria's interest in that aspect. And if the West they are pushing him, how many months now, and he has still not invaded, it means that he has his own brains. Okay, so let's leave that. Let's go to what we are saying. What I want to tell you is that Obi is not a saint. Most of the fraud A lot of fraud they have attributed to money laundering, moving money out of Nigeria, has been linked to Obi's bank. So let's forget, don't come and tell us that Obi is a saint, that people did not want to go. People are not interested in researching into his personal life to bring out what he has done. The governor that came in after Obi, did he not claim that Obi demanded for 6 was it 6 billion naira, was this one something naira from him after he became victim? So forget it. All of them, they are all the same thing. Tinubu is not better than Obi. Obi is not better than Tinubu. And I think if we are talking of like a Magalu in this case, yes, I will say you are right. Even if you are talking of a Showore, I will say yes, it's not part of the system. But anybody that is part of that system is not a saint and is not worth dividing or destroying this country for. That is my own point. So don't come here and put that narrative or spin around it.
You are right, Olajide. As far you have been a two-term governor before in the system. That means you are part of the system. You are not outsider. Showore is the outsider. Mongalu is the outsider. Even this
okay,
guy.
but no. If you've been a governor, does that make you a thief?
You are part of the system.
In Nigeria, yes, that's what you are saying to Tinubu now. You are calling him a thief because he was a governor. If I ask you to bring out proof that he has stolen money, maybe you might not find any proof to present. But you are just judging it because he has ruled Lagos. So because Obi has ruled Anambra, Obi is a thief. Confirm.
Okay. Well, if you say so, if that's your submission, that's fine. There's no point arguing with you. Anyway, guys, my day has already begun. It's 10 o'clock, it's after 10 here and all that. I have to make some money. I've got bills to pay. So it's been nice talking to you guys here. You all have a great day, okay?
He has successfully destroyed that goodwill. Even Wole Soyinka have decided to come out and speak the truth. Because a lot of, I believe, people in the circle are waiting for him to just speak the truth and tell people, okay, this election, we didn't win it, and move on. Instead, they are rallying the people up, giving them all sorts of fake news online, and these people, they run with it. Even he came on his space, they singularly asked him, did you win the election? My guy said, we are not contesting the result. He said, we are contesting the process. Is that not a clear sign that he's telling you guys that he didn't win the election, that they are just challenging the process of the election?
You see, UFC, when you add political ignorance to arrogance, this is what you get.
You are right.
A lot of the obedient space they are politically ignorant and they feel they know. So therefore, they must be hard. And that's why I'm beginning to see the way I'm beginning to reason with Mike. Because Mike used to shut them down when they say rubbish. And that's why I'm standing firm against this guy. This guy, he has been treating us money. Since we started the discussion, he has been twisting us, and I had to twist with him too. But when I saw him clearly that this guy is not playing games, that's why I had to stand by him. You don't come and say somebody is a thief when you don't have a thief, and you want to say your guy is a thief. He's not a thief, and you ask us to go and bring proof. He said they should go and fact check. Tinubu too can also say they should go and fact check. Would you find anybody coming to?
Olajide, let me break this again. These people forget that federal government fought with Tinubu in Lagos. They have the resources to bring any damage information that Tinubu has out. Before everyone forget about Tinubu versus OBJ. It was federal government investigated him. Even the Nigeria police, they did all these things. They even went to, I think they went to FBI or something. They produced information. They said, okay, the guy is not so I don't understand. That's why I don't take anybody serious. If you really have issue, go to the court and submit to the court. Even the tribunal, they have Tinubu's complete details. If these people they really want the truth, they should have just gone to the tribunal and asked for the original copy of the certificate Tinubu presents in the court. But instead, you see people who call themselves intellectual, they will go online and disgrace themselves there. You guys know
Yes,
them. Go ahead.
you are right. This is a party that clearly knew that they don't have, they are not represented in all the polling units. At the point they were even using PPP. How do you use the agent of an opponent? How do you use an opponent in an election as your agent? And they are now claiming the election. This is just is rubbish. And I'm tired of all this space. I argue with them and
see, you guys, you don't need to be reasoning with these people. If they come with any BS, just stop it, just shut it down immediately. Shut that conversation down, because you are not going to move anywhere. They will just come and destroy the whole this thing with fake news. There's no need of attending to their lies. Just cancel, just stop it immediately.
The one you annoy me the most is the fact that they are going on. They ask like David on Day. They just spoiling the image of Nigeria all over the internet.
If you observe, man,
like they all. I mean, I saw like people from other countries like just repeating their lies. I'm like, damn. Because those ones don't know now. They don't know Nigeria, so they believe what they are watching is true. Just like Pastor come here to tell us that Igbos are all and all, the most this thing, the most all everything. And I had this one guy, even Kazoria, was saying, yeah, the Igbos, the old Igbos are the only one fought against the British, and the Igbos are the only one going to school. I'm like, what the fuck? Like the propaganda just. I'm like, dude. They say the Igbos are the only Nigerians. We education and things.
The funny thing is that a whole state in Southwest is known for their educational purpose. Ekiti State, for example, everyone knows.
Pastor came and said, he said the Igbos are the only educated, and 90% of them say Yoruba is only like what? He just lies, you know. Man.
The funny thing is that. Okay, recently I saw a what is it a chart? The people like ethnic group that has the major investment in Lagos, and I was surprised. It was the north, the southwest, and the east came third also. But all I've been hearing online that they are the one who owned all the business.
Yeah, they say they control everything. They say they build Lagos. There was a time one idiot, one girl, and I was like, they build the whole Lekki. I'm like, the way they promote them, they just use propaganda just to promote themselves and paint themselves as this super, you know, they say they are the richest, this and that. Top 10, all the billionaires in Nigeria are not even the top. They're not even
and Ladipo, that's why they call themselves the one that developed Lagos. The Lagos government told them if you don't comply, they will close that place, clear everybody out, and bring the Chinese to that space, and they will do what you are doing better. So what is the
the saddest thing is that if you are a business person, you are like you as they claim. No brilliant person will want Nigeria to be divided, because you know what? Currently now, if you can set up any business, if you have 1 million customers, you are good. You are a billionaire already. You can sell your product to 1 million people in Nigeria. You are good. But when you pieces the country into this thing, I don't think you'll be able to get that benefit you have gotten. I don't know. See, one thing I observe there, Nigeria, who have a lot to lose, they don't want any issue in the country. If you observe, those that want the country to burn down, they have nothing in the country. Most of them live abroad. They are comfortable in their location where they are, and they want chaos in the country. People like us who live here, who have a lot to lose here, we don't want that chaos here. Yes, the country is not perfect. We all understand that, but at least it's still our country. We are the one to develop and build the country, not outside that.
You see, you see one of the biggest South standards I'm making, right? There's a saying, they say, be careful what you ask for. You know, they're the one doing the most pushing division, right, to break country. A time will come where there will be they will say, okay, we are splitting Nigeria and there's no turning back. Do you know who will suffer the most? First of all, their ethnic group is so large, their numbers, right, and their territory is so small. Literally, their ethnic group they can't survive on their own. It's impossible. Their territory is so small, their population is so huge, they are landlocked. Now, if everybody's okay, everybody go your own separate way. That means the Northerners, the first thing they'll do is kick every one of them out of their territory. The North, get out of here. The Westerners, the way they are provoking Yorubas right now, I mean, it's almost like we're just going to be like, okay, you guys got to go, get out of here. Now they will all be forced, and the South are obviously you see the Asai Dokubo people. Those ones, they are the one that have bothered the ocean. Those ones, I don't think those ones want to even deal with them. Those ones will say, no, we're not doing Biafra with you. Your Biafra will be your 5 Eastern state. Now, what are they going to do?
Mike, if you don't see, this is what they don't understand then. Nigerian military is more stronger right now than they were 8 years ago. You understand me? The way Nigeria is currently positioned right now, Nigeria military have the power to move their logistics faster. You know, there is a train now direct from Lagos to the north. You can easily move military equipment through train route now in Nigeria. The military, since the past 8 years, I think they have bought almost close to about 80 aircraft. So the idea that you think you want to start a war with Nigeria government, you will fail woefully. Buhari must have faith in the economic department, but arming the security, he did well there. He harmed them a lot. Bought even warship and all that, a ship that used to carry some of this military equipment. So I don't think this is the time for you to be playing the drum of war. It's not going to work.
See, Buhari tried he also tried the rail infrastructure. We need to give that to him. He tried in those two areas. But what I'm trying to say is this: when these people go, you see some funny things. These guys are deluded to the highest order. Samuel Ekpa will stay in Finland and be controlling you. You now see them. They will now go inside the bush and carry SMG, and they will be saying they are ready for war. They would. Bro, do you know what will come against you when you say you want to go into war with the government as it stands now?
No, the thing is, if they begin to push that they are terrorists and all those things, this thing get out of hand. It's just going to get to a point where they're just going to be like, okay, these people got to go. You know, you got to go your separate ways. Because they've been preaching that separate ways for a long time, to the point where others are beginning to say, you know what, they're buying into the idea. Even me, I bought into the idea. Like, you know what, I'd rather have Igbo just have their own country. Like me personally, me personally, if I'm in a position where I'm the one to make this decision right now, I will just draw down their territory and say, okay, that's it. No, I'm not. That's your country. Get out.
Mike,
that's it. No turning back.
Mike, they are not ready. If you observe, if they are
no,
ready,
I don't care. Even if they beg me that no, please, we don't want to anymore. No, it's too late. Just go. Just get out.
They are not ready.
I will put all of them in that 5 years.
Yeah, they are not ready because if they.
I know that. I know. The moment you do that, they will start begging. They will beg you. They will be begging to come back to Nigeria. They'll be on their knees begging. Igbos they're the one that created Nigeria. Now they know even before Nigeria was created, even before the British from Nigeria, they were already in the north. In 1945, the Northerners were even chasing them away. They will keep coming back. They're already in the southwest. Our population is too big for that. They are small Igbo land, and they can't even live among themselves like that. So they become this overbearing in other places they go, everywhere they go. They become these just nuisance, like, you know. I mean, I'm trying to insult all their tribe, but they just got, I think there are good ones among them, but those ones need to just find a way to take charge and deal with the pathetic ones, you know. Everywhere they go, they become overbearing to people, you know.
Let me tell you the reason for that. They always fail to punish some of their bad heads. When you don't punish some of your bad people,
they will defend them now.
They will defend them. Yeah, that's the issue.
Even Tony here was defending Pansa now. When Pansa was
yeah, that's the problem. Me, if see, in a people who really want to survive, sometimes you have to punish your own to protect the rest of your family members and the rest of your people instead of allowing few people to descend the whole region to chaos. What most of the people who want a military rule, if you look at them, they don't have sense. Imagine that it was a military regime that apprehend what they call it, the Unadikaru. You have been dead.
Yeah, I'd have been dead and I killed his ass, man.
Since you have been dead, nothing will happen. America will not come, nothing. If you remember the way Abacha executed Ken Saro-Wiwa, America made a lot of threats.
If it was the old Tinubu, yeah, I mean, sorry, the old Buhari, I gotta been gone. I'm glad Tinubu is not losing that idiot yourself, man. Yeah, you should just leave that guy there. Leave him there. Well, guys, man, let me.
Mike,
Yeah.
Let me quickly say this, but see, Tinubu should not involve himself in that case because if he involve himself, the North will not like
Exactly. If you go and release him, you forget it. The North will be angry.
He will be angry.
The East are not voting for you anyway, so what's the point?
Release who? Did you see the direction that the Tinubu is taking? Right, he's trying to align himself more with the North. Nobody cares about the North. Because look at the deal they signed with India. They want to create 200 powers or so in the north. I mean, these solar power stations of 100 megawatts each. They've signed it with the India, and they signed it for the northern part of the country where the sun is in abundance. That's what they want to do for them. Now, most of the man is really aligning himself with the north. Big time. So it's not. That guy he go stay there for the rest of the Tinubu regime. No, that man will be there for the rest of. In fact, what did me answer alone? He started dividing all these tribes during from EndSARS. It was from that EndSARS that all these hate speech, all these things started coming. The Yorubas are imbeciles. Any Igbo that attends Yoruba man court is this, is that they should burn down Igbo, they should burn down Igbo property and things like that. That was where this guy started on a public platform making all these bigotry statements and terrorizing statements. So I don't think Tinubu will forgive him. The one that they burnt is his property. He's not even going to do as if he knows that guy is there. The guy is just going to be there. That guy is on a serious vacation. Oh, if you don't maybe by the time they are releasing him, he's going to be working with walking stick.
Yeah. Because you are right. See, no one hates our Eastern brothers, but however, they need to understand in the country they live in, you are not the only tribe there. You have to see the way your neighbors, the way they reason, and play according to that reason. I listened to Tinubu said, I work hard for this election. I dance. I did a lot. Yes, he did. He traveled around the northern state. He did like I was
UFC.
Yeah.
UFC.
Yeah.
Me, I'm in